The Mountain Lord is beyond our comprehension. For now, we should focus on improving ourselves. Indeed, we must not hold the Mountain Lord back. This time, under his leadership, the Celestial will surely be defeated. As Owen sat cross-legged on the island of the ruined Dark Temple, Rachel glanced at him and asked puzzledly. Owen, during these 3 years, will you miss Leslie or your daughter? Owen did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked up at the sky, narrowing his eyes. Of course, I will miss them, but reuniting now would only bring temporary happiness. The Celestial and its people already have their sights set on us, and time is running out. Training here may seem harsh, but it will allow us to grow stronger. Only with great strength can we resist the Celestial and protect them. I have a strong feeling that once I comprehend my own Dao law, I will be able to face the Celestial. Owen's voice grew heavier as he spoke. Seeing this, Rachel, though unsure of the source of Owen's confidence, recalled the many miracles he had achieved and believed he could do it. All right, I will protect you during your seclusion, Rachel said, standing silently beside him as his guardian. As Owen secluded himself to enhance his strength, chaos had erupted in Pure Land. Caesar, leading the former rebel alliance, launched continuous attacks within Pure Land, purging those factions and strong individuals who refused to submit to the Celestial. Every region of Pure Land was in turmoil. Venus, leading a part of the rebel alliance, was no match for Caesar, especially after the Celestial intervened. They were completely overwhelmed and on the brink of defeat. Fortunately, as Venus faced near certain defeat, a towering figure emerged from the underworld cycle created by Owen War Goddess. This top-tier powerhouse, who had previously fought alongside the God of Light and the Lord of Stars against the Celestial, had returned. Her appearance shocked countless people and temporarily reversed Venus's dire situation. However, everyone knew that this was just the beginning. The Celestial had already targeted Venus and War Goddess. The current calm was merely the prelude to an even greater storm. Sigh, what a turbulent time. At least Caesar's attacks have stopped, and we can finally catch our breath. Yes, first, Sargers led the Burning Legion to launch devastating attacks on Pure Land, then Forbidden Zone allied with Sargers against Owen. Caesar betrayed as an unleashed Wraith Marshal but was slain by Leslie. So much chaos has occurred in such a short time. Now that Caesar has joined the Celestial, his power has grown terrifying. Even War Goddess can only barely suppress him, if Caesar launches another attack. The mages' expressions were grim. They had witnessed more upheavals in this era than in all the previous ones combined. Although they could catch their breath for now, they feared the ultimate battle between the Celestial and Venus was imminent. This battle would decide their lives and futures. More mages began to gather near the Emerald Dreamscape. Leslie and the Azure Kingdom's reputation had spread across Pure Land, and many fearful mages saw them as a safe haven. Moreover, Venus, the leader of the Rebel Alliance, had also stationed herself and her forces in the Emerald Dreamscape, making it the focus of attention. As more people paid attention to the Emerald Dreamscape, rumors began to spread rapidly. Have you heard? They say Ysera, the Lord of Emerald Dreamscape, is actually Leslie's maid. Even Venus, the leader of the Rebel Alliance, is just one of Leslie's maids. That can't be true. I find the rumor that Leslie is the real leader of the Rebel Alliance much more plausible. Countless people debated this, finding it hard to believe. After all, Ysera and Venus were both top-tier powerhouses and outstanding individuals. How could they be someone else's maids? However, the idea that Leslie might be the one to have them as her maids made some believe it. Leslie's ruthless reputation, coupled with more emerging evidence, lent credibility to the rumors. Chapter 477, Leslie's Terror. This news is true. You all know Miss Leslie's strength. She single-handedly annihilated an entire Forbidden Zone, and even the Wraith Marshal met his end at her hands. Though Ysera and Miss Venus are exceptional individuals, compared to Miss Leslie, they fall far short. They have already been subdued by her strength and charm. I've also heard that Miss Leslie's strength is unparalleled in the Pure Land. Even the returning War Goddess cannot compare to Miss Leslie. While the War Goddess's combat prowess is impressive, she has never achieved what Miss Leslie has. Right now, Miss Leslie is probably the foremost figure beneath the Celestial. Everyone spoke with great reverence for Leslie. After all, Leslie's renown had been earned through sheer power. At the same time, in a small world, the War Goddess, clad in battle armor and exuding a killing aura, appeared within the small world. Her body was stained with blood, and her armor was covered with crisscrossing battle scars, as if it could shatter at any moment. Although she appeared gravely injured, her expression remained calm, as if she didn't care about her wounds. However, when she saw Venus in the small world, her expression turned serious. Venus, what is the meaning of those rumors in the Pure Land? To the War Goddess, the leaders of the Rebel Alliance had always been Owen and the Goddess of Beauty. But from what she had witnessed in the Pure Land, it seemed the Rebel Alliance only obeyed Leslie. Even Venus followed Leslie's orders without question. This was completely different from what she had imagined. She had always been confident in Venus's ability to lead the Rebel Alliance. After all, Venus's talent and strength were enough to place her among the best. But now, this future genius she had so highly regarded, the leader of the Rebel Alliance, had supposedly become Leslie's maid, according to the rumors. She couldn't understand, nor could she believe it was true, so she came to confront Venus directly. Facing the War Goddess's questioning, Venus's eyes flickered with hesitation. This woman, a friend and comrade of her father, had left a deep impression on her. She knew the War Goddess had high hopes for her and had guided and helped her during her weaker days. Feeling a pang of guilt, Venus replied softly, War Goddess, I won't hide it from you. I am indeed Miss Leslie's maid now. Hearing these words, the War Goddess's icy, beautiful face instantly showed a trace of astonishment. The rumors were true. How could Venus have fallen so low? Immediately, her heart surged with rage. She knew Venus well. Leslie must have used some underhanded method to force Venus into submission. Without hesitation, the War Goddess scolded her angrily. Even if Leslie holds something over you, do you realize who you are and what responsibilities you bear? How could you become someone's maid? As the War Goddess grew increasingly furious, Venus quickly intervened. War Goddess, while this may seem inappropriate, it was my decision. Miss Leslie had nothing to do with it. Hearing Venus still defending Leslie at such a moment, the War Goddess trembled with anger, wishing she could slap some sense into her. However, as her emotions flared, she forced herself to calm down. After shooting Venus a sharp glare, she stormed toward the center of the small world. Leslie must give her an explanation for this. As the War Goddess charged angrily toward the center of the small world, Madeline, sensing the tension, hurriedly blocked her path, fearing a confrontation with her elder sister. However, the enraged War Goddess struck Madeline aside with a single blow, sending her crashing into the central hall. Seeing Madeline thrown aside, little Leslie, who had been by her side, widened her round eyes in anger, glaring at the War Goddess. You, bad person, the War Goddess frowned. Where did this brat come from? Get lost. With that, a domineering roar erupted from her, pressing down on little Leslie. At that moment, a graceful and commanding figure appeared before little Leslie, dispelling the oppressive aura emanating from the War Goddess entirely. Seeing Leslie's appearance, the War Goddess fixed her cold gaze on her and demanded, Leslie, why have you treated Venus this way? Leslie glanced indifferently at Venus, ignoring her, and instead instructed little Leslie to go. inside the hall and sleep. Only then did she focus her icy gaze on Venus. Venus must have told you she made a grave mistake by attacking Owen, and she must face the consequences. If she truly repents, I might release her after she serves for several decades. Those who lay a hand on my husband will become corpses. Venus is lucky to be alive. I've already shown her mercy. As Leslie spoke, the war goddess's breathing grew rapid. It was the first time she had encountered someone so audacious. Leslie, you're too arrogant. Venus is the daughter of the god of light. Even if she made a mistake, you have no right to punish her, let alone make her your maid. To the war goddess, Venus wasn't just her friend's daughter, she was also the hope of the Rebel Alliance. This was especially true after the god of light sacrificed himself to create an opportunity for them to escape. Everyone owed him an immense debt. For someone to humiliate Venus like this was to insult them all. Her fiery temper couldn't stand it. However, Leslie's expression remained calm in the face of the war goddess's accusations. The god of light is indeed a remarkable elder, but so what? Venus is not the god of light. Even if he were here, the result would not change. At these words, the atmosphere grew tense. Those present felt a weight in the air, while the war goddess's heart burned with endless fury. This Leslie was truly insufferable. If allowed to continue unchecked, what would she not dare to do? Immediately, a towering aura of bloodlust erupted from the war goddess, filling every corner of the small world with savage battle imagery. Most people present felt an oppressive weight in their hearts, their expressions filled with fear as they looked at the war goddess. It was clear that this notoriously ferocious warrior was truly enraged. At that moment, Leslie calmly watched the raging war goddess. Chains of dominion, ancient and immutable, emerged from the void, clattering and sparking. The oppressive aura of the war goddess was instantly extinguished, as though doused by icy rain. She stared at Leslie in disbelief. How could Leslie's power be so terrifying? In her moment of shock, Leslie reached out her snow-white hand and grasped the war goddess's swan-like neck. Her mana and aura were sealed within her, rendering her as powerless as an ordinary mage. War goddess, you indeed have some strength and fame, but that is all in the past. If you dare act insolently before me again, I will show no mercy. Leslie's cold voice echoed, leaving everyone present in shock. They knew Leslie's reputation. She always meant what she said. If the war goddess continued to defy her, she would likely be killed. As the tension reached its peak, little Leslie's voice suddenly rang out from within the hall. Hearing her daughter, Leslie immediately reined in her temper, releasing the war goddess. She then calmly entered the hall, as if nothing had happened. Watching Leslie's departing figure, the war goddess rubbed her sore throat, her stunning face filled with astonishment. How can your power be so terrifying? The war goddess had long reached the pinnacle of power, yet before Leslie, she felt as insignificant as an ant. It was the first time since becoming a primordial god that she had felt this way. Even after experiencing it herself, she found it hard to believe. Chapter 479, The Powerhouses of Another Dimension. Seeing everyone's solemn expressions, Venus sighed and said, the current situation is extremely unfavorable for us. We must start preparing early. With Owen and my father's situation still uncertain, we can no longer afford to be careless. Then Venus turned to the war goddess and asked, do you know where the Lord of Stars and those ancient gods are now? Since the war goddess had returned, it stood to reason that the Lord of Stars and the others should be returning as well. Hearing this, the war goddess nodded with a smile and said, with the underworld cycle acting as a guiding beacon, they won't lose their way in the fabric of time and space. They'll be back very soon. At these words, the war goddess glanced at Leslie with gratitude once more. They had previously attempted to reconstruct the underworld cycle many times, but without the Hellgrinder and the 6 special forces, they were completely at a loss. If not for Owen successfully condensing the underworld cycle, her return would not have been so swift. Hearing this, Venus and the others let out a sigh of relief. The return of the Lord of Stars and those ancient gods, whose power was incredibly formidable, would significantly strengthen their forces. At this moment, Charlotte burst into the small world with a panicked expression. Empress, things are not looking good. As soon as she appeared, she spoke with a grave tone. Everyone immediately turned their attention to her. Leslie frowned slightly and asked, what's happened? Have the Celestial and Caesar taken new action? The others grew tense upon hearing this. Charlotte, responsible for intelligence, being so visibly anxious was never a good sign. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Charlotte took a deep breath and said, Empress, the world barrier of Pure Land has been shattered. Powerhouses from another dimension have invaded, specifically targeting our Rebel Alliance. It seems they have allied with the Celestial. Powerhouses from another dimension. Hearing this, the war goddess, Venus, and others had their pupils contract sharply. As top-tier mages, they were vaguely aware of the existence of other dimensions beyond their own. However, they had never imagined that those powerhouses would shatter the world barrier to invade. The strength of the world barrier was such that even a primordial god-level being would find it exceedingly difficult to destroy. What was even more alarming was that these beings from another dimension had allied with the Celestial. The Rebel Alliance was already in a precarious position, and the intervention of another dimension spelled disaster for them. While others were visibly shocked and dismayed, Leslie's expression remained relatively calm. She had anticipated that the Celestial, despite its internal strife, would not remain idle. And now, it seemed her suspicions were confirmed. They had begun seeking allies from other dimensions. If they've come, then let's settle everything at once. Leslie muttered to herself, her icy gaze radiating bone-chilling coldness. Meanwhile, within the ruins of the shattered dark temple, Owen sat cross-legged. The light cascading from the heavens pierced through the demon abyss, illuminating him, and giving his body a faint golden shimmer, radiant and dazzling. Behind Owen, a black halo slowly revolved, deep and impenetrable, like a black hole devouring endless magic. As this black hole manifested, a domineering bloodline aura emanated from Owen, spreading outward. The countless phenomena materializing around the black hole twisted and collapsed under the pressure of this aura. On the other side of the massive black hole lay a vast and vibrant dimensional space. Within this ancient and thriving dimension, countless beings gazed in terror, their expressions frozen. Their sun had been replaced by a pitch-black black hole. This eerie black hole seemed like some kind of portal, emitting chaotic energy. Through it, they caught fleeting glimpses of a strange and entirely different dimension. Before they could probe further, an overwhelming aura surged forth from the black hole like a tidal wave. Under this aura, all beings trembled uncontrollably, unable to move, as if confronted by an invincible sovereign. The strongest entities of this dimension were also drawn to the black hole, their expressions filled with fear and disbelief. What in the world is happening? This aura is terrifying. Look, there seems to be a figure on the other side of the black hole. Suddenly, one of the top powerhouses saw a horrifying sight and exclaimed in shock. Following his words, many others looked closely and finally noticed that a fearsome figure seemed to stand on the other side of the black hole. Although the figure's back was turned to them, making it hard to discern clearly, the oppressive aura suffocating them seemed to emanate from this very being. Who is this figure? Even with his back to us, the pressure he exudes is terrifying beyond words. Could he be a powerhouse from another dimension? Have such beings already emerged? We need to leave this place immediately. This entity is too terrifying to provoke. At that moment, countless beings and powerhouses from the dimension fled at their fastest speed, terrified of lingering too long and being noticed by this terrifying presence. A single thought from such a being could easily obliterate them. Although many were curious about the new dimension connected to the black hole, the terrifying figure was enough to deter them. Instead, they directed their attention to the other side of the dimension, where another black hole connected to different dimensions. Powerhouses from another dimension are invading. This news spread like wildfire across Pure Land, causing widespread panic and fear among the mages. Soon, many people gathered at the side of the black hole, staring at the vast, world-devouring black region. From within the black region, many powerhouses from the other dimension had already emerged. These beings were all incredibly powerful. Each appearance caused massive disruptions in time and space. Even the residual effects of their descent struck fear into countless hearts. Who could possibly withstand such overwhelming strength? Moreover, the powerhouses continued to arrive in an endless stream. It appeared they were amassing their forces here, preparing to seize control of Pure Land. This move alarmed and terrified many factions within Pure Land. Though they had never encountered such a situation before, the aggressive arrival of these other dimensional powerhouses made it clear they were not here for negotiations. Nearly every faction in Pure Land began making the worst preparations. The Rebel Alliance, led by Venus, in particular, implemented numerous contingency measures. However, once the invaders had mostly arrived, they did not immediately provoke large-scale conflict or seize territories. Instead, their relative calm puzzled many factions, leaving them unsure how to respond. This confusion did not last long before a shocking revelation spread rapidly. These other dimensional powerhouses were here to assist the Celestial in eradicating the Rebel Alliance entirely. They called themselves Friends of the Celestial. Although many in Pure Land were discontented with this, there was little they could do. Some factions within Pure Land were aligned with Owen and Leslie, unwilling to see the Rebel Alliance fall. Yet, another announcement soon followed, spreading even greater shock. Any force aiding the Rebel Alliance will be slaughtered without mercy. This blood-stained message from the other dimensional powerhouses reverberated across Pure Land, sending shockwaves through every faction. The Celestial is determined to eradicate the Rebel Alliance, even involving other dimensional forces. It seems that way. Can the Rebel Alliance withstand this? Sigh, the Celestial grows more excessive by the day. If the Rebel Alliance falls, we'll have no hope left. But I've heard the Celestial is still embroiled in internal conflict. Isn't it unwise to seek external help at this time? The internal conflict should settle soon. After that, the Celestial will focus entirely on destroying the Rebel Alliance. Their situation looks bleak. As they gazed at the powerful beings from another dimension, countless mages shook their heads and sighed in despair. Chapter 478 The Two Celestials. Reflecting on the first time they met Leslie, it had been at Owen's grand wedding. It was through Owen that they first noticed Leslie. At that time, although they had found Leslie extraordinary, no one could have imagined that she would grow to such terrifying heights in such a short period. Not only was her beauty unparalleled, but her terrifying strength likely surpassed even the god of light himself. Under the increasingly astonished gaze of the war goddess, Leslie, who had returned to the hall, quickly regained her gentle demeanor. Looking at her daughter, tossing and turning on the bed and unable to sleep, she smiled and asked, "Why aren't you being a good girl and going to sleep tonight?" Leslie gently patted her daughter's back. Little Leslie sat up, held her mother's hand, and walked out of the hall. With a serious expression, she looked at the war goddess and said, "Anti-war goddess, my mom didn't mistreat Anti-Venus at all. The Rebel Alliance has managed to hold out this long because my mom has been helping them constantly." After little Leslie spoke, Venus also stepped forward. Looking at the war goddess with a solemn expression, she said, "War goddess, this matter is indeed my fault. Not only did Owen activate your aid to ensure our safe return, but he also re-established the cycle of the underworld. He has done so much for me and for all of us. But because of my selfishness, I attacked Owen. That was absolutely wrong of me." As Venus spoke, her face was filled with guilt. Seeing this, the war goddess stared intently at Venus, seeing her past actions clearly. From Owen activating the timer aid to assist their return, to everything Venus described, she reviewed it all in detail using her special retroactive magic. It seemed she had indeed wronged Leslie, and she realized she had acted impulsively earlier. With some embarrassment, she looked at Leslie apologetically. Leslie, however, remained calm, saying, "Considering you are a senior, I won't hold it against you." With that, Leslie ignored the war goddess entirely. The war goddess felt even more guilt welling up in her eyes. Previously, she and the Lord of Stars had been witnesses to Owen and Leslie's wedding. Now, although Venus had her reasons, her actions of forcing Owen into the depths of the demon abyss were indeed excessive. Afterward, the war goddess seemed to recall something, her expression growing serious as she asked, Owen should be able to return from the depths of the demon abyss, right?" This was no small matter. Owen had been the victim, and the demon abyss was known for its strangeness. Even she and the Lord of Stars had never fully explored its depths, where ominous auras that even they found dangerous lurked. In his heavily injured state, Owen falling into such a place was almost certainly fatal. Hearing the war goddess suddenly express concern about Owen, Leslie responded indifferently. "This is not something you need to worry about, war goddess. He should emerge from the depths of the demon abyss before long." As Leslie spoke, little Leslie added with a cheerful smile, "Daddy will be back soon." At this time, Serafina glared angrily at the war goddess, still holding a grudge for her earlier defense of Venus. Although Owen's fall into the demon abyss couldn't be entirely blamed on Venus, she bore significant responsibility. However, this thought only briefly crossed her mind before her attention shifted to her longing for Owen. Like little Leslie and the others, Serafina was full of confidence in Owen, but until he reappeared, her heart felt weighed down by an immovable stone. In the minds of the Dragon Princess and others, Owen's image surfaced as well. To them, Owen was a figure more dazzling than miracles themselves. This trial would surely not stop him. Leslie, meanwhile, glanced at the war goddess as if something had come to mind. Studying her intently, she curiously asked, "Before the end of the epic, you frequently launched expeditions against the Celestial. What exactly lies beyond the firmament?" Faced with Leslie's direct and probing question, the war goddess remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. "Beyond the firmament, it's not just the one the Celestial you imagine. There are other terrifying existences as well." Hearing this, the Celestial God Hall members looked curiously at the war goddess. Although they had heard of attempts to attack the Celestial, they knew little about its true nature or the entities beyond it. Most deities who had experienced those battles remained tight-lipped about them. Other terrifying existences. Soon, the Dragon Princess and others exchanged glances, their breathing slowing noticeably. For something to be described as terrifying by the war goddess, it must be truly extraordinary. The war goddess took a deep breath and continued. "The Celestial itself is terrifying, being born of countless rules. However, before the current Celestial, there was another, weakened but not extinct prior, the Celestial. Two celestials, one representing the decayed past, the other embodying the vibrant present. Beyond that, there are ancient beings born from chaos, most of whom serve the two celestials. Their strength is utterly terrifying. Hearing that there were two celestials, many people's expressions changed drastically. Just one celestial's power was enough to make them feel utterly helpless. The celestials were, after all, the very source of magic and the embodiment of countless orders. They were innately invincible. Additionally, the chaotic beings mentioned by the war goddess filled them with unease. These beings, wielding ancient chaos magic, suppressed all elements. Like the celestial, they held inherent advantages. Even the trickster god, Loki, was one such chaotic being. These revelations, though few, were the product of countless efforts and sacrifices to uncover. Every deeper understanding of the celestial came at a tremendous cost. Seeing the heavy expressions on everyone's faces, clearly weighed down by the oppressive might of the two celestials, the war goddess spoke slowly. However, there's no need to worry too much. The celestials are currently embroiled in internal conflict and won't truly act against us. Hearing this, many present looked shocked, unsure of what she meant. The war goddess explained calmly. Through our trials and observations over multiple epochs, we've deduced that the decaying celestial is vying with the current celestial for control of this world. They both care deeply about this struggle and can hardly afford distractions. Becoming the ruler of this realm is their utmost priority. Otherwise, if both celestials had acted against us, we wouldn't have survived until now. Upon hearing this, many people swallowed hard, staring at the war goddess in disbelief. It was their first time hearing such explosive information. Their understanding of the celestial underwent a significant shift. Leslie, however, remained relatively calm. She had already pieced together some fragmented knowledge about what lay beyond the celestial, but the war goddess's explanation connected those clues, bringing sudden clarity. Even so, her heart wasn't entirely undisturbed. No matter which celestial ultimately claimed dominion, it would spell disaster for them. The celestials' power was too overwhelming. Even with their current equilibrium, nearly a fraction of their focus on the rebels was enough to make resistance nearly impossible. As the others absorbed this information, the war goddess added. Though this is a major issue, the decaying celestial, having endured countless eons, is no match for the vibrant current celestial. Moreover, as far as we know, both the chaotic beings and the ancient celestial deities stand behind the current celestial. The past celestial has no chance. Hearing this, Venus, who was privy to much of the inside story, responded gravely. No matter who ultimately wins, it will be bad news for us. They remain our enemies, and we must prepare. Once only one celestial remains, our resistance will be nothing more than ants shaking a tree. At this, most of those present nodded solemnly. Indeed, once the celestials decided the victor, the first force they would eliminate would undoubtedly be the Rebel Alliance. Chapter 480, Targeting the Rebel Alliance. All mages in Pure Land were well aware that the celestial had always been a dominant force throughout history. Though the Rebel Alliance occasionally produced extraordinary talents, they ultimately proved no match for the celestial. Now, with the celestial summoning terrifying powerhouses from another dimension, the Rebel Alliance's chances of survival seemed almost non-existent. Even if the Rebel Alliance managed to withstand this onslaught, it would likely suffer devastating losses and be forced into obscurity. As the mages of Pure Land paid close attention to the unfolding events, the invaders from another dimension gathered on a barren plain, establishing their base camp. Meanwhile, top-tier figures from the Celestial convened with these other dimensional powerhouses, seemingly to discuss the annihilation of the Rebel Alliance. Witnessing this, many mages in Pure Land grew increasingly concerned for the Rebel Alliance. The combined might of the Celestial and these otherworldly powerhouses was nothing short of a death sentence for the Rebel Alliance. A dark cloud of anxiety loomed over everyone's hearts. Although no one knew when the Celestial and their allies would strike the Rebel Alliance, it was clear that when they did, it would be earth-shattering. In the Emerald Dreamscape, the mood was somber. The unexpected alliance between the Celestial and the other dimensional powerhouses had placed immense pressure on everyone. Yet they also knew that worry, fear, and panic would accomplish nothing. What was destined to happen would inevitably come to pass. The only thing they could do now was to strengthen themselves as quickly as possible. The upcoming battle would determine their lives and destinies. Within the small world, the involvement of the other dimensional powerhouses had thrown everyone into a flurry of activity. Some sought support from their own factions, others gathered intelligence, while many focused on enhancing their abilities. Seated in the main hall of the small world, Leslie was also busy. Messages from all over poured onto her desk, demanding her immediate attention and resolution. Leslie's expression was as cold and solemn as ever, resembling that of an ethereal sovereign untouched by mortal concerns. Beside Leslie, Madeline and Charlotte worked as her aides, helping her sort through the overwhelming pile of reports and intelligence. The Azure Kingdom, already vast due to its alliances with various factions, had become even more chaotic in these turbulent times. The sheer volume of information and matters requiring attention had grown exponentially. Thanks to Madeline and Charlotte's assistance, the efficiency of their operations had been maximized. The intelligence on the other dimension has been consolidated, Madeline reported. The Rock Demon clan has deployed an army of about 500,000. They are physically powerful, resistant to metal, but lack intelligence. The Vampire clan is also participating. They undergo strange transformations by feeding on blood, often acting alone. They are extremely strong, with approximately 1,000 elite members. The Shamanic army comprises roughly 1 million human followers of shamanic beliefs. They are adept at natural magic and exhibit exceptional coordination and individual strength. Finally, the Dune clan deserves special attention. They can create creatures with unique powers, even mimicking other races. However, their original forms are relatively weak. Leslie reviewed the compiled intelligence and quickly began organizing the Azure Kingdom's forces to counter the other dimensional armies. Her decision-making was swift and precise. Madeline and Charlotte watched her in awe. Leslie's deep understanding of these alien races and powers enabled her to devise countermeasures with incredible speed. Even top-tier generals of mage armies couldn't match her efficiency, let alone her ability to strategize for both weaknesses and battle tactics. Elsa, who had been brought into the small world by Leslie, approached with a tray of tea like a maid and served it to the three of them. Ever since the death of the Wraith Marshal, Elsa had followed Leslie. Over time, her admiration for Leslie had only deepened. The more she learned about Leslie, the more she revered her. Leslie's journey was more legendary than any tale in the history books. To Elsa, Leslie had become her ultimate idol. Serving by Leslie's side filled her with happiness. At the same time, Leslie's excellence made her increasingly curious about Owen. From what she understood, Leslie loved Owen deeply. Given Leslie's aloof and exceptional nature, Elsa couldn't fathom what kind of extraordinary man could win her heart and loyalty. While Elsa pondered this, Leslie efficiently dealt with the reports and events before her. With a sigh of relief, Leslie stretched, her proud and graceful figure on full display. Madeline approached and began massaging Leslie's shoulders. Meanwhile, under the Tree of World, Serafina chased little Leslie around, causing all the small animals in the small world to flee in terror from the two mischievous troublemakers. The war goddess sat beneath the Tree of World, her expression grave as she observed the two girls. Serafina's bloodline, having undergone multiple evolutions, had become ancient and unfathomable. Even the war goddess, despite her extensive knowledge, couldn't discern its origins. Little Leslie's bloodline was even more astonishing. The chaotic magic emanating from her was so rich that it was clear she possessed an ancient and powerful chaotic bloodline. Her talent and potential were immeasurable. Chaos bodies only pass through bloodline inheritance, but Leslie doesn't seem to be a chaos body, nor does Owen. The war goddess was puzzled. Recalling the unique aura Leslie emitted, she realized Leslie's constitution might be even more terrifying than a chaos body. As the war goddess pondered, a ripple appeared in the void before her. Venus materialized in the small world, her expression grave. She looked at the war goddess and said solemnly, "War goddess, urgent news, a celestial god emperor has descended upon the barren plain. The other dimensional forces refer to them as the celestial god emperor, and their power appears unmatched. Celestial god emperor." The war goddess's expression darkened instantly. The celestial god emperor was an ancient entity, so obscure that few had ever heard of them. However, the war goddess knew all too well this being had appeared in every battle against the celestial, serving as their most formidable ally. Their combat prowess was terrifying, making them the strongest among the celestial gods. Loyal to the celestial, it's them this complicates things. The war goddess narrowed her eyes, her rare display of gravity betraying her deep concern. Perhaps the decayed celestial and the current celestial have resolved their conflict. Otherwise, this being wouldn't have left the firmament. Venus nodded in agreement and continued. According to the latest intelligence, the celestial god emperor has moved toward the ruins of Middle-earth. Middle-earth. The war goddess frowned. Middle-earth was the place she had used the underworld cycle to return. It was clear the celestial god emperor aimed to destroy the underworld cycle there. If the underworld cycle were destroyed, the Lord of Stars and other ancient powerhouses would lose their beacon and be unable to return quickly. The cycle had to be protected at all costs. As the war goddess resolved to take action, Leslie appeared, standing before her. "Leslie, what do you mean by this?" the war goddess asked, confused. Leslie replied calmly, "I'm going with you." Chapter 481, The Celestial God Emperor. The war goddess hesitated for a moment, then looked at Leslie with suspicion. Leslie's status was no longer ordinary. Not only was she the ruler of the Azure Kingdom, but she was also the de facto leader of the Rebel Alliance. Her position was one of great power and responsibility. If Leslie left with her, who would manage these two critical domains? Leslie, seemingly aware of the war goddess's concerns, turned to Madeline and said, "During my absence, all matters of the Azure Kingdom will be entrusted to you." Madeline looked at Leslie in shock. Though she had previously acted as a regent, that was during relatively peaceful times. Now, amidst such turbulence, the thought of taking over left her deeply uncertain. "This sister, please reconsider. I'm not capable of this." Leslie gently patted her on the shoulder. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You can do it." Madeline gazed into Leslie's resolute eyes, slowly responding. I really do this?" Leslie firmly replied, "You already have the ability to stand on your own. Both Owen and I believe in you." Hearing Leslie's words, Madeline understood that the current chaotic situation meant she could no longer hide under Leslie and Owen's wings. She needed to grow on her own. After a brief moment of hesitation, Madeline nodded solemnly. "Sister, I will do everything I can not to disappoint you." Satisfied, Leslie nodded and then turned to Charlotte. "Assist Madeline during this time." Charlotte nodded. Leslie then looked at Farola, the Lord of Celestial God Palace, and Ysera. "All of you, behave yourselves and assist Madeline properly." Under Leslie's cold gaze, the three women obediently nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, mistress, we will wholeheartedly assist Madeline." Seeing this, Leslie finally turned to the war goddess. "Let's go." The war goddess glanced at Leslie, surprised by her decisiveness. In just a few breaths, Leslie had made all the necessary arrangements. Acknowledging this, the war goddess nodded. "Very well, let's not delay any further." With that, the war goddess left the small world first. Leslie was about to follow when she noticed a pair of round, teary eyes fixed on her. Her daughter. Little Leslie's eyes were slightly red, clearly holding back her emotions. She knew her mother had important matters to attend to and couldn't stay to take care of her. But she still longed to be with her mother. Seeing little Leslie in this state softened Leslie's heart. She walked over, gently smoothing her daughter's soft hair, and comforted her in a tender voice. "I won't be gone for long. Mommy will come back soon." Little Leslie nodded vigorously. Though her eyes reddened further, she bit her lip and didn't say a word. Everyone watching felt a pang in their hearts. Though they hadn't spent much time with little Leslie, they all adored the thoughtful and well-behaved girl. When Owen left, she had been heartbroken but kept it hidden until after he was gone, only then breaking down in tears. Now, Owen had been gone for a long time without returning, and Leslie was about to leave too. For someone as young as little Leslie, it was undoubtedly hard to bear. Leslie's emotions also surged, but she steeled herself and prepared to leave quickly. Just as she turned, little Leslie couldn't help but call out, "Please come back soon." Her voice was loud, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Leslie stopped in her tracks, turned back, and embraced her daughter. "Wait for me, Mommy will be back very soon." Little Leslie nodded earnestly and said, "I'll wait for you and Daddy to come back. I'll think about you every day." Leslie smiled softly, then carried her daughter over to Serafina. "Serafina, she's your little sister. Take care of her while I'm away." Though Serafina was slightly intimidated by Leslie, she held little Leslie carefully in her arms. "I'll make sure to protect the little mistress." She tightened her grip slightly, as if to reassure both Leslie and herself. Leslie nodded, then finally left the small world. This time, Leslie moved quickly, fearing that any delay would weaken her resolve. If she stayed longer, her plans would not proceed as intended. Meanwhile, at the ancient pinnacle of the firmament, shrouded in endless chaotic light, magnificent and ancient palaces floated. This was the stronghold of the Celestial God clan under the Celestial's rule. At that moment, an ancient gate that had long been sealed slowly opened as if stirred by some unseen force. A graceful figure stepped out from the gate. She was tall, with snow-white skin and a white crown atop her head. Her invisible aura of authority weighed heavily on everyone present. As she appeared, the other celestial gods gathered their bow deeply. This was their uncrowned ruler, the Celestial God Emperor. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The ancient and powerful celestial gods greeted her in unison. The Celestial God Emperor's expression was indifferent as she swept her gaze across them. She stepped forward, each stride like a crushing weight on their spirits. Her snow-white legs seemed to trample on their very souls. Though the celestial gods were proud and gifted descendants, in her presence they had no grounds for arrogance. She possessed the most noble celestial god bloodline and a power rivaling the celestial itself. Her strength and status were second only to the two celestials. As she appeared, Loki, the trickster god who had been stirring turmoil in Pure Land, lowered his head respectfully and stood beside her. His demeanor was as deferential as that of an old steward greeting his master. Anyone witnessing this scene would be utterly shocked. Loki, infamous throughout Pure Land, was feared by countless factions. Yet now, he was Acting like a humble servant, the celestial god emperor cast a cold glance at Loki and said, "Have you investigated the matter I assigned to you?" Loki immediately stepped forward and replied, "Your Majesty, it has been confirmed. The underworld cycle has been reconstructed in the ruins of Middle-earth." The celestial god emperor nodded. "Hiding it in such a place but the cycle cannot be allowed to persist." With intrigue, she added, "Who reconstructed the cycle? Even with the Hellgrinder, establishing the cycle is no simple task." Loki's tone grew more deferential, and a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It was Owen. He secretly rebuilt the cycle. "Owen," the celestial god emperor murmured, her tone carrying a hint of familiarity with the name. "Let's visit Middle-earth. Such a barren place, could it really produce such a genius?" Loki nodded repeatedly, then hesitated before saying, "The underworld cycle is crucial to the war goddess and her rebels. If we move to destroy it, they will undoubtedly resist with everything they have." The celestial god emperor seemed unsurprised. She commanded, "The 4 guardian saints shall accompany me to Middle-earth. The other deities will remain and oversee the other dimensional Foss's actions. This time, Pure Land must be turned into a purgatory, and all living beings must once again tremble in terror." With her decree, the other celestial gods began executing the plan. However, as the celestial god emperor was about to leave, a terrifying roar erupted from the void. She turned back, gazing into the endless chaos, where an ancient prison loomed. Within the prison, a soul as pure and radiant as crystal light flickered. Chapter 482, Demon Realm's Aid. The soul of the god of light. Though trapped and oppressed within the prison, the god of light refused to yield, coldly glaring at the celestial god emperor, Sukiheim. "Sukiheim, was it necessary to act against me? The celestial may no longer exist in its old form, but the will it summon will not perish. As long as the celestial lives, so too will our resolve." This firm declaration caused a slight tremor in Sukiheim's stance. However, in the next moment, she unleashed her oppressive soul aura, locking onto the god of light's pure, crystalline essence. Her tone was icy as she spoke. "The celestial is the celestial. To defy it is rebellion, and rebellion is merely a path to death. Survival of the fittest is natural. You, as a pinnacle powerhouse, reject allegiance to the celestial in favor of your farcical democracy. How laughable." As she spoke, her eyes shimmered with divine light. The god of light, however, merely glanced at her indifferently, as though she could never grasp his innermost thoughts or the true aspirations of all mages. The god of light's unyielding defiance gradually eroded Sukiheim's patience. "If you remain so obstinate and refuse submission, don't blame me for what happens next." With that, she waved her hand. From the jade disc-like light wheel hovering behind her, 2 frigid chains shot forth, piercing the god of light's soul. The chains were unbearably cold. Even with the god of light's formidable soul, he began to weaken under their chilling grip, letting out involuntary cries of anguish. "Your soul is deteriorating," Sukiheim said coldly. "When you can no longer endure the brutal cold, you will beg for mercy." Despite the visible torment, the god of light's voice remained resolute. "My current state is indeed dire, but in the end, we will be victorious. Sukiheim, you will fail." Though his voice carried pain, his tone was as steadfast as unshakable stone. Sukiheim sneered. "Is that so? We shall see. The greater your hope, the greater your disappointment will be." With that, she ignored the god of light and turned to the other celestial gods gathered around her. "Mobilize the entire other dimensional army. This time, the rebel alliance must suffer catastrophic losses." Sensing her simmering fury, the celestial gods immediately grew serious. "Rest assured, your majesty, we will oversee this personally. Not a single rebel in Pure Land will be spared." Satisfied, Sukiheim nodded and swiftly departed with her 4 guardian saints. Loki, the trickster god, cast a glance at the imprisoned god of light, a smug grin spreading across his face. The god of light, who had long been his greatest adversary, was now reduced to this wretched state, something Loki found immensely satisfying. It was a pity the god of light still clung to life. But it wouldn't be long before this once formidable foe's soul dissolved entirely, becoming a forgotten relic of history. At that moment, following Sukiheim's command, the long-prepared other dimensional army began its advance from the barren plains. Their target, the territories of the Azure Kingdom and the Emerald Dreamscape. The army moved with incredible speed. Their march shook the earth, plunging the entire Pure Land into panic. The other dimensional forces were terrifyingly powerful and ruthless. Both the Azure Kingdom and Emerald Dreamscape responded immediately, deploying armies to intercept the invaders. However, despite their efforts, the Azure Kingdom and Emerald Dreamscape lacked the deep foundations necessary to match the invaders. After only a brief skirmish, the other dimensional forces gained the upper hand. Were it not for the meticulous preparations Leslie had made before her departure, exploiting the invaders' weaknesses, the enemy might have already overrun the Azure Kingdom and Emerald Dreamscape. Many neutral factions observing the conflict grew increasingly uneasy. The Azure Kingdom's forces, widely regarded as the strongest in Pure Land, were struggling against the other dimensional army. This hesitation extended to factions contemplating aid for Owen and Leslie. The invaders had made their stance clear. Any force aiding the rebel alliance would be deemed an enemy and annihilated. Reluctant to risk their families and domains, these factions refrained from intervening, leaving the Azure Kingdom and Emerald Dreamscape to fend for themselves. As the invaders gained the upper hand, their assault grew even more ferocious, determined to obliterate these 2 strongholds. But just as the rebel alliance seemed on the brink of collapse, a massive force from the demon realm arrived to provide aid. Within the small world, Madeline gazed at Archdemon and Ymir, her expression tinged with nostalgia. When she looked at Archdemon, her emotions grew more complex. Unlike the cold and stifling atmosphere she often felt around her sister, being with Archdemon felt more relaxed. They had become unlikely friends after Archdemon's audacious attempt to forcefully marry Owen, an event Madeline had disrupted during the wedding. Later, their shared survival in the demon abyss had forged a deep camaraderie. Seeing Archdemon again, a rare smile appeared on Madeline's face. "Thank you for coming to our aid." Her gratitude toward Archdemon was heartfelt. In these trying times, when most factions in Pure Land hesitated to act, only the demon realm stepped forward to help. True friendship revealed itself in adversity, and the demon realm clearly regarded them as allies. Archdemon smiled faintly. "It's nothing. We're only doing what we can. I'm not sure how much help we'll be." Nearby, Ysera and the others studied Archdemon and Ymir. Having witnessed Owen's duel with Cerberus, they were aware of Owen's special connection with Archdemon, but meeting her in person was a revelation. Her talent, strength, beauty, and audacity were indeed extraordinary. Serafina approached with little Leslie in tow, her eyes wide with excitement. "Archdemon sister, we meet again." Serafina had a good impression of Archdemon. Archdemon gently patted Serafina's head, a faint nostalgia in her gaze. The first time they met, Serafina had been in her snake form. Now, she had fully transformed through her bloodline and grown significantly stronger. After some brief reminiscing, Madeline turned to Archdemon with a serious expression. "Archdemon, how many forces have you brought this time?" Archdemon replied calmly. "Ymir and I are here, along with 2 throned celestials, over 30 celestial gods, and a Demon army of more than 500,000. Following the millennial cataclysm and Sargeras' attack, the demon realm had suffered significant losses. The forces Archdemon brought were their absolute limit. Madeline, understanding the toll these events had taken, expressed her gratitude again. Thank you, Archdemon. With your reinforcements, the pressure on us will ease somewhat. Archdemon nodded, aware that the current situation was dire. Even with the added forces, they were far from enough to turn the tide. The other dimensional army alone was overwhelming, and if the Celestials' forces joined the fray, they would stand no chance. We can only hold out as long as we can, Archdemon said quietly. When Owen and Leslie return, they'll turn the tide. Madeline's expression darkened. If my sister doesn't return within 3 months, I'm afraid we won't last that long. The group fell into silence. 3 months might seem like a long time, but for beings of their caliber, it would pass in the blink of an eye. By then, much of the Azure Kingdom and Emerald Dreamscape might already be in ruins. Don't worry, Mommy and Daddy will be back soon. Little Leslie's resolute voice broke the heavy silence. Her confident, childlike demeanor brought smiles to everyone's faces, lightening the oppressive mood. Archdemon and Ymir, unfamiliar with the young girl, looked at her curiously. Who is she? They asked. Chapter 483, Infernal Reincarnation of Middle-earth. Who is she? Looking at the little girl who suddenly spoke up, the Archdemon asked curiously. Madeline explained. She is little Leslie, the daughter of Owen and Leslie. Hearing this, both the Archdemon and Ymir exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. They hadn't expected that during this time apart, Owen and Leslie would already have a child. From the little girl, they could indeed see traces of Owen and Leslie. She was lively and adorable. Immediately, the two couldn't resist stepping forward, wanting to hold the little girl. However, as they were about to move closer, a figure suddenly blocked their way. Elsa, who had been accompanying little Leslie all along, stopped them, her expression wary. Though it was clear from Madeline and the others' attitudes that the Archdemon and her companions weren't enemies, little Leslie's safety could not be compromised. At this moment, little Leslie gently tugged at Elsa's sleeve. It's fine, Auntie Archdemon and Auntie Ymir are Dad's friends. They like Dad very much and won't hurt me. Hearing these words, a faint blush spread across the faces of both the Archdemon and Ymir. They indeed had strong feelings for Owen, but this was a well-known secret that almost no one ever mentioned directly. The other women present cast various glances at the two, with most of them sighing inwardly. As expected of Owen, his charm is truly unparalleled. Elsa, realizing this, had an embarrassed look flash across her face. Since Owen could attract someone as outstanding as Leslie, it wasn't surprising that other women found him equally compelling. Without Elsa's obstruction, the Archdemon and Ymir quickly approached little Leslie, curiosity evident as they asked. You know us. Little Leslie nodded confidently. Of course, I know you. Seeing how certain she was, both the Archdemon and Ymir felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if they were seeing Owen himself. Owen had always been confident, as though he had everything under control. Indeed, she's Owen's child. She's just like him, the Archdemon remarked as she gently picked little Leslie up in her arms. Back when she had considered the possibility of marrying Owen, she had imagined many outcomes, one of which was having a child with him. If they really had a child, wouldn't it be as adorable as little Leslie? The more she looked, the more the Archdemon adored little Leslie, holding her as if cradling a sacred little angel. She kissed little Leslie's snowy, radiant cheek softly, and an overwhelming maternal instinct surged within her. The desire to give her the best of everything in the world. Meanwhile, Ymir's heart swelled with protective instincts, as if little Leslie had become the most precious treasure in her life. Just as the two women were completely absorbed by the adorable little Leslie, Charlotte hurried into the small world from outside. The Celestial has made a move again. As she entered, her expression turned grave as she quickly scanned the crowd and reported. Kata has joined forces with those Celestial gods who defected to the Celestial and allied with an interdimensional army. Their forces are terrifying. Emergency reports are coming in from all directions. Hearing Charlotte's report, Venus sighed deeply. The forces they had once gathered to resist the Celestial had now become a hindrance instead. We absolutely cannot retreat now, otherwise, we might not even last until Owen and Leslie arrive. As a longtime rival of the Celestial, she knew all too well their nature, as well as the nature of Caesar and his allies. They always preyed on the weak. If they retreated now, the Celestial would surely press forward relentlessly, leaving no room to breathe. Only by putting up fierce resistance could they possibly fend off the assault. Madeline understood this too, her eyes burning with a crazed determination to kill. If they dare come, then we'll slaughter them all. Caesar still owes me a reckoning for what he did to my brother. The others present nodded resolutely. The Celestial won't show us any mercy. Let's fight them to the end. The atmosphere grew charged with intense killing intent. Nearly everyone Owen and Leslie truly cared about was now within this small world, forming the core of their current faction. Each one of them was exceptionally gifted and powerful, renowned across the Pure Land. Serafina's bloodline was now so formidable it could suppress all spellbeasts, earning her the title of the royal sovereign, among them a figure of extraordinary prestige. For Ola, the Celestial God Princess, Ysera, and Elsa were all top-tier prodigies in the Pure Land. They had already reached Celestial God levels before, but with the various resources and aid from the Tree of World in this small world, their abilities had undergone a complete transformation. As for Venus, the daughter of the God of Light, she had reigned as an unrivaled genius for several epochs. Among celestial gods, she was nearly invincible. Madeline, with her bloodline awakening multiple times, had advanced further down the path of death's calamity, refining it to perfection, a walking harbinger of death. The Archdemon, once on the brink of life due to a lifespan crisis, had her potential reignited with Owen's help, her level soaring to unprecedented heights. Although Ymir seldom revealed her strength, Owen knew well the brilliance of this support. Character. Underestimating her would come at a grave cost. These gathered individuals were undoubtedly among the strongest. No longer hiding their powers, they were prepared to shake the very foundations of this dire battle. As Madeline and the others mobilized, on the shattered Middle-earth below, a significant transformation had taken place amidst the destruction. What once was desolate land had been overtaken by lush jungles, nourished by the remains of countless beings annihilated during the millennial cataclysm. Beneath the forest floor lay the ashes of these countless lives, their essence feeding the vibrant growth above. The breeze carried the fragrance of flowers, making this place resemble a paradise of perfume. At the heart of this lush jungle stood two figures. One wore battered armor, stained with dark, ominous blood. Though she stood still, the surrounding area seemed to transform into a sea of corpses and blood. Beside the war goddess stood Leslie, her expression icy. She radiated a chilling aura that covered the verdant forest in a layer of frost. Together, they faced a colossal black millstone ahead. The ancient millstone exuded a suffocating presence, its surface glowing with dazzling lights that pulsed ominously. Leslie's beautiful eyes reflected a trace of reminiscence as she gazed at the millstone. This infernal grinder had been restored by Owen, and though his presence on it was faint, it warmed her heart. The war goddess also looked at the twisted, glowing hell grinder with a complex expression. Without Owen's restoration of this artifact, she would have been lost in the chaotic rivers of time, unable to return. Thanks to the infernal reincarnation's guidance, she had found her way back. In this, Owen had done her a great service. She believed that the Lord of Stars and others must have sensed the presence of the infernal reincarnation and would be rushing here as fast as they could. This beacon of hope must not falter. Boom! Suddenly, the entire sky trembled as if struck by a mighty force. A massive black crack appeared in the heavens, spreading chaos and oppressive energy. Throughout the void, as the torrential pressure descended, both Leslie and the war goddess looked up, their gazes unflinching. As expected, they've come. Chapter 484, Leslie and Suki-Heim. Under the gazes of Leslie and the war goddess, four terrifying figures gradually emerged from the fissure exuding chaotic energy. They seemed to embody the unchallengeable will of the Celestial, and the moment they appeared, a torrential pressure seeped into every corner of the area. Sacred protectors, the war goddess squinted her eyes, recognizing the four figures. In her campaigns against the Celestial, she had faced these four sacred protectors multiple times and was quite familiar with them. Their power had all reached the level of primordial gods, terrifying beyond measure. Moreover, their existence predated even Loki, the god of trickery, as they were ancient beings born from chaos, existing long before the creation of realms, a living testament to the passage of epics. They are not to be underestimated. When they join forces, their power surges to unprecedented levels, but if it's just them, you and I together can definitely defeat them. The war goddess spoke seriously. However, just as her words fell, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed from the sky. Each step seemed to tread directly on the hearts of those present, creating a suffocating pressure. As the sound grew louder, the four ancient figures of the Celestial immediately moved apart, forming a path of welcome. Soon after, the first Celestial god Emperor, Suki-Heim, appeared. Ancient energy swirled around her as the flowing hem of her gown accentuated her enchanting figure. Every movement carried a paradoxical blend of cold aloofness and seductive allure. Upon seeing the Celestial god Emperor, the war goddess's expression darkened abruptly. Suki-Heim, it's been a long time. I didn't expect your power to have grown so significantly, she said. At her words, Suki-Heim smiled coldly. You've aged. Since you've grown old, you should retire to the grave, not resist the Celestial. The war goddess was unfazed by Suki-Heim's reprimand. After all, Suki-Heim's status and influence were unparalleled, even within the strictly hierarchical ranks of the Celestial. It's unexpected for you to take the field personally this time, rather than staying within the Celestial. Typically, Suki-Heim, like other high-ranking members of the Celestial, merely issued commands for others to execute, focusing solely on her cultivation. But now, she had come personally. Suki-Heim ignored the war goddess's remark and instead turned her attention to the infernal reincarnation behind them. Its presence displeased her greatly. Things that are destroyed have no need to be restored. As she spoke, she raised her jade-like hand, preparing to destroy the Hellgrinder once more. However, before she could act, the war goddess leapt into the air, positioning herself as Suki-Heim's opponent. She stared coldly at her, and the vision of mountains of corpses and seas of blood surrounding her expanded rapidly, as if to turn the area into an ancient battlefield. Locked in the war goddess's aura, Suki-Heim remained composed and calmly said, "Why humiliate yourself? With your strength, you are no match for me. You're merely courting death." Suki-Heim, your power is indeed fearsome, but I haven't been idle either. The war goddess roared, and countless intricate runes of slaughter erupted from her body, spreading across the broken land of Middle-earth. In an instant, they formed an ancient array that twisted the very fabric of the realm. The war goddess's array godslayer. As the aura of the array surged into the heavens, disturbing the order, Suki-Heim shook her head. This array might work against others, but against me, it's nothing more than wishful thinking. Suki-Heim's calm words cut into the war goddess's heart like an invisible blade. The war goddess knew how terrifying Suki-Heim was, but being so blatantly dismissed infuriated her further. Suki-Heim, you're too arrogant. Her eyes shone with unyielding determination. Even if she wasn't Suki-Heim's match today, even if she fell here, she wouldn't let Suki-Heim take a single step forward. Be gone, Suki-Heim coldly declared and moved toward the infernal reincarnation and Leslie. At that moment, the war goddess's eyes blazed with fury as she charged at Suki-Heim. Come on, let's fight to the death. As she spoke, the slaughter runes surrounding her resonated powerfully, transforming into countless figures of fallen warriors who had once perished at her hands. These figures surged forward, roaring as they charged at Suki-Heim like a torrent of blood-drenched destruction. Seeing this, Suki-Heim's expression remained indifferent. She merely flicked her finger, and a dazzling point of light shot out. The moment it collided with the slaughter runes, it exploded into pale moonlight, spreading like a veil over the broken expanse of Middle-earth. As the moonlit veil passed, the void trembled, and the crimson runes resonating with the war goddess disintegrated into faint red smoke, vanishing without a trace. The radiant white light then transformed into countless blades, slicing toward the war goddess. At that moment, all of Middle-earth seemed to dissipate like a cloud of smoke. Your power is nothing before me. Suki-Heim's voice was icy, and white ribbons of light swirled around her, adding an air of supreme authority to her presence. Facing the onslaught of white blades, the war goddess's face turned pale. She had already pushed herself to the limit but was unable to inflict any harm on Suki-Heim, who effortlessly countered her attacks. The gap between them was vast, almost insurmountable. For a moment, doubt clouded the war goddess's resolve. But soon, a cold killing intent surged within her. Even if her strength fell short, surrender was not an option. Kill. In an instant, the war goddess roared, unleashing a blinding light from her body. A web of crimson killing intent spread across the heavens, entrapping everything in a murderous world. This oppressive force might have overwhelmed anyone else, but it failed to phase Suki-Heim. The countless white swords continued their relentless assault, clashing with the crimson web. Screeching sounds of collision erupted, and a cascade of sparks filled the air as the immense forces shattered the remnants of Middle-earth entirely. At this moment, Suki-Heim vanished from her position. The war goddess prepared to pursue her but was immediately surrounded by four powerful auras. The four sacred protectors had reappeared, encircling her completely. Their overwhelming presence was like a raging inferno, sealing off all escape routes. The war goddess frowned, realizing that her senses were entirely suppressed by the sacred protectors. It felt as if she had been trapped in an invisible cage. The leader of the sacred protectors smirked, his seemingly kind face betraying a chilling intent. War goddess, the emperor has important matters to attend to. Let us entertain you for a while. Don't disappoint us. As soon as he finished speaking, the other three sacred protectors unleashed mana surges akin to erupting volcanoes, launching a joint attack on the war goddess. Facing the imminent danger, the war goddess could only focus her mind, summoning a blood-red shield to fortify her armor before launching a fierce counterattack. While the war goddess engaged in a desperate battle against the sacred protectors, Suki-Heim had already approached Leslie from behind. She paid no attention to the ongoing fight, her focus entirely on Leslie. When her gaze landed on Leslie, her cold expression softened into a faint smile. Leslie, it's been a long time. Hearing this, Leslie turned slowly to face the first celestial god emperor, a figure of immense power and authority within the celestial. After a moment of scrutiny, Leslie's lips curled into a slight smile. Yes, it has been a long time. The interaction between the two resembled that of old friends, rather than enemies. This scene left the war goddess and the four sacred protectors visibly shocked. How could they possibly know each other? And why did they seem so close? Something was definitely off. Chapter 485, The Gravely Injured War Goddess. Leslie was a key figure in the rebellion against the Celestial. Suki-Heim, on the other hand, was the emperor among the primordial celestial gods and ranked second only to two other beings within the Celestial. Weren't they supposed to be natural enemies? Why, then, was this the situation upon their meeting? The expressions of the four sacred protectors grew increasingly grave. As the guardians of the divine emperor, the appearance of a unique figure like Leslie could potentially influence their lord. She had to be eliminated swiftly. With this thought firmly rooted in their minds, they changed their target, no longer paying attention to the war goddess and instead charging directly toward Leslie. The war goddess roared in fury, "Your opponent is me. Get over here." As her words fell, a crimson vortex began spinning around her, radiating immense suction power like invisible hands pulling the four sacred protectors toward her. Although the war goddess was unclear about Leslie's relationship with Suki-Heim and whether it was good or bad, Leslie was, after all, Owen's husband, a bond she and her comrades had witnessed. Deep in her heart, a shred of trust lingered. In this critical moment, she couldn't allow them to leave her battlefield. Otherwise, Leslie would face tremendous pressure against Suki-Heim, and if these four protectors joined in, there would be no chance of victory. Among the four sacred protectors, the leader, the Sky Sea Protector, formed a hand seal and prepared to strike at Leslie. However, before he could lock onto her, the crimson vortex unleashed by the war goddess pulled at him, forcing him to redirect his attack. He decided it was best to first subdue the war goddess. After all, they had absolute confidence in the divine emperor's power. In a direct confrontation, Leslie would certainly lose. Boom! At that moment, a deafening explosion echoed as the Sky Sea Protector's gathered handprint collided violently with the blood-red vortex, significantly slowing its rotation. Seizing the opportunity, the other three protectors launched attacks from different directions. Endless Thicket, Soul-Cleaving Blade, Mind Erosion. These three protectors, all beings at the primordial god level, unleashed their trump cards, their immense power leaving onlookers barely able to keep their eyes open. Sensing the rapidly approaching danger, the war goddess compressed the killing intent in her palm to its limit, forming a blood-red orb that split into three and was hurled toward her attackers. The ensuing battle rippled outward, creating a chaotic mana fluctuation and filling the space with an aura of entropy. Moments later, the war goddess's body was sent flying. Her already battered armor was nearly shattered, covered in even more cracks. Blood seeped from her body, staining the armor a deep crimson. In contrast, the four sacred protectors appeared far more composed. Their power levels were not inferior to the war goddess, and together, they completely overpowered her. Yet before they could celebrate, they noticed a blood-red mirror suddenly materialize beneath their feet. Their reflections appeared within the mirror, and the next instant, their consciousness was dragged into a phantom world identical to the real one. In this illusory realm, death would irreparably damage their minds, potentially turning them into puppets of the war goddess. This was one of the war goddess's most formidable techniques. However, though they were trapped in this mental space, the four protectors, seasoned warriors of countless battles, remained calm as they fought the blood-colored shadows of themselves. The battle was fierce, but the situation was clearly unfavorable for the war goddess. Fighting four enemies at once was beyond her capability, and the illusory mental space began to rapidly collapse. At this moment, Leslie, who had been observing silently, glanced at Suki-Heim and spoke calmly. If the war goddess truly fights to her last breath, the four sacred protectors will undoubtedly pay a heavy price. To Leslie, the war goddess was one of the rare heroines she had encountered. If it came down to the bitter end, the war goddess would never choose cowardice. The power she could unleash in such a moment was unimaginable. Suki-Heim's expression remained unchanged. To her, the four sacred protectors were nothing more than slightly stronger servants. Their lives and deaths were of no concern to her. As someone close to the Celestial's power, her thoughts mirrored theirs. Only those capable of assisting her deserved to remain under her command. Anyone else was expendable. Ultimately, the war goddess is merely a clown jumping to her death, Suki-Heim said coldly. I did not expect you to join the Rebel Alliance. It's just a faction. Why shouldn't I join? Leslie replied indifferently. Suki-Heim frowned slightly. She felt something was different about Leslie. Her tone turned serious. I need to know, are you still the person willing to sacrifice everything for the ultimate goal? This is crucial. If your heart has changed, there's no reason for us to continue cooperating. Leslie stared back at her. My resolve remains unchanged, and I am still striving toward that goal. But I must tell you one thing, I am no longer alone. I'm willing to make sacrifices for my ideals, but I won't do so blindly. In my heart, there's a new goal that stands equal to that ideal. Hearing this, Suki-Heim's face turned icy, her aura growing frigid, as though the heavens were raging and the skies darkened. Leslie's resolve had changed. Suki-Heim locked her gaze on Leslie, trying to see through her heart. After a moment of eye contact, Suki-Heim seemed to discern something. Her expression turned to shock, and she involuntarily took a step back. Stabilizing herself, she exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? You got married and you have a child with him. Have you gone mad, or have I? For the first time, Suki-Heim's composed demeanor shattered, her face filled with astonishment. Isn't it perfectly normal? Leslie asked, unfazed. Both Owen and her daughter were irreplaceable parts of her life, bringing her immense joy. Suki-Heim paused, momentarily dazed by Leslie's response. Marriage and children were indeed commonplace for mages, but Leslie, married, with a child. Even hearing it directly from Leslie, Suki-Heim found it hard to believe. Several breaths passed before Suki-Heim regained her composure. Her eyes turned cold. You've changed, Leslie. Leslie shook her head slightly. You've never experienced these things, so you'll never understand. I don't understand, and I never will, Suki-Heim replied with a cold laugh. And I don't want to. All I know is that you've fallen. The fleeting tenderness in Leslie's eyes further enraged Suki-Heim. A surge of murderous intent filled her heart. If it were anyone else but Leslie, she would have already taken their head to vent her anger. Sensing Suki-Heim's rising fury, Leslie remained calm. My personal life is none of your concern. You'd better focus on your own matters. Suki-Heim's icy glare locked onto Leslie. I will handle my own matters, but you'd better not let your personal affairs ruin ours. Then, as though struck by an idea, Suki-Heim's expression shifted to one of malicious interest. Seeing how much you care for your husband, what would you do if I killed him? The moment these words fell, the fractured void seemed to freeze, turning into a wintry hell. A wave of indescribable cold erupted from Leslie, spreading outward. The void around her was instantly coated in thick layers of ice. Chapter 486, The Token to the Celestial. The top-tier primordial gods engaged in battle all turned their attention to where Leslie stood. The chilling aura emanating from Leslie made even these powerful beings feel as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Their souls seemed on the verge of freezing, bringing a piercing pain akin to needles stabbing into their bodies. Within the freezing air, they could also sense a bone-chilling killing intent. Even though this killing intent wasn't directed at them, their hearts raced uncontrollably. They didn't dare continue looking at Leslie for fear of being locked onto by her deathly, terrifying aura. Leslie's sudden and unprecedented burst of killing intent only piqued Suki-Heim's interest further. It seems you truly have feelings for Owen. This is unlike you, Leslie. Leslie's expression grew more severe than ever. I told you before there are people I can't bear to lose in my heart. If you make a move on Owen, don't blame me for being unkind. As she spoke, her gaze grew even colder, like a block of eternal ice. Tsukihime looked at Leslie's icy demeanor, finding this version of her full of emotion far more interesting than the detached Leslie she once knew. She also understood that Leslie was not one to make empty threats. If she truly acted against Owen, Leslie would likely sever ties with her immediately. Thus, Tsukihime chuckled softly and said slowly, since you care so much about Owen, as you wish, I won't lay a hand on him. She then added, you should understand my power and means. You might intimidate others, but you cannot threaten me. This time, as you wish, I'll let Owen live but only because I find it more interesting to keep him alive, nothing more. Also, does your husband even know what your ultimate goal is? If he did, could the two of you still be so affectionate with each other? Ah, how amusing this all is. A faint look of anticipation appeared on Tsukihime's face. Leslie's expression darkened as a vague unease stirred within her. She glared at Tsukihime and angrily shouted, enough. Seeing Leslie's reaction, Tsukihime refrained from pressing further, knowing that any more would cause Leslie to turn against her completely, a scenario she saw no need to provoke. At the same time, Leslie's care and attention toward Owen intrigued Tsukihime deeply. She knew better than anyone the pride in Leslie's heart. For a man to earn Leslie's wholehearted devotion was something Tsukihime had once thought impossible. After all, Leslie's talent and character were beyond the comprehension of most men. Yet reality had slapped her in the face. Owen, that young man, was incredibly fascinating. Thinking of this, a mischievous plan involving Owen began to take shape in Tsukihime's mind. Although she had promised Leslie not to kill Owen, she hadn't promised not to meddle with him. Such an intriguing man, how could she not meet him for herself? Noticing the shift in Tsukihime's expression, Leslie grew wary and asked curiously, what are you scheming? Tsukihime feigned calmness, smiled faintly, and retorted, what could I possibly be scheming? As she spoke, her expression quickly returned to tranquility, as if nothing had been planned at all. Then, as if something occurred to her, Tsukihime flipped her hand and retrieved a unique glowing orb from her storage ring. The orb, though only palm-sized, radiated an extraordinary energy. It seemed as if neither time nor space could influence or affect it in any way. After taking out the orb, Tsukihime handed it to Leslie. Take this. This is the token to unlock the god of deities and gain true entry to the celestial. With your current strength, you are qualified to hold this token and settle old scores. Hearing this, Leslie accepted the orb. Gazing at the artifact capable of penetrating mountains, her expression grew complicated. However, she didn't dwell on it for long and quickly stored the orb in her storage ring. You didn't need to deliver this personally, Leslie remarked after some thought. Tsukihime offered no explanation. She merely waved her hand lightly and said, the item is in your hands now. My task here is done, so I'll take my leave. After speaking, Tsukihime turned to the four sacred protectors and said, let's go. Today's events end here. The four sacred protectors were stunned. Leave suddenly. Never mind the fact that infernal reincarnation was right before them if destroyed, it would trap the Lord of Stars and the others in the chaotic streams of time and space, greatly benefiting the Celestial. Not to mention that the War Goddess, now surrounded in an extremely precarious state, would surely die if they continued their assault. Yet the Divine Emperor was ordering them to leave. Abandoning such a golden opportunity was beyond their comprehension. Tsukihime glanced coldly at the four sacred protectors and asked, is there a problem? Her words carried the weight of mountains, causing the four sacred protectors to tremble. Their magic and life force were suppressed to the extreme, as though a single thought could end their lives. They immediately bowed deeply. Divine Emperor, we have no objections. Satisfied, Tsukihime nodded and promptly departed with them. After they left, the War Goddess steadied herself, stabilizing her injuries before walking over to Leslie. She examined her closely. The War Goddess had believed she understood Owen well enough. But she hadn't anticipated that Leslie had such a close connection to the primordial celestial gods, especially Tsukihime. Could Leslie also be a primordial celestial god? Or was she of the same origin as the primordial celestial god Emperor? Otherwise, with Tsukihime's personality, she wouldn't treat Leslie as an equal. However, the War Goddess had participated in many battles against the Celestial and had thoroughly studied Tsukihime and the primordial celestial gods. Tsukihime was the sole existence among the primordial celestial gods, with no peers or blood relatives. After all, primordial celestial gods were unique beings born of the heavens and earth, devoid of familial ties. But if they weren't kin, why was their relationship so extraordinary? Thinking of this, the War Goddess noticed similarities between Leslie and Tsukihime's personalities. Both were incredibly proud individuals. If not for some inherent connection, they wouldn't even be interested in understanding each other. Miss Leslie, what exactly is your relationship with Tsukihime? After much deliberation, the War Goddess finally voiced her confusion. Leslie, however, didn't answer directly. She simply said, that's none of your business. Hearing this, the War Goddess frowned deeply. Leslie's current status was too crucial and special. If her ties to the Celestial were indeed closed, it could mean the entire plane would become a playground for the Celestial. After all, Leslie was now a core figure in the Rebel Alliance and a fearsome force at the pinnacle of power. Any issue with her would spell disaster for the rebellion against the Celestial. If you're considering making a move against me, forget it, Leslie said, her gaze fixed on the War Goddess's fluctuating aura. Then she looked toward infernal reincarnation and said, stay here. The Lord of Stars and the others should return soon. With that, Leslie turned to leave. The War Goddess took a deep breath and asked, where are you going? Leslie replied flatly, that's none of your concern. But your daughter and sister are waiting for you, the War Goddess said hesitantly. Leslie didn't respond. The War Goddess wanted to press further, but she suddenly noticed infernal reincarnation trembling violently. In the distance, glowing lights began to approach rapidly. Sensing the unique energy emanating from infernal reincarnation, the War Goddess's expression lit up with joy. Just as Leslie had said, the Lord of Stars and the others were returning. Chapter 487, Tsukihime's Scheme. Before the god of deities that leads to the Celestial. Tsukihime, who had just arrived from the fractured Middle-earth, suddenly grew solemn. As if realizing something, she turned to look back at the chaotic battlefield within Pure Land. A faint smile appeared on her flawless face. The four sacred protectors accompanying Tsukihime asked curiously, Divine Emperor, do you have any orders for us? Tsukihime shook her head and said, nothing. You go to the Celestial first. I have some matters to attend to. Hearing this, the four sacred protectors exchanged glances, each seeing the confusion in the other's eyes. Why was the Divine Emperor staying here? The three sacred protectors turned to the lead great protector, who swallowed hard before mustering the courage to ask. Divine Emperor, should we stay to assist you? Tsukihime slowly shook her head again. You can go. Why would I need your assistance? The great protector nodded, fully aware of the Divine Emperor's strength. They could also sense a trace of icy anger in her tone, which made them lower their heads in silence, not daring to speak further. In the past, many sacred protectors had accompanied Tsukihime, but now only these four remained by her side. This alone spoke volumes about her temper. Once the four sacred protectors quieted down, Tsukihime's gaze returned to the fractured Middle-earth, focusing on the infernal reincarnation. She muttered softly to herself. The Lord of Stars and the others are almost here. Once they arrive, the chaos in Middle-earth will soon be quelled. However, such a resolution will likely turn into a drawn-out war of attrition. If it's just endless slaughter, that's far too dull. Tsukihime narrowed her eyes, and an inexplicable gleam flickered in their depths. She tore through the void and saw the otherworldly powerhouses within Pure Land. During the attack on the Azure Kingdom in Emerald Dreamscape, these otherworldly mages displayed exceptional brutality and dominance, their power far exceeding the mages of Pure Land. They were clearly the elites of the other plane. Among them, Tsukihime's gaze lingered on one figure of a voluptuous woman wielding a longsword. The energy emanating from this woman was astonishingly potent, palpable even across the great distance. Though a woman, her performance on the battlefield was extraordinarily valiant, akin to a seasoned general. Not bad, not bad. Let's use you to make this conflict more interesting, Tsukihime mused aloud before turning to the silent Great Protector and asking. What's her background? The Great Protector, responsible for intelligence, naturally had detailed information on these otherworldly powerhouses. Following Tsukihime's gaze, the Great Protector quickly located the woman. After a moment of contemplation, he opened his eyes and reported. Divine Emperor, her name is Dolores. She hails from another plane and is one of its top talents. Born into nobility, she is unparalleled in her domain, with terrifying power. She was gifted from a young age and once accidentally entered the Sea of Chaos, further refining her abilities. She later enrolled in the most prestigious Divine Heart Academy in her plane and graduated as its top student. Subsequently, she joined the Heavenly Emperor Empire as a vanguard general, achieving remarkable feats. She is the youngest celestial god mage of her plane. After hearing the report, Tsukihime nodded slightly. Based on the information provided, this prodigy named Dolores was indeed exceptional, with both great talent and extraordinary luck. To reach this level at her age requires both talent and fortune. Quite intriguing. A contemplative glimmer flashed in Tsukihime's bright eyes. Such a top-tier otherworldly prodigy was precisely the type she sought, someone worthy of being used for her schemes. Dolores may be a top prodigy from another plane, but what about Owen? Tsukihime suddenly asked. At the mention of that name, the Great Protector flinched, his expression betraying a mix of complex emotions. As someone responsible for intelligence, he had received countless reports about Owen, each detailing one miraculous feat after another. Even within the Celestial, Owen's name was legendary, often the subject of intense debate. Owen's talent, combat prowess, and mindset were utterly unlike anyone they had ever encountered. Divine Emperor, though it's difficult to admit, with our current strength and status, we are not qualified to assess Owen. It wasn't reluctance that held him back, but rather the fact that Owen's abilities far exceeded their comprehension. Any evaluation they provided would be inherently flawed. The other three sacred protectors chimed in. From Owen's rise to his current status as a dominant figure, his growth has been unimaginably rapid, unparalleled by any other genius in history. Indeed, I've studied Owen since his emergence. His talent is immeasurable, and his combat abilities are terrifying. No mage of equal rank can rival him, and even those a full tier above him fall short. The more the four sacred protectors spoke about Owen, the more astonished they seemed. To them, Owen's existence was almost unfathomable, a being beyond imagination. Even the so-called children of destiny paled in comparison to Owen. Seeing their apprehension, Tsukihime's interest in Owen only deepened. After a moment of thought, she asked, what about his cultivation techniques and magical skills? The Great Protector shook his head. We don't yet know the specifics of his techniques, but their power is terrifying. From the continents of Middle-earth and Pure Land to the Forbidden Zone and even the Celestial, no. Similar techniques have been found. Tsukihime nodded thoughtfully before saying. So, in your view, there's no comparison between Owen and Dolores. The four sacred protectors exchanged glances and replied earnestly. None whatsoever. The gap between Owen and Dolores is simply too vast. Though Dolores is a top prodigy from another plane, compared to Owen, the difference is insurmountable. With Owen's talent, even the Celestial might struggle to fully comprehend him. Hearing their unanimous assessment, Tsukihime smiled enigmatically. In that case, Dolores shouldn't stand a chance against a peerless genius like Owen. Her words left the four sacred protectors dumbfounded, their expressions filled with confusion. Yet, it seemed Tsukihime had devised an extraordinary scheme. Noticing their puzzled looks, Tsukihime chuckled softly and said, Dolores is a peerless prodigy from another plane, brimming with immense fortune. Using someone like her might reveal Owen's past, present, and future. Hearing this, the four sacred protectors turned pale. Tsukihime's ominous words hinted at her signature puppet magic, a terrifying technique that could bind someone to her will. Once ensnared, the victim's fate would be entirely under her control, a prospect even the sacred protectors dreaded. Meanwhile, on a red-soiled plain, a massive army had gathered, exuding a formidable aura. These troops hailed from another plane, their momentum unstoppable. At the center of the army sat a woman with a striking figure, a blood-red longsword standing beside her. She was immersed in comprehending some profound order, her body surrounded by a dense mana field. The soldiers gazed at her with deep reverence. Dolores was their idol. Her beauty and combat prowess were unmatched, making her a spiritual leader. To fight alongside her was the highest honor. Under Dolores' command, they had advanced relentlessly, crushing all opposition. Taking a deep breath, Dolores slowly opened her radiant eyes, staring into the distant void. Chapter 489, like a dream, like an illusion. The smile on the inheritor's face was like a clear spring flowing deep into the heart, softening Dolores' expression. For her pride and to remain the foremost prodigy of the realm, Dolores chose to agree. She decided to follow the inheritor, training and tempering herself alongside him. Thus, Dolores began to cultivate with the inheritor. The inheritor's swordsmanship was exceptional, and with the support of the Godslayer staff, he seemed invincible. Even though Dolores' blade skill surpassed the era, they still could not compare to the sword Dharma form contained in the supreme sword. Moreover, as her interactions with the inheritor deepened, she learned more and more from him. Her blade techniques improved daily. Her progress in swordsmanship was equally rapid. As time passed, the agreed date for their rematch arrived. This time, the two fought for half a day, and Dolores emerged victorious. Her deep understanding of swordsmanship meant she was no longer as overwhelmed as before, while the inheritor had devoted too much energy to teaching Dolores. Dolores gazed at the inheritor who had taught her for months, her expression somewhat complicated. This once peerless prodigy had been defeated by her. She had clearly won, yet in her heart, Dolores did not feel much joy. Instead, she felt a sense of bewilderment and loss. However, the Divine Heart Academy rejoiced. This inheritor of the Godslayer staff had previously appeared like a comet, defeating countless peerless geniuses. Even Dolores had only managed to draw with him. This had greatly impacted the prestige of the Divine Heart Academy. Fortunately, the Academy had now emerged victorious and even secured the legendary Godslayer staff. Under the Academy's arrangements, the mentors aggressively pressured the inheritor to quickly hand over the Godslayer staff. Dolores initially wanted to speak up for the Inheritor, but her pride ultimately kept her silent. In the end, the Academy successfully obtained the Godslayer staff from the Inheritor. Because of her outstanding performance, Dolores also acquired the Divine Blade. With the combined power of the Godslayer staff, Dolores rose to unparalleled prominence. She became a shining figure within the Academy and across the entire realm. Compared to before, she was even more legendary, an existence others could not rival. During her continued ascent and cultivation, she occasionally heard that the Inheritor had ventured into the perilous Spellbeast jungle for training. After that, she completely lost all news of him. Her heart inexplicably felt hollow. She could still remember the small courtyard where the Inheritor had earnestly taught her swordsmanship. She also recalled the moment when she defeated him, his eyes filled with astonishment and a trace of relief, as if her victory brought him more joy than his own. As time passed, Dolores graduated from the Divine Heart Academy as its most outstanding student in history. Not long after, she suddenly heard news about the Inheritor's situation. He had survived the Spellbeast jungle years ago and later achieved great military success for an ancient empire, becoming a renowned figure. Upon hearing this news, Dolores felt genuinely happy. After so many years, she finally had word of the Inheritor again. What made her even happier was that this once brilliant prodigy had not fallen, he continued to shine with dazzling brilliance. For the first time in years, a smile appeared on her face. Subsequently, as the Academy's most outstanding graduate, she was invited to attend a grand wedding. However, to her utter surprise, at this wedding, she saw that young man again. The Inheritor still looked like a youth sunny and bright, as though time had left no marks on him. Seeing him again, Dolores felt a fleeting illusion, as if it was the first time they had met. But now, the Inheritor was dressed in a formal suit, as one of the wedding's main protagonists. He was the Empire's great general, marrying the Empire's grand princess. In the eyes of all the guests present, the Inheritor and the princess were a match made in heaven. After all, the Inheritor's talent and strength were unparalleled, and he had helped the Empire conquer vast territories. Meanwhile, the grand princess was the embodiment of beauty and grace. Their union would become a celebrated story, passed down through the ages. Yet this celebrated story sounded utterly grating to Dolores. As the wedding proceeded smoothly, Dolores exchanged glances with the Inheritor several times. The once concerned and attentive young man now looked at her with nothing but a faint sense of detachment. It felt as though an invisible mountain now stood between them. The look in the Inheritor's eyes pierced Dolores' heart like a sharp blade, making her feel an inexplicable ache, as if a wound was bleeding within her. During the wedding, she moved like a soulless puppet, going with the flow. It wasn't until the Inheritor, accompanied by the princess, approached to pour her a drink that she snapped out of her daze. However, the Inheritor merely spoke a few polite words. His completely unfamiliar demeanor almost shattered Dolores' composure. Yet in this formal setting, she could only suppress her emotions. She drank alone, quietly watching the Inheritor's figure, her heart drowning in memories of the past. Everyone else was filled with joy, the event a resounding success. Dolores alone remained cold and distant. After the wedding banquet, it was time for the newlyweds to retire to their bridal chamber. The thought of the Inheritor being with the princess utterly broke Dolores' composure. A surge of killing intent erupted from her eyes. She wanted to kill. While everyone else was immersed in the festive atmosphere, Dolores rose silently and made her way to the bridal chamber. Entering the room, she glanced at the princess and immediately knocked her unconscious. Her gaze then fell upon the Inheritor. After all these years, who would have thought our reunion would be here, at this moment? Dolores looked at the Inheritor, her eyes flickering with indescribable emotion. The past is the past, the Inheritor sighed softly. Before he could finish, Dolores interrupted seriously. If you weren't marrying her, would you marry me? The room instantly fell into a brief silence. Dolores' heart raced, anticipation tightening her chest. She wanted a definite answer from the Inheritor, believing that he must have feelings for her. Too, otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm. After a brief pause, the Inheritor slowly replied, do you want the truth or a lie? Dolores froze for a moment before answering, a lie. The Inheritor smiled faintly, I would marry you. Dolores' body trembled slightly, her rosy lips pressing together. In the truth. The Inheritor glanced at Dolores and said with an inexplicable firmness, I would marry you. Dolores' heart was thrown into chaos. She couldn't tell if he was being truthful, but as he spoke, she felt as though her entire being was immersed in warm spring water. Are you serious? Dolores stared intently at the young man before her. The Inheritor smiled. I swear this promise is eternal. Dolores' heart shook violently. The Godslayer staff she had been gripping fell helplessly to the ground with a deafening thud. In that moment, memories of the past flashed before her eyes, and tears rolled uncontrollably down her cheeks. I've spoken my heart. Now, leave. The Inheritor gently shook his head. Regret can only remain regret. You will find someone better. As he spoke, the Inheritor tenderly wiped away her tears. This gentle gesture took Dolores back to the past. Back then, the Inheritor had stood before her, patiently teaching her swordsmanship. Even when she defeated him later, his face only showed a contented smile. At this moment, everything became clear to her. Simultaneously, a bold idea surfaced in her mind. She would take the Inheritor away. Chapter 488 Puppet Magic. When Dolores opened her eyes, a trace of solemnity flashed through them, as if she could see through the void and observe the chaotic situation in the Pure Land. Outside the Emerald Dreamscape, Madeline personally led her troops and annihilated hundreds of thousands of iron-blooded warriors. She truly lives up to the title of this generation's Death's Calamity. For Ola, the Lord of the Celestial God Palace, and Ysera have also taken action, making the Emerald Dreamscape impenetrable and impossible to conquer. Outside the Azure Kingdom, there's even a little girl, physically formidable, who crushed 100,000 stone warriors in her wake. In that archdemon terrifying in strength, growing fiercer with each battle. Beside her, a woman commands countless magical artifacts, slaughtering through the army as though walking through an empty field. Even after Owen's disappearance, the Azure Kingdom and the Emerald Dreamscape have managed to hold out this long, thanks to these women standing as their backbone. Owen's companions seemed to be far too many. Dolores muttered to herself, her expression growing increasingly grave. Though the army she led was advancing with unstoppable momentum, she was well aware it was because they had yet to encounter Owen's companions. If they did, even with her confidence in her own strength, defeating them would not be an easy task. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she failed to notice a faint and unremarkable glimmer descending erratically from the heavens, ultimately entering her brow. Once the light entered her brow, a translucent thread extended from her brow upward, disappearing into the sky. It resembled a fishing line that had hooked a big fish but refrained from reeling it in. Dolores yawned, suddenly feeling drowsy. This caused her to frown immediately. With her cultivation level, her spirit was perpetually vigorous, even going without sleep for a long time wouldn't be an issue. Why was she suddenly so tired? She instinctively tried to shake it off, but soon, an overwhelming sensation of enlightenment about order surged into her, making her feel she was steadily approaching the level of a primordial god. A smile immediately appeared on her face. It seemed that her years of conquest had finally reached a tipping point, leading to qualitative transformation. She was drawn closer to becoming a primordial god. She didn't want to miss this opportunity and immediately began focusing entirely on her enlightenment. Quickly, the sensation of fatigue swept over her entire body, causing her to gradually close her eyes. Dolores didn't know how long it had been since she last dreamed. This time, it felt like a lucid dream. In the dream, she saw her past, her familiar family, her familiar academy. It was as though time had reversed. This peculiar dreamlike sensation made a trace of curiosity flash across Dolores' face. Although she didn't know why she was dreaming, her inherently proud nature wouldn't allow her to be second best, even in a dream. Now that she was back in the past in this dream, she resolved to once again become the best. To her, retracing her past would also solidify her foundation, which was beneficial for her growth. After carefully recalling her past, Dolores formed a plan in her heart. Your adventure continues at Empire. In this lifetime, she would still become the best in her family and the most legendary student of the Divine Heart Academy. She glanced at her student uniform from the Divine Heart Academy, frowning slightly. Judging by her attire, she seemed to have just joined the academy and had not yet become a legendary student. The quickest way to become a legendary student was to defeat the current legendary student. If she remembered correctly, her past self had made her name at this point in time. However, perhaps because this was a dream, she no longer possessed the same luck as before and didn't directly become the academy's legendary student. Even so, with her knowledge of the past and her innate pride, she refused to be inferior to her former self. Thus, during a conflict between the Divine Heart Academy and the Elemental Academy over a hidden realm, Dolores found an opportune moment. Like a seasoned hunter, she orchestrated events so that the students from the Elemental Academy targeted the current legendary student of the Divine Heart Academy. Under their combined assault, even though the legendary student was exceptionally gifted, they were no match for many opponents and suffered severe injuries. However, the Elemental Academy also sustained heavy losses. At this moment, Dolores appeared, reaping the rewards of her scheming. She not only eliminated the current legendary student but also wiped out the students from the Elemental Academy, seizing all the opportunities within the hidden realm and becoming the biggest victor. She emerged as the avenger for the previous legendary student and a hero who elevated the Divine Heart Academy's reputation. Naturally, such a hero was promptly acknowledged and nurtured by the Academy, earning her the title of the new legendary student. Although the process differed from her original path, the outcome remained unchanged. This experience thrilled Dolores immensely. After all, she had achieved her goal through strategy and planning, without relying on the favor of fortune. Her excitement only grew as she set her next target on the Academy's famed Apocalypse Blade. It was said that this divine blade, left behind by a former headmaster, possessed immense power. The competition among students for this blade was intense, even resulting in casualties. However, with her memories of true cultivation, her breakthroughs were unstoppable. These students were no match for her. As the blade was about to fall into her hands once more, a prodigy claiming to be the inheritor of the Godslayer staff suddenly appeared, aiming to acquire the blade from the Academy. The divine blade, being sentient, chose only the worthy. This prodigy swept through the Divine Heart Academy, defeating its so-called geniuses, leaving them utterly humiliated. The Academy had no choice but to send Dolores to face him. After all, the mentors were senior figures, and taking action against a young prodigy might harm the Academy's reputation. The appearance of the Godslayer staff's inheritor disrupted Dolores' original plans. Still, she was curious about this prodigy. After all, he had not appeared in her original memories. She didn't dwell too much on it. This was, after all, just a dream. The emergence of some anomalies was to be expected. However, upon meeting the inheritor of the Godslayer staff, Dolores suddenly had the uncanny sense that she was meeting someone destined. His sunny smile and resolute face left a deep impression on her. To test her limits and for the Academy's honor, Dolores decided to give this inheritor a challenge. If she won, he would hand over the Godslayer staff. If she lost, she vowed to obey him without question. The inheritor, eager to hone his swordsmanship, agreed to her terms. Their duel became the talk of the Academy. Everyone was curious about the sudden appearance of the inheritor of the Godslayer staff, a legendary artifact renowned across realms. The duel took place under the watchful eyes of countless spectators. The battlefield was packed to capacity. On the day of the duel, the two fought for an entire day and night, ending in a draw. We'll fight again in the future. Dolores was stunned to find herself meeting a true rival, her heart filled with astonishment. Her intense competitive spirit made her unwilling to admit defeat. She was determined to defeat this inheritor, no matter how long it took. The inheritor, having gained much from their battle, agreed to her proposal. To ensure her ultimate victory and maintain her unbeaten legend, Dolores began closely observing the inheritor's every move. Her actions were quickly noticed by the sharp-sensed inheritor. Are you trying to learn my swordsmanship? He asked with a smile. Dolores hesitated, about to deny it, when the inheritor chuckled and said, if you're interested, we can exchange techniques. I'm also curious about your blade arts. Chapter 490, Destiny's Link. Take the young man away from here. Once this thought appeared in her mind, it became an unstoppable surge. Without hesitation, she made her decision. She truly took the young man away from what was supposed to be his wedding night. After taking him away, the two of them arrived at a desolate plain. On the vast expanse of the plain, free from worldly constraints, they were like two untethered wild horses, galloping freely. Will you love me forever? Will you always be good to me? Will we always be together, never parting? Dolores' questions echoed across the plain. Her series of questions was met with the young man's most passionate response. Two hearts touched in that plain. Afterward, the two shared their first experience on that plain. Dolores couldn't sleep the entire night. That low, husky voice, which could make the heavens themselves swoon, echoed endlessly. As dawn approached, Dolores finally awoke from her drowsy state and turned to look at the young man beside her. Her gaze was filled with sweetness, but the young man was no longer there. Looking around at the familiar surroundings, Dolores felt as though she had just experienced an incredibly long dream. The dream felt so real, so vivid that it etched itself deep into her soul. Because on her chest, there was now a special mark. To find that young man, she traveled to every corner of the realm. No matter how much effort she poured into her search, she found no trace of the young man. It was as if he had completely vanished after that night. And yet, the madness and passion of that night lingered in her mind as though it had happened just yesterday, leaving an indelible impression. Where are you? Dolores scanned the plain. It hadn't changed much compared to before, except this time, there was a figure on the plain. The moment she saw that figure, Dolores' body trembled uncontrollably. Although it was just a silhouette, she recognized it instantly. At that moment, the young man turned around to look at her. He was still as sunny and bright as ever, with a faint smile on his lips, as though nothing in the world could leave a mark on him. Dolores was overwhelmed with excitement. She dashed toward him like the wind, holding him tightly as if trying to merge him into her body, never to be apart again. The young man gently patted her back, his face still adorned with a gentle smile. Dolores, are you doing well? The sound of the inheritor's voice seemed to awaken a painful memory in Dolores. Her eyes burned with anger as she stared at him, speaking one word at a time. The promises you made to me back then, were they all lies? The young man responded calmly, no, I only lied about one thing. Dolores' voice trembled as she asked, which one? The young man looked up at the sky. You know I never loved you. From now on, let's go our separate ways and be well. The young man spoke slowly. As these words left his mouth, a slight tremor ran through Dolores' heart. Watching the young man's departing back, she instinctively wanted to chase after him, but he had already turned away and left. In an instant, all the beautiful memories, all the sweetness and longing from the past, shattered like glass. What was left was the bloody reality. Her once vibrant heart quickly turned cold, as though it had been slashed by the shards of her shattered memories, leaving bloody fissures. Owen, you heartless bastard, if I don't kill you, I, Dolores, swear I am not human. As her angry roar shook the plain, Dolores' emotions exploded with a surge of overwhelming power. Thinking back on her experiences with Owen, it all seemed like a deliberate scheme. To think she had been manipulated by such a heartless man. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. What she didn't know was that above the sky, Tsukihime seemed to sense something, a faint smile forming on her lips. She gently twitched the translucent thread on her finger, as though controlling a puppet, beginning to influence Dolores below. As the puppet thread was established, Dolores gradually awakened from the illusion. At that moment, she felt as though the entire world was collapsing and disintegrating. Meanwhile, as Dolores stood in the middle of the plane comprehending order, a radiant light burst from her body. Within this light were profound insights into order, elevating her strength to a new level, as though she had been enlightened. With her newfound strength, Dolores' perception of her surroundings deepened further. She glanced down at her chest. At that moment, there was a kiss mark on her chest. Was it all just a dream, or was it real? Why did it feel so incredibly vivid? No matter what, Owen, you dared to betray me. Even in this time and space, you will pay the price. With those words, an intense and terrifying chill spread from her body. Dolores disappeared from the spot in an instant. Although everything that had just occurred seemed to have happened in an instant, in reality, she had experienced an incredibly long past. Her unique emotions and hatred for Owen felt as fresh as if it had just happened. As Dolores left the plane, consumed by extreme anger, Tsukihime's figure appeared. Mysteriously, she watched Dolores' departing figure, the smile on her face growing more pronounced. Interesting, truly interesting. Now, this will be quite the spectacle. Owen, oh Owen, I hope you'll enjoy the gift I've prepared for you. Tsukihime chuckled softly and prepared to stay and watch the show. Meanwhile, deep within the demon abyss, Owen sat cross-legged in a dilapidated, dark hall. Countless streams of mana surrounded him like dense clouds, encasing him in a massive maze-like cocoon. The special magical aura and life force emanating from Owen stunned the descendants of the Divine Mountain, leaving them speechless. Mountain Lord is truly an unparalleled prodigy. How little time has passed, and his strength has advanced by leaps and bounds again. But what order is Mountain Lord cultivating? Why is it so terrifying yet impossible to sense its essence? Perhaps Mountain Lord is creating his own order. I've heard that truly terrifying beings refine their own order, walking a path unique to themselves. Mountain Lord clearly fits that description. The Divine Mountain tribe discussed fervently. Although Owen hadn't been in seclusion for long, the growing power emanating from him made it unimaginable how fearsome he would be upon emerging. This was undoubtedly good news for them. The stronger Owen became, the more likely it was for the Divine Mountain to reclaim the glory of the ancient Alps. However, Owen's growing strength also increased the pressure on them. As descendants of the Divine Mountain, they didn't want to hinder the Mountain Lord. To keep up with him and contribute to future battles against the Celestial, they were all working hard to cultivate. They aimed to fight alongside the Mountain Lord and become his trusted allies. At this moment, Owen paid no attention to the others, his focus entirely on comprehending various orders. After all, his natural understanding of the Tao was not as profound as Leslie's, who could independently forge her own path of dominion. Fortunately, with the system-provided order enhancements, Owen's understanding of his future path, his unique order, deepened by the day. As his comprehension grew, Owen strongly felt that once he fully grasped it, he would undoubtedly achieve an order capable of rivaling the Celestial. When that time came, even the Celestial would be nothing to fear. Yet, as Owen remained in seclusion, a faint and nearly imperceptible glimmer emerged. Entering his body, a fleeting sense of being locked by destiny flashed through Owen's mind. Chapter 491, The Celestial intervenes in battle. At the same time, as Owen was deep in seclusion, Dolores, consumed by extreme anger, quickly joined the battlefield. This time, she was determined to make Owen pay. Outside the Emerald Dreamscape, Madeline personally led her forces, annihilating hundreds of thousands of troops from the alternate dimension. Her name, known in the Pure Land, resounded even louder. Previously, many major factions were familiar with her primarily because she was Leslie's sister and one of the closest individuals to Owen. Many underestimated her strength, but in this moment of greatest peril, she stepped forward, confronting the main forces of the alternate dimension. Her displayed power far exceeded anyone's imagination. Meanwhile, Vorola, the Lord of the Celestial God Palace, and Ysera defended the other three positions around the Emerald Dreamscape, gaining significant advantages. They held back the enemy forces, halting their advance. Their names, already renowned in the Pure Land, became even more legendary. As for Serafina and the little girl, they turned the battlefield into their playground. Relying entirely on their powerful bloodlines and indestructible physical bodies, they wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Each strike brought massive casualties to the forces of the alternate dimension. Everyone was shocked by Serafina, who appeared sweet and adorable but was outrageously brutal and ferocious in battle. In the battlefield involving the Archdemon and Ymir, they fought as if they were in a no-man's land, forcing the alternate dimension's army to retreat step by step. The Rebel Alliance's fame reverberated throughout the Pure Land. No one could have anticipated the terrifying power of the Rebel Alliance once it erupted. However, the losses and retreats of the alternate dimension's forces didn't last long. This was because the Celestial's elite warriors joined the fray. In the outer area of the Emerald Dreamscape, a bald monk from the Celestial suddenly descended onto the battlefield. Upon his arrival, the entire battlefield was enveloped in an unimaginably brilliant golden radiance. Bathed in this golden light, everyone felt as though they were trudging through liquid, their movements entirely restrained. Madeline was the first to sense the terrifying power of a law emanating from the bald monk. The death aura radiating from her body was instantly nullified upon contact with the golden light, dispersed by the unique waves it carried. Under the overwhelming power of destiny, your only path is death. Why struggle? Accept your fate. The bald monk's robes turned into liquid, wrapping around his fists. Then, he threw a punch toward Madeline. With a single punch, golden fist imprints appeared in the void, multiplying and streaking toward Madeline like meteors, forming a golden streak of light. Boom, the fist imprints grew larger in Madeline's eyes. As the crisis of death loomed, she attempted to enter her special death's calamity state. But the punch, swift as lightning, struck her chest before she could react, smashing her backward as her chest caved in. One move, with just one move, the bald monk defeated Madeline, who had previously been comparable to the war goddess. In that instant, the chaotic battlefield fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at the bald monk in disbelief. Bright King, it's actually him. He was once a staunch opponent of the Celestial and a top leader, rumored to have been eliminated by them. Who would have thought he's now their lackey? The Bright King was one of the leading figures in resisting the Celestial, and his power has only grown more terrifying. The Celestial's core figures have joined the battle. This is bad news. Countless Pure Land mages closely following the battle looked grim. Previously, when the alternate dimensions forces launched their large-scale offensive, the Emerald Dreamscape and Azure Kingdom were at a disadvantage, while Madeline and others stepped in to turn the tide. The Celestial had not sent out its top-tier powerhouses, aside from figures like Caesar. Now, the Celestial seemed to have lost patience. After injuring Madeline, the Bright King immediately launched an assault on the Emerald Dreamscape. With him leading the charge, there was almost no strong resistance in his path. On another front, Caesar and others appeared to have gained power boosts from the Celestial, overwhelming Venus and the forces holding them back, forcing them to retreat repeatedly. Under Dolores' command, the army advanced even faster, and Dolores' methods grew increasingly ruthless. The entire Emerald Dreamscape, besieged on all sides, teetered on the brink of collapse. From the counterattack launched by the Emerald Dreamscape to their current crushing defeat, the battle shifted dramatically in an instant. However, just as the Pure Land's forces were overwhelmed by shock, the War Goddess, accompanied by the Lord of Stars and other top warriors opposing the Celestial, returned to the battlefield. With their arrival, the collapse of the Emerald Dreamscape's defenses was temporarily stabilized, but this stability didn't last long. As if aware of the return of the Lord of Stars and the War Goddess, the bright sky above the Emerald Dreamscape darkened. Endless clouds gathered from all directions, blocking out all light and plunging the world into shadow. Within the darkness, countless mages in the Emerald Dreamscape were horrified to see an enormous shadow coiling in the void. The colossal figure scraped against the void, emitting blinding sparks. Every mage who glimpsed that shadow felt an overwhelming sense of despair, as if its full emergence would herald the end of this world. Serpent of the End, the unique divine beast symbolizing death and beginnings, descended upon the Emerald Dreamscape. With the appearance of this terrifying divine beast, many mages in the Emerald Dreamscape immediately collapsed into blood mist, their essence absorbed by its scales, which took on a sinister crimson hue. The god of alchemy, who had been observing the battlefield, frowned deeply. Even with his battle-hardened experience, he felt a chilling sense of danger emanating from this magical serpent. He realized that this terrifying divine beast was far beyond his capabilities. Still, he chose to act. At this moment, aside from himself, there were no other top-tier powerhouses left in the Emerald Dreamscape. If he didn't take action, the Emerald Dreamscape would undoubtedly be destroyed by the Celestial Serpent. Thus, the god of alchemy, one of history's strongest mages and a longtime opponent of the Celestial, charged into the dark clouds alone. Every mage in the Emerald Dreamscape looked up at the radiant light streaking toward the Celestial, placing their hopes in the god of alchemy. But to their horror, within just 3 breaths, the god of alchemy suffered unprecedented devastation. His body was shredded into fragments by countless flying scales, as if dismembered by 5 horses. The severed flesh instantly lost its vitality and cohesion. Blood dyed the dark sky red, and blood rain fell in a chilling drizzle. The god of alchemy's soul tried to escape, but the serpent opened its massive jaws and devoured it in one bite. The god of alchemy was dead. Every mage in the Emerald Dreamscape was struck with terror. The god of alchemy was immensely powerful, considered part of the first tier of strength. After Venus and Caesar, yet in one encounter, he was reduced to fragments, his soul consumed. From start to finish, the god of alchemy was utterly suppressed, unable to mount any resistance. After eliminating the god of alchemy, the serpent of the end did not stop. It opened its massive jaws once again, devouring countless mages below. The entire Emerald Dreamscape descended into a blood-soaked nightmare. Chapter 492, The Defeat of the Emerald Dreamscape. In this terrifying massacre, nearly 1/10 of all life in the Emerald Dreamscape became food for the divine beast's insatiable hunger. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the War Goddess and top warriors of the Rebel Alliance, including the Lord of Stars, arrived just in time to force the Serpent of the End to retreat. However, everyone knew that with the Celestial now intervening in the battle, even with the return of the War Goddess and the other top warriors, the final outcome could no longer be changed. At most, they could only delay the inevitable. Moreover, if the Celestial decided to further escalate its involvement, it would only be a matter of time before the Emerald Dreamscape became a thing of legend. Countless mages of the Pure Land sighed in despair. The Celestial was still the Celestial, supreme and unmatched. Once it decided to exert its full power, it was impossible to resist. While the Pure Land was gripped by despair, Vanessa, standing in the small world, stared blankly at the tree of world before her, looking like a soulless puppet. Venus watched Vanessa in her dazed state, unsure of how to console her. The death of the god of alchemy was a heavy blow to everyone, but for Vanessa, once the heiress of the Alchemist Guild, it was an unbearable shock. All Venus could do was gently pat Vanessa's back, hoping she could recover from her sorrow. Soon, after all, this was not the end, it was only the beginning. Elsewhere near the Tree of World, Madeline, who had been gravely injured by the Bright King, sat cross-legged in a river radiating vibrant life energy, doing her best to heal her wounds. The Bright King's power was overwhelming. The wounds on her body still carried traces of the golden radiance he had left, preventing them from healing and causing her excruciating pain. Her brows furrowed deeply, and her stunningly beautiful face trembled slightly from the agony. During the Bright King's attack, she had been utterly crushed. If not for her ability to unleash a sudden surge of power as death's calamity in her severely injured state, she would likely have perished at the Bright King's hands that day. Beside Madeline, Ysera, the Lord of the Celestial God Palace, Seraphina, the Dark Elf Queen, and others were also dealing with varying degrees of injuries. Thankfully, they had managed to escape alive. Now, with the concentrated life energy of the small world stabilizing their injuries, they would recover in time. Elsa, acting as a healer, busied herself treating their wounds and replacing tattered garments. Her face grew increasingly pale. Although she didn't know the exact details, it was clear that everyone here, Owen and Leslie's closest and most powerful allies, had suffered devastating injuries. How dire had the situation become for things to reach this point? The thought sent Elsa into a quiet panic as she turned to the War Goddess with a pleading look. War Goddess, what should we do now? Her voice trembled slightly. Though Elsa was a capable mage, her abilities were far inferior to those of Madeline and the others. Seeing them so severely injured, Elsa felt utterly helpless, her composure shaken. The War Goddess remained silent for a moment before glancing at Venus and replying slowly. There's no need to worry too much just yet. Although the situation is dire, we haven't reached the point of total despair. The Lord of Stars is already strategizing, and we can still buy some time to figure out a plan. Even though Venus knew these words were meant to comfort Elsa and the others, she couldn't help but feel a pang of unease. Time was a luxury they didn't have. Although the Lord of Stars was rallying other mages to put up resistance, and the returning mages were among their most elite, they could only barely stabilize the situation. This fragile balance hinged entirely on the Celestial refraining from deploying additional top-tier powerhouses. Should the Celestial send more heavyweights, their slim chances of survival would vanish entirely. The War Goddess, noticing Venus's concerns, walked over to her and spoke quietly. From what I know, the Celestial is unlikely to send more reinforcements against us this time. The internal strife among the Celestial has reached a critical stage. They care far more about their own lives and power than they do about us. Although Venus was aware of this, hearing the war goddess confirm it allowed her to relax slightly. Venus then asked earnestly, if the celestial doesn't send more reinforcements, how much longer can we hold out? The war goddess looked up at the sky. We should be able to hold out for a while, at least until the celestial decides on their final successor. Venus froze for a moment and turned to the war goddess. After the celestial settles their succession, will we still have a chance? The celestial's inability to eliminate them outright was due to the balance of power between two rival factions within the celestial. Without this balance, their situation would be extremely precarious. Once there was only one ruling celestial, nothing would hold them back, and their doom would be inevitable. Seeing Venus's deep worry, the war goddess gently shook her head. Just as the celestial has its trump cards, so do we. However, we can't use them lightly. They must be loyed at the critical moment to achieve the greatest impact. Hearing this, Venus finally showed a faint smile. It was clear that both the war goddess and the Lord of Stars had made extensive preparations for this day. The war goddess nodded slightly and was about to speak further when a soft, childlike voice came from not far away. Auntie, hasn't my mom come back yet? Everyone froze at the sound and turned toward its source. Perched on one of the branches of the world tree, little Leslie stood gazing into the distance. As if searching for Leslie and Owen, the sight made the war goddess and the other's eyes grow misty. Owen had fallen into the demon abyss, and Leslie's whereabouts were unknown. At such a tender age, little Leslie had already lost the companionship of both her parents. The war goddess fell silent. Leslie's close relationship with Sukiheim, the celestial emperor, was something even the war goddess found hard to believe despite having witnessed it firsthand. After all, Sukiheim was a figure even she deeply revered. Be a good girl, little Leslie. Your mom must have gone to find your dad. They'll be back soon, the war goddess said with firm conviction. Really, will mom and dad come back together soon? Little Leslie's eyes lit up. After a brief pause, the war goddess nodded decisively. Of course, look at who your parents are, they're the most brilliant prodigies in the world. Hearing this, little Leslie finally relaxed. She seemed to think of something and looked toward Serafina, who was recovering beneath the world tree. Aunt War Goddess, Aunt Venus, I heard from Serafina that you're hurt badly. Did someone bully you? Tell me, okay, I'm really strong now, and I can help. Little Leslie patted her chest confidently, her determination clear. Seeing little Leslie's puffed up cheeks and spirited expression, the war goddess and the others couldn't help but smile, their hearts warmed by her cuteness. Her protective nature reminded them of Owen and Leslie, both of whom were formidable yet fiercely protective. Don't worry, little one, those bullies won't be smug for long. Besides, no matter what happens, it's our job to protect you, not the other way around. As she spoke, the war goddess felt an overwhelming affection for little Leslie and gently kissed her on the cheek. The others surrounded little Leslie, comforting and encouraging her. With little Leslie's cheerful presence, the somber mood began to lift. But this reprieve didn't last long. Charlotte rushed into the small world, delivering intelligence reports compiled into booklets, which she handed to Madeline and the others. After reading them, the war goddess and Venus's expressions turned grim. Without delay, they left the small world. Seeing them leave in such a hurry, Elsa quickly worked to soothe little Leslie, asking her to wait for their return. Chapter 493, 3 years, a precarious situation, and Owen's return from seclusion. Everyone glanced at little Leslie, knowing the situation was growing increasingly urgent. Be a good girl and rest well here, Elsa said gently, stroking little Leslie's head as she led her into the grand hall to sleep. Little Leslie obediently nodded, letting out a small yawn. In that instant, the chaotic aura within the small world began to churn, transforming into a boundless ocean, its waves surging with an overwhelming mana fluctuation. Within this chaotic aura, countless ancient order runes flickered like brilliant stars. Elsa stood frozen, dumbstruck. Such an extraordinary phenomenon had been triggered by nothing more than a simple action from little Leslie. It was utterly unprecedented. After a moment, Elsa recovered from her shock, her gaze toward little Leslie filled with astonishment. So this is Owen and Leslie's child. This level of talent is beyond anything we've ever seen. The war goddess and the Lord of Stars underestimated her completely. Time passed. In the small world, Madeline and the others who were recovering from their injuries gradually returned to their peak condition. The aura emanating from each of them was incredibly powerful, even stronger than before they had been injured. Vanessa, who had been immersed in grief, finally emerged from her sorrow. She swore to tear the serpent of the end to pieces and avenge her father. Fueled by this determination, her cultivation took on a frenzied intensity. With her inherent talent and the enriched laws of the small world, her strength grew rapidly. Seeing Vanessa regain her resolve, the Lord of the Celestial God Palace, Farola, and the others were delighted. Vanessa's remarkable potential, once unlocked, promised she would play a crucial role in the battles ahead. With most of them fully recovered, they launched an immense counter-offensive. Serafina and Madeline teamed up to strike the alternate dimension forces with ghost-like precision, wiping out hundreds of thousands in a flash. This sudden lightning assault sent shockwaves across the Pure Land. No one expected that, amid the rebel alliance's apparent collapse, they would dare to launch such a bold counterattack. While Serafina and Madeline struck, the Azure Kingdom's army, long prepared, also sprang into action. The advanced technological weapons they had developed were unveiled on the battlefield. Electromagnetic cannons, airborne motherships, death rays. These technological marvels caught the alternate dimension forces off guard, sparking curiosity and attention from the Pure Land mages. Unlike the mages, mana-based combat, these weapons could be operated by ordinary people using electric power alone. Their destructive force rivaled that of legendary magical artifacts. In no time, technology became a buzzword throughout the Pure Land, and countless mages began to study this previously overlooked power. Beyond these mysterious technologies, the collaboration between Moss Giants and Black Iron Dwarves drew immense attention. The Moss Giants, with their formidable physiques, were unstoppable when equipped with battle armor crafted by the Black Iron Dwarves. They became walking meat grinders on the battlefield, cutting down the alternate dimension forces with terrifying efficiency. Even celestial god-level opponents struggled to contend with the Moss Giants, as the resonance among their battle armors created an unbreakable formation. Meanwhile, the Dragon Clans showcased their elite bloodlines, dominating the skies. Their unpredictable tactics made them almost impossible to track or kill. Other armies that had previously allied with Owen also moved into action. This time, the Azure Kingdom seemed to be betting everything on one final, decisive battle. At first, their surprise attack yielded substantial advantages. But as the alternate dimension forces regrouped, the Azure Kingdom and the Rebel Alliance found themselves in a precarious situation once again. The Celestial deployed 2 more of its 10 divine beasts to the battlefield, in addition to the Serpent of the End. Moreover, alongside the Bright King, other crownless kings of the Celestial gods joined the fray. The combined forces of the Azure Kingdom and the Emerald Dreamscape were no match for this overwhelming offensive and suffered one defeat after another. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Emerald Dreamscape had fallen completely, and the Azure Kingdom was reduced to its capital and a few core regions. The rest had been seized by the Celestial and the alternate dimension forces. In the small world, the survivors exhausted after a year of constant struggle gathered to prepare for the new year. Though the atmosphere was lively, with nearly all the leaders assembled, the mood was heavy. Instead of festive joy, most cast distant gazes filled with melancholy. 3 years had passed, and there had been no news of Owen or Leslie. It was as though they had vanished from existence. Over these years, everyone had grown stronger and more composed, but the most notable transformation was in little Leslie. Now 3 years old, she had grown into an adorable little girl, much like Serafina. Of course, Serafina's lack of physical growth over the years contributed to their similar appearances, despite her own substantial increases in strength. Little Leslie had once asked daily about her parents, yearning for any news of them. But over time, she seemed to understand something and stopped asking. Instead, she would often stand atop the world tree, gazing into the distance. No one knew exactly why she did this, but Leslie herself knew it was her way of praying for her parents' safety. She wished with all her heart for their safe return. Today, as usual, she climbed the world tree. 3 years, Dad, Mom, where are you? I'm 3 years old now and have been good, just like Auntie says. I know Auntie and the others are working hard, and they miss you too. I miss you so much. Please come back soon so we can be together again, okay? The warm sunlight bathed little Leslie, her figure emanating a quiet, lonely determination. Watching this scene, Madeline and the others felt their eyes grow red, their hearts heavy. Over these years, they had watched little Leslie grow. She was obedient and considerate, never causing trouble. In fact, she often comforted them, helping ease their burdens. Her maturity was far beyond her years, but it only made them ache for her even more. The war goddess, Venus, Madeline, and the others stood together, their expressions somber. The Azure Kingdom's situation was perilous beyond words. Were it not for the deep respect Owen and Leslie commanded, the kingdom would have long since fragmented. Yet, their remaining strength was insufficient to hold on much longer. The combined onslaught of the celestial and the alternate dimension forces was growing. Fiercer by the day, even with their defensive strategy, they knew they couldn't last much longer. Owen, Leslie, when will you return? Their eyes shone with desperate hope. Deep in the demon abyss, a deafening roar shook the realm. The entire demon abyss quaked violently, as though an apocalyptic earthquake had struck. The countless creatures inhabiting the abyss were startled, scanning their surroundings in terror, searching for the source of the disturbance. Their gazes turned skyward as celestial phenomena unfolded. Stars appeared, only to be devoured by a strange black hole, dimming the once bright sky. In the ruined dark temple, Rachel's eyes snapped open as she sensed the disturbance, gazing into the depths of the temple. The descendants of the divine mountain, gathered nearby, also wore expressions of excitement and anticipation. 3 years had passed. Was the mountain lord finally emerging from seclusion? Under their watchful eyes, Owen, seated at the temple center, began radiating waves of order. These waves expanded outward, creating a dazzling display of extraordinary phenomena. Chapter 494 Welcoming the mountain lord returned from seclusion. The infinite black hole devoured the universe. Countless shadows of powerful figures appeared in the void, emerging from the past, the future, and parallel timelines. At this moment, Owen's figure became the center of all existence. Seated at the heart of the dark temple, Owen slowly opened his eyes. His deep, ink-like gaze plunged the world into endless darkness as soon as they opened. A terrifying devouring force swept across the four corners of the world. In the demon abyss, the chief and others swiftly gathered around, staring at Owen in awe. From Owen's body, they felt an unimaginable order fluctuation. Merely being near him made their own order tremble, as though it were on the verge of being pulled and devoured. Every one of them was under immense pressure. When Owen slowly stood, the oppressive force he exuded was as thick and overwhelming as a tidal wave, causing their spines to creak under its weight. At the same time, they bowed deeply, greeting him in unison. Welcome back, Mountain Lord. Their collective voices resounded like thunder. Owen, however, did not immediately respond, his attention drawn to the system notifications flashing before him. Congratulations, Master. Your strength has reached Supreme God tier. Congratulations, Master. Your soul has evolved through the succubus progenitor, achieving eternal indestructibility. Congratulations, Master. Mana Void has advanced to eternal rank. Congratulations, Master. You have comprehended your own unique Tao law, Chaos Devour. Chaos Devour, an unrivaled rule unique to the Master. Everything can be devoured, and all laws bow before it, surpassing the celestial. Chaos Devour has birthed 4 eternal techniques, like Dark Seal's eternal rank, Supreme Order eternal rank, Endless Devour eternal rank, and Chaotic Annihilation eternal rank. A smile appeared on Owen's face as he read the notifications. 3 years of comprehending his Tao law had finally borne fruit. Though it seemed like only 3 years, in that unique state of comprehension, it felt as though millennia had passed. During this time, his soul, thanks to Rachel's earlier assistance, had successfully reached the eternal indestructible tier. At this level, even if his physical body perished, his soul would persist eternally, making him an unkillable and enigmatic existence. Even the Lord of Stars, the God of Light, and the War Goddess were slightly inferior to him in terms of soul tier. Moreover, the significant enhancement of Mana Void brought him immense joy. Previously, this unique field ability had been of great help but had lost its efficacy as his opponents grew increasingly powerful. Now, having evolved to eternal rank, Mana Void could once again shine in his hands. However, what thrilled Owen the most was finally completing his own unique Tao law, Chaos Devour. This was now his most powerful Tao law, though he had yet to test its true power, even Owen could not fathom the extent of its terror and strength. Chaos Devour was a unique existence formed by comprehending other Tao laws and fusing them with his bloodline. While its ultimate power remained unknown, Owen felt confident that, with Chaos Devour, he could now obliterate the Celestial. Satisfied, Owen nodded and gradually reined in his oppressive aura, restoring his usual calm demeanor. As his energy stabilized, those around him felt a profound and ethereal wave emanating from him. Once again, they called out loudly, "Greetings, Mountain Lord." Owen stood there, unfathomable and serene. Even the powerful elders of the Divine Mountain, who had grown stronger over the past 3 years, could not discern the depths of his power. Facing him, they felt an instinctive reverence, as though gazing upon an insurmountable peak. The stronger Owen became, the happier they were, for he was their Mountain Lord. Owen's strength symbolized the resurgence of the Divine Mountain. Seeing their reverent expressions, Owen stepped forward and helped the chief and others to their feet. "There's no need for formalities. From now on, we are all family," Owen said with a warm smile. He then lifted his gaze toward the sky. "Now, we have work to do." The chief and the others were momentarily stunned, then turned their attention to Owen. Owen smiled faintly. "Before entering seclusion, I said that when I emerged, it would mark the rise of the Divine Mountain." Hearing these words, everyone's spirit soared. Even the older warriors like the chief felt their breaths quicken. Ever since the Divine Mountain had been cast into the demon abyss, the strongest desire of its descendants had been to escape and take revenge on the Celestial. But repeated failures had drained their hope. Before they could succumb to despair, the Mountain Lord appeared, reigniting their dreams. Now, with the Mountain Lord's breakthrough in strength, the prospect of revenge against the Celestial felt within reach. Revenge, revenge, the descendants of the Divine Mountain roared passionately, their blood boiling. Amid their fervor, Owen remained composed, speaking with gravity. This path of vengeance will not be easy. The world outside is now under the Celestial's dominion, and you must be prepared for the challenges ahead. The Celestial's power is at its zenith. To oppose them means risking annihilation. Hearing Owen's solemn tone, the chief and the others laughed heartily. Mountain Lord, we have fought the Celestial for years. Though we lack your strength and courage, we have never feared them. Our bloodline carries the will to resist the Celestial. As descendants of the Divine Mountain, we have long cast aside fear of death. For revenge, we will follow you to the end. Where the Mountain Lord stands, there stands the Divine Mountain. The chief's words resonated, and the others echoed them with fervor, their voices shaking the heavens. Their eyes burned with determination, their gazes toward Owen filled with reverence. To them, Owen was not only their Mountain Lord but also the inheritor of the Divine Mountain's will. For the Divine Mountain, they would follow Owen, even if it meant dying on the battlefield. Owen looked at their faces, both young and old, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. Avenging the Divine Mountain could not wait. Raising his eyes to the heavens, Owen declared. Let's go. This time, we will turn the Celestial upside down. As his commanding voice echoed, the others unleashed their oars and roared in unison. Amid the thunderous cheers, Owen seemed to become a radiant beacon of light. Watching from afar, Mary and the others smiled faintly. Owen was still Owen, he hadn't changed, and whatever he set his mind to, he would succeed. Mentor, I think Owen is starting to sound like a cult leader. Raina remarked, glancing at Owen, who was surrounded like a king. Despite her jest, she couldn't help but nod with a smile. At that moment, Owen's charisma and power were undeniable. Even Raina felt her resolve waver, wanting nothing more than to fight alongside him. Lana lightly pouted. This guy can't stop stirring things up, can he? As they discussed, Rachel approached them. Sister Raina, why don't we leave together? You'll be part of the Divine Mountain soon anyway. Hearing this, Raina hesitated. Opposing the Celestial meant risking complete annihilation. Find adventures on Empire. Initially, they had joined the Divine Mountain simply to survive, not to challenge the Celestial. But Raina's hesitation didn't last long. Mary suddenly whispered to her via telepathy. Mentor, why don't we join the Divine Mountain? Maybe we can help Owen. Mary had always admired Owen. Though she now understood the vast gap between them, her admiration had transformed into a deep respect. She hoped that by joining the Divine Mountain, she could contribute to his cause. Chapter 495, The Final Battle. As Raina hesitated, Lana spoke up decisively. We've already been part of Divine Mountain since the beginning. We've eaten at Divine Mountain, lived at Divine Mountain, and now that Owen is the Mountain Lord of Divine Mountain, we've been his people all along. Raina's lips twitched slightly at these words. While there was some truth to them, hearing it said so plainly felt awkward. Seeing Raina still silent, Mary thought for a moment before speaking softly. Mentor, with the turmoil in the Pure Land, do we really have any choice but to join Divine Mountain? Raina fell silent. It was true. The current world was far from peaceful. Following Owen was likely the only way to enjoy any semblance of stability. Other factions couldn't compare to Owen's Azure Kingdom. Most of them didn't even dare face the Celestial directly, instead cowering under its oppressive rule. After a brief silence, Raina turned to Rachel. From now on, we'll follow you, Lady Rachel. Rachel smiled warmly. From now on, we're all family. She was well aware of Raina's complicated history with Owen and was happy to welcome them into the fold. Raina and the others nodded, taking a deep breath as they turned their gazes toward Owen, who stood at the center of an adoring crowd. For a long time, Raina had tried to avoid dealing with the events that had transpired between herself and Owen. But now, she decided it was time to stop running. Not long after, Owen led the Divine Mountain forces out of the drastically altered Demon Abyss, charging toward the Pure Land. As they departed, the Demon Abyss quickly returned to its eerie silence. In the Pure Land, after 3 years of continuous warfare, the conflict had reached its climax. The Rebel Alliance had been forced back to the capital of the Azure Kingdom. The surrounding areas of the capital had all but fallen. Under the leadership of Dolores, the Bright King, and the Serpent of the End, the alternate dimension army advanced relentlessly. Despite the Azure Kingdom's soldiers fighting valiantly, the gap in strength was insurmountable. Additionally, the Celestial had deployed more powerful forces. Led by the trickster god Loki and others, Caesar and his allies had crushed the Emerald Dreamscape and encircled the Azure Kingdom. Though Madeline and the others quickly consolidated their defenses, shifting from offense to defense and adopting a strategy of tactical retreats, it wasn't enough. The combined forces of the Celestial and the alternate dimension army were simply too overwhelming. Nearly every major faction in the Pure Land believed that Madeline's strategies were nothing more than futile resistance, incapable of altering the inevitable outcome. With the armies of the Celestial and the alternate dimension now fully united, even holding the capital was a laughable notion. At their current rate of attack, the Azure Kingdom won't last more than 6 months, even if they hold on with all their might. 6 months. I doubt they have the strength to endure that long. I'd say they'll fall within half a month at most. The fall of the Azure Kingdom is just a matter of time. If the Celestial and the alternate dimension army truly go all out, they could surround the capital and seal the fate of Madeline and her forces within 3 days. Many factions in the Pure Land discussed the matter, with all eyes fixed on the Azure Kingdom's capital. Reports of shocking developments only heightened their attention. The 7 most powerful deities under the Celestial Emperor have been deployed, sweeping across the Azure Kingdom and annihilating the Cloud Empire and other forces aligned with it. One of the divine beasts, the Serpent of the End, has led attacks that have shattered the kingdom's once impregnable fortresses. Other divine beasts under the Celestial have joined the fray, including a massive ape calling itself King Kong. Emerging from the earth wielding a battle axe, it tears through mountains and rivers as if cleaving the heavens themselves. And then there's the legendary 9-headed hellhound, which has devoured countless mages. These reports sent shockwaves across the Pure Land. Many had thought these divine beasts and deities to be mere myths, but now they had appeared in full force, brutally crushing the Azure Kingdom. Among them, the 9-headed hellhound was the most active in the siege of the capital. Having already devoured scores of mages, it appeared insatiable, ready to consume the dense population of mages within the city. As it approached the capital, its 9 grotesque heads bared bloody fangs, viscous saliva dripping from its gaping maws. But just as it stepped closer, it abruptly halted, its gaze fixed ahead. There, standing tall, was a man surrounded by starlight. Slender and graceful, his face was fair and his eyes sparkled with the brilliance of a galaxy, as though they could draw anyone's soul into their depths. Lord of Stars, the hellhound's raspy voice echoed as it addressed the figure, a glint of wariness flashing in its eyes. Though it had planned to devour everyone in the capital, the Lord of Stars' sudden appearance made it hesitate. From this man, it sensed an overwhelming aura of danger. The Lord of Stars, gazing coldly at the monstrous hellhound that had wrought so much death and destruction, locked eyes with it. The 9-headed hellhound, one of the Celestial's 10 divine beasts. Disgusting. The 9-headed hellhound was the king among all hellhounds, its colossal form resembling a mountain. Its aura of death and destruction was potent enough to overwhelm even the mighty dragon clans. Each divine beast possessed immense power, comparable to a primordial god. Yet in the eyes of the Lord of Stars, their strength was still inferior to his own. He had refrained from acting immediately because, behind the Hellhound, two more imposing figures loomed, the massive shadow of a serpent and a majestic, domineering presence. The three figures stood together, their combined oppressive might causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. In the small world, Madeline, Ysera, and the others read through the reports coming from various fronts, their expressions dark. The combined forces of the alternate dimension and the celestial were advancing too ferociously. The Azure Kingdom's armies could not mount effective resistance. In mere hours, the retreating Azure Kingdom forces had been overtaken and suffered heavy casualties. Cities that once belonged to the Azure Kingdom had fallen, becoming scenes of unspeakable carnage. The reports filled them with anguish, yet they could do nothing. Their hearts bled as they watched their loyal citizens, steadfast to the very end, fall in battle. For the Azure Kingdom, War Goddess, how much longer can we hold out? Madeline, now acting as regent, could not tolerate the current situation. She slammed the table in fury, her eyes blazing with fire. The War Goddess, standing beside her, wore a similarly grim expression but remained relatively composed. After careful consideration, she shook her head. Given the might of the celestial and the alternate dimension armies, she had little confidence in their ability to hold out. She looked toward the horizon beyond the small world and said, "At this rate, our next battle may very well be our last." Her words plunged the small world into silence. Though harsh, everyone knew they were true. If they couldn't repel the coming assault, they would become nothing more than footnotes in history. And deep down, none of them were confident in their chances. The ferocity of their enemies was beyond anything they had faced before, with strength in numbers that seemed insurmountable. Despite knowing the bleak odds, the War Goddess was the first to step out of the small world. Venus followed close behind. Ysera, the lord of the celestial god palace, Farola, and the others took a deep breath, their faces growing resolute as they turned to little Leslie. "Little Leslie, we're heading out for a while. Be good and stay here, okay?" Chapter 496, Brutality. At this moment, Serafina approached and said, "We'll be leaving for a while, and it might be a long time. Just stay here quietly and wait for us." Little Leslie looked around at everyone, her small face serious. "Aunties, big sisters, please let me go with you this time. You've refused me before, but this time, let me come." "No," Serafina and the others shook their heads firmly. "You're still too young. When you grow up, you can fight alongside us," Ysera added, trying to reason with her. "I'm strong now. I can definitely help you. Besides, if all of you lose, where else can I go?" Little Leslie said, her eyes reddening. Her words plunged everyone into silence. They knew the harsh truth. If this final stand failed, even with little Leslie remaining in the small world, she would have no place to survive. "If you're going to follow us, you must promise to behave and not run around. Do you understand?" Madeline finally spoke, her tone serious. Little Leslie nodded repeatedly. "I'll be good, I promise." Madeline turned to Archdemon, Ymir, and the others. "Little Leslie will stay by your side. You must ensure her safety at all costs." Archdemon and the others nodded solemnly. "For little Leslie, we'll protect her with our lives." Their determination was evident. Little Leslie was not only Owen's daughter but someone they all adored and admired. Seeing their resolve, Madeline glanced beyond the small world and nodded. "Then let's go. This time, we'll give it everything we've got." Beneath the capital of Azure Kingdom. Among the Celestial's divine beasts, the Serpent of the End, the giant ape King Kong, and the nine-headed Hellhound stood like three towering mountains, dominating the heavens and earth. Each one of them possessed top-tier power, and together, their combined aura twisted the surrounding space into a distorted spiral. Inside the capital, every mage felt a bone-chilling dread, their scalps tingling with fear. Beside the three colossal beasts, Loki, spider-like in form, moved swiftly across a sticky web, closing in from a distance. Behind him followed Caesar and the celestial gods who had surrendered to the Celestial. When they arrived, Dolores appeared, clad in resplendent battle armor, exuding an oppressive and commanding presence. Her flawless face was icy cold, her gaze fixed on the capital before her. To her knowledge, Owen was the emperor of the Azure Kingdom, and this capital was his stronghold. Now that the Azure Kingdom was on the brink of collapse, if Owen was still alive, he would surely appear here. A swirl of complex emotions churned in her heart. At that moment, Bright King, the bald monk beside her, cast a compassionate yet solemn glance her way. Why is the general's heart disturbed? His hoarse, low voice carried across the battlefield, drawing the attention of the others. Both the alternate dimension forces and the Celestial's top-tier fighters turned their curious gazes toward Dolores. To the alternate dimension forces, Dolores was synonymous with power. Despite being a woman, her valor and strength had suppressed countless champions. With victory so close at hand, why would her heart be unsettled? For the Celestial's elite, Dolores was an especially unique figure. She had captured the attention of Lady Sukiheim, a fact widely known among the upper echelons of the Celestial. Being valued by Lady Sukiheim was a rare honor. Now, seeing Dolores' distraction, they couldn't help but focus on her. Dolores remained expressionless, her demeanor unwavering. She gave no indication that their inquiries concerned her in the slightest. She was lost in thought, wondering what emotions might surface if she encountered Owen here. As Dolores ignored them, the others turned their attention back to the gates of the capital. At that moment, the tightly shut gates slowly opened. The War Goddess led Venus and the others out, while the Rebel Alliance's celestial gods readied themselves for battle, warily observing the fearsome forces at the gate. Lord of Stars, War Goddess, we meet again. The Serpent of the End transformed into an eerie young man, his pupils black and white, glaring intently at the War Goddess and Lord of Stars. Among the gathered forces, only these two posed a significant threat to him. Facing the Serpent of the End stare, the Lord of Stars stepped forward, meeting his gaze coldly. "It's been years, and to think a mere snake could grow into such a formidable creature. Thanks to you, your relentless campaigns against my kind caused heavy casualties. If not for that, I wouldn't have ascended to the throne as the divine beast under Lady Sukiheim's command." The Serpent of the End's tone grew icier. "How many of my kin have you slaughtered over the years? Today, it's time for you to pay the price." Instantly, a ferocious and violent magical aura locked onto the Lord of Stars, clearly marking him as its target. In truth, the Serpent of the End paid little attention to anyone else besides the War Goddess and the Lord of Stars. Hearing the Serpent of the End's arrogant words, the War Goddess sneered coldly. "Then try it. The one who falls here today might just be you." Her disdainful gaze only stoked the Serpent of the End's killing intent. A terrifying chill filled the air as his pupils gleamed with murderous light. At the same time, Loki squinted, his gaze settling on Ysera, standing behind the War Goddess and the Lord of Stars. His expression turned icy. Ysera, though she was his daughter, met his gaze head-on without flinching. To her, Loki was no father. He had abandoned her and her mother, behaving like nothing more than a beast. "Ysera, what do you think you're doing?" Loki's icy voice rang out, dripping with false concern, like a father chastising his wayward daughter. "Loki, it's time to settle our score. For my mother's vengeance, you will pay the price, Ysera." replied coldly. Meeting her fiery gaze, Loki's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. As a general trusted by Lady Sukiheim, he roared with fury and issued his command. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The order had barely left his lips when Caesar and the other celestial gods under the Celestials' command charged at full speed toward the Azure Kingdom's capital. Seeing Loki's command to attack, the War Goddess and the Lord of Stars were not to be outdone. Letting out primal roars, they charged forward like untamed beasts, leading their forces into battle. As the War Goddess and the Lord of Stars unleashed their overwhelming primordial god tier auras, mages below the celestial god level were crushed by the oppressive force. They could barely breathe, let alone move. Under the constraints of this terrifying pressure, the battlefield was effectively limited to celestial gods and above. Take care of little Leslie, Madeline ordered Archieman and the others before stepping into the battlefield defined by the War Goddess and the Lord of Stars. At that moment, she fully activated her death's calamity bloodline. An endless aura of death corroded time and space, saturating the heavens and earth. Shrouded in this ominous aura, she exuded an air of highborn iciness, like a deity presiding over death itself. The celestial gods of the Azure Kingdom unleashed their most powerful energies, forming earth-shaking waves of magical force. Boom! The void between the two sides erupted continuously, with chaotic auras surging and countless order runes flashing before scattering like fireflies amidst the chaos. Chapter 497. The battle begins. The two forces faced off, their terrifying mana fluctuations forming massive ripples that spread outward between them. The void in front of the two sides was torn apart, creating enormous rifts that seemed capable of devouring everything. From a distance, the stronghold of the Celestial and the invaders from the alternate dimension appeared to face the Rebel Alliance and the forces of the Azure Kingdom across a pitch-black void, like opposing sides separated by an endless, desolate universe. Mages below the Celestial God level continuously retreated, unable to withstand the aura of death emanating from the clash of these opposing forces. Even the faintest ripple of energy that reached them was enough to obliterate them entirely. At this moment, standing at the forefront of the Celestial's forces, the Serpent of the End swayed its massive tail and lunged toward the Lord of Stars. Lord of Stars, today, we settle this once and for all. With a thunderous roar, accompanied by an overwhelming mana tide, the Serpent of the End's voice echoed across the battlefield, shaking many mages to the point of spitting blood. They stared in horror as the colossal serpent loomed closer, its venomous killing intent reflected in its enormous eyes. Surrounded by radiant stellar energy, the Lord of Stars stood as though enveloped by a swirling cosmic galaxy. A mere defeated beast dares to challenge me, he said coldly. The Lord of Stars glanced at the giant ape King Kong and sneered. And you, brute, come together. It would be too dull otherwise. King Kong's eyes blazed with fury at the insult. Beating its chest with fists like hammers, it unleashed deafening booms that reverberated through the air before charging at the Lord of Stars. Lord of Stars, this time, I will tear you apart. Two of the Celestial's divine beasts were now on the offensive, their overwhelming power shaking the heavens and the earth. Yet the Lord of Stars remained calm, his hands coming together as countless rays of starlight converged from all directions, forming a radiant stellar armor around him. The armor amplified his aura, emanating an indomitable and destructive power. He threw a punch, shattering the cosmic expanse. Black cracks filled with terrifying energy fissured outward, hurtling toward his foes. Sensing the ferocity of the Lord of Stars' attack, both King Kong and the Serpent of the End grew wary and launched their counterattacks. Boom! Holy Fist Impact! Corrosion Ray! The two divine beasts unleashed their strongest attacks to nullify the Lord of Stars' strike. Their clashing magic tore through the battlefield, shaking the heavens and earth. The shattered starry expanse expanded even further, devouring surrounding space in chaotic turbulence. The Lord of Stars then engaged the two divine beasts in a ferocious melee. Their combat, at the primordial god level, was utterly devastating. Each collision was as if a galaxy were being destroyed and a new universe born. As the fight grew increasingly intense, on another front, the War Goddess faced off against the celestial gods of the alternate dimension. Her power was overwhelming, cutting through their forces like a divine blade. Many celestial gods fell in a single strike, their blood sprang into the air, creating a surreal rain of crimson. The pungent stench of blood filled the battlefield, instilling fear in the celestial gods who watched the War Goddess as though she were death incarnate. The War Goddess understood that the current situation was dire. Their best chance of survival was to eliminate as many celestial gods as possible, ensuring their forces wouldn't be entirely overwhelmed at this tier of combat. However, her relentless assault soon drew the attention of the celestial gods dispatched by the Celestial, who began to encircle her. War Goddess, is bullying old relics all you're good at? Face us if you dare, and we'll see your so-called reputation end here today. Bright King's icy gaze locked onto the War Goddess, his killing intent filling every corner of the battlefield. The celestial gods surrounding Bright King, all at the primordial god level, exuded terrifyingly oppressive auras. Though a single primordial god might not be her match, being surrounded by so many formidable celestial gods put the War Goddess under immense pressure. Still, she saw a silver lining. At least her comrades wouldn't have to face these elite primordial gods. With that thought, she decided on a strategy of evasion, engaging in a defensive battle while retreating. As this part of the battlefield stabilized, Caesar, now a vanguard for the Celestial, narrowed his eyes and locked onto Venus. Venus, you still have a chance to surrender. If you submit to the Celestial, I can petition for your life to be spared. Together, we could have a wonderful future, Caesar said persuasively. Your father could be freed, and those you care about pardoned by the Celestial. Why resist? It's nothing but a path to death. His words carried an insidious allure. Having survived by surrendering to the Celestial, Caesar had managed to preserve his life. To him, this was a blessing, and he wanted to ensure Venus didn't meet a tragic end. Caesar, what happened to your grand vows to stand against the Celestial? Have you forgotten the sacrifices of our Rebel Alliance predecessors? The Celestial is our greatest enemy. Bowing to them will only lead to a miserable death. Venus's voice was cold, her disdain for Caesar clear. Once, she had respected him as an honorable man, but his recent actions could have compared to Owen in the slightest. Hearing her rejection again, Caesar's expression turned darker, a crazed glint in his eyes. To him, Venus was an irreplaceable beacon of hope, but her repeated refusals had driven him further into despair. Why, Venus, is it because of Owen? How am I inferior to him? Caesar shouted, his voice tinged with madness. From the moment you plotted against my father, you became nothing more than a petty villain. I'm sure you orchestrated the time-space trap that ensnared us, didn't you? Venus's accusation pierced through Caesar's facade, her tone fierce. Reflecting on past events, the coincidences felt deliberate, pointing to Caesar's betrayal. Her certainty ignited her fury. Why, Caesar, my father, the god of light, did nothing but help you. Why did you betray him? Her voice cracked with anger, the memory of her father's sacrifices fueling her wrath. Caesar had once been abandoned by all, surviving only through her father's painstaking efforts. Yet, he had repaid that kindness with treachery. Caesar flinched but quickly regained his composure, his tone venomous. What does it matter if you know? The Celestial is invincible. No matter what, you will be mine. Caesar charged toward Venus with maniacal determination. Don't worry, once I've subdued you, I'll erase your memories and create a new, beautiful reality for us. Venus recoiled in disgust, her rage boiling over. In rage, she met Caesar's charge head-on. The two clashed like unstoppable meteors, their collision creating waves of magical destruction. Both were strong-willed and uncompromising. Their battle, though only at the celestial god tier, was as devastating and brutal as any primordial god clash. Chapter 498. Little Leslie joins the fray. At that moment, the trickster god Loki turned his eerie gaze toward Ysera. As one of his children, Loki believed he had been more than accommodating to Ysera, yet now she stood on the opposite side of the battlefield. Ysera, it's not too late to turn back. I'll just assume you've been acting as the Celestial's undercover agent in this rebellion, Loki said slowly, his voice calm as he looked at the now mature Ysera. Ysera had always been his most outstanding child, garnering his attention far more than any of his other offspring. But her ambitions troubled him greatly. At this moment, Ysera stared at Loki with a heavy heart. For her, this man wasn't a father, he was the cause of all her suffering. If not for him, her mother wouldn't have died. Loki, let's settle our grudge here and now. Taking a deep breath, Ysera's eyes were filled with resolve. She knew full well that her current strength wasn't enough to match Loki, a master manipulator. But after training under Leslie and in the small world, her power had increased significantly. Even if she couldn't win, she would give it her all. You grew up under my watch, and your strength is nowhere near mine. If you obey me now, I'll let bygones be bygones. This is your last chance, Loki said coldly, meeting Ysera's gaze filled with killing intent. His voice lacked any familial affection. Loki valued Ysera primarily for her talent and potential. If she refused to follow him, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate her. Her close ties with rebels like Owen and Leslie could threaten his standing with the Celestial, and Loki, ever cautious, couldn't allow that risk to fester. But Ysera's resolve didn't waver. Without a word, she charged at Loki. Brilliant emerald light formed a radiant crown above her head, bolstering her mana. Behind her, the enormous figure of a jade dragon materialized, towering like a mountain and exuding a suffocating pressure. Loki, however, shook his head in disappointment. Ysera, you've truly let me down. With a flick of his finger, Loki dispelled the emerald crown, cutting off its empowering energy. Ysera's heart sank as realization dawned the crown her mother had left her had been tampered with by Loki. Without the crown's power, Ysera's aura plummeted, stabilizing only at the celestial god seal level far below the throne celestial god tier. Though her combat prowess was formidable enough to face a throne celestial god with the crown, without it, she had no chance against Loki, a primordial god. Her eyes dimmed with despair as Loki stepped closer. Ysera, since you've chosen to oppose me, you know the consequences. Rest assured, you won't die alone. I'll ensure the entire Azure Kingdom and Emerald Dreamscape join you in death. With a wave of his hand, Loki unleashed thick, sticky webbing from behind him. It quickly wove into a vast, all-encompassing net that descended upon Ysera. The web exuded a sense of inevitability, as though it had sealed her fate. Ysera felt an invisible shackle tightening around her, dragging her mind into a dark abyss. Yet deep within her despair, the images of Leslie and Owen surfaced in her thoughts, rekindling her resolve. Summoning every ounce of mana within her, Ysera compressed it into a radiant green beam of energy. Loki, die. Fueled by her fury, the green beam tore through everything in its path, leaving a void that refused to heal. The attack, amplified by her rage, became a devastating force. Even Loki, caught off guard by the sudden assault, furrowed his brow as the beam shattered his web. The corrosive green energy scorched Loki's body, leaving a charred wound on his chest that exposed his beating heart. The battlefield fell silent as the spectators watched in astonishment. Everyone knew Loki's terrifying strength. He was among the most powerful primordial gods. Yet, Ysera, far beneath him in rank, had injured him. Despite witnessing it firsthand, many found it hard to believe. Loki glanced at his wound, his expression darkening. Though the injury looked severe, it was superficial, causing him no real harm. What stunned more was the loss of face Ysera had made him look weak. Anger boiled over as Loki raised his hand. Sticky, viscous threads surged outward, transforming the sky into a web-like dome that descended upon Ysera. The web carried with it the screams of countless souls Loki had slain, their wails echoing as their faces appeared on the threads, contorted in agony. To onlookers, it seemed as though the heavens themselves were collapsing, their senses overwhelmed by the oppressive sight. Pinned by the descending web, Ysera found her mana and order suppressed, her movements bound by invisible chains. She could only watch as the web, brimming with corrosive power, crept closer, threatening to reduce her to ash. Around her, mages watched in horror, retreating as the corrosive threads began to drift, each drop emitting a near-piercing sizzle as it dissolved anything it touched. Even the celestial god-level mages present couldn't withstand Loki's wrath. Those caught in the threads disintegrated into skeletal remains before vanishing into dust. Desperate, Ysera struggled in vain, her efforts only fueling Loki's sadistic grin. Suddenly, just as Ysera's body began to emit the sound of burning flesh, a shadow appeared. Beside her, moving like a phantom, thick, chaotic energy enveloped Ysera, dispelling the oppressive force binding her and scattering the corrosive threads. The battlefield stilled as everyone turned to the newcomer. Loki's expression shifted to one of icy disbelief. The figure within the chaotic aura was a little girl, no more than 3 years old. She radiated an uncanny power, the same chaotic energy that had nullified Loki's deadly attack. Who are you? Loki's pupils shrank as he stared at the girl. He had never seen someone so young wield such potent chaotic energy. Even as a primordial god, Loki struggled to control chaotic aura, one of the most dangerous forces in the multiverse. The other mages on the battlefield gasped in shock as they recognized the girl. Little Leslie, how can this be? When did she become so powerful? Madeline, Ysera, and the others stared at little Leslie, their faces filled with disbelief. They had always known little Leslie's potential as a chaos bloodline heir, but none of them had expected her to block Loki's attack. Especially Ysera, who had faced Loki's wrath firsthand, understood his terrifying strength. Yet, the aura emanating from little Leslie was equally unfathomable. Chapter 499, is she really just a 3-year-old child? You're a bad guy, why are you bullying Sister Ysera? Little Leslie glared angrily at Loki. Loki stared at little Leslie in shock. He had just attacked with full force, an attack that even Ysera couldn't withstand, yet it was blocked by little Leslie. What exactly was this little girl hiding? But regardless, anyone who dared defy him must die. As Loki's face suddenly twisted into a ferocious expression, little Leslie shrank back slightly in fear. The people she met were usually kind and gentle to her. She had never encountered someone so violent before. However, seeing Sister Ysera lying in a pool of blood filled little Leslie's heart with courage. She clenched her small, delicate fists tightly and stared at Loki with determination. You're a big villain. I am not afraid of you. I'm my mom and dad's daughter. I'm their little pride. Hearing these words, Ysera and the others, who were still engaged in battle, felt their eyes turn red with emotion. At little Leslie's age, she should be in her parents' arms, being spoiled and cared for. Yet now, with her small shoulders, she was taking on the responsibility of standing against the Celestial, protecting the Emerald Dreamscape in the Azure Kingdom. Loki's expression turned cold, and every action of little Leslie's filled him with disgust. A child this young possessing such terrifying power, her talent was unimaginable. Previously, the emergence of Owen and Leslie in the Rebel Alliance had already given him and the Celestial great trouble. And now, there was this little girl. She had to be eliminated before she could grow any stronger, or else she would become a future disaster. Little girl, what's your name? Who are your parents? Tell uncle. Uncle is a very good man. A warm smile appeared on Loki's face, making him seem like a kind and harmless person completely different from his previous cold demeanor. Little Leslie didn't understand why Loki was asking, but she still answered proudly. Owen is my dad, Leslie is my mom, I'm little Leslie. The moment she spoke, the expressions of the celestial subordinates present became extremely serious. Owen, Leslie, these two names were nightmares that haunted everyone under the celestial. Their strength was unparalleled, and every time they appeared, it seemed as if they had improved by leaps and bounds. Countless powerful mages under the celestial had perished at their hands. In Pure Land and various other regions, Owen and Leslie were the only two people that truly instilled fear in them. Even Loki, who had just been smiling kindly, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Owen and Leslie, those two were nightmares he could never shake off. No wonder this little brat had such terrifying talent. No wonder the sight of her filled him with such deep hatred. So she was their offspring. Since you're their child, then there's no need for you to exist. A deep look of dread flashed through Loki's eyes. Owen and Leslie's excellence had already shaken the celestial. If their child were to grow up, what kind of unimaginable power would she attain? Loki couldn't even fathom it. After all, from the strength little Leslie had just displayed, she had already blocked his attack. She absolutely could not be allowed to live. With that thought growing stronger in Loki's mind, he swiftly condensed a mass of thick, toxic slime and hurled it toward little Leslie. Seeing Loki mercilessly target little Leslie, War Goddess immediately glared at him in fury. How dare you lay a hand on little Leslie? Loki, you have some nerve. War Goddess's gaze turned ice cold, filled with killing intent as she charged at Loki. But at that moment, Bright King and the other senior celestial gods had already surrounded her. War Goddess, you can't even protect yourself right now, and yet you dare be distracted. Bright King's cold voice rang out as he and the other senior celestial gods attacked together. Terrifying mana waves interwove, forming powerful destructive forces that locked onto War Goddess. War Goddess snorted coldly. In the palm of her hand, intricate mana patterns materialized into an ancient barrier. Like an expanding balloon, the barrier rapidly spread outward, trapping Bright King and the others within. For a brief moment, Bright King and the others seemed to hear the distant sound of ancient war horns in their ears. The next instant, countless figures formed from mana surged from the edges of the barrier, charging straight at Bright King and his allies. The senior celestial gods were immensely powerful, but War Goddess had fought against the celestial across multiple ages. Her strength was extraordinary, surpassing that of Bright King and his peers. Moreover, in her current fury, she unleashed the most terrifying power of her barrier, aiming to trap Bright King and the others while she moved to protect little Leslie. However, in Loki's view, this was nothing more than wishful thinking. The combined strength of Bright King and the other senior celestial gods wasn't as simple as mere addition. War Goddess's barrier wouldn't hold them for long, on the contrary, she would be entangled. By them, that would give Loki the perfect opportunity to strike at little Leslie. If he could eliminate this future threat, War Goddess and the others would eventually be worn down and destroyed. With this plan in mind, Loki smirked coldly and stepped toward little Leslie. Little Leslie, get behind us. Seeing Loki's ruthless intent, Archdemon, Ymir, and the others quickly positioned themselves in front of little Leslie, shielding her from harm. Little Leslie wasn't just Owen and Leslie's child, she was also their beloved treasure, and they would never allow Loki to kill her. But the moment they stepped forward, Loki's gaze turned even colder. He clenched his hands, weaving sticky webs and toxic venom together into dozens of fist-sized orbs, which he hurled toward them like a torrential downpour. Boom, 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 a sharp whistling sound tore through the air. Even though Archdemon and the others were prepared, Loki's attack was simply too fast. They had no time to react. In an instant, they were blasted away. Thud, thud, the three women, their bodies cracking like shattered porcelain, coughed up mouthfuls of blood, the corrosive venom and webs clinging to them amid a foul, decaying stench. Loki hadn't given them any chance to survive. His attack contained an extremely lethal toxin. With just a single strike, they were gravely injured, teetering on the edge of death, their mana rapidly fading. But just then, a misty gray aura of chaos enveloped their bodies. Loki's venom was instantly dispelled, and their injuries and energy were gradually restored. Little Leslie, feeling the chaotic energy flowing through them, the three women's faces filled with shock. It was clear that the force dispelling Loki's power had come from little Leslie. She had intervened again. Seeing her suppress his mana once more, Loki's killing intent turned even colder. Little brat, your bloodline's talent is terrifying. If you're allowed to grow, even I won't be your match. But without your parents to protect you, today will be your end. He took a step closer, emanating the aura of a merciless reaper. The chilling pressure suffocated little Leslie, making her body feel weak and numb. Loki's terrifying power made her instinctively sense extreme danger. Yet, despite this, little Leslie didn't back down. She stared defiantly at Loki, puffing out her cheeks. Big villain, if you have the guts, then come at me. I'm my mom and dad's pride. I will protect everyone. Though her voice was small, it echoed in everyone's minds like an unshakable vow. All the mages of the Azure Kingdom and the Emerald Dreamscape were deeply moved. Little Leslie was only 3 years old, yet she was standing bravely against Loki, the ruthless hound of the Celestial. Her courage and determination made them see glimpses of Owen and Leslie in her. She truly didn't seem like a mere 3-year-old, but a battle-hardened warrior. Loki burst into laughter. Little brat, old words won't save you. Chapter 500, Loki's Fear. With your strength, I can take you down with one hand. You'd better surrender quickly. You cannot bear the responsibility of protecting the Azure Kingdom and the Emerald Dreamscape. After saying this, Loki glanced at Archdemon and the others, clicking his tongue in mock pity. You really have no one left, do you? Now you're sending out this little girl to fight. How pathetic. If you knew this would happen, why oppose the Celestial in the first place? Going against the Celestial only leads to death. Loki's voice was filled with arrogance and mockery. Madeline's face turned red with rage, her chest heaving as if she was about to explode. With a single move, she swiftly wiped out the horde of the Celestial's underlings swarming around them. Then, she turned her burning gaze on Loki and spat. Loki, what are you so arrogant about? Back when you faced my brother, you were nothing but a coward, humiliated and pathetic. When brother Owen and sister Leslie return, I hope you'll still be able to laugh then. Madeline's words echoed through the battlefield. Loki's good mood instantly vanished. Though he didn't want to admit it, his past encounters with Owen were like a relentless nightmare, constantly replaying in his mind an inescapable humiliation. And besides Owen, Leslie was no less troublesome. Her terrifying power had already shaken the Celestial to its core, causing widespread panic. Even Loki himself feared Leslie deeply. You're right, their strength is indeed formidable, but no matter how powerful they are, they have to return first. You won't live to see that day. Loki's expression turned ice cold, his irises glowing with a swirling, 7-colored radiance, exuding an eerie chill. Now that the Celestial had decided to act, no matter what tricks Owen and Leslie had up their sleeves, their only fate was utter defeat. And once they were crushed, as the Celestial's executioner, Owen and Leslie would be left at his mercy. Once they fell into his hands, they would wish for death. With that thought, Loki suddenly accelerated, charging straight at little Leslie. At that moment, his overwhelming killing intent shook the heavens and the earth, causing the very fabric of space to contract, locking onto little Leslie completely. A suffocating sense of impending doom pressed down on her, and little Leslie's small face grew solemn. In her tiny hands, a misty aura of chaos swirled, condensing into a translucent Godslayer staff. Then, gripping the illusory Godslayer staff tightly, she swung it forward with all her might, striking against the crushing pressure before her. In an instant, a deafening explosion shook the battlefield, and visible shockwaves rippled outward, annihilating everything in their path, plunging the surroundings into utter chaos. Everyone nearby looked on in horror at the devastating collision. Even just the residual shockwaves made them feel as if their breath had been stolen, like they could vanish at any moment. Then, from within the chaotic ripples, dazzling light illuminated the world, and everyone felt as if they were being swallowed by a seven-colored radiance. The entire space twisted and distorted as if history itself had been severed. For a brief moment, it was as if this place had become the end of time, disordered, chaotic, unfathomable. The next moment, the illusory Godslayer staff burst into brilliance, dispelling all the ripples and disorder. Little Leslie stood firm, like an unshakable mountain, appearing before everyone's eyes. Little Leslie. Archdemon and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. They had never expected little Leslie to withstand Loki's attack. Loki was at the level of a primordial god, while little Leslie was merely 3 years old. This was beyond astonishing. It defied all logic. Even Loki sucked in a sharp breath. This little Leslie, her power was far too terrifying. At her age, how could she unleash such devastating combat strength? After his initial shock, Loki locked his gaze on little Leslie, activating the various divine eyes he had implanted in himself. In an instant, radiant divine light erupted, as if attempting to peer through little Leslie's past and future. Yet, under the scrutiny of his many divine eyes, what lay behind little Leslie was chaos. Her past and future were completely obscured. Loki's heart filled with terror. At the same time, he became even more certain little Leslie was undoubtedly the legendary Chaos bloodline. Only a descendant of this supreme bloodline could possess such monstrous strength. After all, the Chaos bloodline was hailed as the strongest bloodline in the entire realm. But such a bloodline was nothing more than a myth. How could it appear in little Leslie? Loki found it impossible to believe. Meanwhile, the mages of the Azure Kingdom and the Emerald Dreamscape were overcome. With excitement, Chaos bloodline, they too had noticed the terrifying aura that little Leslie had unleashed. This ancient and mighty bloodline filled them with newfound hope. Even though little Leslie is young, with the Chaos bloodline, her combat strength can't be measured by ordinary standards. As expected of Owen and Leslie's daughter, she truly inherited their monstrous talent. No, she might even surpass them. Yes, she's only 3, yet she can already hold her own against Loki. If she fully matures. Even the Celestial might not be her match. At that moment, hope surged in their hearts, fueling their desperate struggle. But Loki, now certain of little Leslie's bloodline, charged toward her once more. This time, he transformed into his true form, a colossal spider, standing atop a vast, sticky web. Endless mana surged through the web, funneling into him, pushing his power to ever greater heights. At the same time, the divine bones and bloodlines he had grafted into his body began unleashing their mystical effects. Though Loki's bloodline and divine bones could not compare to little Leslie's, when fully activated, they were still terrifying. Yet at that very moment, little Leslie, gripping the Godslayer staff, took the initiative. She knew full well that in terms of battle experience, she was at a disadvantage. Since that was the case, she would strike first. Boom! Little Leslie launched her assault, her aura surging with the power of chaos. She moved like a humanoid cataclysm, unleashing thousands upon thousands of strikes in an instant, relentlessly pummeling Loki below. Loki fought back with all his might, but under little Leslie's savage, overwhelming chaos. Bloodline, he was forced back. His divine bones and bloodline were suppressed, his enormous body continuously retreating, and even his massive web was shattering under the onslaught. Archdemon and the others were invigorated at the sight, but their joy quickly faded. Although Loki had been pushed back and repelled by little Leslie, he was unharmed. On the other hand, little Leslie, after that tremendous burst of power, seemed utterly drained. Her face turned pale, her aura weakened, and under everyone's horrified gazes, blood began to seep from her frail body, staining her clothes. The explosion of power had been incredible, but for a 3-year-old, it had taken a heavy toll. The next moment, little Leslie's small figure wavered, she nearly collapsed. Little Leslie, Archdemon and the others cried out in alarm. They desperately wanted to rush to her side and protect her. But Bright King, Serpent of the End, and the other celestial beasts had them completely pinned down. Cough, cough. Little Leslie coughed violently but quickly wiped the blood from her lips. Then, she charged straight at Loki again. I can still fight. I haven't lost yet. I'm my mom and dad's pride. I won't lose. Clenching her teeth, she gripped the Godslayer staff and charged once more. Deep within the demon abyss, scarlet light rained down from the blazing sun, dyeing the land crimson. The next moment, a series of piercing sonic booms echoed. Figures surged from the depths of the demon abyss. At the forefront, a massive black hole, as if devouring the heavens, slowly emerged. As the onlookers trembled in reverence, the black hole shrank, and from its depths, a solemn young figure slowly stepped forth. This group was large, but despite their subdued presence, the sheer aura they exuded was enough to make breathing difficult. Anyone who truly stood before them would finally realize. This was an army beyond imagination. Chapter 501, Owen's Fury. At this moment, the figures appearing above Demon Abyss were none other than Owen and the warriors of Divine Mountain. Having finally escaped the Celestial Seal and once again stepping into the world, their hearts surged with excitement and exhilaration. We're out. We've finally made it out. So this is the world outside the seal. The gentle breeze, the warm sunlight, this beautiful new world. The place our ancestors longed for, we finally reached it. This time, we won't lose again. As they gazed upon what would seem like an ordinary landscape to most people, their faces were filled with deep emotions. They had lived in the depths of Demon Abyss for far too long, where the sky and the land were shrouded in eternal darkness. Now, for the first time, not through books or myths but with their own eyes, they beheld this magnificent world. Mountain Lord, are we in Demon Realm now? Everything here is so beautiful. A few young children gathered around Owen, their large eyes greedily taking in the scenery, unable to suppress their excited cheers. If not for Owen, their Mountain Lord, they would never have had the chance to see such beauty. This landscape is nothing special, Owen said with a faint smile. Once you see Middle-earth, Emerald Dreamscape, and Pure Land, you'll find places even more breathtaking and enticing. Seeing the excitement of these Divine Mountain descendants, Owen couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy for them. The warriors of Divine Mountain instinctively nodded. They had never heard of Emerald Dreamscape or Pure Land, but they trusted Owen, his words must be true. Those places must be even more magnificent, even more awe-inspiring. Many of the lively children even began jumping with joy. Watching them, the Divine Mountain warriors also broke into simple, heartfelt smiles. Today was the happiest day of their lives. For the first time, they had set foot upon the world their ancestors had yearned for. But soon, the chief of Divine Mountain seemed to sense something. Together with the warriors, he turned his gaze toward the sky. Mountain Lord, there's a massive battle taking place up ahead. The battle fluctuations are immense, both sides possess terrifying strength, and their numbers are overwhelming. It's not happening in Demon Realm, but it's not far from here either. Mountain Lord, should we take a look? There are primordial gods involved, this must be no ordinary battle. The other warriors voiced their observations one after another. Owen nodded. From the moment he had stepped out of Demon Abyss, he had already sensed the chaotic and violent energy rippling through the distance. But when he attempted to probe further, a powerful celestial force blocked his perception. There was no doubt the celestial was involved in this battle. Clatter, clatter. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of Spellbeast's iron hose echoed, rolling in like a tidal wave. Atop the Spellbeast rode numerous Demon Realm warriors, with a white-haired elder leading the way. The moment the white-haired elder saw Owen and his party, his body trembled with emotion. Demon King, is it really you? He scrambled off his Spellbeast, nearly tripping in his haste, and fell to his knees before Owen, tears streaming down his aged face. I am Fauci, an elder under Archdemon. As soon as Fauci spoke, the warriors behind him also dismounted, bowing deeply before Owen. Seeing Fauci so flustered, a sense of foreboding rose in Owen's heart. He immediately helped Fauci to his feet. Elder Fauci, what's happened? At Owen's inquiry, Fossey's tears continued to flow, his body trembling. Demon King, not long ago, the Celestial, together with an interdimensional army, launched a siege on Emerald Dreamscape in Azure Kingdom. The situation is dire. Archdemon led our forces to aid them, but even she is barely holding on. Before she left, Archdemon ordered me to patrol outside Demon Abyss. If I saw you, I was to inform you of the crisis immediately. Hearing this, Owen instantly understood the root of his unease. He urgently asked, has there been any news from the demon since? Fauci furrowed his brows. The last message I received from Archdemon was half a day ago. The Celestial and their interdimensional army have already overrun most of Azure Kingdom and Emerald Dreamscape. Only the capital still holds out. As he spoke, Fauci lifted his gaze to the sky. Even though the Celestial had obscured the battle's energy, he could still sense its terrifying force. Clearly, the battle had reached its climax. Owen had already been concerned about Azure Kingdom and Emerald Dreamscape. Now. After hearing this, that warrior erupted into full-blown rage. A towering aura of destruction surged into the sky. The black hole in Owen's eyes expanded, devouring the Celestial's barrier, shattering its concealment in an instant. His presence, vast as a flood, descended upon Middle-earth. And in that moment, he saw it all. Azure Kingdom lay in ruins, its cities reduced to rubble. Only the capital still stood. Across the battlefield, countless fights played out before his eyes. Lord of Stars and War Goddess were besieged, locked in desperate combat. Madeline, unleashing the full might of Death's calamity, was engaged in a brutal battle against the senior celestial gods. Though she was gravely injured, the fire in her eyes burned unwaveringly. She showed no sign of retreating or surrendering. Meanwhile, Goddess Venus and Caesar fought to the death. And then there were Ysera, Lord of Celestial God Palace, Seraphina, and countless others. Against the Celestial's forces and the powerful interdimensional invaders, they fought with all they had. Even as their bodies were battered, even as their energy waned, none of them yielded. Then, he saw Loki. He saw the small figure battling him in a fight of blood and defiance. At the sight of little Leslie, Owen's pupils contracted sharply. Without thinking, he cried out, "Little Leslie." And then, he saw her, blood seeping from her fragile body. Her tiny frame stained red. That image shattered the last restraint in Owen's heart. An earth-shattering killing intent burst forth, tearing through the heavens. The devastating force of his rage swept across Demon Realm, shaking every corner. Those beside him, Rachel and the others, were caught off guard by his sudden eruption of fury, before they could even ask what had happened. Owen had already vanished, streaking through the sky like a blazing comet. Rachel, who knew Owen better than anyone, instantly realized that Azure Kingdom must be in a dire situation. Without hesitation, she followed, racing toward Azure Kingdom at full speed. Seeing Owen and Rachel leave, the chief and the others immediately followed. Whoosh, 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 blinding streaks of light tore through the sky as they sped forward. Watching them disappear, Fauci and the Demon Realm warriors were left in stunned silence. The sheer aura radiating from Owen's forces filled them with terror. The ones following Owen, their power was beyond comprehension. Chapter 502, Who gave you the guts to hurt my daughter? Under the influence of the deadly poison, little Leslie's control over her body became uncoordinated, like a machine stuck in a glitch. Her movements were no longer fluid, and her snow-white skin began to darken. Loki's grin grew even more unrestrained. Previously wary of the chaotic aura, he had chosen a more defensive approach. But now, little Leslie couldn't hold on any longer. Next, it was finally his turn. No. I can't fall yet. Despite the poison tormenting her, little Leslie clenched her pearly teeth, refusing to collapse. Even as her entire body ached to the brink of unconsciousness, she still launched a frenzied attack on Loki. However, in her injured state, she was no match for Loki. As soon as she charged toward him, she was sent flying by the terrifying magical shockwaves radiating from Loki. Her petite body felt as if her bones were about to shatter. Yet, even after being gravely wounded and knocked back, little Leslie did not retreat. She continued to charge at Loki. No, I can't fall. I will never lose. Again and again, she charged. Again and again, she was repelled. Little Leslie's body was covered in blood, her hair disheveled, and her princess dress soaked in dirt and blood. But her small frame never fell, and her pale face was full of determination. Then, limping, she once again rushed toward Loki. Seeing this, Archdemon and the others felt their hearts clench, their tears uncontrollably streaming down their faces. Little Leslie was only 3 years old, so lively and adorable, always bringing joy. But now, she was covered in blood, her bones shattered beyond count. Madeline was even more agitated, her hair standing on end, her skin burning red like raging flames, and in a frenzied state, she slaughtered the surrounding celestial gods. Slaughter, slaughter, only slaughter could quell the agony ripping through her heart. Little Leslie was being tortured like this. She hated herself for not being able to break free from the siege. She hated herself for being unable to save little Leslie. Compared to Archdemon and the others' despair, Loki's face was instead full of a cold sneer. You pathetic weaklings, even this little girl is stronger than you. But too bad, this is as far as she goes. As his cruel words fell, his pincers wriggled, exuding a chilling aura, spinning fine, silvery threads into needle-thin spikes. Then, like arrows loosed from a bow, they shot forth. Silver streaks flashed through the void, the first piercing through little Leslie's ethereal Godslayer staff. The illusory Godslayer staff instantly disintegrated into chaotic energy and vanished. The remaining silver threads stabbed into little Leslie's body, sending blood and flesh flying. Her body was hurled backward, her wrists and ankles pierced through by the silver threads, leaving thumb-sized, gaping wounds. Crimson blood poured out uncontrollably. The pain of having her limbs impaled was unbearable, and even though little Leslie's tolerance far exceeded that of ordinary people, she couldn't help but let out a soft whimper. Cold sweat, mingled with blood, streamed down her forehead. Yet, she still did not cry. Even as her body convulsed from the pain, even as her spirit teetered on the verge of collapse, she forced herself to remain standing, staggering toward Loki like a walking corpse. I can't lose, I absolutely won't lose. Her voice grew hoarse and muffled, choked with blood. At that moment, a figure, like an indestructible wall, appeared in front of little Leslie, blocking her path. Little Leslie, half-conscious, lifted her blood-misted eyes. Through the haze of crimson, she saw a figure, one that was all too familiar. Perhaps because this figure was too familiar, she couldn't believe her eyes. Even as the pain racked her body, even as every movement sent waves of searing agony through her, she hardly noticed. All her attention was focused on the figure before her. Then, a voice, warm like the spring breeze, drifted down from the figure's lips. You did well, little Leslie. Now, let me end this battle. Daddy is back. The moment those words fell, little Leslie, who had been enduring her pain and holding back her sorrow, finally found an outlet. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. She threw herself into Owen's arms, her soft sobs echoing across the battlefield. For years, Owen had been absent, yet she had remained strong. Even as celestial warriors and powerhouses from other dimensions converged, creating an overwhelming sense of despair, she had not cried. Even when Loki grievously wounded her, leaving her unable to fight back, she had gritted her teeth and refused to shed a single tear. But now, upon seeing Owen seeing her father, her sobs grew louder and louder, as if all the unspoken grievances she had buried deep within finally found someone to confide in. Hearing little Leslie's cries, even Archieman and the others couldn't help but be moved. At such a young age, little Leslie had borne far more suffering than she ever should have. Madeline, too, upon seeing Owen appear, finally calmed from her berserk state. Tears welled in her eyes. She knew it. Owen would definitely come back. He would definitely come back. Venus stared blankly at Owen's figure. Was he really back? Serafina, the lord of the celestial god palace, and others all fixated on Owen, their eyes growing red. They had seen Owen before, but at this moment, his presence felt like an unexpected glimmer of light piercing through the darkness. Meanwhile, the celestial warriors and the otherworldly powerhouses all stared solemnly at Owen. Owen's name had long been legendary. However, for most of them, this was the first time they were truly seeing the man who had only existed in myth and rumor. Instinctively, they ceased their attacks, their gazes filled with deep wariness. Even Bright King and Serpent of the End, ruthless and powerful divine beasts, halted their movements the moment Owen appeared, their expressions cold as they watched him. So that's the legendary Owen. He's really alive and he seems even stronger. His sudden return is not good news for us. For both the celestial warriors and the otherworldly powerhouses, there were very few beings they truly feared. Owen was one of them. In fact, he was the one they feared the most. Owen, I knew it. I knew he would never die. I knew he would come back. Archdemon and Ymir wiped the blood from their peerless faces, a faint smile forming on their lips. Daddy, I missed you so much. Can we never be apart again? Little Leslie clung tightly to Owen, as if trying to merge into his very being. Feeling her tiny hands tighten their grip, Owen's heart was filled with guilt. 3 years had passed, and he had never been there for her. He had let her down too much. Strictly speaking, he had been a terrible father. Yet, little Leslie's love for him remained so deep and unwavering. At that moment, Owen hugged little Leslie even tighter. Daddy, I've always been good. I think about you every day. I knew you would come back. Hearing little Leslie's soft but determined voice, Owen's heart trembled, his eyes slightly reddened. Gently, he wiped away the blood and tears from her face. Seeing the wounds covering her body, Owen's heart twisted in agony. Then, his eyes turned cold as he lifted his gaze to Loki. In an instant, the skies darkened, and the world seemed to vanish, leaving only Loki, the grotesque spider. A sea of killing intent surged, exuding a terrifying pressure. The moment Loki was locked in Owen's gaze, even he, a being who had survived countless Ian's, felt a tremor in his heart. Oh Owen, how are you still alive? He stared at Owen in disbelief. Falling into demon abyss was supposed to be a death sentence, an inescapable fate sealed by the Celestial himself. Owen's voice was as cold as the winter wind, each word laced with chilling fury. You hurt my daughter. Who gave you the guts? Chapter 503, The Annihilation of Loki. Owen's icy voice echoed across the void, the temperature in the air plummeting to freezing point. Snowflakes filled the sky, as sharp as blades, locking onto Loki from afar. As the bone-chilling cold swept over, Loki's face instantly turned pale. Owen's presence and demeanor made him truly feel the threat of death. The Owen standing before him now exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, at this point, retreat was no longer an option. I did attack your daughter. And not just your daughter, you, and everyone in the Azure Kingdom will soon become nothing more than history. Loki's numerous multicolored eyes blinked lightly, his cold killing intent freezing the very air. Then, his 8 elongated spider legs shifted, releasing thick, white strands of webbing into the void, weaving a massive white net around Owen. A suffocating mana fluctuation surged from the forming net, twisting and distorting the void, as though gripped by an invisible hand. Owen's expression remained calm as he gazed at little Leslie in his arms and softly asked, "With me here, are you afraid?" "Daddy is the strongest. I'm not afraid." Little Leslie's small face was full of determination. Owen smiled. "Good. Today, we will end this battle together. My daughter and I, let's kill this ugly spider." As he spoke, Owen held Leslie's small hand. Godslayer's sword emerged from the void, its golden yellow blade radiating an indescribably ancient aura. As the razor-sharp blade swept through the void, it unleashed a chilling sword aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The moment Godslayer's sword appeared, the spider silk encircling Owen and little Leslie instantly shattered into countless fine fragments, scattering with the wind. The sword intent of Supreme Sword spread from Owen, his mana swirling like rolling dust, gathering into the blade and forming an enormous, hundreds of meters long illusory sword projection slashing down toward Loki. This strike was inescapable. The dazzling sword light illuminated hundreds of miles, turning the world into a blinding white. All the senses converging on this battlefield were obliterated, only endless whiteness remained. Facing the attack head-on, Loki had already sensed its deadly aura, making every hair on his body stand on end. Instinctively, he tried to dodge, but the moment the sword was formed, it had already landed on him, as if skipping the process of descent entirely. Despite his body being tempered to near invincibility, the impact of Supreme Sword instantly covered his form in countless crimson cracks. His massive spider abdomen violently burst apart, blood mixed with webbing splattering in all directions, corroding the void with a sharp hissing sound. Though he suffered a grievous wound in an instant, Loki seized the opportunity to drive his shattered body toward the distance in an attempt to flee. From the moment he saw Owen, he had already anticipated that he wasn't Owen's match and had prepared an escape plan. Now, he immediately activated his secret technique, vanishing from sight. Trying to escape now. Too late, Owen's gaze locked onto Loki's retreating figure, his eyes filled with cold, merciless killing intent. In an instant, streaks of inky black energy tore through the void behind Owen, surging out like devouring tendrils, sealing off every possible escape route for Loki. Loki hadn't expected Owen's reaction to be so swift. The black tendrils exuded an aura of devour, sending an ominous chill down Loki's spine. He knew that if they touched him, he would be doomed. At the brink of death, he detonated one of his spider legs infused with potent order energy. Boom! With a dull explosion, the self-destruction of his limb created a bizarre, twisted spatial anomaly that temporarily severed Owen's lock on his presence. Taking this chance, Loki immediately pulled out a small god of deities artifact. Owen's killing intent toward him was absolute. His only chance of survival was to retreat to the Celestial. This imitation god of deities was a magical artifact capable of transporting him directly into the god of deities domain. However, just as Loki activated the artifact and a teleportation array began forming before him, a flame sword, engulfed in roaring fire, shot forth and pierced through the array. Reducing it to ashes, Loki's heart clenched in alarm. He turned abruptly only to see the black tendrils of devour surging toward him like the Reaper's scythe. The moment Loki laid eyes on them, the tendrils had already penetrated his body. Then, like a straw draining a drink, an overwhelming suction force erupted, instantly draining his body dry, leaving only ash to scatter into the wind. Yet, just as his physical form was obliterated, a streak of dazzling light burst from the center of his brow. It was Loki's soul, attempting a final escape, aiming to flee into god of deities. Everything happened in an instant. Loki's twisted soul carried a hint of madness as it shot forward with unimaginable speed. Seeing that he was about to break into the Celestial, Loki's soul flickered with a hint of triumph. But before he could fully escape, a chaotic spear suddenly streaked through the void, impaling his soul mid-flight. Boom! The next moment, the spear of chaotic energy exploded, shattering Loki's soul into nothingness. Loki had fallen. Everyone present was stunned as they watched this scene unfold. Loki, this ancient powerhouse who had seemingly existed since the dawn of time, had exhausted all his means, yet still failed to escape Owen's grasp. At that moment, with Loki's death, the celestial warriors under the Celestial all stood frozen. In shock, their minds blank. Then, all eyes turned toward Owen, their pupils brimming with pure terror. Loki was not only a primordial god, but also a battle-hardened, cunning warrior known for being nearly impossible to kill. Yet, before Owen, all of his efforts had proven utterly futile. Archdemon, Ymir, Lord of Celestial God Palace, War Goddess, and the others were all watching Owen with uncontained excitement, even though they had predicted this outcome. Witnessing Loki's actual demise at Owen's hands still filled them with exhilaration. After all, Loki had been the mastermind behind this attack and the most formidable enemy among the invading forces. Soon, as the news of Loki's fall spread like wildfire across all regions, the first message to shock the world, Owen had returned. Not only was he alive, but his strength had soared to new heights. Even Loki, with all his tricks and resilience, had lasted only 3 moves before being utterly annihilated by Owen, his soul obliterated. Meanwhile, the numerous mages fighting to the death across the capital felt their spirits soar, their despair turning to blazing determination. Surrounded by celestial warriors and otherworldly powerhouses, they had endured immense pressure. At times, they had nearly lost hope. But even in their darkest moments, they had held on to a single glimmer of belief. Owen, the soul of the Empire, the miracle maker, the one who kept their hope alive. And now, their faith had been rewarded. Owen had returned, and he had obliterated Loki, the Celestial's most notorious hound. With Owen here, neither the Celestial nor these invaders were invincible anymore. Because they had Owen, their unshakable pillar. Across various domains and powerful factions, the news sent shockwaves of disbelief. Did Owen really return from the depths of Demon Abyss? The news has already spread, there's no way it's false. Besides, you must have felt the tremor in the Celestial's energy when Loki perished. Loki was slain. Only Owen could have done it. The supposed downfall of Azure Kingdom and Emerald Dreamscape. That might not be so certain anymore. Owen's return might be our one and only chance to align ourselves with a true powerhouse. Indeed, if Loki couldn't even last a few moves, who knows what Owen's true strength is. Now, this time, it seems the Celestial has truly provoked someone they never should have crossed. Countless forces began reassessing their stance toward Owen and the Celestial. Chapter 504 Reunion with Dolores. To the major forces, the Celestial had always been an immovable boulder weighing on their hearts, unshakable and inviolable. Yet now, with Owen's appearance, the Celestial had been shaken to some extent. This made them take Owen more seriously than ever before. Immediately, the attention of all factions returned to the imperial capital of the Azure Kingdom. The great battle following Owen's return was bound to be earth-shattering and would, to some extent, determine the fate of everyone from this point onward. Under the gaze of countless eyes, all factions near the imperial capital ceased their offensives, gathering around Owen with expressions of shock and fear. Though they had long been mentally prepared for Owen's terrifying strength, the fact that he had so easily erased Loki still sent tremors through their hearts, filling them with boundless dread. In their minds, Loki had been an invincible existence, yet even such a formidable deity was nothing before Owen. Owen's rate of growth and combat prowess were far beyond their prior estimations and imaginations, utterly terrifying. Whether it was the Bright King and other prime celestial gods, or the Serpent of the End and other fearsome divine beasts, they all looked at Owen with reverence, not daring to act rashly. Owen's overwhelming power and pressure had already seeped into their very bones. At that moment, Dolores, who had come from another plane, emerged from the void, locking her gaze on Owen with an exceedingly complex expression. Owen, you have finally shown yourself. As she looked at Owen, scenes from the past flashed before her eyes. Her eyes reflected deep turmoil. The years she had spent as if in a dream had made it impossible for her to forget Owen. Memories of her past with Owen flickered in her mind, causing her once calm heart to tremble. Even after awakening, she had once doubted whether it had all been nothing more than an illusion, a mere dream. Yet the sincere emotions embedded in those past moments had carved an indelible mark upon her heart, fresh and enduring. This was why Dolores cared so deeply about this matter. She had to find Owen and kill this heartless man. At the same time, Caesar, whose special body was constructed from a soul essence, continued to sense the peculiar fluctuations emanating from Owen. Over the past 3 years, he had grown significantly stronger, especially with the Celestial's assistance, which had drastically amplified his power. Experience tales with novel Ben, calm. However, upon seeing Owen again, the sheer terror in Owen's aura made it impossible for him to look directly at him. Even with his newfound strength, he was still inferior to Owen. Just what kind of growth had Owen undergone in the Demon Abyss? Was that place not a guaranteed death trap? Caesar could not accept this reality. The magical elements within his body surged wildly, instinctively urging him to flee from Owen. Madeline, at this moment, was smiling, yet her smile was accompanied by tears. It was unclear whether she was happy to see Owen again or if she felt something else. Although only 3 years had passed, to Madeline, it felt like 3 centuries, 3 millennia. The Archdemon, who could only look up at Owen, was utterly shaken by his power. When did Owen become this strong? Not far from the Archdemon, the War Goddess also revealed a smile. The stronger Owen was, the worse off those who had once oppressed them would be. As relief filled their hearts, Owen gently patted little Leslie's head. Your injuries have already healed. Go into the small world and fetch some spring of life water to help them recover. Leave the rest to me. Little Leslie obediently nodded before entering the small world, like a diligent little bee, helping Ymir and the others recover from their wounds. Only then did Owen feel reassured. His gaze turned to the Bright King, the Serpent of the End, and the other fearsome divine beasts. As he looked at them, his expression became colder than ever before. So, you are the ones planning to destroy the Azure Kingdom. Well, I'm here now. If you have the guts, take a step forward. Owen's voice echoed in everyone's ears. At once, all of the celestial subordinates present glared at Owen in fury. They admitted that Owen's combat power was formidable, but they were still among the most powerful deities. Was Owen planning to take on the Celestials' entire army by himself? He had completely disregarded them. Such arrogance. Never before had they seen someone so utterly disdainful. Owen, your strength is indeed impressive, but to challenge so many deities at once you are seeking your own death. The Bright King and the others all glared at Owen with rage. Especially one of the prime celestial gods beside the Bright King, who sneered with contempt. Owen, when we were born, your ancestors hadn't even come into existence. I wonder who gave you the courage to challenge us. Before his voice had even fully fallen, his head was already soaring through the air. Scorching blood painted the void. The pupils of the Bright King and the other prime celestial gods shrank abruptly. The one who had just spoken was a throned celestial, undoubtedly one of their most elite. Yet with a single move from Owen, he had been utterly obliterated, his soul annihilated, reduced to nothing but a shattered corpse. A throned celestial, in front of Owen, was as insignificant as an ant, wiped out with ease. It was absurd. As Bright King and the others stared in horror, Owen's icy gaze continued to sweep over the gathered forces. Who else? The provocative words spread throughout the battlefield. Bright King and the others felt as if their dignity was being trampled into the dirt. They were all prominent figures under the Celestial's command. Wherever they went, others trembled in their presence. Yet now, they were being humiliated and crushed by Owen. With their fiery tempers, they would have retaliated without hesitation. However, the lingering shadow of Owen's merciless slaughter of Loki and the throned Celestial still haunted their hearts, forcibly suppressing their rising fury. They valued their pride, but even more than that, they valued their lives. With Owen's impulsive and ruthless nature, anyone who dared to step forward would undoubtedly die. Owen, do you truly believe that ruling over them makes you invincible? Do you not understand that there is always someone stronger? As their frustration mounted, an ancient, hoarse voice suddenly boomed across the battlefield. Immediately, a towering, golden figure resembling a small giant slowly descended upon the scene. As he appeared, the entire army from the other plane erupted into frenzied cheers. Celestial demon, may you reign eternal. Celestial demon, may you never perish. The voices carried an undeniable force of faith, converging upon the golden giant's forehead, where a sacred ritual formation glowed. An overwhelming aura, capable of collapsing the void and shattering the universe, surged forth in madness. The descendant of the celestial demon, Gabriel, had arrived. The celestial demon was the supreme god of the other plane, the strongest existence. The source of magical power, the ultimate object of faith, an entity more ancient than the cosmos itself. Although Gabriel was only a descendant, the power he wielded was still terrifying. With the blessings of faith, he possessed near-apocalyptic might. Yet as Gabriel unleashed his terrifying aura, Owen's face was full of disdain. You think you're worthy of fighting me? Despite the celestial demon's formidable power, in Owen's eyes, it was nothing more than fleeting dust. Owen, you still don't understand this is not just a duel of life and death, but a struggle where only one of us will survive. If you lose, everything you have will become an offering to the celestial demon. Owen curled his finger in a taunting gesture. Come, show me your limits. Hearing these words, Gabriel's defiant expression turned ice cold. As a descendant of the celestial demon, he had encountered many arrogant individuals before, but none as utterly dismissive as Owen. Yet all those before had become sacrifices to the celestial demon. Owen would be no exception. Gabriel roared, and in an instant, the terrifying shadow of the celestial demon transformed into a 10,000-meter-tall giant, standing between heaven and earth. Its colossal presence shattered the very fabric of order, turning the surroundings into a realm of chaotic destruction. Chapter 505, Celestial Demon's Incarnation. The moment Gabriel's body erupted with a terrifying and chilling aura, the people of the other plane all raised their heads with devout expressions. Their gazes burned with fervor as they stared at the towering celestial demon shadow behind Gabriel, as if they were beholding the supreme being they had revered all their lives. They quickly clasped their hands together, channeling their most intense faith energy into Gabriel. In an instant, Gabriel's body became enveloped in radiant beams of light. Behind him, the celestial demon's shadow exuded an overwhelming pressure of death, causing the void within a 100-mile radius to ripple before shattering into inky black cracks. With the addition of the other plane's faith energy, Gabriel's gaze grew even more ferocious, like a savage beast that had just awakened, locking on Owen with a deadly glare. This insolent wretch dared to disrespect him, he must pay the price in blood. The power of the celestial demon is not something a weak ant like you can resist. To die before the power of the celestial demon, consider it an honor. Gabriel's cold voice shook the void. Then, he clenched his right hand, summoning a boundless aura of death, which coalesced into rolling black mist, sweeping in from all directions with howling winds. The celestial demon's shadow behind him followed his movement, mirroring his ferocious punch toward Owen. Boom! This strike carried a world-destroying force that ripped through space, leaving behind a massive pitch-black void. The surrounding order collapsed into chaos. Owen narrowed his eyes as he watched Gabriel's approaching fist, which grew larger in his vision, his face betraying only a faint trace of disdain. Is this truly the extent of your power? As he spoke, the Godslayer sword in his left hand radiated a dazzling dark gold light, exuding a terrifying slaying god aura that disturbed the order. Simultaneously, in his right hand, the blazing flame sword emerged with overwhelming dominance. The flames on the flame sword's blade flickered chaotically, and the terrifying heat warped space itself, filling the air with roaring explosions. In the next moment, under countless gazes filled with either tension or worry, Gabriel's fist, which seemed capable of destroying everything, collided with Owen's Godslayer sword and flame sword, forming a cross-shaped slash. Screech! A deafening metallic clash resounded, sending tremors through the entire region. The terrifying shockwaves radiated outward, shredding space like fragile parchment, producing a constant, crackling sound. Everyone present held their breath, captivated by the unfolding battle. This battle was of utmost importance to both sides. For Otto, the Serpent of the End, and the forces of the other plane if Owen won, their long-anticipated, meticulously planned scheme would be obliterated in its final moments. Conversely, if Owen fell, not only would they eliminate their greatest threat, but the Azure Kingdom would also be reduced to ashes, and the Rebel Alliance would become a historical laughingstock. The Celestials' rule would be completely secured. Under the eager and anxious gazes of countless spectators, the terrifying ripples from Owen and Gabriel's clash shattered the senses of everyone observing the battlefield. The resulting shockwaves forced all onlookers back several dozen meters. Some of the weaker deities were even caught in the aftermath, coughing up blood. The chaos lasted for several dozen seconds. A breeze swept through, gradually dissipating the turbulent magic and order fluctuations. Then, a figure was sent flying backward at an astonishing speed. All eyes followed its trajectory. Gabriel, the one who ultimately lost, was Gabriel. The people of the other plane were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Gabriel was a descendant of the Celestial Demon. He had just activated his Celestial Demon bloodline and drawn upon the Celestial Demon's undefeated power, yet he was still no match for Owen. Their once unwavering faith in the Celestial Demon began to waver. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gabriel crashed heavily into the ground. The terrifying order fluctuations radiating from his body instantly dissipated, producing a dull explosion, as if the very fabric of time and space trembled in response. By contrast, Owen remained completely motionless like an immovable mountain. The stark contrast was striking. The Archdemon, who had been watching Owen intently, slightly widened her beautiful eyes. Her alluring lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she was too stunned by what she had just witnessed. Owen was still Owen, unfathomably powerful. The stronger the opponent, the stronger he became. Nothing could stand in his way. No one could rival him. In the grand scheme of the other plane, Dolores bit her lip lightly, a flicker of hesitation and struggle flashing through her eyes. She was relieved by Owen's immense strength, yet at the same time, his power had grown far too much. Gabriel's combat prowess was terrifying, and his prestige was immense. As a descendant of the Celestial Demon, he had never known defeat, so how had he been crushed in a single exchange? Among the Celestials' ranks, the Bright King furrowed his brows as he observed the scene, seemingly shocked by Owen's revealed strength while simultaneously contemplating countermeasures. The leaders of various factions who were observing the battle through different means were all deathly pale. Gabriel had performed outstandingly during the invasion of the Azure Kingdom in the Emerald Dreamscape. His terrifying combat abilities had left a deep psychological shadow on them. Yet such a formidable existence had been utterly defeated by Owen in just one move. Owen's true combat potential was beyond their comprehension. The Serpent of the End's massive body writhed continuously, its crimson forked tongue flickering in and out as it emitted eerie hissing sounds. As a divine beast under the Celestial's command, it possessed a keener sense than the other deities. It had an ominous premonition the battle was far from over. At that moment, the void where Owen and Gabriel had just fought remained turbulent, with residual energy wreaking havoc, rendering the space highly unstable. Massive fragments of shattered space crumbled away, revealing a bottomless abyss radiating a chilling, ominous aura. Then, just as the crowd was struggling to recover from their shock, an earth-shattering roar suddenly erupted. The Celestial Demon's shadow, which had seemed to fade behind Gabriel's fallen form, suddenly burst into radiant brilliance as if transforming from illusion to reality. And then, an incarnation strikingly similar to the Celestial Demon's shadow slowly emerged. The moment it appeared, it gazed down coldly at Owen. Owen, is it? I will remember you. Your strength is interesting. That hoarse, deep, yet authoritative voice reverberated through the battlefield instantly, reigniting the spirits of the deities from the other plane. Celestial Demon's incarnation. This battle has truly drawn the attention of the Celestial Demon. With the Celestial Demon's incarnation here, today will surely be the day Owen's death is announced, as their fervent cheers filled the air. The Celestial Demon's incarnation unleashed a special order fluctuation, locking onto Owen. Like surging tides, wave after wave of pressure crashed upon him, rapidly widening the rifts in the void. The power it carried, imbued with the Celestial Demon's essence, was incomparably stronger than that of Gabriel, a mere descendant. Madeline, Ymir, and the others sensed the sudden arrival of the Celestial Demons incarnation, and their hearts sank. They knew that, despite Owen's previously displayed overwhelming strength, the Celestial Demon was the most terrifying entity of the other plane of being rumored to be eternally reborn, undying and indestructible. Even as an incarnation, it was an adversary with near zero odds of defeat. Owen, too, was curious about the Celestial Demon. If its true form had arrived, he would need to fight with everything he had but an incarnation alone. That was far from enough. Die. At that moment, the Celestial Demon's incarnation roared in fury. Dark runes of death coiled around its body before it transformed into a streak of light, charging straight at Owen. Owen snorted coldly, gripping both swords tightly as he met its attack head-on. Each of their clashes resembled a collision of planets, sending energy shockwaves raging through the void like hurricane gales. But this cataclysmic battle did not last long. With a sharp, slicing sound tearing through the void, one of the Celestial Demon's incarnation's arms was slashed by the flame sword, instantly igniting with inextinguishable flames. Its aura began to wither rapidly. Chapter 506, The Celestial's Taboo. The Celestial Demon's incarnation had already been suppressed by Owen. Now, with its arm wounded and unable to heal, Owen pressed his advantage, forcing it into continuous retreat. Why is Owen's combat power so terrifying? The Celestial Demon's incarnation looked at Owen with growing fear. Though it was only an incarnation, it carried a portion of its true body's combat power, possessing the strength of a primordial god. Yet in front of Owen, it seemed to be an entire tier lower. Bright King, who had been watching the battle closely, darkened his expression and shouted, "We can't let this continue. We must attack together. Owen is too bizarre. If we let him pick us off one by one, we truly won't stand a chance." The Celestial Demon's incarnation was stronger than all of them. If it were to fall, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be of much use. Serpent of the End nodded, its massive body writhing slowly. The cold light reflecting off its scales signaled its readiness to launch a lethal strike at Owen. Just as they were about to make their move, Dolores stood silently at the side, showing no intention of attacking. She merely watched Owen's movements, as if trying to etch every action into her memory. Bright King and Serpent of the End, along with the other divine beasts, frowned slightly as they glanced at Dolores, who remained completely unprepared. "Dolores, what do you mean by this? Are you still not going to attack Owen? What are you waiting for?" Several of the celestial subordinate deities questioned her. Something about the way Dolores looked at Owen seemed off. It was the look of a woman gazing at someone she cherished. But they were supposed to be mortal enemies. When did I ever need to explain my actions to you? Dolores cast them a cold glance, uttered this single sentence, and fell silent once more. Several prime celestial gods wanted to refute her, but the domineering aura radiating from Dolores suddenly bore down on them, making it difficult to breathe. Ignore her. Taking down Owen is what matters most. Bright King vaguely sensed that something was wrong with Dolores, but he couldn't pinpoint it. For now, eliminating Owen was the priority. Owen was the center of everything. Only by killing him could they resolve today's crisis, otherwise, when the Celestial Lord held them accountable, they would be doomed. After Bright King spoke, the other deities shifted their fury toward Owen. Just as they were about to launch their assault, Owen ignored their intentions entirely. Instead, he gripped the flame sword tightly. A trace of chaotic bloodline energy surged into the demonic sword before he slashed fiercely at the Celestial Demon's incarnation. This strike carried the power to rend the universe asunder, its sheer force causing the surrounding void to shatter. And its speed unbelievably fast, almost impossible to evade. As Owen's sword left a blazing afterimage in the air, Bright King, Serpent of the End, and the divine beasts all had a terrible premonition. Under their horrified gazes, the flaming longsword, which scorched time and space itself, abruptly struck the celestial demon's incarnation. An immense wave of sharp and fiery energy erupted, expanding outward like a massive shockwave. The energy wave detonated the surrounding void, shattering it completely and sending Bright King and the other celestial subordinates who had been preparing for a sneak attack flying backward. Bright King and the others were utterly shaken. Even the residual force of Owen's attack had caused such a massive disruption. How much more devastating must it have been for the celestial demon's incarnation, which took the hit directly. Boom! As this terrifying thought crossed their minds, a deafening explosion resounded. The celestial demon's incarnation was completely annihilated by Owen's ruthless sword strike. The sword scar on its body ignited like a raging fire, and its ethereal form crumbled into ashes, scattering with the wind. The celestial demon's incarnation had fallen. Madeline, Ymir, and the Lord of the Celestial God Palace widened their eyes in disbelief once more. They could hardly comprehend how terrifying Owen had become. Even the celestial demon's incarnation had been slain by him alone. It was as if every day Owen disappeared, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds. The celestial subordinates grew increasingly fearful of Owen. After all, if he could so casually kill a celestial demon's incarnation, if they fell into Owen's hands, they would suffer fates worse than death. Seeing that their forces were wavering, Bright King quickly steadied himself and swept his gaze over the crowd, roaring. Do not panic. No matter how strong Owen is, he has limits. He has been fighting for so long, his energy must be significantly drained. There's no way he can still be at his peak. This is our chance. Attack together, kill him. With Bright King taking the lead, the panicked celestial subordinates regained their composure. A blade to the neck is still a blade whether you cower or not. If they were going to die, they might as well fight to the end. Besides, Bright King's words made sense. No matter how strong Owen was, he had been fighting endlessly, expending tremendous energy. There was no way he had fully recovered. Yes, we can't let him catch his breath. Strike together. Kill him. If we don't kill Owen, he will never let us go. Attack. Serpent of the End roared in agreement before charging forward. Meteor rain of destruction. Primordial fang. Thunder prison strike. In an instant, they unleashed their most powerful magical abilities, filling the void with dazzling and terrifying magical light. These terrifying magical attacks converged into a tidal wave, surging toward Owen in an attempt to overwhelm and obliterate him. The collision of these magic forces with the fractured void ignited an even more violent energy storm. The storm was laced with space fragments and chaotic time currents, rendering the battlefield even more perilous. Madeline and the others turned pale. They were still recovering from their injuries and could not intervene. Owen would have to face all of the celestial strongest forces alone. If it were a one-on-one battle, they wouldn't worry. After all, Owen had always been unmatched among his peers, and defeating high-tier mages was as easy as eating and drinking for him. But they never expected Bright King and the others to use such despicable tactics. Not only had they exhausted Owen in advance, but now they were ganging up on him like a pack of cowardly jackals. Against such overwhelming attacks, Owen's situation was dire. At best, he would be severely injured. At worst, he might fall entirely. As Madeline and the others looked on in deep concern, a series of sharp whooshing sounds pierced the air. The chief and other Divine Mountain descendants arrived at blinding speed, appearing before Owen. Their expressions were filled with urgency and guilt as they sensed that Owen was being surrounded. Without hesitation, they unleashed their own abilities to help shield him from the incoming attacks. Endless divine thunder. Heaven-searing annihilation. Radiance of the holy light. The ancient and formidable spells they cast instantly surrounded Owen, forming layers upon layers of protective barriers. Boom! The combined attacks of Serpent of the End and the Divine Beasts crashed into Owen's protective field. However, the seemingly devastating attacks were completely absorbed by the defenses, vanishing as if dissolving into thin air. The chaotic energy soon dissipated. Though remnants of disorderly order fluctuations spread outward, Owen himself remained unharmed without a single scratch. Although Owen was safe, the chief and the Divine Mountain descendants knelt on one knee before him, bowing their heads in apology. Mountain Lord, we were too late. Even though they had rushed to Owen's side at the first sign of danger, they had still been a step too late. At the same time, the surrounding deities could feel the immense, oppressive power emanating from the Divine Mountain's descendants. A deep unease spread among them. Bright King, Serpent of the End, and the Divine Beasts, being particularly sensitive to energy, instantly recognized the forbidden aura surrounding them. In the so-called taboo, or rather, the Celestial's ultimate taboo, could only be one thing: the Divine Mountain, the ancient Divine Mountain that had been buried in the depths of the Time River. Chapter 507, Divine Mountain, Caesar's Deep Regret. Divine Mountain, Alps Divine Mountain. To many prime celestial gods, this was a name so distant that it had nearly been forgotten. After all, before the Celestial ruled over the plane, it was the Mountain Lord of Alps Divine Mountain who governed all things in heaven and earth. But later, Alps Divine Mountain was replaced by the Celestial. As for how that happened and what earth-shattering events transpired during that time, it had become an ancient mystery. To Bright King and the other prime celestial gods, Divine Mountain no longer existed. Yet, judging from the aura emanating from the chief and his people, they truly hail from the legendary Alps Divine Mountain. The past glory of Divine Mountain was immeasurable, as is its present desolation. How could the chief and the others be from Divine Mountain? The celestial subordinates were all deeply perplexed. They sensed that something was amiss. If the Divine Mountain's remnants had appeared at such a critical moment, there must be a hidden truth behind it. After all, in the past, many top forces had attempted to investigate the fall of Divine Mountain. Upon discovering its traces, yet all who pursued the truth perished mysteriously. Why had the descendants of Divine Mountain emerged in such numbers? And more importantly, why had they recognized Owen as the Mountain Lord? Divine Mountain's status had once been unrivaled. Though it was now history, it had once been an entity that could compete with and even crush the Celestial. And the Mountain Lord's status had once been on par with the Celestial itself. Apart from the first Mountain Lord, there had never been a second until now. But for some unknown reason, Owen had gained the acknowledgement of Divine Mountain and become its Mountain Lord. What was even more shocking was the sheer power of these Divine Mountain remnants. Hundreds of celestial gods had gathered here in enormous number. Their combined strength was terrifying beyond belief. After all, in every major faction, celestial gods were the pillars of power. Each one was extraordinarily valuable. A force with over 100 celestial gods was akin to a colossal empire. And behind these hundreds of celestial gods there were more than 20 throne celestials. Throne celestials, a rank that most celestial gods could never attain, even in their entire lifetimes. Each throne celestial's death would shake the heavens and the earth, for they were the true overlords of this world. But what was even more terrifying was that these throne celestials were not the peak of Divine Mountain's forces. Because standing in front of them were four beings as deep as the abyss itself, primordial gods. Four primordial gods. Even after amassing the strongest warriors across all realms, the celestials' forces had very few primordial gods. Yet here, there were 4, and more importantly each of them wielded Divine Mountain's ancient artifacts. The old woman clutching a bone needle, not only had she reached the primordial god level, but now that she had broken free from her seal, the bone needle's power had been fully reawakened. The dazzling radiance of the artifact distorted their very vision. That bone needle was none other than the sharpest primordial god weapon. Skyrend bone, and beside the old woman, the elder gripping a flaying knife held the cursed blade that had once severed over a dozen primordial gods' heads. Meanwhile, the chief's staff was like a twisted, grotesque monster without a doubt. It was the legendary fountain of flesh. Even the beast-hide robe of a young child standing among them was woven from the scales of a great dragon. Unimaginable strength, terrifying artifacts. The battle prowess of these Divine Mountain remnants was simply too monstrous. It was impossible to fathom if this was the power of the surviving Divine Mountain remnants. Just how powerful had the Divine Mountain been at its peak? At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon them, filled with shock and terror. Compared to the return of Divine Mountain, Owen's defeat of the celestial demon's incarnation seemed far less shocking. After that, Bright King and the others turned their gazes back to Owen. Originally, they had assumed Owen was doomed after falling into Demon Abyss. But they never expected that not only had Owen survived, he had gained unfathomable opportunities. He had become the Mountain Lord of Divine Mountain, commanding a force beyond imagination. Even the Celestials' public forces did not have such a formidable lineup. Immediately, Bright King and the others glared at Caesar. After all, it was Caesar who had orchestrated the plan to send Owen plummeting into Demon Abyss. If they had simply killed Owen outright, rather than sending him to the depths of Demon Abyss, none of this would have happened. Caesar felt deep regret, his heart filled with despair. He wished he could travel back in time and slaughter his past self for coming up with such a foolish plan. Owen had transcended beyond their imagination, ascending to become the Mountain Lord of Divine Mountain and wielding power beyond reckoning. Falling into Demon Abyss hadn't been his end, it had been his rebirth. Meanwhile, Archdemon and the others gazed excitedly at the chief and his people. Their situation had been extremely dire, teetering on the brink of annihilation. But now because of Owen, because of Divine Mountain, everything had changed. They could clearly feel the rising momentum of the Azure Kingdom and the Emerald Dreamscape, sweeping away their prior despair. At the same time, Bright King's forces were beginning to collapse internally. Even Serpent of the End, once the fiercest among them, had shrunk back in fear, its face dark and unreadable. And in this moment, under the gaze of all, Owen swept his eyes across the battlefield, finally locking on the Bright King and the Divine Beasts at his side. You think you can outnumber me? Come, let's see what else you have to boast about. As Owen's wildly arrogant voice rang out, Bright King and the others instinctively stepped back, not daring to meet his gaze. Owen had already slain multiple primordial gods. His overwhelming pressure was unbearable, and now, with the arrival of the chief and his forces, their mental fortitude was completely shattered. Owen's presence had become their greatest nightmare. Owen, the few primordial gods and throned celestials who were still composed glared at Owen and roared, "Don't be so arrogant. Do you think the celestials' power ends with us? You have no idea how vast the celestials' strength truly is. The more arrogant you are now, the greater your despair will be when you finally see the celestials' true might." Bright King sneered. Owen sneered right back. "And who the hell are you? You want to talk big? Fine, challenge my Divine Mountain warriors first." As Owen spoke, the 4 primordial gods of Divine Mountain stepped forward together. Their frightening pressure swept over Bright King like a freezing winter storm. Though Bright King himself was a primordial god, he could not compare to warriors who had survived countless battles in Demon Abyss. Under their combined presence, Bright King coughed up blood, retreating with a ghastly expression. Chapter 508, Dolores Unleashed. Owen, with your current strength, you are not qualified to be so arrogant. Serpent of the End, its aura surging to its peak, glared at Owen in fury. In an instant, thick clouds of highly corrosive black mist surged toward Owen, enveloping him completely. The void around Owen emitted a sharp sizzling sound, turning pitch black and becoming extremely unstable. Serpent of the End was a primordial god-level entity with terrifying combat power. Its nature was explosive and ruthless. The moment it locked onto Owen's aura, its colossal tail, like a pillar supporting the heavens, whipped toward Owen with a deafening roar. The terrifying shockwave carried by the serpent's tail shook the heavens and cracked the very fabric of space. Bright King and the other prime celestial gods and divine beasts all watched Owen expectantly. Owen had just endured a grueling battle and had not yet fully recovered. Serpent of the End might have a chance to kill him. They had also locked onto the chief and the other Divine Mountain warriors. If Owen began to falter and these Divine Mountain warriors made a move, they would immediately intervene to stop them. Very soon, within their perception, the moment Serpent of the End's attack landed on Owen, countless runes flickered across Owen's body, making his form appear abyssal and unfathomable. Serpent of the End's attack was swiftly devoured by the black runes and even its own mana and order began to be forcibly drawn into Owen's body. Owen's form was expanding. Serpent of the End's body, however, was visibly shrinking. Serpent of the End's expression contorted with fear. It had gone all out, aiming to obliterate Owen. Yet Owen was unscathed. Instead, its own magical energy and order were being drained uncontrollably by Owen. Both were primordial gods. How was Owen doing this? For the first time, Serpent of the End felt true fear. It thrashed its massive form violently, attempting to break free. But once ensnared by this devouring force, it was like a lamb bound for slaughter, completely powerless to escape. It could only watch in growing horror as its order energy became weaker and weaker. Meanwhile, Owen grew stronger with every passing moment, the order fluctuations within him surging violently, causing tremors in the void. Not good. Serpent of the End is in danger. What method is Owen using? Why does it have no power to resist? At that moment, Bright King and the other celestial subordinates turned ashen with dread. They had pinned their hopes on Serpent of the End. After all, within the primordial god ranks, Serpent of the End was considered mid-tier in power. If it could pose a threat to Owen, then they, as divine beasts, wouldn't need to fear Owen either. But Serpent of the End's complete and utter defeat sent shockwaves through them, a psychological blow beyond imagination. As they prepared to rush in to rescue Serpent of the End, Serpent of the End, its mind already distorted by Owen's devouring power, began to regress. Its once massive body shrank continuously, like a deflating balloon. The ferocious scales that once covered it became softer and gentler. Before the eyes of all, it completely transformed into a small, seemingly harmless white snake. How is this possible? Serpent of the End was a being that could bring about the end of the cosmos. How could it become like this? Bright King and the others were horrified. They had witnessed beings ascending in power before, but this was the first time they had seen one regress. This defied all knowledge they had ever known. The newly regressed Serpent of the End trembled as it gazed at Owen. Its body and soul had regressed, causing it to forget much of what had transpired. But when it looked at Owen, an instinctive reverence took root deep within it. Simply by looking at Owen, its entire being was overcome with an urge to kneel as though it had seen its true master. Master, the thought flashed through Serpent of the End's mind. And in the next moment, its small white tail swayed as it adoringly slithered toward Owen. Master, master, it called out to Owen in a timid yet affectionate voice. A deathly silence fell over the void outside the imperial capital. Bright King, the prime celestial gods, and all the forces of the other plane were left utterly stunned. Just moments ago, Serpent of the End had been the first to attack Owen. And now, in an instant, it was calling him, Master. Serpent of the End was a primordial god. It was an incredibly fierce and ruthless divine beast. Before now, only the Celestial had ever forced it into submission through overwhelming power, and yet for some unknown reason, it had willingly bowed to Owen. This was madness. The method Owen had just used was simply too defiant of the natural order. Hearing Serpent of the End's soft voice, even Owen himself was momentarily dumbfounded. His original intent had been purely to absorb Serpent of the End's order energy to test the true extent of his devour power. He had never expected such an absurd reaction. Serpent of the End had actually submitted to him. He was well aware that divine beasts had their own unyielding wills and would never easily submit to another. Even when they did submit, it was usually only out of necessity, a temporary compromise. But Owen could clearly sense that Serpent of the End had truly, completely surrendered to him body and soul. Had he beaten it into submission, he had heard of certain spell beasts that, when subjected to overwhelming beatings, would mentally break down and then become utterly obedient to their oppressor. Had he just stumbled upon such a rare occurrence? Though he didn't fully understand it, Owen saw no downside to this development. With a mere thought, the now regressed Serpent of the End transformed into a mount. Hovering in the void beneath Owen, Bright King and the others, who had already been glaring at Owen in fury, felt their minds explode in rage as they saw him humiliating Serpent of the End in such a manner. Owen, you have gone too far. Serpent of the End is a divine beast. How dare you humiliate it like this? You are unworthy. Their voices grew louder, increasingly shrill and frenzied. At that moment Dolores, who had remained silent until now, took a step forward. She cast a glance at Serpent of the End beneath Owen's feet before walking slowly toward him. Owen, she said coldly, it has been a long time. Your strength has grown to such a level. If that's the case, then it's time we settled our grudge. As she spoke, Dolores' aura surged violently. Instantly, the agitated energy of Bright King and the prime celestial gods was completely suppressed. Bright King and the others stared at Dolores in shock. Was she challenging Owen? Even though Dolores was one of the top powerhouses of the other plane, a primordial god, stronger than even the celestial demon's incarnation. Compared to Owen's displayed strength, she was still far weaker. What was she thinking by challenging Owen now? Had she come seeking death? Chapter 509, The Seeker of Secrets. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, Owen's expression grew more serious. He was well aware of Dolores' strength. Among primordial gods, she was indeed powerful, but she had never demonstrated the ability to create a barrier strong enough to imprison him. Interesting. Owen's gaze locked onto Dolores as he gripped the Godslayer sword tightly. A razor-sharp sword aura sliced through the void, hurtling toward the distorted barrier in an attempt to shatter it. The sword strike was unimaginably sharp. The newly formed barrier trembled violently, splitting apart as the sword aura pierced through it, heading directly for Dolores. Dolores flicked her fingers. In that instant, it was as if time itself had come to a halt. The attack that had been right in front of her, so terrifyingly swift, vanished like an illusion, dissolving into nothingness with a ripple in space. Owen's dominant strike had been completely neutralized. Many witnessing the scene felt their pupils constrict in sheer disbelief. The Godslayer sword had become synonymous with Owen himself. Its overwhelming power, combined with Owen's combat prowess, had even forced the celestial demon's incarnation into a desperate struggle. Yet now, Dolores had effortlessly countered it. Bright King and the other deities swallowed hard, staring at Dolores in shock. This traitor had been hiding her true strength all along. The powerhouses of the other plane were also momentarily stunned. As Dolores' subordinates, they knew her strength well. But why did she now seem as if she had been reborn, as if she had awakened some hidden, terrifying potential? Yet their shock quickly turned to cheers. Their voices thundered through the skies. The stronger Dolores was, the better. Owen's overwhelming presence had oppressed them for too long. In the next moment, as Owen and Dolores clashed repeatedly, the void between them shattered into nothingness, remaining torn for a long time before showing any signs of recovery. Even the faint shockwaves from their battle caused Bright King, the lord of the celestial god palace, and the others to pale in horror. Both Owen and Dolores were primordial gods, but their battle transcended that level entirely. They were ripping apart time and space, disturbing the very fabric of chaos itself. Dolores was already one of the strongest warriors of the other plane, but how did her strength increase so drastically? The war goddess narrowed her eyes, her aura trembling, distorting the surrounding space. The chief and the divine mountain warriors also stared in disbelief. She can actually fight the mountain lord evenly. This woman's strength is far beyond anything we imagined. Amidst the murmuring crowd, Dolores' expression remained serious as she gazed at Owen. Her beautiful eyes gleamed with an eerie light, as if she was analyzing something unseen. Not bad. It seems I underestimated you. As she stared at him, Owen's battle intent surged like a tidal wave, his unrivaled dominance rippling through every inch of space. Under this overwhelming intent, the endless streams of order flickered brightly. But then, they quickly dimmed, as if oppressed by an unseen force. Within Owen's unique domain, Dolores felt herself being increasingly suppressed. Owen's strength was still growing, but Dolores did not strike again. Instead, she smiled faintly, looking at Owen as she spoke. Owen, your fall into the demon abyss, it wasn't because of Caesar's scheme, was it? You planned it all along, you merely used their trick to your advantage. You did it to awaken Leslie's dark heart, didn't you? And in the depths of the demon abyss you annihilated the dark temple, broke through the celestial seal, and ascended to the primordial god realm. I must admit, your talent and power are terrifying. You calculated everything perfectly, no wonder Leslie values you so much. No wonder she loves you so deeply. As Dolores' words echoed through the void, a flicker of surprise flashed across Owen's eyes. These were his deepest secrets. Even Madeline and the others didn't know. Only he was aware of these intricate details. So how did Dolores know? His mind instantly connected the dots. Dolores' sudden surge in strength. Her unshakable certainty about his past. A terrifying realization dawned upon him. The Dolores before him was no longer herself. After all, his fall into the demon abyss, his awakening of Leslie's dark heart. Even Leslie herself didn't know the full truth. Yet this, Dolores, spoke of it as though she had personally witnessed it. Who exactly was she? Owen narrowed his eyes, his thoughts racing. Among all the powerful entities he had encountered, there were very few who possessed such knowledge and strength. But as he recalled his past encounters, a name surfaced in his mind like a bolt of lightning. Suki Heim. Right now you're actually Suki Heim, aren't you? Owen's gaze pierced into Dolores' very being, as if he could see straight through her soul. The moment Owen spoke that name, Madeline and the others looked utterly lost, unfamiliar with it. But the Celestials' forces, their faces turned ashen with shock. They knew the name all too well. Suki was the supreme primordial god of the Celestial. Within the Celestial hierarchy, she was second only to the Celestial itself. A true ruler of countless living beings, and rumors claimed her strength had already reached the level of the Celestial itself. We pay our respects to Her Majesty Suki. Bright King and the others immediately dropped to their knees in reverence. Owen's words had awakened them to the truth. The Dolores before them was nothing more than a vessel of puppet controlled by Suki. Otherwise, Dolores' strength could never have reached such a level, nor could she have known so much about Owen's secrets. Only Suki puppet magic could do this. Even the mighty divine beasts, including King Kong and the nine-headed hellhound, pressed their heads to the ground in absolute submission. The moment the Celestials' forces knelt in unison, Madeline and the others felt a cold chill run through their souls. Bright King, King Kong, the nine-headed hellhound. These were beings who had always carried themselves with supreme arrogance. Yet simply hearing the name, Suki had reduced them to this pitiful state. How terrifying was she, even the war goddess and the Lord of Stars, who had long known of Suki existence, were shaken. They never imagined such an untouchable figure would personally intervene in this matter. This was bad, terribly bad. Even if they joined forces, they stood no chance against this supreme primordial god. And under the weight of countless stunned gazes, Dolores' lips curled into a sinister smile. Her gaze swept over Owen, filled with an insatiable curiosity. Owen, your very existence is a mystery. I am truly curious, who exactly are you? As she spoke, her form began to shift, revealing Suki true appearance. I have shown you who I am. Now, it is your turn, isn't it? You do not belong to this world, do you? Chapter 510, The Untouchable Past and Future. Time began to reverse once again. The tournament for marriage. This was where Owen's rise began. Suki smile grew even wider. The scent of a secret. She felt as if she was on the verge of unveiling Owen's greatest secret, about to expose it completely before her eyes. Although she had previously speculated about Owen's true identity, it had always been just that speculation. She had never been able to confirm it with absolute certainty. Now, at last, she would know. The timeline of the tournament for marriage continued moving backward. Owen's body grew increasingly hazy, but at that moment, Suki eyes suddenly turned deadly white, as if she had been struck by an overwhelming force, rendering her completely unable to perceive the reversed flow of time. Drip. 2 streams of blood-red tears trickled from Suki eyes, dripping onto the ground like 2 freshly bloomed crimson roses. Owen's past was completely untouchable. Suki heart trembled violently. Suki sama. King Kong and the nine-headed hellhound cried out in alarm as they saw Suki injured, instantly rushing toward her to strike Owen down. They had no idea what had just happened, but it had to be Owen's doing. He had wounded Suki How dare he? However, before they could act, Suki slowly raised a hand, signaling them to stop. Her now pale, sightless eyes remained locked on Owen for a long moment before she finally spoke. An untouchable past, Owen. What exactly lies in your history? You're becoming more and more interesting to me. Suki licked her lips, as if savoring the taste of a delicious meal. But Owen merely shook his head, his tone indifferent. Unfortunately, I have no interest in you at all. Hearing this, Suki wasn't the least bit offended. Instead, she smiled even more deeply, her voice carrying a peculiar tone. You may not be interested in me, but what about Leslie? Do you truly understand Leslie's past? Owen's brows furrowed slightly. He immediately sensed that Suki was up to something. At the same time, the mention of Leslie's dark heart, which he had personally awakened, left him feeling uneasy. He wasn't sure what state Leslie was in now. Seeing Owen lapse into momentary silence, Suki let out a soft chuckle. Owen, I know you care for Leslie, and Leslie values you greatly, too. But you do realize Leslie has many secrets, don't you? Secrets that I know. Wouldn't you like to know who she truly is? Owen's eyes narrowed, his voice calm yet firm. It doesn't matter who she was. What matters is that she is my wife, and the mother of little Leslie. Suki smile widened, her voice playful. Owen, you're far too naive. Rather than focusing on how she once established Alps Divine Mountain and became its first mountain lord, I'm more curious why she would choose to bear your child. Boom, the heavens trembled. Leslie had created Alps Divine Mountain. Impossible. Alps Divine Mountain was an ancient entity, so powerful that even the Celestial was once unable to lift its head before it. How could Leslie be its first mountain lord? Yet, the one who spoke these words was Suki a being second only to the Celestial itself. Instantly, countless mages felt their minds go blank, completely overwhelmed by this earth-shattering revelation. Even the war goddess and the Lord of Stars stood frozen, utterly stunned. Bright King, King Kong, the nine-headed hellhound, and all of the Celestial subordinates were in complete disbelief. The being who once suppressed even the Celestial was someone they had actually met before, Leslie. This was beyond absurd. Madeline, the Lord of the Celestial God Palace, Venus, and countless others were equally dumbfounded. Alps Divine Mountain had been the most powerful force in the earliest ages. It had endured countless eons, remaining a legendary name in the minds of all mages. And its mysterious founder had always been the subject of endless speculation. Yet now, that very founder was Leslie. Suki gaze never left Owen as she spoke. She wanted to see his reaction, to witness the moment his expression cracked. After all, this revelation was akin to a nuclear explosion, capable of shaking the entire plane to its core, but Owen's face remained calm. So calm that Suki began to doubt her own eyes. No shock, no confusion, no curiosity, as if he had already known all along. Something wasn't right. Does this revelation truly mean nothing to you? Or did you already know Leslie's true identity? Suki brows furrowed slightly. Owen glanced at her but said nothing. The original story never explicitly mentioned Leslie's past identity. But considering that she ultimately became the final antagonist, her past was far from ordinary. There were subtle hints throughout the story. Hints that Owen had long since pieced together. Not to mention through his time with Leslie, he had only confirmed this truth even further. Seeing Owen remain silent, Suki instantly understood. He had already known, but how? Leslie told him. For the first time, a flicker of disbelief appeared in Suki eyes. After a brief pause, her expression grew more serious. Leslie told you this secret herself. Her trust in you is truly remarkable. But tell me, Owen, do you really think this is Leslie's biggest secret? Suki smile returned. A sense of unease crept into Owen's heart. If Leslie had truly told you everything, you wouldn't be standing here now. After all, she has another hidden identity. Suki gently pressed her lips together, her gaze deep as the abyss. Leslie has another identity. Owen's expression hardened. The unease in his heart suddenly made sense, and the others present felt a chill seep into their very souls. If even being the creator of Alp's divine mountain wasn't her greatest secret, then what in the world was? Owen quickly went through all of Leslie's past actions. He even recalled the original story once more, but found nothing. Yet Tsukihime spoke with absolute certainty, which meant it was highly likely to be true. She wouldn't waste time fabricating lies. Taking a deep breath, Owen suppressed his growing concern. Tsukihime. What is Leslie's hidden identity? Tsukihime's smile deepened, her laughter echoing throughout the void. If you truly want to know, go to the Celestial and find her yourself. Perhaps she will tell you. Her voice was dripping with amusement. Go on, Owen, head to the Celestial. Your reunion with Leslie will be truly spectacular. Chapter 511, Tsukihime's Betrayal. Tsukihime's strength was far beyond what Owen had imagined. As Owen prepared to activate his bloodline power, the fragment of Tsukihime's will that had detached from Dolores gradually shifted its attention back onto Dolores herself. Under Tsukihime's gaze, the just awakened Dolores shuddered violently. It was clear in Tsukihime's eyes, she was nothing more than a tool against Owen. She had no autonomy, no free will, completely under Tsukihime's control. The feeling of helplessness made her want to resist, but Tsukihime's overwhelming power made that impossible. Dolores could only accept this reality in despair. Now, with Tsukihime's gaze locked onto her, that sense of powerlessness intensified. Before Tsukihime, even the thought of resisting seemed unattainable. After glancing at Dolores, Tsukihime finally turned to Owen, her tone filled with anticipation. Owen, I will be waiting for you behind the god of deities. We will meet again someday. With those words, she prepared to leave. Amidst countless stunned and horrified gazes, Dolores wanted to remain here, desperately trying to retain control of her consciousness. Yet, the moment Tsukihime turned, her body moved on its own, obediently following Tsukihime like a servant. No matter how fiercely her soul resisted, it caused not even a ripple in Tsukihime's control. Seeing that Tsukihime was about to leave, Owen's brows furrowed deeply. Tsukihime, you think you can just walk away? How convenient. As he spoke, Owen's aura surged violently. Although it seemed as though Tsukihime had fought him evenly, the truth was he had yet to unleash his full power. If this were a true life and death battle, he wouldn't fear her. After all, the Tsukihime before him was not her true form, merely a fragment of her will manifested through Dolores. The moment Owen's energy erupted, Tsukihime's expression remained indifferent, her steps unhurried as she continued to depart. Owen's gaze turned ice cold as he fixed his eyes on her. Tsukihime, this isn't over. His voice carried a chilling, bone-deep murderous intent. The Celestials' forces and the otherworldly invaders had inflicted unimaginable devastation on Azure Kingdom and Emerald Dreamscape. They had to pay the price. Under Owen's furious, killing intent-laden gaze, Tsukihime's tone remained calm. Owen, what do you intend to do? As she spoke, she casually pointed toward Bright King and the other otherworldly forces. Are you planning to slaughter everyone here? Her voice was devoid of emotion, as if she were discussing something entirely unrelated to herself. The Celestial subordinates all turned pale upon hearing her words. If Tsukihime truly left, then there was no doubt. Owen would not let them go. Given Owen's displayed power, escaping from here wasn't an easy task. Just as their hearts grew heavier with dread, Owen clenched the Godslayer's sword and the flame sword tightly. A terrifying roar locked onto everyone before him. The murderous intent and unstable order fluctuations coiled like a sleeping beast, finally awakened. This time, because of his plan, Azure Kingdom and Emerald Dreamscape had suffered enormous casualties. Owen was completely enraged. Everyone who had taken part in this attack would pay with their lives. As Owen's murderous energy surged, Tsukihime narrowed her eyes. She understood exactly what Owen was thinking. After a brief moment of consideration, she finally spoke. If you want to kill them to vent your anger, I have no objections. Just make sure you try harder next time. Don't disappoint me. After saying that, she flashed a meaningful smile at Owen. A smile so chilling that it sent shivers down spines. At that moment, all the celestial gods, deities, and mages present were utterly horrified. What did the supreme primordial god mean by this? Was she abandoning the celestial subordinates? These were elite forces under the Celestial's command. Tsukihime-sama, you cannot leave us like this. We have been loyal to the Celestial. We have served you faithfully, Tsukihime-sama. At that moment, Bright King, King Kong, and the nine-headed Hellhound all cried out, trying desperately to persuade Tsukihime to stay. Given Owen's displayed power, without Tsukihime's presence, their opportunity for victory would vanish, and their own lives would be in grave danger. Yet, Tsukihime ignored them entirely. She vanished into thin air, as if she had never been there in the first place. The sudden, decisive departure left Bright King and the others in utter disbelief. No, this isn't right. Something is definitely wrong. She didn't abandon us because she feared Owen. She's using us as pawns. A terrifying realization struck Bright King like a bolt of lightning. Hearing his words, King Kong and the nine-headed Hellhound's eyes widened in shock. Tsukihime was supposedly the Celestial's most trusted subordinate, yet had she been harboring her own ambitions all along? And now, by leaving them behind, had she set them up as sacrificial pawns? A chilling sensation crawled up their spines. Tsukihime was the Celestial's most favored lieutenant. Her power, second only to the Celestial itself. If she had been plotting against them all this time, then the greatest threat to the Celestial wasn't Owen. It was Tsukihime herself. This realization drove them into a frenzy, their aura surging with violent, chaotic energy. It was all because of Owen. If not for him, Tsukihime wouldn't have been able to manipulate the situation so perfectly. Meanwhile, the war goddess, Lord of Stars, and the others stared at Tsukihime's departing figure in shock. Why had she suddenly left? Hadn't she always been unwaveringly loyal to the Celestial? Her behavior today was completely unlike her. They couldn't understand it. But soon, a faint smile crept onto their faces, regardless of the reason. Tsukihime's departure had lifted an immense weight off their shoulders. They could sense it. The Celestial's forces were crumbling from within. Even the otherworldly army hesitated, uncertain whether to flee or stay. After all, Owen's power was far too overwhelming. Without Tsukihime, there was no chance of victory. Worse yet, their former leader, Dolores, had been taken away as Tsukihime's puppet. They were now completely leaderless. Bright King, what do we do? Do we fight or flee? King Kong and the Hellhound turned to him, sensing his unstable energy. Bright King's eyes turned ruthless. Do you think Owen will let us leave? We have no choice now. We fight to the death. That is our only hope. Like a cornered wolf, his killing intent reached its peak. King Kong and the Hellhound exchanged glances, seeing the same determination in each other's eyes. They had no other options. Kill. At that moment, every celestial god, every remaining warrior, had only one thought left in their minds. Slaughter Owen. The battle had truly begun. Chapter 512, The Fearsome Combat Strength of Azure Kingdom. Roar, thunderous, earth-shaking roars erupted from King Kong, Hellhound, and the other divine beasts, their deafening cries causing the void itself to tremble. Their order power surged violently, sending disruptive waves rippling through the space around them. As they joined forces, the otherworldly warriors present also held their breath. Following the Celestials' elite, they charged toward Owen and his allies. Seeing them take action, the chief and his comrades moved swiftly, instantly positioning themselves at Owen's side. Each one locked onto a savage, domineering aura, engaging their adversaries in a fierce battle. The speed of their attacks was astonishing. The sheer force of their order clashes twisted the surrounding void into a chaotic vortex, distorting space as if it were being wrenched apart. Then, a deafening series of explosive collisions rang out. The disrupted void shattered apart, creating thick, arm-like black fissures that quickly spread across every corner of space. From a distance, it was as if this entire battlefield had become a realm of chaotic order where countless laws collided and intertwined. Any god unfortunate enough to venture too close was instantly caught in the raging torrents of destruction. Their bodies exploded into gory mist, reduced to thick pools of blood, their remains filling the air with an overpowering stench of iron. As the battle reached its climax, Bright King, King Kong, and Hellhound led the charge, breaking through the battlefield and closing in on Owen himself. Owen, today will be the day you die. Bright King's gaze was cold as ice. His palm clenched into a fist. And above his head, an astral map burst into existence, its radiant, mystic glow replacing the sky itself, exuding an immense, oppressive force. Under this astral map, Owen immediately sensed an overwhelming suppression. It was as if this entire space had been sealed off. Any attempts to use teleportation magic or artifacts would be completely nullified. Everything within the map's domain was now a severed zone, disconnected from the rest of the world. At the same time, the sky grew darker and darker, descending into an impenetrable abyss of blackness, devoid of even a trace of light. Yet, as Owen grasped the Godslayer's sword and flame sword, the suffocating darkness surrounding him instantly dissipated. It was clear, this astral map was a terrifying artifact, one that had likely reached the legendary supreme tier. However, compared to the weapons in Owen's hands, it was not even in the same league, with a casual swing of both swords. A blinding, sword-borne radiance cut through the night, banishing the darkness in an instant. And in that moment, Owen locked onto Bright King's presence within the mist. Bright King's face twisted in horror. This astral map was something he had nurtured with his own blood, an artifact of unparalleled supremacy. Anyone trapped within its boundaries would be suppressed and deprived of their senses, becoming nothing more than a helpless puppet. Yet, Owen had completely negated its effects. Bright King's expression darkened further. Even though he already knew Owen was stronger, he hadn't expected his trump card to be rendered utterly useless. For a brief moment, panic flickered through his heart. But Bright King was a battle-hardened warrior. He quickly regained his composure, took a deep breath, and pressed his hands together over his chest. Immediately, the massive astral map began to collapse inward, compressing itself toward his body. By reducing its coverage, he could increase its concentrated power. From outside the battlefield, those witnessing this horrifying spectacle were left in stunned silence. The astral map now radiated an explosive brilliance, like a deadly celestial firework blooming in the sky. Even from a distance, the mere presence of its energy carried an unmistakable aura of death. And yet, within that collapsing starfield, as its destructive force gathered toward a single apocalyptic blast aimed at Owen, Owen stood unshaken, wielding his dual swords like a divine executioner. Facing it head-on, boom, 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 a relentless barrage of thunderous explosions erupted, as countless meteor-like embers rained down, creating a celestial river of molten stars. Even battle-hardened warriors could only stare in awe at the spectacle. And just as Owen clashed with Bright King, King Kong attacked from behind. Wielding a colossal battle axe, he soared through the air, his massive, muscular frame hurtling toward Owen's back. The axe's gleaming blade, like a streaking comet, aimed to cleave both Owen and the heavens in two. Screech, a tearing sound ripped through the air. Owen sensed the danger instantly. In response, a gigantic black vortex formed behind him. The vortex spun wildly, unleashing an overwhelming gravitational pull. In an instant, the descending battle axe was caught mid-air, ensnared as though wrapped in viscous binding shadows. Not only did this drastically slow the axe's descent, it also began draining King Kong's power, siphoning his own energy into Owen. The sight left onlookers horrified, even though Owen was fighting both of them at once. He remained completely at ease. Meanwhile, Bright King and King Kong were already forced to reveal their trump cards. Owen should have no trouble dealing with them, but something feels off. His attack seemed distracted, as if something is weighing on his mind. The War Goddess and Lord of Stars frowned deeply. From what they had seen, Owen had even managed to resist Tsukiheim's will projection. By comparison, Bright King and King Kong shouldn't have posed any difficulty for him. Even now, despite their desperate, all-out assaults, neither could do anything to Owen. The outcome should have been a foregone conclusion. Yet, Owen was hesitating. Something was bothering him. What is he thinking about? I don't know. Owen's strength surpasses our understanding. But sometimes it's not just raw power that determines victory. The Lord of Stars took a deep breath, even though he was also a primordial god. Owen was clearly on another level. However, both he and the War Goddess had far greater experience. They knew indecision and hesitation could cost a warrior everything. Whatever is troubling him, he will resolve it soon. The War Goddess spoke with certainty. She had never seen Owen waver before. You're right, and in the meantime, the Lord of Stars turned his gaze across the battlefield. We have a war to finish, as he and the War Goddess joined the fray. The tide of battle shifted completely. One by one the Celestials' forces fell. The Divine Mountain warriors fought like demons, their rage against the Celestial driving them to new heights of fury. Within moments, the battlefield became a graveyard. The Celestials' once mighty army had shattered. Their forces broken, their morale crushed. Victory now belonged to Azure Kingdom. Chapter 513, The Reunited Women. The sudden collapse of the otherworldly army was like a burst dam, completely crushed by Owen's forces, led by the chief and the others from Divine Mountain. Every faction observing this battle was utterly shaken. After all, the otherworldly army possessed tremendous combat power, second only to the Celestials' own forces in this realm. Yet, such a powerful army had been utterly overwhelmed in mere moments. Meanwhile, Caesar had suffered a devastating defeat. One of the elderly women from the Divine Mountain lineage had mercilessly pummeled his soul with repeated strikes, shattering it over and over again. Even though Caesar's soul continuously tried to reform, desperately clinging to existence after multiple rounds of obliteration, he could no longer hold on. Near death, he began to beg for mercy. The elderly woman had initially intended to ignore his pleas, but after considering the uniqueness of his innate soul form, she ultimately chose to gather his broken remnants, erase his consciousness, and refine his purest essence into a condensed soul orb which she then fed to the little girl beside her. This thing contains immense soul energy. It will be extremely beneficial for you, helping you assist the Mountain Lord in the future. Under the expectant gaze of the little girl, she eagerly swallowed the soul orb in one gulp. Nearby, Venus, witnessing the traitor Caesar's final fate, exhaled deeply in relief. Caesar had been a formidable opponent. After his betrayal, he had gained additional power from the Celestial, becoming a terrifying force. Even Venus, fighting at her full strength, had failed to eliminate him. But now, thanks to the overwhelming might of the Divine Mountain Warriors, they had finally purged this menace once and for all. Rachel. As the Divine Mountain Warriors decisively turned the tide, Venus spotted Rachel, who had been battling her way forward. A bright smile appeared on her beautiful face. At the same time, Madeline rushed over as well, and the three women, longtime companions, were finally reunited. Even though they hadn't been apart for long, they had all experienced countless trials. Their hearts were filled with nostalgia. Seeing them embrace, Serafina beamed with joy. She hurriedly ran over, especially toward Rachel, clinging to her like an affectionate shadow. She had spent the most time with Rachel and adored her the most. Meanwhile, Princess Mary, Lana, and Reina were still locked in a brutal fight against the Celestials' forces. Their ranks might have been lower compared to others, but they were far from ordinary fighters. Their combat prowess was monstrous. Their unyielding battle spirits radiated a chilling killing intent, making even the fiercest enemies tremble with fear. Their ferocious combat style quickly caught Madeline's attention. She was visibly surprised. She knew well of the history between Reina and Owen, yet after all these years, to encounter her here of all places was beyond belief. Even more shocking, Princess Mary was fighting alongside them. After all, she was the princess of Azure Kingdom. But the Azure Kingdom had long since been destroyed, replaced by the new super empire founded by Owen and Leslie. For someone who should have been a sworn enemy to now stand on the same battlefield as an ally. It was unbelievable. Seeing Madeline staring blankly at the scene, Rachel chuckled. She gently patted Madeline's head. Madeline, you're really underestimating your brother's charm. Anything involving Owen, even the most impossible things can become reality. Hearing Rachel praise Owen, Madeline, the self-proclaimed #1 Owen fan, suddenly felt her status threatened. She huffed proudly, crossing her arms. Of course, I know that. Owen is the best. I know everything about him. Rachel burst into laughter, choosing not to tease her further. Instead, she turned her sharp gaze back to the battlefield. At this moment, whether it was the remnants of the otherworldly army or the Celestials' forces, their numbers had dwindled drastically. Victory had already been decided. Only one battle remained unresolved. Owen's duel. That single battle would determine the final outcome of today's war. Under countless watchful eyes, the heavens trembled. Brilliant divine light illuminated the cosmos. Their figures flickered in and out of existence, lost within the radiance. Only the terrifying shockwaves of their clashes revealed their domineering strength, far surpassing anyone else on the battlefield. Both King Kong and Hellhound wore excited expressions. Even though their army was collapsing, they were holding their ground against Owen. This gave them a glimmer of hope. After all, even if their entire army perished, as long as they killed Owen, their mission would still be accomplished. However, as their battle dragged on, they suddenly made a shocking realization. Owen was barely even trying. His attacks were absent-minded, almost casual. He wasn't even using his full strength. When did Owen become this terrifying? They couldn't comprehend it, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Owen has always been incredibly gifted, but this rate of growth, it's unheard of. Hellhound's expression twisted into one of pure terror. Doubt and hesitation crept into his heart. He was certain. If Owen got serious, they were doomed. We need to use our secret technique, one final gamble. King Kong made a swift, ruthless decision. He didn't know why Owen seemed distracted. But this was their only chance. Hellhound immediately agreed it was now or never. Kill, they roared in unison, igniting their essence blood and unleashing forbidden power. The entire void twisted and contorted as order went berserk. Their bodies exploded with power, growing 10 times stronger than before. Their final desperate attacks tore apart the cosmos, warping space itself into an apocalyptic nightmare, as the world trembled beneath their might. Owen, who had seemed distant and distracted, suddenly snapped back to focus. His gaze sharpened, his resolve solidified, and in that instant, the battlefield's momentum shifted once more. The moment Owen opened his eyes, an endless aura of chaos spread from him as its center. These chaotic mists seemed to bind time and space, causing everything around him to freeze, with only these mists freely flowing. As these swirling chaotic mists gathered above Owen's head, they transformed into a grand and unfathomable figure. Chapter 514, Owen's Terror. The moment Owen opened his eyes, an endless aura of chaos spread from him as its center. These chaotic mists seemed to bind time and space, causing everything around him to freeze, with only these mists freely flowing. As these swirling chaotic mists gathered above Owen's head, they transformed into a grand and unfathomable figure. The moment this figure appeared, Madeline and the others were involuntarily drawn to it, their faces instinctively displaying awe. King Kong, Hellhound, and the other divine beasts were also transfixed, as if this figure was the natural center of the universe. Just one glance at it made them tremble all over, overcome by an indescribable terror. Who is this? They couldn't clearly see this towering, indistinct figure, only its vague silhouette. Yet even with just this blurred outline, they found themselves unable to breathe. The order they had just stirred with their secret techniques was as if doused by a bucket of cold water, weakening and becoming indistinct. Facing this spectral figure directly gave them a more terrifying sensation than even the celestial god Emperor, Tsukihime. In their subconscious perception, this being was comparable to the celestial itself. With the emergence of this figure, the universe fell into absolute silence. A flicker of complexity flashed in Owen's gaze. Leslie, oh Leslie, truly worthy of being a born villain. As he spoke, the complexity in Owen's expression grew even deeper before it was replaced by resolute determination. He had already come to a clear realization. No matter what other identities Leslie might have, she was still his wife. His feelings for her had not changed in the slightest. He firmly believed that Leslie's feelings for him also would not waver. No matter how much time passed, no matter what events transpired, Leslie was Leslie. She would not be changed by external factors. That was Leslie, and that was himself. In truth, he had understood this from the very beginning, yet he had not been completely steadfast in that belief. Now, with his mind utterly resolute and his thoughts fully clear, Owen would no longer be disturbed by such claims. At that moment, Owen's crystal clear eyes flashed with a piercingly sharp light as he fixed his gaze on King Kong and Hellhound. He had observed all of their actions earlier but had chosen to ignore them. Now, however, it was time to settle their grievances once and for all. King Kong, Hellhound, in your next life, try to be good. The moment Owen uttered these words, King Kong and Hellhound suddenly felt as if they had been sentenced by fate. That feeling of being ensnared by the web of destiny, powerless to resist, nearly drowned them in terror. They both sensed that Owen had undergone an immense transformation compared to before. Not only had he emerged from his previous distracted state, but the aura radiating from him had grown even more terrifying. That overwhelming dominance, as if heaven and earth themselves had submitted to him, made fate itself seem to bow before him. Owen was no longer an opponent they could contend with. Even using their secret techniques, they had no chance against Owen. This was their deepest realization after locking eyes with him in that moment. King Kong, who had previously exuded a dominant presence, now narrowed his eyes as his firm resolve wavered. Immediately, he looked at Owen and spoke earnestly. Owen, we were only acting under the Celestials' orders. We have no personal enmity with you. Besides, you've already annihilated the interdimensional army and wiped out so many of the Celestial subordinates. Let us go, and we'll end things here. After he spoke, Owen's expression remained indifferent and unchanged. Seeing no response from Owen, King Kong's heart sank. Clearly, Owen had made up his mind he was going to kill them all here. Realizing this, he gritted his teeth and continued. Of course, we wouldn't ask you to spare us for nothing. If you let us go, we will tell you everything about Leslie, including the relationship between Tsukihime and Leslie. This was King Kong's greatest bargaining chip. He was convinced that Owen would accept this deal. After all, this matter concerned Leslie, the person Owen cared about the most. However, just as he was becoming increasingly confident, Owen's expression remained completely unchanged. It was as if he hadn't even heard the words, utterly ignoring them. King Kong's face turned even darker. Owen, this matter is crucial to Leslie. If I don't tell you, you will suffer a huge loss when you enter the Celestials' domain. Owen paid him no mind and merely responded indifferently. Since you've finished stating your last words, you can die now. With these words, Owen's icy killing intent reached its peak. Under this oppressive aura, King Kong and Hellhound shivered as if they had plunged into an abyss of ice. The breath of death coiled around them like a dark mist, filling their hearts with despair. Owen, do you truly not care about Leslie's secrets? I can tell you everything you want to know. King Kong raised the stakes, his voice desperate. After all, they did not want to die. Yet Owen merely responded coldly. Leslie's identity, her secrets as my wife, she will tell me herself. I don't need you. Meddling, his words were even colder than before. A layer of frost seemed to form over King Kong and Hellhound, and for the first time, an overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within them. As top-tier powerhouses, they were proud beings. Yet now, they had been so thoroughly humiliated by Owen. Even the most docile soul would have its limits, let alone beings like them. In an instant, King Kong glared at Owen, his voice frigid. Owen, do you really think you're invincible? You're still far from it. As he spoke, they launched another lethal assault on Owen. Their attacks were as ferocious as ever. After all, they were still within their secret techniques' enhanced state. As their devastating offensive locked on Owen, the colossal figure behind him suddenly emerged, gazing coldly down at the two divine beasts. Rumble, the stars trembled, boundless radiance erupted, and the dazzling light made it impossible to keep one's eyes open. The two divine beasts, having completely lost their reason, had entered a state of utter desperation, unleashing an all-out assault. The celestial god emperor had abandoned them, meaning they were mere pawns, and indication that the celestial's attitude towards them had drastically changed. And the only person who could influence Tsukihime's thoughts and stance. In their hearts, there was only one answer. Leslie's true identity had finally been confirmed. If Owen were interested in Leslie's past, they could use it as leverage to switch allegiances and join his side. But Owen, completely disregarding convention, had no interest in Leslie's past, shattering their last hope. With Owen refusing to show them mercy, their final chance at survival was destroyed, leaving only one path: battle to the death. With no other thoughts left in their minds, their condensed magic attacks became even fiercer, imbued with an unyielding, all-or-nothing resolve. As their spells distorted space itself, the shadow behind Owen trembled slightly. A single finger extended forward, sending ripples through the void. This finger seemed as vast as the heavens, and the ripples it produced swept through the attacks like a hurricane, dispersing them instantly, restoring the turbulent void to tranquility. As if nothing had ever happened, King Kong and Hellhound's faces turned ashen with despair. Faced with this, they made their final decision. Fusion, the last resort of divine beasts. Rumbling. A deafening explosion shook the heavens as the two divine beasts collided. In the midst of countless horrified gazes, they fused together in an explosion as bright as a supernova, blinding all who beheld it. Chapter 515, Owen, the legendary idol. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two divine beasts clashed in a special manner. Everyone present wore expressions of astonishment. What are they doing? Why is the aura emanating from them so terrifying? It seems to be a unique fusion technique exclusive to divine beasts. They've gone mad. Lord of Stars and War Goddess, both seasoned and knowledgeable, immediately recognized the technique being performed and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Hearing the term, fusion technique, the others also had a sudden realization, and deep within their eyes, a look of terror emerged. If they merge like this, their souls will be torn apart by their own rampant magical energy. They must be truly desperate. Retreat at once. This place is about to become a living hell. As Lord of Stars and War Goddess spoke, they were the first to withdraw, distancing themselves from the battlefield. Though their original combat strength was comparable to King Kong and Hellhound, once those two divine beasts fused through a special technique, they became a monster. The level of power it now possessed was enough to make even them tremble with fear. Madeline, Rachel, and the others also sensed the bone-chilling danger radiating from the fused flesh monster. Without hesitation, they followed behind Lord of Stars and War Goddess, retreating from the scene. It wasn't that they didn't want to help Owen, but rather that the monster's power was too overwhelming. The only thing they could do for Owen was to not become a burden to him. As everyone quickly withdrew, the monster, now as massive as a mountain and resembling a blood-colored slime, suddenly sprouted numerous thick arms that reached out toward Owen. Although the fused monster had lost all sense of reason, the immense hatred and resentment of King Kong and Hellhound, still lingering within its body, made it target Owen. Boom, boom, boom. Sticky fists came crashing down from all directions, causing Owen's eardrums to tremble. Even though he had been prepared, he still restrained any trace of underestimation in his heart. If this is your final act of madness, then let me send you on your way. A cold voice rang out. Owen tightly gripped the flame sword, and roaring flames surged skyward, burning through the firmament and exuding waves of scorching heat. Flame sword incinerate all. This was the first time Owen had unleashed the full terrifying power of this unique magic sword. The raging flames enveloped Owen, blocking the oncoming fists. The surface of the bloodied fists sizzled as they burned, emitting thick smoke and a nauseating stench before quickly disintegrating. The monster's frenzied attacks were completely nullified by Owen. Seeing this, Madeline and the others all let out a sigh of relief. Although the two divine beasts had their own trump cards, they still fell short when compared to Owen. Then, under their shocked gazes, Owen swung his sword. The flames transformed into a firestorm that burned through the starry sky, making the very void tremble and turning everything into a sea of crimson, as if the entire world had been set ablaze. Sensing the scorching heat, even though the monster lacked intelligence, it instinctively felt a searing pain. Its massive, fleshy body trembled in fear, attempting to flee. But just as it turned around, the roaring flames surged forward. Rib, a piercing sound like fabric being torn apart echoed. The monster's mountain-like body was instantly sliced open by the blazing arc of the sword. The exposed flesh blackened like charcoal, and beneath its massive form, the ground cracked apart, revealing a terrifying abyss. The severed flesh attempted to fuse once more, but as it wriggled, the flames clinging to the pieces flared up, devouring them completely and reducing them to ashes. Before everyone's eyes, the fearsome and oppressive monster was reduced to a scorched corpse. The fused form of the two divine beasts was dead. At that moment, everyone was shaken to the core. The power of divine beasts was already formidable, and their fusion had made them even more terrifying. Yet before Owen, they were annihilated with a single strike. Some of the weaker awakened ones hadn't even seen what had just transpired. Gazing at the charred remains of the monster, Owen took a deep breath, feeling a newfound clarity about his current strength. Back when he was in seclusion at the bottom of Demon Abyss, focusing on breakthroughs and comprehension, he had not engaged in any real combat. Even though his level had skyrocketed, he had yet to experience high-intensity battles. Only today, fighting against the many powerful subordinates of the Celestial, did Owen finally gain a clearer understanding of himself. Without even using his ultimate trump card, his current combat prowess had already surpassed most primordial gods. Now, he could truly be considered to have reached the pinnacle of this realm. As Owen carefully sensed the changes within his body, the gazes of those around him fell upon him, their eyes, already filled with reverence, now carried an even deeper admiration. Before, many saw Owen as a figure to learn from and surpass. He was the most outstanding genius they had ever known, both in the present and throughout history. Surpassing Owen would mean making history. To many geniuses and powerful individuals, Owen had been a tangible goal. But now, with the immense progress he had made in these 3 years, they could no longer even see his shadow. He had become an unreachable legend. For a talent so far beyond their grasp, they could only revere him as a myth, a belief in their hearts. After all, even when the Celestial launched a large-scale attack, it was Owen's sudden appearance that turned the tide of battle. For veteran powerhouses like Lord of Stars and War Goddess, Owen's combat prowess today was even more shocking. 3 years ago, Owen had still been a young genius beneath them and up-and-coming talent they protected, but now, he had become someone even they had to look up to. Not only did he no longer need their protection, but he had even begun to protect them. The speed of this transformation left them bewildered. For beings at their level, 3 years was nothing more than a blink of an eye. Yet, Owen's sudden growth had happened as if in an instant. The rapidity of his rise was something they couldn't quite process. However, they had no choice but to acknowledge Owen was now too brilliant and too powerful. Perhaps, the resistance against the Celestial would truly succeed in Owen's hands. As they watched, Owen gradually snapped out of his thoughts. He turned his head and saw a familiar figure standing beside him, Vanessa, the daughter of the god of alchemy. At this moment, Vanessa's eyes were red, and her delicate, noble face was streaked with tears. Owen, thank you. She looked at Owen, her voice hoarse with emotion. Owen nodded, gently patting her shoulder. This is something I should do. Vanessa shook her head, her eyes still red. Thank you so much. My father was killed by those divine beasts. Now, at least his vengeance has been fulfilled. Hearing this, Owen finally realized, everything will get better from now on. With the majority of the Celestial's powerful subordinates now annihilated, vengeance had been taken for the fallen. The days of being pushed back by the Celestial were over. He had returned. At that moment, Serafina and little Leslie ran up to Owen excitedly, each grabbing one of his hands and looking up at him with bright smiles, chattering excitedly. Daddy, Master. Their cheerful voices rang out like melodious larks, quickly dispersing the lingering gloom in everyone's hearts. Looking at these two little ones, Owen's face softened into a smile. They were like the greatest gifts, filling even his battle-hardened heart with warmth. Holding their hands, he walked over to the chief and the others. At this moment, the descendants of Divine Mountain all gathered around, looking at Owen with deep concern. Mountain Lord, were you hurt in the battle just now? Owen glanced at them and smiled. Don't you all know my strength? I'm fine. Hearing this, the chief and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Owen was now their undisputed leader, nothing could happen to him. And Owen, having witnessed their strength firsthand, felt increasingly satisfied with them. Chapter 516, Shaking the Celestial. The forces dispatched by the Celestial had all been elite warriors, yet they were no match for the chief and his companions. They were utterly crushed. It was evident that being sealed at the bottom of Demon Abyss had not been entirely a misfortune for them. Compared to the divine beings under the Celestial, their combat strength had grown immensely. With these people joining his ranks, Owen felt a surge of confidence. Brother. At this moment, Madeline also stepped forward, a sweet smile seemingly frozen on her face. As she rushed to Owen, she was so overwhelmed with joy that tears welled up in her eyes, her gaze turning red. It had been a long time since she had last seen Owen. Over the past 3 years, she had often regretted not venturing into Demon Abyss to find Owen, instead following his instructions to maintain Azure Kingdom. If she had entered Demon Abyss, she could have been like Rachel, staying by Owen's side. Seeing Madeline in such a state, Owen sighed. He knew well how much she had endured and sacrificed. If not for her, Azure Kingdom would never have survived these years. At such a young age, she had borne burdens she never should have had to carry. Madeline, you've become a formidable figure in your own right. Why are you still crying? Owen chuckled, gently tapping Madeline's nose as he teased her. Hearing his words, Madeline's tears flowed even more uncontrollably, and she threw herself into Owen's arms. Brother, I will never leave you again. We will always be a family, okay? Owen nodded seriously, okay. From the moment he first met Madeline, she had always struck him as mature beyond her years. Perhaps because of him, her personality had undergone a significant change. Or maybe it was just that she only allowed herself to be this childish in front of him. Regardless, over these years, Madeline had been a tremendous help to both him and Azure Kingdom. Owen, we meet again. At that moment, Lord of Stars and War Goddess approached, their expressions complex as they gazed at Owen. Owen deeply respected these two elders and nodded at them, saying, Senior Lords, I trust you've been well. Though it hasn't been long since we parted, it somehow feels like an eternity. A trace of reminiscence appeared on Owen's face. He still vividly remembered how they had come forward to help when Leslie was married. War Goddess and Lord of Stars both nodded. Indeed, during our time apart, we have lost many friends and endured countless hardships. But fortunately, we are still here, and we can still fight side by side. Hearing these words, Owen couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow. During his time in Demon Abyss, many of his old acquaintances had perished. He had faced too many hardships, but life must go on. Moreover, Owen understood War Goddess and Lord of Stars' determination. Fight side by side, they had not given up on their crusade against the Celestial. And Owen shared that passion. After all, within the Celestial, Leslie was waiting for him. Ultimately, he had to reach the Celestial summit. Yet deep down, he felt a twinge of unease. How would he reunite with Leslie once he reached the Celestial? He did not know, nor did he know in what manner Leslie would reveal the truth to him. He hoped that Leslie would tell him everything of her own accord, even though he trusted her deeply. Seeing that Owen had not abandoned the war against the Celestial, Lord of Stars and War Goddess looked even more resolute. Owen had revealed strength befitting a true powerhouse. With his assistance, their war against the Celestial would be much easier. At the same time, Owen's choice reaffirmed their belief that they had placed their trust in the right person. Owen, you've done enough for today. Get some rest. Once you've recovered, we still have a final reckoning with the Celestial to settle. Lord of Stars' voice carried a hint of restrained killing intent and madness. He had been entangled in conflict with the Celestial for far too long. Now, with Owen by their side, it was time for the ultimate battle. War Goddess also gazed up at the sky, her eyes filled with deep emotion. Yes, it's finally time for the last war. With that, she and Lord of Stars turned and left. They were making their final preparations, planning for the absolute annihilation of the Celestial, as Lord of Stars and War Goddess departed. Little Leslie earnestly waved her tiny hand at them. Uncle Lord of Stars, Auntie War Goddess, come back soon. Hearing little Leslie's soft and adorable voice, even the battle-hardened Lord of Stars and War Goddess couldn't help but smile. They waved back at her, then strode away with even greater resolve. For little Leslie, for all the little Leslies of the world, the Celestial must fall. After seeing Lord of Stars and War Goddess off, Owen and the others entered a small world. With Owen's return and the tide of battle reversed, everyone was elated. The tension and gloom in their hearts slowly dissipated. Everyone let loose, playing around. Lord of Celestial God Palace, Vanessa, Fiona, Ysera, and others sat together, chatting in. Sharing heartfelt conversations. Rachel led Lana and the others in merrymaking within the small world. Many past events were brought up as jokes. Serafina and the younger descendants of Divine Mountain played various games, there. Laughter filling the air, creating a lively and joyous atmosphere. Little Leslie, meanwhile, clung to Owen like an ornament, lying quietly in his embrace, her small face filled with attachment. At the same time, Venus stood beside Owen, like his shadow, gazing up at the vast starry sky. Daddy, where's Mommy now? After lying in Owen's arms for a while, little Leslie suddenly asked. Hearing little Leslie's voice, a flicker of complexity crossed Owen's heart. He lowered his gaze, seeing the sorrow in little Leslie's eyes. Suppressing the turmoil within him, he looked at her seriously. Be good, little Leslie. It won't be long before we see your mother again. Receiving Owen's reassurances, little Leslie's stares finally stopped. She firmly nodded, then curled up in Owen's arms and peacefully fell asleep. Owen gently patted her back, lulling her into a deeper slumber. Watching this harmonious and tender moment, Venus trembled slightly, as if something had come to mind. Owen, if you see Leslie again and her identity is revealed, how will you handle your relationship? Though Bright King, King Kong, and Hellhound had never explicitly stated Leslie's identity, Venus had battled against the Celestial for years. She already had a vague suspicion, but the truth she had guessed was too bold, so bold that she didn't dare confirm it. Owen remained silent. Deep down, he too had suspicions. But even he couldn't be certain. A fleeting, illusory figure appeared in his mind, an icy yet stunningly beautiful face. His heart trembled once more. Though he had his theories, he wanted Leslie to tell him the truth herself. Soon, we will reach the Celestial. When that time comes, we will see Leslie again. Everything will be decided then. Owen took a deep breath, making his decision. He then looked up at the sky and murmured softly. Leslie, I miss you too. Meanwhile, within the Celestial. Unlike the celebratory mood below, the atmosphere in the Celestial was suffocating. The operation against Azure Kingdom had been a total failure. Loki, the ancient spider who had lived for countless ages, had been obliterated by Owen in a single strike. Numerous celestial gods had been slaughtered. Even Bright King, King Kong, and Hellhound all slain. These figures had been the core of the Celestial, yet all of them had fallen to Owen, the ghostly prodigy. Owen's name had already resounded throughout the Celestial. But after today, his name was now legendary, a name that struck fear into the hearts of all. Even the most powerful divine beings of the Celestial now dreaded him. Chapter 517, Leslie's Transformation. Owen's name once again resounded in the ears of all the powerful beings under the Celestial. In response to this, Suki-Heim, the first Celestial God Emperor, was the first to issue a declaration of war against Owen. She swore to eliminate Owen and restore the Celestial's dominance. To Suki-Heim, the deaths of King Kong and the other divine beasts, who were entirely loyal to the Celestial, were actually a benefit. That was precisely why she had chosen to stand by and do nothing. However, since she was aligned with the Celestial, she had to make her stance clear. With Suki-Heim taking the lead, the other top powerhouses under the Celestial all echoed her sentiments. Owen has gone too far. Does he think the warriors of the Celestial are mere clay dolls? Indeed, he has become too arrogant. Just because he advanced to primordial god, does he think he is invincible? The majesty of the Celestial cannot be challenged. The next time we see Owen, we must kill him. Kill him. The Yin-Yang Heavenly Sovereign, the four sages, and the seven protectors of heaven were all enraged. Though King Kong, Hellhound, and the other divine beasts were among the strongest under the Celestial, the Celestial had far more powerful beings than just them. For the first time, Owen had truly captured their attention. Yet, aside from the storm Owen had stirred among the Celestial gods, another even more significant revelation shook them to their cores. The long-standing conflict between the Old Order, once considered the remnants of a bygone era, and the current Celestial, had finally come to an end. The Old Order, nothing more than the fading afterglow of the past, had ultimately been defeated in a brutal battle, their fate unknown. This outcome was within many people's expectations. After all, the Celestial was already at its peak. While the Old Order had long been dormant, it was only natural that they would be no match. For the forces under the Celestial, the only thing left to do was to eradicate the remnants of the Old Order. Then, the Celestial would usher in an unprecedented golden era. No longer would the Celestial suffer from internal strife and constant depletion. While most of the Celestial subordinates were celebrating this victory, in a mysterious and ancient world shrouded in chaotic aura, this world seemed to float atop an ocean of chaos. Ancient, time-worn palaces were linked by black chains, as if they had existed since the beginning of time. The walls, corroded with rust and peeling stone, bore the marks of endless ages. At the heart of this vast palace complex stood a towering black imperial palace, its grandeur akin to a mountain piercing the heavens. Amidst the swirling chaos of the palace grounds, it stood supreme, a beacon among ruins. At this moment, within the highest chamber of this black imperial palace, two elegant silhouettes faced each other. One of them possessed an ethereal and ever-shifting aura, like a drifting cloud, unpredictable and unfathomable. Yet beneath this aura lay an unquestionable authority. Merely looking upon her figure would compel one to bow in submission. This figure was none other than Tsukihime. She was clad in a flowing white robe, its fabric seemingly woven from the stars themselves, with faint glimmers of suns, moons, and constellations flashing in and out of existence. Even the most powerful celestial god-tier mages would not dare to act recklessly in this place. For the chaotic pressure here was so immense that it could shake the very heavens. One misstep, and the weight of the world would crush them into oblivion. Standing beside Tsukihime was a woman of deep and solemn presence and extraordinary beauty. If Tsukihime was akin to the ever-changing moon, then this woman was the eternal sun, radiating an aura so vast and unfathomable that it seemed capable of sweeping across the universe itself. And yet, at this moment, this stunning woman had hair as white as snow, her complexion deadly pale, her body so frail that she looked as if she might collapse at any moment. Mentor, seeing the woman's frail figure tremble slightly, a rare trace of heartache flickered across Tsukihime's proud eyes. For this woman was her mentor, once a supreme existence within the celestial, now reduced to a relic of the past. Mentor, you won't die. Though you have suffered a setback this time, you still have a chance. Supporting the ancient figure of the old order, Tsukihime spoke resolutely. The old order shook her head gently. Her ashen white hair seemed to have lost its luster, looking incredibly dim. Yet her eyes remained calm. This day was always destined to come. It is my fate, an unchangeable fate. As one of the old order, she had witnessed countless tragedies and had foreseen her own demise long ago. She had fought against it, but in the end, she had still lost. Despite her defeat, there was no despair in her expression, only a sense of detachment and serenity, as if she had transcended worldly concerns. Seeing her once mighty mentor now so withered in age, Tsukihime felt a sting in her heart. Mentor, didn't you once say that you would always be with us? I don't want to lose you. Tsukihime clasped her mentor's cold hands tightly, her face full of reluctance, like a child unwilling to part from her mother, rather than the first celestial god ever feared. Throughout the cosmos, the old order chuckled softly, her voice tinged with affection. You are the first celestial god emperor, a ruler among the ancient divine beings. Why are you suddenly acting like a child? As she spoke, her expression grew more solemn. Under her serious gaze, Tsukihime stuck out her tongue and huffed playfully. I may be the first celestial god emperor outside, but in front of you, I will always be your disciple, your little girl who never grows up. Hearing Tsukihime's words, the old order found herself at a loss for words. She knew this was Tsukihime's true self. The cold, ruthless, enigmatic persona she projected was merely a facade, a defensive mask. She wore to survive in this world. Enough about me, mentor. Since you've just returned, let's talk about our junior instead. She's been acting out more than ever. Tsukihime playfully shook the old order's arm, a mischievous glint in her eyes. At the mention of their junior, the old order immediately envisioned a proud and icy silhouette. Her expression grew complicated. I had high hopes for both of you. Originally, I favored her even more, but she has grown too reckless, crossing more and more lines. You must never follow in her footsteps. However, if she chose this path, she must have her reasons. Hearing her mentor's criticism, Tsukihime initially felt delighted. For years, ever since their junior became their mentor's disciple, much of the mentor's attention had been focused on her, making her the standard Tsukihime had to measure herself against. But why, even after scolding their junior, did their mentor still defend her? Mentor, our junior was clearly in the wrong this time. You're being way too biased. Tsukihime pouted in frustration. Just as she finished speaking, a cold, unyielding voice suddenly echoed through the chamber. Tsukihime, how dare you speak disrespectfully to mentor? The voice had barely fallen when a stunning figure appeared before them. The moment she arrived, she became the absolute center of the room. Her snow-white skin, graceful form, and every movement radiated a breathtaking charm. Though her expression remained calm, the imperial aura exuding from her was crushing, causing the very void to tremble. Even Tsukihime, a peerless genius, felt momentarily breathless. This woman, her junior, was none other than Leslie. Chapter 519, the future remains uncertain. To become a celestial was, in truth, a process of being assimilated by the celestial itself. If one did not truly sever all emotions and attachments, they would inevitably suffer the celestial's backlash. And the backlash of a celestial level being was not something Leslie could withstand. If she acted rashly, she would be utterly obliterated. Yet, despite the old order woman's warning, Leslie's eyes remained firm. I have to try. Seeing Leslie's unwavering determination, the old order woman's chest rose and fell in frustration. She had taken Leslie as her disciple not just because of her special identity, but because Leslie had once possessed a heart free of attachments and emotions. It was an exceptional rarity, and it was the most crucial trait needed to become a celestial. Yet now, Leslie was stubbornly choosing this path of self-destruction. Leslie, I have always given you freedom, believing you could control your emotions and steer your own fate. But why is it that, after my return from seclusion, you have changed so drastically? The old order woman's face was filled with questioning. Her icy words froze the chaotic energy, forming black snowflakes that drifted down. As they fell, they tore through space, leaving behind thin, hairline fractures of darkness. At the sudden surge of terrifying power from her mentor, Leslie did not back down. Her gaze remained locked onto the old order woman's. In that instant, the very void seemed to split in two, centered around their clash. Their auras intertwined and clashed fiercely like two opposing planes of existence, colliding in an unstoppable battle. Mentor, I have always remembered your teachings and the guidance you have given me. But on this matter, I will never compromise. I will never forget Owen. I will never forget little Leslie. This is my bottom line and no one can change it. Leslie's determination was as unyielding as an immovable stone wall. The immense shockwaves between her and her mentor grew even more violent, shattering the mountains and rivers. This entire pocket of space was being crushed and folded in on itself, like a wrinkled, compressed painting. Neither side would give in. Their confrontation radiated a sense of absolute finality, as if only one could remain standing. Standing between them, Tsukihime glared at Leslie alongside their mentor. She had known about Leslie's decision before, but she had never expected Leslie's resolve to be so unshakable. Even with mentor herself trying to dissuade her, Leslie refused to yield. It was outrageous. Yet even as Tsukihime released her own fiery rage, pressing her powerful aura against Leslie, Leslie remained firm. Enough. Sensing that the situation was escalating dangerously, the old order woman suppressed her anger and spoke as calmly as she could. The Celestial has not yet fallen. There is no need to disrupt ourselves with this dispute. When the Celestial is finally defeated, time will give you the answer. Her voice carried an ethereal chill, stretching into the void like an echo. For now, she had reluctantly set aside her objections to Leslie's choice. Watching this unfold, Tsukihime felt even more certain mentor was biased toward Leslie. If she had made such a choice, mentor would have corrected her immediately. There was no way she would have simply let it slide, as she had with Leslie. For Mentor, temporarily setting aside this issue was already a compromise. Realizing this, Tsukihime huffed angrily, her eyes filled with frustration as she glared at their mentor. The old order woman knew Tsukihime too well. From her expression alone, she could tell exactly what was going through her mind. Gently, she pulled Tsukihime into her embrace. Tsukihime, no matter what happens, we are a family. You are her elder sister. Some things, you must tolerate all for the sake of our greater plan. Hearing these words, Tsukihime's expression finally softened a little. Without Mentor, she never would have achieved her current glory. Seeing this, Leslie's expression also softened. Despite the conflicts between her, Mentor, and Tsukihime, memories of the past surfaced in her mind. Deep down, there was still warmth. At that moment, Tsukihime reached out and pulled Leslie into her arms as well. At that instant, their three hearts seemed to reconnect. It had been so long since they had all been together like this. Now, in this embrace, their bonds deepened once more. It was as if they had returned to the past. After a while, Leslie and Tsukihime escorted the old order woman into the depths of the palace to recover from her injuries. Then, the two of them walked side by side to the palace gates. They had grown up together, sharing a deep bond. Even their small gestures and movements were alike. And both were unparalleled beauties. Standing together, they looked so alike that they almost seemed like twin sisters. As they emerged from the palace gates, the swirling chaotic aura cascaded over them, illuminating them in an ethereal light. Their presence became even grander, even more otherworldly. Neither of them spoke. Leslie's gaze immediately locked onto the god of deities. Through its towering and imposing form, she could see the celestial lurking deep within. She could not see clearly, for within the god of deities, there stood a colossal black tower, piercing through the heavens. Even at her current level, Leslie could not pierce through the shroud of darkness surrounding it, yet that was the center of this realm, and the key to their plan. As Leslie fixed her gaze on the god of deities, Tsukihime, standing beside her, followed her line of sight. Upon realizing what Leslie was looking at, her breathtaking face revealed a hint of curiosity. In doubt, Leslie is growing old with someone really more important than becoming the celestial. For Tsukihime, she had never experienced love. She did not know what it felt like. But if it could make Leslie treasure it so deeply, it must be something extraordinary. Faced with Tsukihime's question, Leslie was silent for a long time. Then, she slowly replied, if you ever fall in love with someone, you will understand. Simply being with them is the greatest joy in the world. Every moment, every second you never want to be apart. Your heart beats for them. Tsukihime frowned slightly. As a celestial emperor, she could not comprehend such emotions. But as Leslie spoke, her lips curved into a smile Tsukihime had rarely seen on her. Leslie was always cold, distant, indifferent to most things. But when she spoke of Owen, she radiated warmth. Ultimately, Tsukihime simply shook her head. She tried to understand, but she simply could not. Even if I don't understand, is that happiness worth all this risk? Fighting the celestial, trying to become the celestial is a dangerous path. If you make one mistake, Owen will die. Little Leslie will die, and you will die too. At these words, Leslie's expression wavered. Her love for Owen and little Leslie could become a weakness that the celestial would exploit. But that thought lasted only a moment before she dismissed it. Tsukihime, I would rather fall beside them than forget them and become a heartless monster. Tsukihime stared at her in shock. Leslie, are you insane? Under her stunned gaze, Leslie simply waved a hand casually. Besides, who can say what the future holds? Tsukihime narrowed her eyes. No matter what, she would help Leslie ascend even if Leslie hated her forever for it. Meanwhile, within the small world, Owen scanned the injured warriors of Azure Kingdom. A confident smile appeared on his face. Today, they had achieved a great victory, one that had dealt an unprecedented blow to the Celestial's prestige. It was a historic triumph. Chapter 518 The choice between emotion and ruthlessness. Leslie did not conceal anything from her mentor. She lifted her gaze toward heaven beyond heaven, her expression solemn as she spoke. There have indeed been some gains. Perhaps the feud between us and the Celestial can finally come to an end. Her voice was not loud, yet it carried an unshakable firmness, an undeniable confidence that seemed to make even time and space tremble slightly. Hearing this, the old order woman looked at Leslie with even greater astonishment and immediately pressed further. Do you already have the confidence to engage the Celestial in a life or death battle? She had fought against the Celestial before and knew its unfathomable strength. Even if she gave her all, she was still no match. Leslie's talent and power were indeed terrifying, yet in the old order woman's mind, the gap between Leslie and the Celestial was still significant. However, she also knew that Leslie was not someone who spoke recklessly. If Leslie had said such words, she must have considerable certainty. Her curiosity burned. Leslie remained as calm as ever and simply nodded. With this confirmation, the old order woman and Tsukihime both widened their eyes in shock. After all, their greatest enemy had always been the Celestial. And up until recently, Leslie had not been stronger than them. Yet in such a short time, she had gained the strength to challenge the Celestial. They could hardly believe it. Could it be? Suddenly, the old order woman seemed to think of something, and she gasped in shock. Could it be that you have transformed the dark heart into the heart of Dominion? Though her words took the form of a question, her eyes shone with absolute certainty. Because from the faint aura radiating from Leslie, she felt the same kind of pressure that she had once experienced when facing the Celestial. Clearly, Leslie had succeeded in taking the critical step within heaven beyond heaven. Upon hearing this, Tsukihime's eyes went wide with disbelief as she stared at Leslie. Junior, how did you do it? She was certain that Mentor's perception could not be wrong. But how? How had Leslie managed to do it? Under their bewildered gazes, Leslie spoke calmly. What the Celestial could do, I can do as well. Heaven beyond heaven was a place of extreme mystery. Without a guide or coordinates, it was impossible to reach. Moreover, this place was directly tied to the ultimate legacy of the realm. According to its rules, only first celestial gods or their direct descendants could enter. Upon stepping inside, Leslie's bloodline power had been fully awakened, reaching a level comparable to Tsukihime, the first celestial god emperor. Beyond that, her dark heart had been blessed by heaven beyond heaven, transforming into the heart of chaos. Only those who wielded the heart of chaos had a chance to become the heir of the realm's legacy. And the heir of the realm's legacy was destined to become the new celestial. This was the path that the celestial had once taken. Back then, the celestial had overthrown the old order precisely because she had awakened the heart of chaos and claimed the realm's legacy, seizing the throne. A person who possessed the heart of chaos was already considered halfway to inheriting heaven beyond heaven. This was of utmost significance. In the old order woman's eyes, Leslie now only lacked the final opportunity. Realizing this, a rare smile appeared on her weary face. Excellent, excellent. I truly did not misjudge you. She was overjoyed, and even her injuries seemed to ease somewhat. Leslie smiled softly. Mentor, thank you for everything over the years. There was a trace of guilt in her voice. After all, without her old order mentor's support, she would not have come this far. At the same time, in order to deceive the Celestial, her mentor had helped cover for her in countless ways, doing everything possible to shield her. If not for this, her mentor would not have fallen out with the Celestial so soon, nor reached this irreversible state. The old order woman struggled to steady herself, her face filled with excitement. My sacrifices have finally borne fruit. I am truly happy. My efforts were not in vain. As she spoke, she inadvertently aggravated her abdominal wounds. With a violent cough, she spat out a mouthful of dark blood, filling the air with a suffocatingly metallic stench. Her complexion instantly turned deathly pale. Leslie immediately stepped forward to support her, sensing the chaotic energy in her mentor's body, as well as her deep, festering wounds from which blackened blood continued to seep. Her guilt intensified, and her voice turned hoarse. Mentor, before she could say more, the old order woman cut her off with a shake of her head. Leslie, do not worry about me. I know my own body. Though I am severely injured, I have a deep foundation. I will not die so easily. She took a deep breath, then fixed her piercing gaze on Leslie. There is only one thing I wish to know. Do you truly intend to overthrow the Celestial? Her expression grew even more solemn as she asked. Leslie did not hesitate. Of course, she declared firmly. Mentor, wasn't this always our dream to overthrow the current Celestial and take its place? That dream has never changed. Her voice was unshakably resolute. The old order woman remained silent for a moment before her gaze flickered. Leslie, you must understand why I ask this question. To replace the Celestial, one needs not only absolute power but also a willingness to pay the price. You should already understand this. At these words, Leslie remained silent. Seeing this, the old order woman was not surprised. But this hesitant Leslie, this unfamiliar hesitation made her feel uneasy. For Leslie had always been her best, most outstanding student. A girl who could navigate the most complex choices and act decisively. Yet now, Leslie hesitated. The old order woman sighed. She knew there were only two paths to replacing the Celestial. The path of ruthlessness. Continue your journey on novel bent, calm. The Celestial stood above all, aloof and indifferent, like an emperor overlooking the world. For an emperor, there was only absolute power, no right or wrong, no emotions. A blade of grass or human life was all the same in the Celestial's eyes. What mattered was only utility. This was the best path for Leslie, given her cold, imperial nature. The path of emotion. This was the opposite, one who cherished the world, who saw beauty in all things, who was deeply tied to others. For a small ruler, this was a virtue, but for the greatest of empires, this could be a weakness. This path was far harder. Leslie was not suited for it. Yet her actions seemed to suggest that she was trying to follow it. She had married Owen. She had a child. It was too late for her to take the path of ruthlessness now. These two paths were mutually exclusive, like fire and water. To ignore this was to invite ruin. Thus, the old order woman was deeply curious. What kind of hold did Owen and little Leslie have on Leslie? Finally, under the gaze of her mentor in Sukiheim, Leslie made her decision. Meeting their eyes, she declared, Owen is my husband, little Leslie is my daughter. I will never forget them, nor will I abandon them. But rest assured the throne of the Celestial will still be ours. I will take everything. Her words shook the great hall. The chaotic aura in the air quivered violently, sending endless ripples across space. The old order woman's expression darkened. She shook her head and warned gravely. Leslie, this is impossible. You cannot have both. If you do not abandon them, even if you defeat the Celestial, it will be meaningless. It will only bring your own downfall. Chapter 520, The Schemes of Lord of Stars and War Goddess. However, this excitement and confidence suddenly dissipated when Owen looked towards a grand courtyard ahead. This palace had once been home to the person he loved the most. But now, the palace was empty, just like the emptiness in his heart. Owen raised his head to the sky, his eyes replaying scenes like a movie, the moments of meeting, knowing, and loving Leslie. In the end, all these emotions transformed into deep longing. Leslie, where exactly are you now? Do you know that I'm thinking of you? You should be thinking of me too, right? While the Azure Kingdom successfully repelled the large-scale invasion of the Celestial and beings from other planes, news of the Old Ones, once part of the Celestial, suffering a crushing defeat spread even faster. The entire Pure Land was shaken. After all, the defeat of the Old Ones meant that the internal strife within the Celestial had ended. This was definitely not good news for Pure Land and all the major factions. With the Celestial having purged its internal conflict, their first move would be to act against them. The brutal methods of the Celestial had left them all terrified. Even those who had not opposed the Celestial knew that, given its ruthless and domineering nature, a large-scale purge was inevitable. It might even trigger the millennial cataclysm ahead of schedule, reshaping this plane. By then, they would all be doomed. Everyone, whether they wished or not, would have to face this hellish scenario. Just as fear spread following the news of the Old One's severe wounds and the end of the Celestial's internal conflict, deep in the abyss, the Wheel of Reincarnation continued its eternal rotation, radiating an unstoppable, majestic force. At this moment, beneath the Wheel of Reincarnation, there were numerous illusory silhouettes. These shadows swarmed like living creatures, shifting between the forms of gravestones and monsters, emanating a terrifying aura that shook the void. Suddenly, these shadows ceased their transformations, and dazzling white spears of light burst forth from their depths, seemingly piercing through the barriers of time and space. Above these shadows, War Goddess and Lord of Stars stood suspended in the air, gazing down with complex expressions. Their last attempt to vanquish the Celestial had ended in failure, deepening their understanding of its power. Now that the Celestial's internal conflict had ended and its terrifying combat power was no longer restrained, they were absolutely no match for it. The only one who might stand a chance against the Celestial was Owen. If they failed to annihilate the Celestial this time, its now unified might would utterly crush them. Even when the Celestial had been weakened by infighting, they had struggled against it. If it were to unleash its full power, the resulting force would be unimaginable. However, they had long since planned for this confrontation. Now, it was finally time to unveil their ultimate trump card. War Goddess and Lord of Stars exchanged glances, seeing the same determination reflected in each other's eyes. In Owen, they saw a hope unlike any before. In an instant, Lord of Stars' body expanded like an inflating bubble. A massive hand, vast as a sky-covering cloud, suddenly reached downward, crushing the already ravaged void and revealing an ancient array beneath. Upon the array, light flowed like stars, shining brilliantly. As soon as this formation emerged, both War Goddess and Lord of Stars sensed a powerful surge of temporal energy. It was as if this formation connected to infinite timelines, showing glimpses of different eras. This array had been imbued with the power of countless deities across the ages, holding an unfathomable reservoir of energy. Now, as Lord of Stars activated it, towering pillars of light shot up from the formation, supporting the heavens, forming an ancient pantheon. As the pantheon manifested, remnants of deities from history flickered within it. Many among them were absorbing the world's mana, even the waves of order, gradually transitioning from illusion to reality. Upon witnessing this, War Goddess immediately struck the war drum at the entrance of the Pantheon. Boom, boom, boom. The deep, ancient echoes spread outward. Like a war cry signaling the charge, the deity remnants within the Pantheon accelerated their awakening. As these figures emerged, the chaotic void grew even more unstable, like a turbulent, stirring swamp. Among them, several frenzied auras caused time and space itself to flicker, distorting erratically. At the same time, in a secluded small world, Owen noticed the grand commotion caused by War Goddess and Lord of Stars, his face taking on a solemn expression. At this final juncture, Lord of Stars and War Goddess had actually unveiled their ultimate trump card. From the original manga, Owen already knew that Lord of Stars and War Goddess had been secretly preparing a hidden strategy, though he had never been certain what it was. He only knew that it was a weapon terrifying enough to shake the Celestial. Now, seeing the emergence of the Pantheon, Owen finally understood their ultimate plan. For millennia, they had attacked the Celestial at regular intervals, attempting to overthrow it, though nearly every attempt had ended in failure. However, according to Owen's knowledge, in the first true assault against the Celestial, it had nearly been annihilated. But that battle had cost the anti-Celestial alliance dearly, with catastrophic losses. Many formidable beings, on par with War Goddess, Lord of Stars, and other top-tier primordial gods, had fallen to the Celestial's might. That battle had shaken countless factions, but with the emergence of the Pantheon, Owen finally confirmed the top-tier deities that had supposedly perished to the Celestial were not dead. They had instead entered the Pantheon, recuperating, waiting for the opportune moment to strike back. Their disappearance had, in turn, become an unseen deterrent to the Celestial. Knowing that a group of peak powerhouses was lying in wait for an opening had kept the Celestial from acting recklessly. All previous attacks against the Celestial had been mere tests, with little certainty of victory. But now, War Goddess and Lord of Stars believed that the true opportunity to annihilate the Celestial had arrived. They had encountered Owen, someone far beyond their own power. Thus, the Pantheon, their long-held secret weapon, had finally been brought forth. Owen naturally welcomed the appearance of the Pantheon, for it housed many top-tier powerhouses who would be invaluable allies. Against the Celestial, the more supreme beings they had, the better. As Owen, War Goddess, and Lord of Stars watched with anticipation, within the Pantheon, a seated, illusory figure suddenly opened his eyes, his form shifting from intangible to solid. Around his body, flames raged as if eternally unquenchable, their scorching heat melting the void into liquid. So, the final battle is finally upon us. This ancient deity, with fiery red hair, bare arms, and a warmth exuding from his flames, spoke in a raspy voice. Then, a nearly imperceptible smile curled at his lips. Flames erupted, consuming his form, as he departed. At the same time, within a mural inside the Pantheon. Mentor, after becoming a deity, can one truly be immortal and do as they please? In the painting, an elderly man with sparse hair was depicted. A curious child standing before him blinked and asked with wide eyes, "A deity, I suppose they are powerful, but not enough to deserve such worship." The old man scoffed dismissively. The child blinked again in confusion. "But I heard that deities are incredibly powerful, capable of tearing through space and traveling between past and future." "That's just nonsense from storybooks," the old man shook his head. But as he spoke, his figure flickered, space behind him shattered, and he ascended the river of time, vanishing. The child was left gaping in shock. Meanwhile, in a realm shrouded in soul energy, utter darkness prevailed. Here, a colossal beast, stretching 1,000 meters long, lay crouched, devouring countless souls. Chapter 521, The Shock of the Three Primordial Gods. As the surrounding soul energy converged toward the behemoth, its massive body grew even more dense, exuding an aura of indestructible terror. Before this behemoth stood several dark silhouettes radiating terrifying soul energy. These figures were entirely composed of powerful soul bodies, prodigies whom the various planes took great pride in, their strength and destiny unparalleled. Yet, before the behemoth, these soul bodies were as fragile as dough, easily molded at its will. Those dark figures, imbued with vast destiny, all stared at the behemoth with reverence. Some even trembled in terror, dropping to their knees and clutching their heads, overwhelmed by fear. So-called geniuses, so-called children of destiny, in my eyes, they are nothing but trash. A voice as cold as the wind of death echoed from the behemoth's mouth, shaking heaven and earth. However, as Pantheon opened, the behemoth seemed to sense something. Without hesitation, it waved its countless tentacles, tearing through the void and vanishing at astonishing speed. As they fled, powerful beings from ancient times, exuding overwhelming auras, emerged within Pantheon. Their presence was terrifying among them, the weakest had already reached the level of a throned celestial. Even more notably, three primordial gods, whose mere presence twisted space itself, had appeared. Seeing these formidable beings from Pantheon, Lord of Stars and War Goddess couldn't help but smile. These powerful figures had once been their most trusted comrades and the main force in resisting the Celestial. Previously, in preparation for the ultimate battle, these powerful beings had chosen to quietly seal themselves within the fractures of time and space. Now, seeing them once more, Lord of Stars and War Goddess felt as if it had only been yesterday. "The old fire-loving geezer, I never thought you'd grow so old and withered." Upon spotting the terrifying red-haired figure who had emerged first from Pantheon, War Goddess immediately focused on him. With just a glance, she recognized him, one of the primordial gods of the past, the unparalleled fire god. A being who wielded the glazed world-ending flame, possessing the terrifying ability to destroy entire worlds. Lord of Stars followed War Goddess's gaze and soon laid eyes on Fire God as well. They had once fought side by side as comrades in arms. "Fire God, it's been a long time. I wonder if your glazed purification flame still has any real power left." Faced with Lord of Stars' question and teasing, Fire God let out a carefree laugh. The crimson flames above his head surged and danced like rolling fire. "I may have aged, but my strength has only grown. If you want to know the power of my glazed purification flame, you can test it yourself." As Fire God's provocative words rang out, other deities in Pantheon turned their attention to him, teasing. "You old fart, you're as hot-tempered as ever, always ready to fight. If you have so much energy, why not direct it at the Celestial instead of bickering with us? You're bald, and you're not even human, so why are you mocking me?" Scoffing at the two primordial gods who ridiculed him, Fire God let out a dismissive snort, carrying the pride of a once dominant being. The bald elder and the behemoth continued to bicker with Fire God, playfully exchanging banter. They had been old friends, and now that they were reunited, their camaraderie was stronger than ever. After some teasing, Fire God, Trickster Lord, Soul Beast, Lord of Stars, War Goddess, and the other gods who knew each other exchanged heartfelt embraces. "I remember when we last stood together, we were just reckless youths. Now, everything has changed, and the burdens of this war rest on our shoulders." Standing at the forefront, Lord of Stars spoke with some sentimentality, as if recalling past memories. The supreme beings who had remained in Pantheon took deep breaths, their gazes complex as they looked at Lord of Stars. "It has indeed been a long time, but we have not forgotten you. And we have not forgotten our mission." Hearing these words, Lord of Stars' expression grew solemn. Fire God and the other gods also grew serious. They had never once forgotten their purpose. Since you've summoned us all, does this mean the time to finally strike against the Celestial has come? Anticipation filled the faces of Fire God and the other primordial gods. They had willingly sealed themselves in Pantheon because the Celestial was simply too powerful. The Rebel Alliance had become increasingly cautious, knowing that if their primordial god level warriors ever reached a certain threshold, the Celestial would immediately detect them. At that point, any attempt to overthrow the Celestial would be nearly impossible. Thus, after their previous failed assault, they had developed a new strategy. Some of their core members faked their deaths and vanished, waiting for the right opportunity to strike like a hidden blade against the Celestial. Lord of Stars, War Goddess, now that you've gathered us, what are our chances of success in this battle against the Celestial? Seeing that Lord of Stars and War Goddess had fallen silent, Fire God pressed further. The odds of victory. This was the most critical issue. 50%. Lord of Stars and War Goddess exchanged a glance before giving an answer that left Fire God and the others shaken. 50%. Had they misheard? Back when they first attacked the Celestial, their forces were vastly stronger than they were now, yet, they had suffered a devastating defeat, with only a 10% chance of success. And now, Lord of Stars and War Goddess were confidently claiming a 50% chance. Lord of Stars, War Goddess, you both know this isn't a joke. How confident are you really? Seeing Fire God and the others in disbelief, Lord of Stars and War Goddess exchanged knowing smiles. Then, Lord of Stars explained. If not for Owen, our chances of defeating the Celestial right now would be no more than 10%. But because of Owen, everything has changed. Hearing this, Fire God and the other primordial gods were utterly bewildered. They could not comprehend it at all. At this moment, War Goddess added. This is not an exaggeration. Owen's talent and power speak for themselves. More importantly, Owen is now the Mountain Lord of Divine Mountain. Seeing the reverence that Lord of Stars and War Goddess held for Owen, Fire God and the others grew even more curious. Lord of Stars and War Goddess were both immensely proud beings, for them to admire. Someone so greatly was extremely rare. More importantly, because of Owen, their chances of victory had skyrocketed to nearly 50%. Mountain Lord of Divine Mountain. Wasn't Divine Mountain destroyed long ago? After their initial shock, the gathered deities were completely dumbfounded. They all knew how glorious Divine Mountain had once been, only to be annihilated for angering the Celestial. Now, to learn that Divine Mountain had a successor, this would be a massive advantage. But how had an outsider like Owen become Mountain Lord? And how had he managed to unseal the surviving descendants of Divine Mountain? It was inconceivable. As Fire God and the other supreme beings learned more about Owen, their expressions turned numb with shock. After all, Owen had risen from obscurity to become a top-tier mage in less than 10 years. His rapid growth was beyond their comprehension. Is this Owen even human? He's completely monstrous. We've been sealed in Pantheon, and now a prodigy capable of shaking history has emerged. A trace of shock and complexity flickered across the faces of Fire God and the others. Even though they had long awaited the rise of a new generation, Owen had surpassed all their expectations, leaving them with a strange sense of loss. As if the new era no longer needed them. As their emotions grew more complicated, War Goddess and Lord of Stars suddenly thought of something. They were about to reveal Leslie's other identity. But at the last moment, they remained silent. Chapter 522, Farewell, the final preparations. Although Leslie's hidden identity was extremely mysterious, Tsukihime and her companions knew of it. Anyone closely tied to Tsukihime was someone they could easily deduce the identity of through simple reasoning. However, Lord of Stars and War Goddess ultimately chose to remain silent. On one hand, Leslie's identity was not definitively confirmed, and they had no solid evidence to prove it. On the other hand, Leslie was Owen's wife. Until Owen himself spoke about it, they had no intention of mentioning this matter. Otherwise, once this information was revealed, whether true or false, it would inevitably shake Pure Land and the Celestial. This would be extremely detrimental to their morale. Most importantly, they had received word from the Celestial that the Old One had been defeated. Leslie, too, had evidently fallen in defeat. Bringing up her identity at this time would only bring them harm, not benefit. Where's Owen right now? Fire God and the other terrifying beings were unaware of Lord of Stars and War Goddess's thoughts. At this moment, they only wished to meet Owen as soon as possible and witness his presence firsthand. As soon as Fire God voiced this question, he and the others suddenly sensed something, turning their gaze toward a certain point in the void. From there, they could feel Owen's aura. Owen's aura was not ostentatious, yet it was overwhelmingly powerful, exuding an oppressive force that was impossible to resist. As their gazes pierced through space-time and locked onto Owen's, they saw the same curiosity reflected in his eyes. Fire God was the first to nod in acknowledgement toward Owen's direction. To him, Owen's talent was terrifying, and the sheer pressure emanating from him was nearly unbearable. This was enough to prove that Lord of Stars and War Goddess were not exaggerating. Owen's talent was truly unprecedented in all of history. Both Trickster Lord and Soul Beast also nodded toward Owen as they sensed the dreadful aura surrounding him. Even though they were only observing him across space, their instincts screamed at them Owen was a mortal threat. If they were to face Owen one-on-one, they would undoubtedly perish. This was what their intuition told them. Owen's strength was beyond theirs. Although they had just emerged from Pantheon, only to have the spotlight stolen from them, Fire God and the others were not upset. They had long reached their bottlenecks, unable to advance any further. But now, seeing a rising powerhouse like Owen, they finally saw a real hope of defeating the Celestial. At the same time, their resolve to annihilate the Celestial and reshape the world only grew stronger. Owen this time, fighting alongside him, we will absolutely not lose. Fire God and the others exchanged glances, flames burning within them, dark energy rolling skyward. This time, we will be Owen's vanguard, testing the Celestial's current strength. Let's go. This might be our last time in this world. We have no other choice and no retreat. Standing at the front, Lord of Stars and War Goddess raised their heads, staring furiously toward the Celestial. Seeing their intense determination, Fire God and the others were slightly puzzled. We're just setting out like this. Shouldn't we wait for Owen to act together with us? To them, Owen was the key to this battle. Without him, they had almost no chance of winning. However, they did not question further. This was likely part of Owen's plan. After all, at this moment, they were most likely under the Celestial's watchful eye. If they exposed too many details of their plan too early, it would put them at a great disadvantage. For now, all we need to do is trust Owen, believe that he will bring us victory. Among the many deities gathered here, a powerful faith began to take root. After leaving Pantheon, they headed straight for the God of Deities Gate. This grand gate was covered in countless engravings and names. As the deities entered the God of Deities Gate, more and more divine beings from different factions joined the Crusade army. They all knew that the Celestial intended to erase this world. Since that was the case, they had to strike now, before the Celestial could fully recover. This was their best chance. They were fighting for their own survival. Every deity who joined the Rebel Alliance entered with a do-or-die mentality. They knew that if they failed to stop the Celestial, they would all be doomed. As more and more deities stepped through the God of Deities Gate, top figures from various factions observed in secret. After all, this battle would decide the fate of all living beings. Meanwhile, in the small world, Owen was not looking at the god of deity's gate. Instead, his gaze was locked onto the flourishing starry river growing within this small world. The river of stars shimmered brilliantly, filled with a dense, pure stellar force. As Owen stared into the cosmic expanse, Venus approached him, her gaze deepened. Contemplative. Owen, I will be leaving soon. As she spoke, a trace of reluctance flickered across her face, but her eyes remained resolute. Some things had to be done personally. Although at the moment of parting, she became even more certain of her intense emotions for Owen, her admiration and infatuation. The looming threat of the celestial weighed upon her like a blade at her throat, leaving her heart unable to settle. So, she buried these emotions deep within herself, finding no reason to confess them to Owen. She remained silent for a moment, but Owen did not respond. He seemed completely immersed in his own world. Venus sighed softly in regret. At such a crucial moment, she wished for Owen's attention and comfort. Even a single word of encouragement from him could have become her unwavering belief. But since Owen remained silent, she saw no reason to linger. With a faint smile, she cast one final glance at Owen's resolute, proud profile. Etching his image deep into her soul, never to be forgotten, Venus turned toward little Leslie. Nearby, she waved at the child before leaving the small world. Watching Venus depart, little Leslie also felt reluctant, waving her hand in farewell. Aunt Venus, we will definitely meet again. Perhaps out of guilt for attacking Owen before, or perhaps simply because she liked little Leslie, Venus had treated the child exceptionally well, and little Leslie had noticed. Hearing the child's words, Venus's nose tingled with emotion. She gave a final nod to little Leslie before turning away and leaving without hesitation. Other women in the small world, including Madeline, Rachel, and Ymir, also waved goodbye. To her, their expressions were complicated, and just as Venus was about to completely leave the small world, Owen's voice suddenly echoed in her ears. Venus, if fate allows it, we will meet again. The moment she heard those words, countless emotions surged within her. She knew Owen was not a heartless man, but he was right, there were still things to be done. If they were truly fated, they would meet again. With no hesitation, Venus rushed toward the god of deity's gate. Her father, god of light, was still missing. Even if it cost her life, she had to rescue him. After Venus left, the atmosphere in the small world grew heavy. Whether it was the sorrow of parting or the mounting pressure from the celestial, everyone felt uneasy. Only when they looked toward Owen did their restless hearts finally calm. As if seeing an unshakable pillar of strength. Owen, when are we entering the god of deity's gate? Ymir and the others asked curiously. More and more deities were heading toward the gate. They, too, wanted to contribute. Madeline, however, was sure of one thing. Owen would enter the celestial, and it wouldn't be long, because Leslie was there, and Owen would go to her. Chapter 523, Joining Azure Kingdom. Madeline held Seraphina's hand as she stepped forward, gazing curiously at Owen, who stood facing the starry sky. Brother, when are we going to the god of deity's gate? Owen did not directly answer her question. Instead, he swept his gaze across the many women present, his expression solemn. This battle against the celestial, it will not give us any chances. The danger is immense, and we must be fully prepared. If any of you do not wish to go, I will not force you. Owen was fully aware of the peril this war entailed. He was deeply concerned about Madeline and the others. However, Rachel had long anticipated this day. She stood firmly in front of Owen, her gaze unwavering. Owen, wherever you go, I will go. I will always follow you. Back in the depths of Demon Abyss, when she had chosen to reveal herself to Owen, she had already made up her mind to remain by his side for eternity, no matter the outcome. At that moment, Mary, Reyna, and the others also stepped forward, their eyes filled with determination as they looked at Owen. They knew Owen was worried about them, but they, too, were worried about Owen and wished to help him in any way possible. More importantly, this battle against the celestial required absolute unity. Even if a mountain of blades and a sea of fire awaited them, they would not retreat. Owen, you are the demon king of Demon Realm, and you are also my husband. This time, I will accompany you to the very end. Archdemon lifted her gaze, filled with pride and unwavering determination, and locked eyes with Owen, her expression leaving no room for doubt. Owen understood Archdemon well. She was someone who never went back on her word. To her, since he had become Demon King, he was already part of her family. And when it came to family, she always gave her all. Meanwhile, Reyna pouted before speaking seriously. Owen, since we have joined Divine Mountain, becoming a part of it, even if opposing the Celestial is dangerous, we will stand our ground. As Reyna's darker side, she had always been unruly and rebellious. But during her time with Owen and the others of Divine Mountain, she had experienced warmth she had not felt in a long time. She did not want the peace and happiness they had now to be shattered by the Celestial. Even if her power was nowhere near Owen's, she could still assist him in her own way. Sitting idly by and doing nothing, that was not who she was. Even if this mission failed, she wanted to stand beside Owen, shaking the heavens and darkening the sun and moon. Hearing her words, Dragon Princess and the Bone Dragon Clan's princess also looked seriously at Owen. From the moment they had met Owen, they had sensed his extraordinary nature. Following him, they had witnessed one miracle after another. Even though the Celestial was terrifyingly powerful and scheming, they believed in Owen. They were willing to fight against the Celestial. Lord of Celestial God Palace, Ysera, and other powerful beings exchanged glances, seeing the same unwavering resolve in each other's eyes. Whether for Owen, for Owen's daughter, little Leslie, or even for themselves, this battle was inevitable. At that moment, Vanessa stood firmly beside Owen, her attitude even more resolute. After all, Owen had helped her avenge her father. Along with her gratitude, she had also developed a deep sense of security around him. Standing by Owen's side, she felt as though no matter what happened, she would make it through safely. With the Celestial Civil War over and ominous news spreading across the land, various factions began making preparations. Owen quickly made up his mind. After scanning the group, he spoke slowly. Since this battle is inevitable, let us depart for the God of Deity's gate as soon as possible. You all have one day to prepare. We will gather tomorrow at dawn. As Owen's words echoed, everyone present nodded seriously. Tomorrow they would set out. There was little time left. They had final farewells to make and supplies to prepare. Since this was a battle of life and death, they would bring everything they had. One by one, the members of the small world quickly departed. There was still much to do, inside the small world. With nothing urgent to tend to, Madeline remained behind. She watched Owen, who seemed deep in thought, and took the initiative to ask. Brother, there are still half a day left. What do you plan to do? The Celestial was unfathomably powerful. Even Madeline had no idea what the final outcome would be when they eventually faced it. This final half day might be their last moment of peace. Owen glanced at little Leslie. His once chaotic thoughts slowly settled. I want to go to the ducal estate, he answered without the slightest hesitation. Since marrying Leslie and leaving the ducal estate, he had not returned for a long time. Now, as he prepared for a life-and-death battle against the Celestial, the only regret in his heart was Leslie and the ducal estate. It was where Leslie grew up. Hearing the name ducal estate, little Leslie blinked curiously. Daddy, is the ducal estate where you and Mommy got married? She had always been curious about the ducal estate. But for her safety, Leslie had always kept her within the small world, so she had never been able to visit it. Since it was where her parents' love story began, it must be a very special place. Hearing her question, Owen nodded nostalgically. When I first returned from Demon Realm, I married your mother. That was where our love story began, the ducal estate where everything started. Even though Owen was not born into the ducal estate, he felt an unexplainable bond and attachment to it. It was where he had risen to power. It was also in that very estate that he and Leslie had plotted the downfall of Azure Kingdom's royal family. Now, reminiscing about the past, a deep sense of expectation and longing filled Owen's heart. Thus, having made up his mind, Owen decided to return to the ducal estate and bid farewell to his past. Charlotte, prepare everything. While I am away, put the entire estate on lockdown. After giving his command to Charlotte, Owen finally set off for the ducal estate. Many of the guards following Owen smiled knowingly. As news of his return spread, Azure Kingdom, especially the ducal estate, erupted into a frenzy. Owen had long been their idol. However, since he had been away waging war across Pure Land, he had rarely returned. Many younger generations had only heard stories of him. Now, with the chance to witness him in person, the area around the ducal estate was instantly flooded with eager mages, creating an overwhelming spectacle. On the way to the ducal estate, Ysera, who had been accompanying him, suddenly made a shocking announcement. Emerald Dreamscape will henceforth join Azure Kingdom. Owen was momentarily stunned by this revelation. After all, Emerald Dreamscape was one of the top factions in Pure Land, housing Ysera and other powerful celestial gods. In the past, Middle-earth had been a vassal of Pure Land. But now Emerald Dreamscape had pledged itself to Azure Kingdom. Seeing Owen's shocked expression, Ysera spoke seriously. Why are you so surprised? The other factions may not trust you, but I trust you and I trust Leslie even more. Joining Azure Kingdom to oppose the Celestial on the surface, it seemed impossible, like an act of suicide. But Ysera had made her choice. She could have remained neutral, waiting to see which side won. But she despised traitors. More importantly, Owen and Leslie were the most extraordinary individuals she had ever met. After a brief hesitation, Owen nodded. All right, even though Emerald Dreamscape had suffered heavy losses during the Celestial's invasion, it still possessed powerful forces and resources. They would be a key factor in the coming battle. And this move would set an example for the other factions. There was no reason to refuse. Chapter 524, returning to the ducal estate, everything has changed. To Ysera, if Owen were to win, then even if Emerald Dreamscape was now in ruins, it would soon be rebuilt. If Owen were to lose, Emerald Dreamscape would be destroyed regardless. Since that was the case, she might as well commit fully and stand on Owen's side, taking the fight to the Celestial. With Owen's approval, Ysera became excited and immediately began gathering the remaining forces of Emerald Dreamscape. Outside the ducal estate, as news of Owen's impending arrival spread, various factions gathered, fully prepared to welcome him. The Black Iron Dwarves greet His Majesty Owen and welcome his return to Azure Kingdom. The Moss Giants greet His Majesty Owen and welcome his return to Azure Kingdom. All the factions that once belonged to Azure Kingdom had sent their most respected elders and leaders to welcome Owen's arrival. When Owen, along with little Leslie and Serafina, arrived, he did not expect the ducal estate to be so lively. Everywhere he looked, people had gathered to greet him. Owen never cared much for formalities, but he understood that Azure Kingdom, thanks to him and Leslie, was experiencing an unprecedented era of growth. Everyone was eager to strengthen themselves and provide support to Owen and Leslie. This atmosphere of progress was intense. With the heir's revival, their talents and bloodlines had improved significantly, and their growth had accelerated greatly. Many mages had already reached power levels comparable to celestial gods, greatly enhancing the battle strength of Azure Kingdom. The ducal estate's attendants, responsible for welcoming Owen, were so overwhelmed when they saw him that they immediately bowed deeply, unable to meet his gaze. Owen's strength, status, and influence had reached an unprecedented level. To them, he had become an irreplaceable divine figure. Seeing Owen, they felt as though they were witnessing the rising sun, growing ever brighter, turning into a magnificent celestial body. They had all seen Owen's rise, his countless miracles, and his ascent to the pinnacle of magic. Owen scanned the many mages gathered before him. Some were unfamiliar, while others he had met before. But many of them had grown old, strands of white now visible in their hair. Though their presence was still strong, they had clearly been worn down by age and battle. It had only been a few years, but Azure Kingdom had been in constant turmoil. Every moment, they had faced dangers and invasions. Those who had survived had suffered countless injuries. Yet, upon seeing Owen, the fatigue in their hearts and the wounds on their bodies seemed to fade away. Owen's bloodline, having undergone multiple transformations, was no longer mortal. Even the faintest trace of its power was beneficial to ordinary mages. Owen waved his hand. In the sky, water of life condensed into clouds, and drops of divine liquid fell, soaking into the bodies of the gathered mages, healing their wounds. In mere moments, they all felt their bodies changing, their wounds healing, and their mage levels subtly rising. Realizing this, they all stared at Owen in shock. They had long known that Owen's power was unfathomable. But to heal and strengthen them effortlessly, this was beyond anything they could have imagined. If they could absorb more, they were certain they could break through bottlenecks and drastically improve their battle power. Of course, they understood this was a blessing granted by Owen, not something they could demand. Lord Owen, shall we enter the ducal estate now? Charlotte took the initiative to ask. Owen nodded and stepped forward into the familiar yet unfamiliar estate. The ducal estate had changed greatly. It was no longer just a grand noble residence but an extravagant palace, complete with countless attendants. It had become a miniature royal palace. The number of guards stationed around the estate had also multiplied several times over. There were guards everywhere. Yet, upon seeing Owen, many of these guards felt a sense of sadness. Owen was far too powerful. There was nothing they could protect him from. There were few beings in the entire realm capable of harming Owen. As his guards, they were little more than decoration, serving no real purpose. Even so, they stood taller, feeling a sense of honor just to be part of Owen's retinue. Under Charlotte's guidance, Owen walked deeper into the ducal estate. The gardens and pavilions were still as beautiful as ever. Not much had changed except for even greater luxury, with gems and gold embellishing the architecture. In the estate's rear courtyard, Owen stopped in front of Leslie's private chambers. At that moment, memories flooded his mind. Standing outside Leslie's courtyard, Duke Charles was already waiting for him. His hair had turned gray, but when he saw Owen, his expression brightened with joy. Owen, you rascal, it's been far too long. He was deeply satisfied with Owen as a son-in-law, though Owen's constant absence had long worried him. Hearing Duke Charles's voice, Owen snapped out of his thoughts and smiled slightly. Owen had always respected Duke Charles, not just because he had raised Leslie but because he had never looked down on Owen's origins and had always supported him. Duke Charles, it's been a while, Owen greeted. Duke Charles scanned the area around Owen, but Leslie was nowhere to be seen. His smile suddenly froze. Owen, where's Leslie? Duke Charles had always cared deeply about Leslie. Now, seeing Owen without her, he immediately felt uneasy. The entire ducal estate had witnessed the deep love between Owen and Leslie. Owen hesitated, his expression darkening for a brief moment. Countless emotions churned inside him, he did not know how to answer. Seeing Owen's silence, Duke Charles's eyes turned red. Owen, where is Leslie? His voice grew louder. Owen remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. She's safe, she's just not with me right now, but I will bring her back. Duke Charles clenched his fists. Owen, you promised me you said you would always protect and cherish her. His gaze burned with fury as he stared at Owen. Owen lowered his head. Duke Charles's anger surged. Owen, if you don't bring my daughter back then don't come back here. Get out. As he spoke, he prepared to strike. Just as he summoned his elemental energy, a childlike voice suddenly rang out. You're not allowed to hurt my daddy. Though the voice was small, it carried firm resolve. The entire ducal estate froze. Daddy, Owen had a child. All eyes immediately turned toward the source of the voice. There, standing before Owen, was a little girl. She wore an elegant gown, her features delicate and flawless, as if sculpted by the gods themselves. At this moment, she stood protectively in front of Owen, her expression both fierce and determined. She looked like a heavenly creation, utterly perfect and beyond description. A deep urge to protect her stirred in everyone's hearts. Duke Charles, especially, trembled as he looked at her. Leslie had once told him that she and Owen had a child. Now, seeing this little girl, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Leslie, he staggered in shock. Why who are you? His voice was hoarse, and his eyes locked onto little Leslie. Little Leslie widened her big, round eyes, staring at the white-haired old man before her. And who are you? Her cautious expression instantly reminded Duke Charles of Leslie's childhood. Even at a young age, Leslie had always carried a cold vigilance. Now, little Leslie stood before him the very same. Chapter 525, Can you stay with me forever? You must be little Leslie. Duke Charles widened his eyes, staring at little Leslie, his face filled with affection. I am your mother's grandfather. Hearing this, little Leslie tilted her head, looking at Duke Charles with suspicion. Are you really my grandfather? As she spoke, she suddenly felt a warm and familiar aura emanating from Duke Charles, instinctively making her want to draw closer. Grandfather. Once her heart confirmed it, little Leslie immediately rushed toward Duke Charles, stretching out her small arms, signaling for him to hold her. The moment Duke Charles heard little Leslie call him grandfather, his eyes turned red with emotion. He had a granddaughter. At that moment, Duke Charles's mind went blank, and in his eyes, there was nothing but little Leslie. Although he had known that Leslie and Owen had a child, it had always been just news, something he had never personally seen. Now, this was his first time seeing her. This little girl, as adorable as an angel, instantly melted his heart. He instinctively wanted to reach out and hold her, yet hesitated, fearing that his rough hands might harm her. He remained frozen in place, hesitating. Seeing this, little Leslie giggled and hugged Duke Charles's leg. Grandfather. Her sweet voice once again made Duke Charles's body tremble. Snapping out of his daze, he scooped up little Leslie into his arms. Looking at her in his embrace, Duke Charles's eyes turned misty. From little Leslie, he saw so much of Leslie, so much of her childhood, her kindness, and her understanding nature. Grandfather, why are you crying? Do you not like little Leslie? Seeing Duke Charles's tears, little Leslie reached out to wipe them away, looking up at him in confusion. Duke Charles shook his head repeatedly. Little Leslie is the best. Grandfather loves you the most. The attendants of the ducal estate, witnessing this scene, also shed tears. They had all served the ducal estate for years and knew just how much Duke Charles had cherished Leslie and Madeline. After Leslie and Madeline left, the ducal estate had grown cold and quiet. Even Duke Charles had become withdrawn, rarely speaking. But now, seeing little Leslie, the gloom that had weighed on him for years instantly disappeared. At that moment, Serafina, who disliked sad scenes, walked over to Madeline, shaking her arm. Madeline, I'm hungry. Hearing this, Madeline wiped away her tears and immediately instructed the attendants of the ducal estate to prepare a feast. As the banquet began, the ducal estate became lively once more. Throughout the banquet, Duke Charles's attention was entirely on little Leslie. He personally held her, fed her carefully, and kept smiling as he played with her. Little Leslie was also very obedient. Even though she could eat on her own, she allowed Duke Charles to feed her one bite at a time. Both Owen and Madeline shook their heads at the sight. Duke Charles, a once iron-blooded general who had fought across countless battlefields, now looked like an ordinary old man, completely spoiling little Leslie. Once the lively banquet ended, Duke Charles had not eaten a single bite, focusing entirely on little Leslie. His love for her ran deep in his bones. Returning to Leslie's courtyard. After the banquet, Owen, guided by Madeline, entered Leslie's courtyard once again. By the time they arrived, it was already twilight. The sunset painted the sky, and the large canopy tree in the courtyard looked even more majestic, its branches stretching wide. The golden-orange hues of sunlight filtering through the leaves made the entire courtyard feel ethereal, as if draped in a delicate veil of light. A faint, refreshing fragrance from the ancient tree filled the air, making Owen instinctively relax. This was the place Leslie had always lived. It was also where he and Leslie had been married. It held too many of his memories, too much of his past. Beneath the large tree, the stone table was covered in fallen leaves, and an untouched teapot sat atop it, as if frozen in time. Since you both left, no one has entered this place. Everything remains exactly as it was. Madeline glanced around the courtyard. Though the scattered fallen leaves made it appear a bit messy, everything else was unchanged. She knew that Leslie disliked anyone entering her courtyard, even she was not allowed. Little Leslie's curiosity. In Owen's arms, little Leslie stared at the courtyard that her mother had often described to her eyes filled with wonder. Daddy, is this where you met Mommy for the first time? Her face was full of curiosity. Owen's mind replayed countless memories. A small smile appeared on his face. Yes, when we first met, your mother wanted to kill me. Saying this, Owen chuckled and began recounting his first encounter with Leslie, sharing the details with little Leslie. Listening intently, little Leslie found her parents' love story filled with ups and downs. Especially Daddy at that time, his rank and power were nothing compared to Mommy, yet he had stayed calm and composed throughout. That was amazing. Perhaps that was why Mommy fell for him. After hearing the whole story, little Leslie's eyes sparkled with admiration. Daddy, Mommy, you two are amazing. I want to be just like you both when I grow up. Seeing little Leslie's excitement, Owen smiled. The story of him and Leslie could not be told in just a single day. After all, there were too many unforgettable moments. Little Leslie's wish. Suddenly, little Leslie thought of something and asked. Daddy, why did you come back here now? Aren't you about to launch the final attack on the Celestial? Even though little Leslie was young, she had sharp intuition and could deduce some things. On her own, hearing this, Owen did not answer immediately. If it had been the old him, he wouldn't have returned at all. Back then, his sole purpose was to unseal the Godslayer staff, constantly strengthening himself in order to survive in this cruel, survival of the fittest world. He had wanted to become stronger and the Godslayer staff was the fastest and safest path. But after meeting Leslie, his original plans fell apart. His heart gradually settled on one thought. To stay by Leslie's side, to become her most important person. That was enough. As Owen remained silent, little Leslie sensed something. She reached out her chubby little hand and gripped Owen's tightly. Daddy, no matter what happened before, from now on, can we never be separated from Mommy again? I want you both to stay with me forever. To little Leslie, nothing else mattered. She only wished to always be with her parents. For most mage families, this was normal, but for little Leslie, it was extremely difficult. Her parents were not ordinary people. They both had great responsibilities. Hearing little Leslie's wish, Owen's heart ached deeply. He loved little Leslie dearly and wanted nothing more than to stay with her. But the Celestial loomed over them like an unstoppable force. They were already locked in deadly enmity. Leslie also had deep entanglements with the Celestial. Until all of this was resolved, peace was impossible. As Owen's thoughts raced, little Leslie suddenly gazed up at the towering tree, watching its leaves rustle. Daddy, this tree is so big, and it smells so nice. Owen nodded. This ancient tree was special. Even in the manga, small hints suggested it was incredibly ancient. Little Leslie's voice softened. Daddy, I miss Mommy so much. Do you know where she is? Her eyes reddened, filled with deep longing. Chapter 526, Gathering of the Strong. Facing little Leslie's question, Owen nodded seriously and said. Little Leslie, your mother is far away right now, handling some important matters. Once everything is settled, she will naturally return. When the time comes, I will take you into the God of Deities and find Leslie's whereabouts. Owen's words were firm and resolute. Hearing this, little Leslie finally smiled. She knew that Daddy never lied. He always kept his word when he said something, he meant it. So, it shouldn't be long before she could see Mommy again. The next morning, after spending the night in Leslie's courtyard, Owen woke up early with little Leslie. As soon as he stepped out, he received reports that various divine beings had returned. Not only were the descendants of Divine Mountain gathering, but also the remnants of Emerald Dreamscape and the forces now loyal to Azure Kingdom. They had already gathered with serious expressions, demonstrating their precise military discipline. Beyond them, the Alchemy Guild and other factions had also joined in. They sought revenge for the god of alchemy, as well as justice for themselves. As various forces converged, all eyes turned toward Duke Charles's estate in Middle-earth. Seeing Owen standing at the forefront, they felt as if they had found their pillar of strength. Owen's expression was solemn as he scanned the gathered warriors. This expedition against the Celestial was inevitable, but it was also incredibly dangerous. One mistake, and they would all be wiped out. As Owen's gaze passed over them, the warriors, in turn, looked toward him with reverence. He had become their faith. In unison, they raised their right hands to their chests, performing a knightly salute. Lord Owen. Their voices boomed across the battlefield, filled with determination and the resolve for a do-or-die battle. Owen nodded at them. These were his strongest forces, the elite army he and Leslie had carefully cultivated. Even if he and Leslie were not around, this army would be strong enough to protect Azure Kingdom. Now was the time to put them to the test. The kingdom's reaction. As Owen's name echoed across the land, mages throughout Azure Kingdom turned their gazes toward Duke Charles's courtyard. Lord Owen just returned, and he's already leaving again. Will we ever see him again after this? No matter what happens, Lord Owen will emerge victorious. Exactly. Even though this battle against the Celestial is full of dangers, Lord Owen is a man of miracles. Amidst the discussions, Owen glanced at some familiar faces from his past. Though their appearances had not changed much, their eyes now carried deep reverence when looking at him. Years ago, Owen had destroyed Azure Kingdom, then Pyrothrone Kingdom, creating one miracle after another. He was still the same prodigious youth, only now even greater than before. Everyone, return to your lives. I will come back safely. Wait for me. Though a heavy weight pressed on Owen's heart, his face remained calm as still water. As the others watched him in awe, Princess Mary pouted. I know Owen is amazing, but aren't they overreacting? Arrival of the great powers. At this critical moment, the Moss Giants and other powerful beings also arrived from all corners of the world. Alongside them came the Black Iron Dwarves and many others who wished to see Owen one last time before the battle. They owed their survival to Owen. If not for his protection, they would have perished long ago. Their gratitude toward him ran deep. Owen, however, did not enjoy such grand welcomes. He simply took little Leslie by the hand and left the estate. At the same time, his voice echoed through the air, shaking the heavens. Everyone, this is our final chance. Victory or death. Annihilate the Celestial. His words were powerful and stirring, igniting the fighting spirit of all present. Kill. Destroy the Celestial. With a thunderous battle cry, the warriors of the capital followed Owen, crossing the Celestial bridge as they departed for war. The rest of the kingdom, unable to fight due to lack of strength, could only cheer them on. From afar, Lord Owen, you will succeed. A man who creates miracles will always achieve the impossible. Their voices resounded across the heavens. Owen's gaze hardened, and he whispered to himself. Leslie, this time I will bring you home. The Celestial stronghold. Deep within the God of Deities, as Owen's army began its march, the Celestial also started to move. All those loyal to the Celestial felt a great disturbance, immediately gathering in the deepest part of the Celestial's domain. This place was shrouded in mist, where neither the heavens nor the earth could be seen. Amidst the clouds and fog, the colossal Tower of Order stood tall. Only by reaching its core could one witness the true Celestial. However, whether due to its battle with the Old One or due to internal instability, a sense of doom loomed over the Celestial. Many felt that the Celestial was on the verge of collapse. If the Celestial truly fell, then whoever reached the top of the Order Tower would automatically become the new Celestial. This was not unusual. But with the defeated Old One still alive, and with new challengers emerging, everyone was eager to see who had the audacity to climb the tower and seize the Celestial's throne. As confusion spread among the Celestial's ranks, a wave of madness erupted. An army surged into the God of Deities, launching a full-scale attack. It was the forces led by Lord of Stars and War Goddess. They had arrived first, shaking the battlefield. At the same time, free from the Celestial suppression, many warriors unleashed their hidden powers, breaking free of their restraints. They had always been formidable, but the Celestials' previous victories had made them seem weak. Anyone who underestimated them would pay the price. With the Celestial shackles removed, their true power surged. Their skin turned crimson, their bodies radiating an aura of bloodthirsty insanity. They had activated their forbidden techniques. The army split into two divisions. One to fight the Celestial head-on, and the other to rally elite forces for an all-out assault. Even if they perished, they would not allow the Celestial to rule as the ultimate power. Knowing the Celestial strength, the Fire God, Trickster Lord, and Soul Beast joined forces to prevent the Celestial from ascending to godhood. Meanwhile, Venus and War Goddess took advantage of the chaos, infiltrating the Celestial's palace to find a way to free the God of Light. The God of Light was an ancient and formidable deity. If they could secure his aid, it would boost morale and greatly strengthen their forces. With renewed determination, the Fire God and others charged toward the Order Tower, their battle cries shaking the heavens. Explosions rippled through the tower, chaos erupting on an unimaginable scale. In ambush in the palace as Venus and War Goddess reached the Celestial's palace, they suddenly sensed the presence of the God of Light. Though faint, it was undeniably real. Their eyes lit up with excitement. The God of Light was a symbol of faith, one of the oldest beings in existence. They could not allow him to remain imprisoned, but just as they locked onto his presence, an overwhelmingly powerful aura suddenly surged toward them. Before Venus could react, a blinding array of symbols materialized in the air, unleashing attacks that shattered space itself, targeting Venus and War Goddess. Sensing the imminent danger, War Goddess reacted instantly, deflecting the terrifying strike. As the attack dissipated, they turned their gazes toward their assailants. A group of mages, each exuding immense power. Together, they were comparable to a primordial god. Chapter 527, Tsukiheim's long-planned scheme. These individuals were the guardians of the Order Tower, personally selected from countless beings by the Celestial for their exceptional strength. Moreover, Order runes had been engraved upon them, enhancing their power to its absolute peak. From afar, their auras fused together, bringing an overwhelming sense of impending doom to those present. Even the entire Order Tower trembled beneath their relentless assault, radiating a dazzling chaotic light that further empowered the guards. These guardians stood like an immovable fortress, blocking Venus and War Goddess from advancing further. However, War Goddess, having already sensed the presence of God of Light, had no intention of wasting time on these guardians. As the guards charged forward like a tidal wave, War Goddess clenched both fists tightly. Endless battle intent, infused with Order's power, caused her body to swell several dozen meters in size. Then, with a colossal palm, she struck downward. The void groaned and cracked, a blood-red palm print spanning hundreds of meters obliterated space itself, and the guards rushing forward exploded into a mist of blood. The crimson fog filled the air, creating a scene of utter carnage. Yet, War Goddess only grew stronger, cutting through everything with Venus as they ascended the Order Tower. Any who dared to stand in her way died. She was unstoppable. The remaining guards showed no fear, instead fueled by the power of Order charging forward like relentless beasts. But before War Goddess' primordial god-level might, their attacks were utterly meaningless. In merely a few dozen breaths, War Goddess had already brought Venus deeper into the upper levels of the Order Tower. The rescue begins. Venus, I can feel God of Light's aura, he's just ahead. Go save him immediately, I'll handle everything else. Upon arriving, War Goddess turned to Venus, urging her to move quickly. After all, this was the Celestial stronghold, filled with unknown dangers. Even if they currently held the advantage, an unexpected change could turn the tide against them. The best solution was to finish things quickly. A seasoned warrior, Venus understood this well. Without hesitation, she unleashed her inner order, becoming a streak of white light as she rushed ahead. She quickly pierced through the deeper levels of the Order Tower, leaving the guards struggling to keep up. As they attempted to chase her, War Goddess slammed her foot into the ground. Instantly, a blood-red barrier expanded outward, covering an area dozens of miles wide, completely immobilizing the guards within. The weaker ones exploded on the spot. With most of the Celestial's top forces absent, these guards had no hope of resisting War Goddess' suppression. They were trapped, unable to move, inside the deepest chamber. With no one to stop her, Venus quickly reached the central chamber. There, she saw a black celestial sphere suspended in midair. It resembled a black hole, trapping God of Light within its gravitational pull, relentlessly devouring his Order power. Seeing her father nearly consumed by the dark sphere, Venus's heart clenched. Tears nearly fell from her eyes. She had known that her father's situation was dire, but not to this extent. Overcome with emotion, Venus lunged forward. Father, wake up. She gently cupped the pale, lifeless face of God of Light, her eyes filled with sorrow. Her father God of Light once stood at the pinnacle of existence. He had been unstoppably powerful, shaking the Celestial's dominion countless times. But now, he had become frail, his once proud figure covered in wrinkles, his vitality nearly drained. He had been reduced from a mighty leader to a frail old man. Venus could not accept this. Clearly, the Celestial had failed to kill him directly, so instead, they had resorted to this vile method, slowly draining his life away. Under Venus's gentle calls, God of Light's eyes slowly opened. Upon seeing Venus, the wariness in his gaze softened. Venus, his voice was weak and uncertain. Even with his vast reserves of power, God of Light had grown dangerously weak from his prolonged imprisonment. Seeing her father awaken, Venus let out a deep breath. Her sorrowful face was finally replaced with a relieved smile. Father, I'm getting you out of here. With that, Venus summoned her light order, forming a brilliant white sun in her palm. With a burst of pure energy, she shattered the dark celestial sphere, breaking it into countless fragments. Freed from the black hole's grip, God of Light's spirit visibly revived. His ashen white hair slowly regained some of its natural black hue. But instead of relief, God of Light's face twisted in suspicion. How had Venus, who was only at the throne's celestial level, so easily destroyed the Celestials? Chaos Whole, he had spent countless years struggling against it yet never managed to weaken it. Something was wrong. Sensing his hesitation, Venus frowned. Father, are you feeling unwell? God of Light shook his head. I'm fine, but this rescue was too easy. The Celestials' plans were vast and intricate, there was no way they would allow him to be rescued so effortlessly, unless the Celestial let him go on purpose. But why, if Tsukiheim was pulling the strings behind the scenes? Still, this was the Celestial's domain. He didn't have enough time to fully understand the situation, but one thing was clear. Something was off. A growing sense of unease took root in God of Light's heart. As his daughter, Venus immediately sensed his discomfort. Father, don't overthink it. Let's just get out of here first. She refused to stay in this cursed place any longer. Supporting her father's frail body, she quickly led him away. Once outside, Venus retrieved a flask of water of life and helped God of Light drink it. As the life-giving water nourished his body, the deep wrinkles on his face began to fade. Simultaneously, his body emitted a radiant light, accelerating his recovery. The spreading waves of his power illuminated the entire Order Tower, painting everything In a pure white glow, all guardians and beings within the tower shuddered in terror. God of Light, they recognized this energy all too well. It was etched into their very souls. Long ago, God of Light had been a true threat to the celestial being beyond their ability to contend with, but hadn't the celestial sealed him away? Why had he returned? Tsukiheim's palace. Meanwhile, within Tsukiheim's palace, she gazed at the disturbance within the order tower, her crescent moon eyes gleaming with calculated intent. Sensing God of Light's resurgence, a smile curled upon her lips. Just as my junior predicted, this God of Light might prove useful after all. If not then in the tides of fate, he is doomed to perish. Tsukiheim shook her head slightly. She had been plotting for this day for ages. This time let the rules be rewritten. Her eyes gleamed with an unfathomable, eerie light, her smile unreadable and enigmatic. Chapter 528, Chaos within the God of Deities. Within the God of Deities, the flames of war burned ceaselessly. After Lord of Stars led his army into battle, both Tsukiheim and the various factions under the Celestial swiftly took action. Inside and outside the Order Tower, chaotic shockwaves erupted, shaking even the chaotic clouds, which had long been known for their unwavering stability. Yet, this battle had only just begun. Both Lord of Stars forces and the Celestial strongest warriors continued to gather, turning this battlefield into a blood-soaked grinder of death. As more powerful beings fell, others took their place. The once brilliant sky had now been stained a deep crimson, an eerie reflection of the blood-drenched battle raging below. Neither side was willing to back down. This was truly a fight to the death. Even those on the verge of perishing would self-destruct in a final, desperate attempt to take down their enemies with them. The sheer madness of this war shattered the sky itself. The firmament cracked, revealing countless fractures, resembling a shattered mirror, teetering on the brink of complete collapse. Countless beings within the Celestial's dominion gazed upon the Order Tower with trepidation. They all understood this battle might determine the future ruler of the heavens. They also knew that once this battle began, it would not end quickly. No matter who emerged victorious, both sides would suffer unimaginable losses. Even the concept of order itself seemed to wail in agony. The sky trembled and fractured. Multicolored destructive shockwaves erupted like fireworks, searing into the minds of all who witnessed them. Even the terrifying creatures lurking within the chaotic clouds had been startled from their slumber. Most of these ancient beings remained neutral, but some had long sworn allegiance to the Celestial. Now was the time for them to prove their loyalty. Even the weakest among them had attained throne celestial level power, while some were on the verge of reaching primordial godhood. Their presence alone had the potential to shift the tides of war. Yet, under the command of Lord of Stars, even more top-tier deities arrived to challenge these ancient creatures. A battlefield already consumed by chaos and destruction became even more nightmarish. The world turned dark and stormy, as though it were being thrust back into the primordial chaos before creation itself. The few remaining neutral chaotic beings hurriedly retreated. They had lived for eons, and they understood what this moment meant. If the Celestial won this war, then no force in existence would be able to oppose him. This entire plane would be remade in his image. Even the chaotic creatures would be forced into servitude, left with no choice but to submit. Of course, seizing victory and claiming dominion over the plane would not be so easy. After all, while the old one had been defeated, she had not perished and it seemed she had a successor. Moreover, Tsukiheim appeared to have her own ambitions regarding the plane authority. Then there were figures like Lord of Stars, who stood against the Celestial's tyranny. No one knew how this battle would ultimately end. In fact, according to ancient knowledge, if no single being successfully claimed the plane authority, then the authority itself would awaken a will of its own. Should that happen, all entities no matter how powerful would be forced into servitude under the new rules of the authority. A truly independent plane authority, devoid of sentiment or bias, would impose absolute laws upon all. This was precisely what Lord of Stars and his allies sought, the very core of their struggles and battles over the years. For them, true balance meant all beings would be given equal rights to develop and thrive, rather than bowing to a single tyrannical entity. This was their ultimate dream. Now, with all factions involved, there was no turning back. As the battlefield spiraled further into chaos, an overwhelming presence suddenly descended from the heavens. It was like a vast and boundless tide, instantly enveloping all who stood within the battlefield. This terrifying aura sent a bone-chilling cold through the chaotic creatures, as if they had just brushed against death itself. Overcome with fear, many of them instinctively retreated, desperate to distance themselves from the source of this terrifying energy. They recognized it instantly. It came from the very summit of the Order Tower. It belonged to the true Celestial. He had awakened from his slumber. For all living beings, the Celestial was the ultimate nightmare. He was not to be gazed upon. He was not to be named. He was not to be opposed. Even the mere presence of his aura was enough to drive creatures to madness. Inside the Order Tower, as War Goddess rampaged through the tower, leaving devastation in her wake, a once forbidden and inviolable sanctuary had been reduced to ruin. The floor was littered with corpses, their mangled remains shrouded in a haze of blood and death. More and more guards arrived, surrounding War Goddess, yet none dared to make the first move. They had witnessed her overwhelming strength. She was beyond their comprehension and unshakable force. However, as the Celestial's aura descended from above, War Goddess' expression turned grave. So the Celestial has finally awakened. She muttered to herself, her sharp gaze piercing through the layers of swirling energy, fixating upon the highest point of the Order Tower. Even she felt pain merely by looking in that direction. The Celestial's power was something she still could not contend with. Meanwhile, God of Light, who had just begun to recover, also gazed upon the tower's peak. He knew the Celestial far too well. Even at his strongest, he had never been a match. Although his wounds had largely healed, he was still no match for the Celestial's absolute might. Sensing her father's unease, Venus spoke firmly. Father, I won't underestimate the Celestial, but we have gathered an army of powerful warriors. We finally have a chance. To Venus, although the Celestial was undoubtedly fearsome, their combined forces gave them a realistic shot at victory. You're wrong, Venus. God of Light shook his head. The Celestial has ruled this plane for eons, even if he suffered wounds from his battle with the Old One, he is still nearly untouchable. We must proceed with caution. He paused, his brows furrowing. What troubles me is why he woke up so suddenly. God of Light had expected the Celestial to remain dormant longer, still recovering from his previous battle. His sudden reawakening could only mean one thing. Something had forced his hand. A thought flashed through God of Light's mind, and Venus immediately shared his realization. Both of them spoke in unison. The plane authority. That was the only thing the Celestial truly cared about. Venus's eyes widened as another name surfaced in her mind. Owen. She turned to her father, her voice trembling slightly. Father, could the Celestial's sudden awakening have something to do with Owen? Her intuition told her. She was absolutely right. Chapter 529, Owen's damn charm. Owen. Hearing Venus exclaim his name, God of Light's mind immediately conjured Owen's image. Though he was still uncertain about Owen's current level, based on what he knew, Owen's strength and combat prowess must have reached an unimaginably terrifying degree. Perhaps, this man whose fate could not be foreseen was truly the one who had provoked such agitation from the Celestial. With this thought, God of Light narrowed his eyes, considering whether they should reassess their entire strategy against the Celestial. At that moment, in front of the God of Deities, waves of order energy surged skyward, tearing through the firmament, as countless awe-inspiring and formidable beings gathered at this place. Their expressions were solemn and respectful, yet tinged with reverence, as they gazed toward the foremost figure leading them. As the acknowledged leader of the Divine Mountain's descendants, their minds were entirely focused on Owen, the Mountain Lord. At this moment, his presence felt like an endless abyss, impossible to fathom. Dressed in a set of pristine white battle armor, he stood unshaken even as the howling wind swept past him, as though no force in eternity could move him. Wherever he walked, order itself seemed to bend in submission, as if he were a sovereign ruler walking among mortals. Even among those with Divine Mountain bloodlines, few could gaze upon him directly. For other mages, even those at the level of heavenly gods, simply looking at Owen caused a stabbing pain in their eyes. It was as if he had become a sun, too brilliant for mortals to behold. Daddy, this gate is huge. What's inside? And why do I feel like there's someone watching us? Little Leslie clung to Owen's hand, peeking out from behind him with wide, curious eyes as she stared at the colossal gate of the God of Deities. Despite her extraordinary bloodline, she still felt uneasy under the Celestial's gaze, as if she were being watched by a predatory beast. Owen gently patted her head, smiling as he reassured her. It's all right. Daddy is here. Once we go inside, you'll see for yourself. His expression turned complicated. This wasn't his first time entering the God of Deities. Back when Lord of Stars led the first war against the Celestial, he and Leslie had stood here, sending them off into battle. Now, returning to this place once more, he was no longer an observer, he was a participant, the leader of the Rebel Alliance. Memories flashed before his eyes, past events that once seemed mysterious and elusive now becoming clearer than ever. Just as Owen's gaze penetrated the depths of the God of Deities, a pair of crimson eyes locked onto him. Then, a thunderous voice, filled with boundless fury, shook the heavens. The end of time. How could there be a figure standing at the end of time? Owen, what is your connection to him? The furious voice reverberated through time and space, shaking the heavens and causing endless bolts of lightning to rain down. Reality itself seemed to twist and fracture, shifting between blinding light and endless darkness. Countless mages collapsed to their knees, crushed under the unimaginable pressure of the Celestial's wrath. Yet amidst them, Owen alone stood firm. He gazed unflinchingly at the terrifying force descending from the highest depths of the God of Deities. There, enshrouded in chaotic mist, lay a pair of emotionless eyes, cold, distant, filled only with a freezing malice capable of swallowing the heavens. The moment Owen met the Celestial's gaze, time and space themselves trembled violently. A massive rupture tore through the fabric of reality, splitting the world itself in two. The gathered onlookers were stunned. Though they didn't fully comprehend the Celestial's cryptic words, they were shocked by Owen's audacity. He had actually stood his ground, defying the Celestial. Such courage was beyond their imagination. As their astonished gazes fixed on Owen, a subtle smirk crept onto his lips. The Celestial's words had confirmed his suspicions. That mysterious figure from the end of time. It had to be his future self. The same self who, back when Owen had fully unleashed the ultimate order, had been able to suppress even the Celestial's allies in the Forbidden Zone. If that was himself in the future, then it meant the Celestial was doomed to fall. The Celestial's strength was merely an illusion, his downfall was already destined. With absolute confidence, Owen's gaze grew even sharper, staring directly into those cold, ruthless eyes. The Celestial, a being doomed to fail, and you still dare to act arrogant before me. His words sent shockwaves through the assembled mages. Had they just heard correctly? Owen was openly mocking the Celestial. This was unthinkable, unbelievable, a display of sheer, unyielding dominance. The Celestial's power was beyond imagination, yet Owen still dared to defy him. Insolence. A wave of pure rage descended like a storm, pressing down upon the battlefield. The sheer weight of it forced the Divine Mountain warriors to retreat, their expressions twisted with pain. Even with their formidable strength, they were nothing before the Celestial. Yet Owen alone remained unmoved. The titanic pressure crashed down upon him like a tidal wave, yet he stood as immovable as a mountain. Around him, space itself twisted and folded, warping like crumpled paper. The spectators gasped in horror. Had they stood any closer, they would have been instantly annihilated. Owen, however, remained untouched. At his side, little Leslie's hand was still firmly clasped in his own. Then, in his other hand, the flame sword ignited, its raging fire illuminating the oppressive darkness. At that moment, Owen and the Celestial were no longer merely exchanging glares. It was now a clash of raw power. Neither side was willing to back down. As their overwhelming auras collided, the onlookers fell silent. Was Owen truly challenging the Celestial? Meanwhile, deep within the God of Deities, Venus's eyes widened in shock. Owen, it's really him. Seeing him stride boldly through the God of Deities, completely ignoring the Celestials. Crushing might, Venus felt a surge of excitement. I knew Owen was the one. Beside her, God of Light sighed heavily. I knew it, that damn womanizer. He shook his head. There's no woman who can escape his damn charm. Chapter 530, The Tower of Order. To the God of Light, his daughter and Owen were indeed quite a good match. Unfortunately, Owen was already married and deeply cherished Leslie. However, he could see clearly that Venus had fallen deeply for Owen. Whatever the outcome between them, it would be up to them to decide. After all, from the very first moment he laid eyes on Owen, he had recognized his brilliance, an extraordinary individual who could not be found at will. Owen was destined to become a figure of unparalleled greatness. As the God of Light pondered these thoughts, Venus finally realized that her father was still present. Her ears turned red in an instant. Father, there's nothing between Owen and me. We're just friends, don't overthink it. Venus shook her head in immediate denial. Seeing her flustered state, the God of Light couldn't help but laugh. As Venus's father, he understood that the more she tried to deny it, the more likely it was true. Otherwise, she wouldn't have felt the need to explain so forcefully. All right, you are already a leader capable of standing on your own. No matter what decisions you make, I will support you. The God of Light didn't say much more. He merely tidied up Venus's slightly disheveled hair and spoke seriously. Hearing this, Venus's face, still tinged with embarrassment, was filled with deep emotion. She still remembered that in the message God of Light had once left her, he had advised her to marry Owen. At the time, she had completely failed to understand, but now, she truly did. Owen was indeed someone rare and irreplaceable. The God of Light had never meant to harm her, he had always been silently guiding her, leading her in the best possible direction. Father. Venus's eyes turned slightly red as she looked at God of Light, her voice hoarse. God of Light rarely expressed his emotions so openly. But she knew God of Light would give up everything for her. I have almost recovered. Go find Owen and reunite with him. The God of Light gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and urged her to leave. He was about to ascend to the higher layers of the Order Tower to directly face the Celestial. Compared to the Celestial, Venus was still far too weak. Father, come with me instead. Venus knew exactly what the God of Light intended and immediately tried to persuade him. You go on alone. The War Goddess, the Lord of Stars, and the others are waiting for me up there. Their current situation is dire, I can feel it. The God of Light shook his head and refused. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot toward the upper layers of the Order Tower. Venus wanted to follow and assist God of Light, but he pushed her toward Owen instead. Go, Owen is a good home for you. Stay by his side, he will protect you. I will wait for you both at the very top of the Order Tower alongside the War Goddess and the Lord of Stars. With that, God of Light accelerated abruptly, transforming into a streak of light as he ascended toward the higher layers of the Order Tower. Watching her father's departing figure, Venus was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of abandonment. Previously, they had been separated across different timelines to resist the Celestial. Now, after finally reuniting, they were to be separated again. She wanted to continue following God of Light, but she knew she was still too weak. Even if she caught up, she would only be a burden to them. Tears welled up in her eyes and began to fall, landing on the ground with a crisp, sorrowful sound. Not far away, the War Goddess sighed as she observed the scene. Then, without hesitation, she followed God of Light into the upper layers. At this moment, all the powerful beings fighting within the Order Tower turned their attention to the trembling tower summit. At the very peak, they sensed the Celestial's presence. The Celestial had awakened at this moment. Beyond that, they could also feel Owen's presence. Owen, this so-called junior of the new era, had actually grown to such a level. Even in the face of the Celestial, he showed not the slightest hint of fear. Moreover, the Celestial had chosen to reveal itself precisely because of Owen's appearance. Did this mean that everything they had done had been under the Celestial's watchful eyes all along? Had the Celestial simply ignored them because they were too insignificant to be worth its attention? Realizing this, many of the gods present felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. It meant that the Celestial had never regarded them as a true threat. There's no turning back now. Charge. Fight our way to the ninth layer of the Order Tower and slay the Celestial. Kill the Celestial. Furious battle cries erupted from the gods, and in the next instant, they all surged toward the tower's highest level. Many of these gods had participated in multiple assaults against the Celestial, making them well versed in the layout of the Order Tower. Each layer of the Order Tower was more heavily guarded and dangerous than the last. Every level was a self-contained world, forged by the Celestial through unfathomable methods. Even celestial gods could perish if they let their guard down. To face the Celestial, they would have to reach the very top. At this moment, within the seventh layer of the Order Tower, the lava world. A crimson glow dominated the entire realm. Scorching magma flowed across the ground, while waves of intense heat surged from all directions, turning the place into a colossal pressure cooker. Hovering above the lava, Lord of Stars and the other gods were drenched in sweat, their skin flushed red from the unbearable heat. Even for divine beings, the oppressive temperature made it feel as if they were melting. From within the roiling magma below, countless fire elementals, under the Celestial's command, hurled lava and unleashed fiery attacks, assaulting Lord of Stars and his companions. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield reverberated with deafening clashes, each impact raising the temperature to even greater extremes. Among the divine warriors was Fire God, who stood in his domain. At this moment, he resembled a living volcano. He braced himself against the onslaught, his enormous form shattering and erupting into flaming debris, only to swiftly regenerate. Within this fire-drenched land, Fire God was virtually invincible. But though they could endure, they could not break through the barriers of this world. You break through the boundary to the 8th layer, I will hold them off. Fire God roared, his volcanic form expanding further, his surface glowing white hot as he erupted with an uncontrollable surge of lava, countering the attacks of the fire elementals. Together, just as Lord of Stars, Spectre Lord, and Soul Beast were about to strike, a dazzling brilliance suddenly erupted across the battlefield. In an instant, everything in sight was consumed by an ocean of pure white light. The deafening roars of battle vanished in the radiance, leaving the world in utter silence. Everyone froze in shock. Endless radiance. This is God of Light's power. Recognizing the divine presence, Soul Beast, Lord of Stars, and the others turned toward the source, a rare smile forming on their lips. That guy always has to make a grand entrance. But this time, it's well timed. His endless radiance is unparalleled in breaking world barriers. As the blinding light faded, they saw that the fire elementals had been completely driven away, the searing heat significantly diminished. Above them, a rift of divine light had torn through the sky, radiating a powerful void energy. And before it, God of Light stood proudly, smiling as he met their eyes. Long time no see, God of Light. Fire God, Soul Beast, and the others, all veterans of the Pantheon, grinned at him. Long time no see, God of Light replied. This time, we fight side by side again. This time, we will not fail. Chapter 531 Leslie has arrived. As Lord of Stars and the others gathered together, an overwhelming battle intent surged like an exploding firework, soaring toward the sky and shaking the heavens. Let's go, we depart now. The War Goddess gazed at the breached world barrier and prepared to take the lead in charging through. The Celestial this time, all past grudges shall be settled. The supreme beings such as Fire God stared at the world barrier above, their eyes filled with cold killing intent. The massive Soul Beast, however, lowered its head and looked at God of Deities. Shouldn't we wait a little longer? If we joined forces with Owen, our chances of victory would be much higher. Although Soul Beast had never encountered Owen before, it was well aware of his past achievements and had developed a deep respect for him. It dared not underestimate him in the slightest. Someone like Owen was undeniably a pillar of resistance against the Celestial. In fact, judging by Owen's displayed combat strength, he might even be stronger than these ancient beings who had spent countless years in secluded cultivation. When it came to dealing with the Celestial, there was a chance Owen was already their true leader. After all, the Celestial's actions made it abundantly clear. Even when they had stirred up chaos within the Order Tower, the Celestial had ignored them. Yet, the moment Owen set foot in God of Deities, the Celestial immediately revealed itself. This stark difference in treatment did not go unnoticed by any of them. It was obvious compared to Owen, they were insignificant in the Celestial's eyes. Owen's strength is undeniable, but he has his own matters to attend to. Let's focus on our own task first. At this moment, the War Goddess stepped forward and shook her head. She knew that Owen's primary reason for coming after the Celestial was to find Leslie. That was what he cared about the most. It was best not to disturb him right now. The War Goddess is right. Let's deal with the Celestial first. Owen has his own rhythm and priorities. Lord of Stars also voiced his agreement. Hearing this, Soul Beast hesitated. But with Owen's combat power, if we could join forces, our chances of success would be far greater. Before Soul Beast could finish speaking, the Trickster Lord laughed and interjected. Soul Beast, you've cultivated in the Pantheon for so long, yet the stronger you become, the more cowardly you seem. If you're scared, you can leave now, and we won't say a word about it. Soul Beast shook its head repeatedly. Of course not. I, Soul Beast, am destined to devour the heavens and earth. How could I possibly fear the Celestial? As it spoke, Soul Beast's already massive body began to expand like an inflating balloon, turning into an enormous ball of flesh. You always look impressive but end up being useless. Just don't turn weak when it really counts. The Trickster Lord smirked. How could that be? I'm as tough as they come. Soul Beast slapped its own inflated body with confidence. Seeing its antics, the others chuckled before following the War Goddess through the passage God of Light had opened, stepping into the 8th layer of the Order Tower. At the same time, outside God of Deities, the confrontation between Owen and the Celestial had reached a critical point. Though they seemed close in distance, the terrifying order energy between them made it feel as if they were in entirely different worlds. At this moment, little Leslie finally reacted. Pouting her cheeks in anger, she stood beside Owen, making faces in the direction of the Celestial. But the Celestial remained as cold as ever. Its killing intent was like a piercing, frigid wind, freezing the space around God of Deities into solid ice. Endless waves of cold air surged, transforming the area into a frozen wasteland. Unlike Owen, the gods who had followed him did not possess his level of power and confidence. As the standoff escalated, reaching the verge of open conflict, the sheer pressure emanating from them made even breathing difficult for the bystanders. The intensity of their confrontation was beyond terrifying. For these gods, even a stray ripple from their battle could mean instant annihilation. Especially the Celestial's presence, it caused their very souls to tremble in fear. However, just as the tension reached its peak, an icy chill suddenly descended from the sky. The moment the cold arrived, the suffocating pressure from the Celestial was instantly frozen. The overwhelming presence it exuded vanished into nothingness. The terrifying confrontation between Owen and the Celestial erased in an instant. As the gods turned to locate the source of this chilling force, they found nothing. The figure that had unleashed this bone-chilling cold had already vanished. It was as if what they had just witnessed had been nothing more than an illusion. Though no one understood why the Celestial had suddenly withdrawn its presence, everyone here knew one thing for certain. The Celestial had awakened, and more importantly, the Celestial had taken notice of them, especially Owen. Being watched by the Celestial, Owen remained indifferent. As soon as he sensed the Celestial's aura retracting, he lowered his flame sword. Then, he turned his head to look at little Leslie beside him. At this moment, little Leslie stood frozen like a wooden doll, staring blankly ahead. Following her gaze, Owen's brows furrowed, because the spot little Leslie was looking at was empty. That was strange. What's wrong? Did you see something? Owen crouched down and asked softly. Little Leslie remained silent for a moment before pointing firmly at the spot she had been staring at. Daddy, I just felt Mommy's presence. Hearing this, Owen's pupil shrank. When that icy force erupted earlier, he had sensed a faint, familiar presence but it had been too weak to confirm. Now, hearing little Leslie's words, he was certain. The one who had unleashed the terrifying cold was none other than Leslie. Immediately, Owen's eyes shimmered with order runes, attempting to pierce through time and space to trace what had just happened. And within mere moments, he saw it. Leslie had indeed been there. She had deliberately paused for a brief moment. But then, she left. Seeing this, Owen's expression darkened in confusion. Why? Why had she come all this way, only to leave again? Could she still have unfinished plans with the old ones? Owen couldn't understand. However, the fact that Leslie had appeared here, even for just a moment, was a clear message. She had not abandoned him or little Leslie. Right now, there was only one thing Owen could do. Trust Leslie. Trust that she would return. Trust that she had a plan. Her brief appearance, precisely when the Celestial's killing intent surged, was likely out of concern for him and little Leslie. Otherwise, given what Owen knew about the Celestial, it would likely have abandoned its attacks on others and struck directly at him. After all, as an anomaly beyond destiny, Owen posed the greatest threat to the Celestial. But after Leslie's appearance, the Celestial had momentarily retreated. Clearly, Leslie played a role in this. The more Owen thought about it, the more suffocating the weight on his heart became. Leslie was bearing all this alone, in silence, and yet, he felt powerless to help her. What concerned him most was that in that fleeting moment, Leslie's aura had felt even colder, almost as if it could freeze time itself. Except when facing him and little Leslie, only then did it regain a trace of warmth. Owen took a deep breath. He knew what Leslie had become. He had to find her, no matter what, no matter whether she would one day become the final villain. She was his wife, and he would protect her. Chapter 532 The relationship between Owen and Leslie. As descendants of the Divine Mountain, they held a deep reverence for the first Mountain Lord from the bottom of their hearts. But later, they all came to know the truth: their first Mountain Lord was none other than Leslie. This revelation greatly inspired them. After all, the memory of the Mountain Lord's fall while fighting the Celestial was passed down through their bloodline, leaving an eternal mark on their minds. Even now, recalling it made their hearts ache. Now, the connection between Owen and Leslie made them feel as if fate had orchestrated this reunion. Among all the deities waging war against the Celestial, the ones most eager to meet Leslie, aside from Owen and little Leslie, were undoubtedly them. Just as emotions began to stir among them, a dazzling streak of light shot across the sky from the Order Tower, streaking like a meteor before landing steadily before them. As the brilliant glow dissipated, a graceful figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Venus. Seeing the sudden arrival of the goddess of beauty, Owen looked at her in confusion. Argue with the war goddess and the others. Why did you suddenly come here? Venus tucked a few strands of golden hair behind her ear and smiled faintly. Why, can't I come to see you? Owen thought for a moment and realized his words had been a bit blunt. After all, Venus was far weaker than the war goddess and the others. If she had gone with them to battle the Celestial, she wouldn't be of much help. On the contrary, she would have been a burden. It was only logical for her to stay behind. But he also knew that Venus was deeply devoted to rescuing her father, God of Light. She had been following the war goddess, Lord of Stars, and the others all this time. So why had she returned alone? Testing the waters, Owen asked, Venus, have you already rescued God of Light? Though God of Light had been imprisoned within the Order Tower, making his rescue highly dangerous, given the abilities of the Pantheon, Lord of Stars, and their allies, they undoubtedly had powerful means at their disposal. Hearing Owen's question, Venus nodded, a radiant smile appearing on her stunning face. Just now, with the war goddess's help, we successfully rescued my father. He and the other 5 primordial gods are now charging toward the top of the Order Tower. To Venus, their current lineup was incredibly strong this time. They had a real chance at victory. As she spoke, her jewel-like eyes locked on Owen, watching him intently. She had chosen not to follow Lord of Stars and the others in their crusade against the Celestial, not just because she was too weak to contribute, but also because she wanted to stay by Owen's side. But Owen, oblivious to her slightly affectionate gaze, simply nodded seriously and said, It's better for you to stay with us. The battle fluctuations from their fight are beyond what you can endure. Lord of Stars, War Goddess, God of Light, Trickster Lord, Soul Beast, Fire God. Each of them was a primordial god and a top-tier powerhouse. Even without the Celestial personally stepping in, the elite forces under its command were not enemies Venus could handle. By keeping Venus with him, they could fight without holding back. Venus nodded, then naturally stood beside Owen, gazing at his profile. For Venus, the idea of relying on a man was never something she had entertained. She had been a prodigy since childhood, carrying an air of pride that set her apart. Her talent and strength far surpassed her peers, and she had always stood on her own. However, standing beside Owen now, she felt an inexplicable sense of comfort, as if all her past burdens and responsibilities had momentarily vanished. She could truly let go. This feeling intoxicated her. For the first time, she wondered perhaps relying on Owen wasn't so bad after all. Though Venus did not openly express her thoughts, the other women present Lord of Celestial God Palace, Ysera, and others could clearly sense a hint of affection in her demeanor. After all, Venus had never behaved like this before, especially the way she looked at Owen. There was a timid avoidance, like a pure-hearted girl seeing someone she admired but not daring to stare for too long. Though they all noticed, Ysera and the others simply watched with amused interest, choosing not to expose her feelings. However, Lana, ever the troublemaker, saw the drastic shift in Venus's demeanor from strict and composed to somewhat bashful and chuckled softly. I never realized Owen's charm had reached such heights. To have so many women fall for him, secretly offering their hearts. As she spoke, she nudged Reina with her elbow. Sis, tell me I'm wrong. Reina, who had been quietly enjoying the spectacle, was suddenly pulled into the conversation. She immediately looked awkward and shot Lana an exasperated glare. If it weren't for Lana, she and Owen might never have gotten entangled in that ridiculous affair. And now, after so much time had passed, bringing it up again, this was like opening old wounds. If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. Reina, fearing that Lana would continue saying outrageous things, quickly covered her mouth. I didn't even say anything wrong. Lana struggled to protest, muffled behind Reina's hand. Laughter erupted among the group. Only Venus's face turned slightly red. She didn't dare to engage with them and simply lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Owen cast an unimpressed glance at the troublemakers and let out a sharp HMPH. Not a single one of you knows how to behave. Quiet down. We are about to face the Celestial. This is a crucial moment, and you all need to be serious. As he spoke, he directed a particularly sharp look at Lana. Especially certain individuals stopped making unnecessary remarks. It's bad for morale. He had already noticed Venus's shift in attitude, but his heart was filled only with Leslie and the Celestial. These people still had time to joke and gossip. It was utterly absurd. After giving them a stern lecture, Owen watched as they finally quieted down. Then, he turned his gaze toward the order tower in the distance. Let's go. The battle ahead will be fierce, perhaps the final battle. His tone became grave. The others, having sobered up from their laughter, nodded seriously. The Celestial would not let them leave alive. Their only option now was to fight to the death. Beside Owen, little Leslie waved her small hands excitedly. Yay, yay, we're going to find Mommy. We're going to find Mommy. To little Leslie, the Celestial was an abstract, distant threat. Only her mother was real. At the same time, within the order tower. This ancient and unchanging realm, which had existed since time immemorial, was shrouded in ash and stardust mist, stretching endlessly, without a beginning or an end. It was as if the universe had yet to take form, an ancient and primal domain. Surrounding the ash and stardust was an ocean of writhing, black vines, their surfaces gleaming with metallic luster, twisted and anchored deep within the void. Each vine extended infinitely, vanishing into the distance. Amidst this chaotic world, every speck of dust seemed to reflect an ancient realm. This was the pinnacle of the order tower. Here, the very concept of order could be rewritten. Light and darkness, time and space, none of it held meaning. Only eternity remained. In this shifting, chaotic domain, a sudden, overwhelming presence descended so potent that it set the very fabric of space-time ablaze. The floating stardust trembled, twisting under its pressure. For the first time, a living being had entered this domain. It was none other than the Celestial's greatest beast, Chimera. Chapter 533 The Grand Sage Who Commands the Battlefield. As Chimera descended upon this place, the other divine beasts under the Celestial's command swiftly followed, converging at an astonishing speed. To meet the Celestial, one must first pass through them. With their arrival, the void was disturbed, causing massive tremors in time and space. Waves of chaotic energy rippled outward like undulating tides, distorting the grand celestial scenery of the stars. Among these disturbances, a succubus with a goat's head and a humanoid body swayed its serpent-like, agile tail, a bloodthirsty yet seductive smile curling at its lips. The entire space around it seemed to become hazy and amorous, pulling the life essence of those present downward. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Finally, another banquet of blood and flesh. This time, I must feast to my heart's content. As the succubus's alluring voice rang out, a cold and indifferent voice followed. The Celestial is in a crucial phase, yet these fools dare to disrupt this moment. They are courting death. This time, we must eradicate them completely. A bone sparrow, engulfed in rolling black flames, emerged, flapping wings made entirely of interlocked skeletal remains. This enormous skeletal bird was as vast as a towering mountain. Yet upon closer inspection, its body seemed composed of countless minuscule bones, shifting and reforming unpredictably, creating an eerie and unsettling presence. With their arrival, even more terrifying horrors descended upon the battlefield. Chaotic energy surged like oceanic tides, transforming this space into a realm between illusion and reality, an immovable mountain of power. Not long after, the elite celestial gods under Sukiheim's command also arrived. This time, those who had gathered were Sukiheim's most formidable core warriors, each one as powerful as the divine beasts opposing them. However, they did not stand alongside those divine beasts. Instead, they positioned themselves as adversaries, gleaming like sharp blades poised to cut down the creatures before them. These celestial gods had long been cultivated by Sukiheim specifically to combat the Celestial's divine beasts. Until now, Sukiheim had skillfully concealed this plan, maintaining an illusion of neutrality. But now that they had chosen to support Leslie in becoming the Celestial, there was no longer a need for deception. The expressions of the divine beasts grew even colder. From the celestial god's presence alone, the beasts could feel an unmistakable hostility like age-old nemesis confronting each other once more. It was clear, these former allies were now enemies. But to them, anyone who opposed the Celestial was nothing more than a walking corpse. The Celestial has already grasped part of the plane's authority. You were once his subordinates, do you not find it laughable to turn against him now? Chimera swept its gaze across the celestial gods, its three monstrous faces filled with mockery and murderous intent. The Celestial is destined to become the plane's ruler, the one who reigns supreme. If you have any sense, surrender now, and perhaps we will spare your lives. The other divine beasts spoke with the same icy indifference. Yet, the celestial gods remained composed, unfazed by the threats. They had long prepared for this confrontation with the Celestial. We have always been loyal to Sukiheim. The Celestial is merely a thief who has stolen power. Sukiheim is the true heir to the plane's authority. If you have any wisdom, you would turn against him now. Once Sukiheim ascends as ruler, she may grant you mercy. You've witnessed Sukiheim's unparalleled bloodline and strength firsthand. Even if you join forces, you cannot defeat her. There is no need to throw away your lives for a mere usurper. As their words echoed, the tension in the air sharpened like a drawn blade. The vast, starlit expanse trembled, distorting and shattering under the immense pressure. For the moment, Chimera and the other divine beasts held the advantage. They had superior numbers of primordial gods compared to the celestial gods. But this was only temporary. Just as the divine beast's auras reached their peak, 6 radiant lights brilliant as burning sun suddenly pierced through the void. Like descending meteors, they crashed onto the battlefield, unleashing a boundless shockwave that forced back the oppressive power of Chimera and its kin. The divine beasts immediately shifted their attention toward the 6 glowing figures. As the light dispersed, 6 figures with terrifying auras emerged. Chimera and the others instinctively narrowed their pupils. They recognized these individuals well. It was none other than the 6 primordial gods of the Rebel Alliance, Lord of Stars, War Goddess, God of Light, and their comrades. At the forefront, Lord of Stars stood with a vast celestial river swirling around him, every movement sending ripples through the void. Beside him, the War Goddess loomed, her back to an endless ocean of blood. The tide roared like the cries of countless fallen warriors. God of Light, meanwhile, was a being of pure radiance. His blinding brilliance illuminated the battlefield, and each piercing ray of light was as sharp as the spines of a sea urchin. Flanking them stood the colossal soul beast, the magma-like fire god, and an aged yet enigmatic entity known as the Cryptic Lord. Chimera and its fellow divine beasts were no strangers to them. After all, they had clashed at least 10 times before. So, you've come after all, Chimera muttered, scanning God of Light and the others. Its expression darkened. They had the upper hand against the celestial gods, but with the Rebel Alliance's primordial gods joining the fray, the situation had turned dire. Still, that thought only flickered through their minds for a moment before a steely resolve replaced it. The Celestials' rise to dominion is an unstoppable force. Do you truly believe you can defy destiny? How laughable. The other divine beasts echoed Chimera's defiant stance, their eyes burning with unwavering determination. Seeing this, God of Light sighed. Chimera, why resist? You are no match for us when we stand together. As his voice spread, an invisible pressure descended upon the divine beasts, pressing against their very souls. Even if they refused to admit it, the truth was undeniable. Against the combined might of the celestial gods and the Rebel Alliance's primordial gods, they were outmatched. A flicker of hesitation appeared in the eyes of the divine beasts. They were the Celestials' most devoted followers. They did not fear death. But if they perished, no one would be left to stop God of Light and his allies. Fight to the death. Stall them at all costs. Just as Chimera was about to give this command, an inexplicable sensation struck it. It abruptly turned toward the chaotic void behind them. Silence, darkness, emptiness. There had been nothing there before. But now, something terrifying was approaching. A chilling, unseen force spread across the battlefield, making even Chimera's breath grow heavy. A deep reverence surged within their hearts, compelling them to lower their heads instinctively. Step, step. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed through the cosmos, resonating in the depths of everyone's souls. The Rebel Alliance's primordial gods turned to look. From the void emerged a gaunt, shadowy old man. His tattered robes looked as if they had been stitched together from scraps of cloth, making him resemble a wandering beggar. Yet, the moment he appeared, even the rebel gods struggled to breathe. The pressure radiating from him surpassed that of Chimera and the other divine beasts combined. Like an immovable mountain, he crushed their spirits with his mere presence. Even looking at him was impossible, the very fabric of reality twisted under his gaze. As he stepped forward, the divine beings present felt their power wane, while the divine beast's strength surged. Grand Sage. All 7 divine beasts knelt before the old man, their eyes filled with unwavering reverence. This was their true master, the one who had remained hidden in seclusion, known to almost none. Now, he had emerged. The Grand Sage swept his gaze over Chimera and the others before speaking in a hoarse, commanding voice. The plan has begun. Nothing shall alter it. Chapter 534 Sukiheim versus Grand Sage. The moment the Grand Sage's voice rang out, everyone present felt an increasingly suffocating pressure descend upon them. His power was unfathomable. God of Light and the gathered celestial gods all wore solemn expressions. They had heard of the Grand Sage before, but he had never revealed himself. His existence had seemed like nothing more than a legend. Now that he had finally emerged, they were horrified to discover that his strength was so terrifying that they could barely fathom it. It seemed to surpass the realm of primordial gods. Even with over 10 primordial gods gathered here, facing the Grand Sage directly gave them the illusion of being utterly crushed. Meanwhile, with the Grand Sage standing before them, Chimera and the other divine beasts felt an absolute sense of confidence. The Grand Sage had trained them personally, and they knew his strength well. He had completely transcended the primordial god level, making him the greatest force under the Celestials' command. However, before they could revel in their arrogance, a crisp, chilling aura, like a veil of frost, spread across the battlefield. Instantly, the oppressive energy emanating from the Grand Sage was completely dispelled. God of Light and his allies immediately felt relief and turned toward the source of this aura, only to be visibly stunned. Sukiheim. With a single glance, many recognized the noble, ethereal woman before them. She was like the radiant moon over a snow-capped mountain, distant, untouchable, and utterly untainted. Her alabaster skin was as flawless as white jade, and her breathtaking beauty made even the heavens and earth pale in comparison. Grand Sage, so you've finally revealed yourself. Sukiheim's gaze landed on the Grand Sage the moment she arrived. Among all of the celestial subordinates, he was the only one she truly regarded as a threat, the elusive Grand Sage, who had long hidden from the world. He was obsessed with power and the pursuit of immortality. And he was the Celestials' most devout follower. As Sukiheim met his gaze, the Grand Sage also looked at her. A trace of regret appeared on his aged face. Sukiheim, if not for the Celestial, you would indeed be a worthy candidate for ruler of the plane. But now that the Celestial exists, your presence is meaningless. Leave at once, there is no need to waste your time here. The Grand Sage knew Sukiheim well. Her unique constitution and origins gave her the potential to become the plane's ruler, but unfortunately, the Celestial was an even better choice. You handle God of Light and the others, the Grand Sage ordered, glancing coldly at Chimera and the divine beasts. Sukiheim is mine. Consider their deaths a gift to the Celestial's ascension. Without wasting another moment, he shot toward Sukiheim like a streak of light. Seeing this, Chimera and the divine beasts immediately took action, launching a fierce assault on God of Light and his forces. With the Grand Sage's presence bolstering them, their power surged beyond their usual limits. Though they were outnumbered, their strength compensated for the disparity. At the same time, God of Light and his allies exchanged glances before charging toward the divine beasts. The Grand Sage's power was simply too overwhelming, they could not face him head-on. The priority now was to eliminate the divine beasts and weaken the Celestials' forces. As for Sukiheim, the enemy of their enemy was their friend. In the battle against the Celestial, they still needed her. While the Celestial gods and divine beasts clashed in a cataclysmic battle, Sukiheim stood unfazed, her presence as cold and unyielding as an iceberg frozen in time. A chilling mist radiated from her, slowly spreading outward. Her icy gaze locked onto the Grand Sage. She knew better than to underestimate this madman, who had sacrificed everything in pursuit of limitless power and eternal life. But while the Grand Sage's ambitions were grand, achieving them was impossible. Even a plane's ruler was not immune to downfall. If not for the Grand Sage, none of the celestial subordinates would be a true threat to Leslie, Sukiheim mused. I just need to hold him here. But the Celestial has been scheming for so long, he has even stolen part of the plane's authority. Facing him alone is too dangerous for Leslie. This battle must end quickly. She whispered softly to herself. Then, images of her mentor and Leslie surfaced in her mind. The Celestial has taken part of the plane's authority. I wonder if my mentor can hold him back. Can Leslie truly take my place as the plane's ruler? Emotions are the root of all suffering. I only hope Leslie won't be swayed, or all our efforts will be in vain. Right now, her greatest concern was Leslie. She and her mentor had meticulously planned every step. But Leslie's emotions remained the biggest variable. At that moment, Dolores, who stood behind Sukiheim, furrowed her brow and hesitantly spoke. Master, if Owen arrives, will he interfere with Lady Leslie? As Sukiheim's puppet, Dolores had learned many secrets indirectly. Now, she voiced her concern. Sukiheim's brows knitted slightly, but her expression quickly returned to calm. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played at her lips. Owen is already on his way, she murmured, but he's too late. When he arrives, he will only see Leslie as the new plane's ruler, a Leslie who upholds justice and has cast aside all personal attachments. With that, Sukiheim turned her icy gaze toward the approaching Grand Sage. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Celestial's domain within the God of Deities, chaos erupted. Owen, along with the descendants of Divine Mountain, Ysera, and the Celestial God Palace Lord, was charging up the Tower of Order at a breakneck pace. They had already stormed through to the 4th level in an astonishingly short time. Outside, the battle between the Divine Beasts and God of Light's forces raged on. The clash between Sukiheim and the Grand Sage was particularly earth-shattering. Ancient stars shattered, space-time crumbled, and the very fabric of order was unraveling. The intensity of their battle struck terror into the hearts of countless onlookers. Deep within the Tower of Order, at its highest peak, an elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, sat in silent meditation atop a mountaintop. From here, one could gaze down upon the entire plain, overlooking the vast expanse of the universe. Before the old man lay a miniature chessboard, its pieces locked in a fierce battle. Yet, he did not move a single piece. He merely watched, as though waiting for his opponent to arrive. His patience was soon rewarded. Snowflakes drifted from the sky, and a bone-chilling wind swept across the ground, freezing the chessboard beneath a thick layer of ice. A graceful, icy figure appeared. Like a lone beacon in the abyss, she instantly became the center of this world. She sat opposite the old man, separated only by the chessboard. Their gazes met. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The swirling clouds around the mountaintop ceased their motion. The gentle breeze halted, as if it had become a still frame in reality. Only two figures remained, Leslie and the old man. Frost spread rapidly around Leslie like growing bamboo shoots, while behind the old man, countless phantom figures flickered in and out of existence. Each shadow seemed to be a different version of himself, yet none of them were truly him. It was as if he had lived through infinite reincarnations, endured countless tribulations, and arrived at this moment after experiencing every possible emotion. Madness, melancholy, joy, love, he had felt them all, 1,000 times over. And in the end, he had transcended them, falling into an abyss of boundless calm. Now, as he gazed at Leslie, his expression was complex. After enduring countless trials and eons, the one who finally stood before him was this breathtaking, icy woman. Compared to her, he truly was old and weary. Even after all his years and cycles of rebirth, Leslie still managed to astound him. Whether in beauty, strength, or bloodline, she was the most extraordinary existence he had ever seen. A woman who should not have existed. A perfect being. Chapter 535. The Elder playing chess. The two sat opposite each other across the chessboard, neither speaking a word. They simply stared at one another, an endless exchange of power radiating from their beings, clashing invisibly at the center. Above them, waves of energy collided and intertwined, forming surging tides in the void. This intense confrontation persisted for an indeterminate amount of time until, at last, both forces settled into an eerie calm. Leslie, your old mentor was truly fortunate to have students as remarkable as you. Now, if you were the one facing this chessboard, how would you proceed? The elder scratched his head and suddenly posed the question. His tone was calm, like that of a kind and wise teacher sharing experiences with a promising student. Hearing his inquiry, Leslie remained silent for a moment. She knew that while he referred to the chessboard before them, he was truly asking about her perspective on the current situation. She glanced at the board, which had already reached an intense deadlock, and spoke slowly. If it were me playing this game, a faintly cold smile crept onto her lips, and then, she shook her head. This game is meaningless. If my goal is not achieved, then regardless of the board's state, regardless of how the situation unfolds, I will overturn it all and start anew. Her voice carried an air of dominance. Hearing this, the elder shook his head at her. The outcome is not yet decided, yet you are already so eager to restart. Do you foresee a result that does not favor you? No, Leslie replied. I am simply telling you that even if unexpected situations arise, the final outcome will not change. She had already made up her mind. Regardless of how events unfolded, if they did not align with her desired outcome, she would stop at nothing to reset the board even if that meant breaking it apart entirely. Seeing the unwavering determination in her expression, the elder merely observed her silently before slowly moving a piece on the board. At this moment, Leslie and the elder were akin to the kings of the game. Now that they had met face to face, the remaining pieces had begun their final struggles, escalating to an all-consuming conflict. With every move the elder made, the entire plane seemed to shift accordingly. Like a chaotic game of chess, the entire plane was now in turmoil. Most of the top-tier beings were gathered here, locked in fierce combat. The resulting shockwaves were so intense that even distant realms could perceive them clearly. Meanwhile, under Leslie's sharp gaze, the chessboard's disorder had reached its critical climax. Only a few moves remained, moves that would determine victory, defeat, and even life and death. At this juncture, even the elder refrained from making a hasty decision. He stopped moving his pieces and instead looked up at Leslie. The final moment is upon us. If you were me, what would you do? Leslie did not look at the board. Instead, she fixed her gaze upon the radiant throne beneath the elder. If you cannot hold onto that throne, then give it to me. I will grant you your final dignity. Her tone was serious and unwavering. The faint smile that had lingered on the elder's face suddenly froze. A cold glint flickered in his aged eyes. He had long known that Leslie had come for the plane's authority. But he would never relinquish it. Leslie, you are the most exceptional individual I have ever seen. Your bloodline and level of power indeed qualify you to wield the plane's authority. However, such power does not come without its cost, one you may not be able to bear. His voice was cold and resolute. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. The same was true for the throne. In his eyes, Leslie had the potential, but she could not withstand the burden it entailed. Yet Leslie simply shook her head. It does not matter what the price is. Whether I can bear it or not is not your concern. Besides, you have never truly controlled this throne. Don't you find it laughable to lecture me as if you had? Her icy mockery made the elder's expression darken, his killing intent flickering. No one had ever dared to speak so brazenly before him. Leslie was the first, and she would be the last. Even so, he still held a degree of admiration for her, which kept his anger in check as he spoke again. Leslie, your old mentor must have told you that once you ascend to the throne, you will lose all emotions. Though you will command the entire plane, you will no longer be yourself. If you truly understand the price, then why should I hesitate to grant you the throne? His words, laced with both mockery and temptation, echoed through the timeless void, lingering in the air. Leslie had indeed learned of this from her mentor. And now, hearing it again, she knew the truth was undeniable. If she became the plane's ruler, the Leslie of today would cease to exist. Owen, young Leslie, the ones she held dear would vanish from her memory. She cared little for others, but those two, they felt like parts of her very soul. If she lost them, then even ruling the plane would be a torment. As she wavered in silent contemplation, the elder smirked. So, Leslie, if you cannot forget them, then leave. The throne is not for you. You belong in the world of love and emotions. The plane's authority would be wasted on you. It would be nothing but a burden, pure agony. You will never claim it. His voice grew sharper, colder, each word carrying the weight of an unshakable decree. But at that moment, Leslie suddenly threw her head back and laughed. Her laughter was filled with an inexplicable mockery. The elder frowned. He did not understand what had changed. A moment ago, Leslie had been silent, even hesitant. Now, her unrestrained laughter and ease felt entirely out of place. Seeing his confusion, Leslie narrowed her eyes and asked, "What's wrong? Even you feel uncertain now." She smirked, her expression growing colder, more arrogant. Then, slowly, she raised her hand. In her palm, a unique power of dominion swirled. An entire universe seemed to flow within it, radiating an overwhelming force. With a decisive motion, she slammed her palm down onto the chessboard. A terrifying shockwave erupted, shattering the board into countless fragments. The pieces, the table, everything was reduced to dust, swept away by the void. The elder's pupils constricted. He had never expected Leslie to be this reckless. "Leslie, what have you done?" This chessboard was no ordinary relic. It represented the origin and end of fate itself. Within it, one could glimpse and manipulate destiny. All beings were pieces upon this board. It was a vital artifact of the primordial gods. And now, Leslie had destroyed it. Without the board, the fate of all life in the plane would be thrown into chaos, leading to massive upheaval. Even fragile pockets of space began collapsing, countless minor worlds around the plane crumbling into ruin. The elder's eyes grew icier, his killing intent boundless. Leslie had shattered the chessboard, ruining all of his carefully laid plans. With fate now in disarray, the plane itself had become unstable. Like countless spheres crashing into one another, everything became unpredictable. Natural disasters erupted. The most powerful factions began to wage war, greed and ambition rising unchecked. They had all sensed the shift in fate. This was their chance to seize power. As the plane spiraled further into chaos, Leslie gazed at the elder, whose emotions had finally erupted. Her expression remained calm. "I told you," she said coldly. "If this is not the result I desire, then I will make it the result I desire. Even if I have to destroy everything, so be it." She would not accept fate as immutable. She refused to believe she would lose herself. The outcome she sought, she would ensure it came to pass. Chapter 536. The authority of the plane. No matter the cost of becoming the plane's ruler, whether I can bear it or not is none of your concern. Surrender the throne. As she spoke, Leslie's stance turned resolute, devoid of any room for negotiation. She no longer feared anyone, and she certainly did not need to show this elder any respect. Leslie's audacious attitude made the elder furrow his brows. He took a deep breath and said, "Leslie, do you truly believe you are strong enough to contend with me now? You are far too arrogant. The authority of the plane is not something a mere mortal like you can wield. The authority of the plane belongs to me and me alone." His emotions flared as the confrontation between them grew increasingly intense. Leslie shook her head, setting aside the fact that the authority you claimed to possess was stolen. Even if you had fully mastered it, today you must relinquish it. The plane's ruler has always been me, from beginning to end, not you, a mere thief. Leslie's scathing words made even the elder's iron-willed heart tremble with rage. His chest heaved with anger. This Leslie, she truly did not regard him as anything more than an obstacle. "Leslie, the ruler of this plane can only be me. Neither you nor anyone else can meddle in this." His tone was unwavering as a tremendous pressure erupted from his body, surging outward to force Leslie into submission. However, as the elder unleashed his immense energy, Leslie did not stand idle. She, too, released the mysterious power of dominion. A field of icy energy expanded across time and space, creating a domain that enveloped the battlefield. Their powers clashed head-on. Boom! The void around them trembled violently, tearing open enormous cracks visible to the naked eye. Through those rifts, an endless abyss of darkness could be seen. After several successive collisions, the elder still could not suppress Leslie, and his expression darkened. He had already suspected that Leslie's power was monstrous, surpassing all his subordinates and rivaling his own. But now that they were locked in battle, he was forced to fully acknowledge it. Leslie had carved out her own unique path. Even he could not suppress her easily. However, the elder had not spent his years in seclusion idly. Seeing that conventional methods would not work against Leslie, he resorted to his trump card. Above his head, countless apocalyptic bolts of lightning began to crackle. The very fabric of space was shredded by the chaotic arcs, spreading like the roots of a massive tree. Apocalyptic divine thunder, a force capable of annihilating entire worlds. One of the elder's deadliest weapons. As this divine lightning spread its destructive waves, all the plane's top mages trembled in terror, sensing the aura of death. They had all witnessed the devastation of this lightning before. It had reduced entire civilizations to dust in the past. No artifact, no spell could withstand it. Everything disintegrated upon contact. Just the mere presence of this thunder filled them with the instinct to flee. Apocalyptic divine thunder, is it? Unlike the terrified god-tier mages, Leslie remained composed. She had encountered this lightning before, alongside Owen. Back then, their power had been too weak to face it directly, they could only evade. But now, things were different. She had forged her own path. Even this devastating thunder no longer seemed insurmountable. In an instant, the power of dominion manifested as an ancient, intricate formation that expanded outward from Leslie. Countless runes emerged from the formation, intertwining to form crystalline chains of dominion. The moment the chains materialized, the elder's pupils shrank in shock. He had known that Leslie possessed a unique power of dominion, one capable of controlling nearly all aspects of order in the plane. A power that surpassed the vast majority of divine laws. But in his mind, dominion was still inferior to the chaotic forces of apocalyptic divine thunder. Yet, as the chain solidified, he realized the truth. Not only could dominion control order, but it could also command chaos. Even apocalyptic divine thunder itself, impossible. How can you wield power beyond this plane? The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. This should not have been possible. He was not fighting alone, he had already borrowed the authority of the plane. In this state, he should have been invincible. And yet, against Leslie, he was being suppressed. Leslie was a being of this plane, so how had she mastered such an unfathomable power? He could not understand. Leslie, however, simply gazed at the stunned elder and spoke calmly. You are a remnant of an old era. There is no place for you in the new age. As she spoke, countless dominion chains coiled around her hand. Then, she reached out toward the descending bolts of apocalyptic divine thunder. At that moment, space itself contorted as if bound by serpentine chains of white energy. With a simple grasp, the sky above Leslie collapsed inward, swallowing the bolts of divine lightning as if they were nothing more than a bundle of cloth. Then, with a sudden, violent contraction, the dominion chains detonated, obliterating the apocalyptic divine thunder entirely. A deafening explosion echoed through the skies. The heavens, once chaotic and seething with lightning, were now swallowed by darkness. The elder, who had wielded the divine thunder, was sent hurtling backward, coughing blood. His aged body quaked under the force of the backlash, even fracturing in some places. At that moment, Leslie's icy gaze locked onto him. Chains of dominion wrapped around her right hand, transforming it into a gauntlet of unimaginable power. Then, she struck. Boom. The elder, already weakened by his failed attack, could not resist the full force of Leslie's strike. The sheer impact sent him crashing through the void, slamming into the golden throne behind him. He tumbled thousands of meters before finally regaining control, only managing to stabilize himself thanks to the throne's remaining power. Had it not been for the throne absorbing part of the impact, he was certain he would have died, reduced to nothing but destined to chaos. Leslie's power far exceeded what he had ever imagined. Step, step. Just as the elder steadied himself, he heard the crisp sound of footsteps approaching. Looking up, he saw Leslie. Like an ice-cold goddess of war, she walked toward him. Her steps were slow, deliberate, yet reality itself seemed to shrink around her, hastening their inevitable confrontation. For the first time, the elder felt fear. He had fought countless foes over the ages, emerging victorious every time. He had been wounded before, but never had he been so utterly overwhelmed. It felt as though Leslie was already the true ruler of the plane, while he was the pretender. Surrender the throne. Leslie's voice was frigid. I won't say it again. The elder remained silent. Then, after a long pause, he yielded. He knew that if he continued to resist, he would die here. Leslie would not hesitate to end him. A golden light streaked through the sky as the throne of the plane soared toward Leslie. At the same time, the elder turned and fled into the depths of the void. Leslie did not pursue him. Instead, she set her sights on the golden throne before her. She knew the elder had left behind countless hidden schemes. Chasing him was meaningless. The priority now was to claim the authority of the plane. Chapter 537 The Temptation of the Supreme Throne. When Leslie stood before the Supreme Throne, that radiant seat that illuminated the galaxy, it trembled ever so slightly. From within it emanated a unique allure, the power to command all things. Just a single glance was enough to make one unable to look away. Sit upon the Supreme Throne, and from this moment forth, you shall become the ruler of the plains. But everything comes at a price. You will be stripped of all emotion. You will forget everything of your past. The solemn voice echoed through infinite time and space, reverberating across the cosmos as though freezing even the flow of time itself. Leslie's bright eyes remained calm as she listened. Her mentor had already explained the price. So, after a brief pause, a familiar figure rose unbidden in her mind. Owen. If Owen were here, what choice would he make? To become the ruler of all planes meant wielding absolute authority, possessing supreme combat power. But at the same time, it would be like dying and being reborn, everything of the past forgotten. Thinking of Owen's nature, the corners of her lips curled slightly. If it were him, he'd definitely say, to hell with that. That crude yet cold voice echoed through the starry void. If anyone were present, they would surely be stunned. How could such vulgar words come from the always composed and graceful Leslie? A beauty as renowned as Leslie showing such a side, it would make many jaws drop. Yet this rare moment of coarseness only added a new charm to her. And after those words left her lips, Leslie felt the pressure on her ease noticeably. She relaxed without realizing it. She looked again at the lofty throne. The eternal, distant voice from the throne had vanished. Leslie neither ascended the throne nor turned to leave. The stalemate didn't last long. The voice returned. If you do not wish to become the master of the plains, why did you come here? There was a rare trace of confusion in its tone. As the Supreme Throne, it had existed through countless eons, having witnessed heroes, villains, and those called both. Ultimate power and authority like an intoxicating poison had ensnared countless beings. Beneath the throne lay mountains of corpses and seas of blood. All who had sought that supreme power had become its foundation. And yet, countless more still pursued it, willing to pay any price. Those who had made it this far had all sat upon the throne without hesitation. But Leslie hadn't. To it, Leslie was more than qualified indeed, perfectly suited to sit in that seat. Staring at the Supreme Throne, which now seemed slightly puzzled, Leslie spoke calmly. After becoming his wife, everything else lost its meaning. Supreme thrones, strength, influence, they're all fleeting illusions. As for this throne, it's just a tool to me. No matter how powerful a tool may be, it is meant to be used not to control me. I intend to use you to hone and elevate my own path. That's your honor. As Leslie's voice, brimming with overwhelming dominance, rang out, the ancient starry sky seemed to halt its flow. The Supreme Throne fell into an unusual silence. It had considered countless possibilities, but never this. She intended to use it, the Supreme Throne, the embodiment of supreme power and authority, as a whetstone. How arrogant, how mad. This was the Supreme Throne, the authority that ruled all, yet even it could not move Leslie. What kind of future was she aiming for? After a brief silence, the voice returned. Leslie, sometimes, excessive confidence becomes arrogance. The arrogant rarely meet a good end. Do you really think you can surpass every being throughout time? They could only become rulers, never anything beyond. Leslie smiled faintly. This is neither confidence nor arrogance. It's what I must do. Only then can I remember Owen. Remember my daughter. That one who stole your power still remains. He's already seizing control over another plane's authority. He seeks to rule too. If he succeeds, I'll never know peace again. So, I must surpass him. Becoming a ruler at most puts me on equal footing. That's not enough. I want to watch him die. Her voice was calm, yet carried the weight of 10,000 mountains, unchangeable, unshakable. The Supreme Throne once again fell into silence. It knew all too well who she spoke of, that one's ambition. Truth be told, Leslie and the Supreme Throne were like both mad, in their own way. Facing Leslie, the Supreme Throne finally let out a faint sigh. Leslie, you're the most fitting heir to the Supreme Throne. That path is the bright, proper one. If you insist on this unknown path, you'll regret it when it's too late. Leslie shook her head. This is the path I've chosen. I never regret my choices. To Leslie, her life had been filled with blessings. From birth, she was lucky, nurtured by her mentor, cherished by her senior sister. Later, fate brought her together with Owen. And now, she even had a daughter of her own. She felt her life had already been beautiful and she wished to preserve that beauty. Not become a cold, emotionless overlord. Seeing Leslie's unwavering expression, the Supreme Throne no longer tried to persuade her. It only sighed again. If your heart is decided, I shall say no more. But one thing you must know, using supreme power to hone yourself is a mad idea. That power is far more terrifying than you imagine. Your body might collapse under the strain. When that happens, willing or not, you'll become the next ruler of this plane. Whether one became a ruler by choice or by force, the result was the same: memories gone, emotions erased, a soulless husk of a being. Though Leslie brimmed with confidence, the Supreme Throne had to warn her. Leslie said calmly, so what if it's supreme power? I have things in my heart far heavier than that. As she spoke, she began to transform into chaos itself. Like an emperor born from the primordial void, she sat upon that throne. In an instant, the Supreme Throne blazed with radiant light. The ancient starry sky quaked and collapsed. Countless brilliant beams erupted, illuminating the galaxies in the universe, cloaking all things in blinding white. Within this light was both utter destruction and boundless rebirth. Only through destruction could there be rebirth. And after rebirth, destruction would come again. The throne now seemed caught in an ancient cycle. Atop it, Leslie grew more and more ethereal and majestic, as if becoming a towering colossus, 10,000 meters tall, seated above all, gazing down upon the realms. Meanwhile, on the path toward that ancient starry sky, a voice, twisted with rage, suddenly echoed, How could this happen? As the voice resounded, a strikingly handsome man, exuding the air of an ancient noble, widened his eyes in shock. His turbulent emotions caused the world around him to lose its color. Even time and space began to quake and collapse. A vision of apocalypse emerged in an instant. The Supreme Throne. Someone had taken the Supreme Throne, seizing the power of dominion. Yet the woman he regarded as his rival was standing right in front of him. So who was it, then, that had claimed the dominion? The dominion of the Supreme Throne. He had coveted it for so long. He had paid dearly, even choosing to slumber in pursuit of it. His dream was to one day become the true ruler, not merely someone who held a fragment of dominion. But now, someone else had beaten him to it, ruining years of meticulous planning. He stared furiously at the woman before him, his eyes reflecting the shattering of the stars. The entire plane world began to collapse under his will. The dominion of the Supreme Throne belongs to me alone. Anyone who dares touch it dies. Chapter 538. The Great Battle begins. As the Celestial's voice rang out cold and devoid of emotion, the surrounding star souls collapsed at an even faster pace, forming what seemed like a celestial graveyard meant to bury the woman of the past. You're old. You should have died long ago. Today, let me send you off. Had it not been for this former acquaintance constantly thwarting him, he would have become the ruler of this world ages ago. And now, for her to strike at such a critical moment and delay him, his fury surged like wildfire. Yet, under his murderous gaze, the woman of the past remained remarkably calm. Though she was gravely injured, she was still one of the mightiest beings of this plane. And while the Celestial's combat power was fearsome, he was not a true sovereign, merely a thief who had seized a fragment of sovereign authority. All she had to do was stall him long enough for Leslie. Boom! In an instant, the shattered star river swept toward her, carrying a storm of annihilation. The woman of the past responded with everything she had, entangling herself in a fierce duel with the Celestial. At that moment, both combatants unleashed their full strength, wielding their most powerful techniques. Each collision shattered a piece of time and space. Their might was unspeakably terrifying. Despite her fierce resistance, the woman of the past was gradually overwhelmed by the Celestial's frenzied attacks. If this continued, the only thing waiting for her would be death. At the same time, another battle had reached its boiling point: Tsukihime versus the Grand Sage. Their strength was near equal, leaving them locked in a brutal deadlock. But the Grand Sage's expression darkened. He could feel it. Leslie was inheriting the sovereign's authority. The unique resonance of that transition rattled him to his core. If things continued this way, and Leslie truly became the Celestial, death would be the only outcome for them all. After all, they knew Leslie well enough. Ruthless and decisive, her cruelty was bone-chilling. With death looming, and his combat instincts beginning to falter before Tsukihime's relentless assault, the Grand Sage slowly began to lose ground. Once evenly matched, Tsukihime now found herself at a disadvantage. Elsewhere, those who had entered the Celestial's domain were also embroiled in bitter combat. The War Goddess, Lord of Stars, and Radiant's top-tier powerhouses on the level of primordial gods were all using their ultimate trump cards, trying to exterminate the vicious spellbeasts. Battles raged across all tiers. Everyone was giving it their all. They knew, if the Celestial prevailed, none of them would survive. This was the final stand, and everyone fought with the desperation of those who had nothing left to lose. The shockwaves from their collective combat grew so intense that distant factions and powers began to take notice. But this white-hot battle didn't last much longer. Suddenly, a devastatingly powerful aura swept through the battlefield like autumn wind scattering fallen leaves. Every living being locked in battle immediately felt the surge and instinctively paused to glance toward its source, faces turning grave. Under their collective gaze, Owen appeared, bringing with him hundreds of mighty figures. Owen. The moment she saw him, Rachel called out urgently, Owen, something's wrong. Someone is inheriting the sovereign authority. If the Celestial were to succeed in becoming the sovereign, all their efforts would have been for nothing. But beside her, Madeline gently shook her head. No, that's not the Celestial's aura. Her perception had sharpened greatly. Though the waves from the ancient starry sky were cloaked in endless chaos and mist, her instincts told her it wasn't him. In fact, within that chaotic aura, she thought she glimpsed a familiar figure. Daddy, I think it's Mommy. Little Leslie, nestled in Owen's arms, suddenly widened her deep black eyes and cried out. It was as if her gaze pierced through time and space, seeing the graceful figure seated upon the throne, deep within the chaotic mist. Owen tightened his arms around little Leslie and followed her line of sight. In that ancient starry sky, brilliant light became the only constant. Within it, all things crumbled and were reborn, forming a vast cycle. Between destruction and rebirth lay the boundless chaos. The chaotic aura reached its peak. The energy it radiated surged across the void with unimaginable speed. It wasn't just this battlefield. Every territory and faction under the Celestial's domain could feel the crushing force of that chaos. Under this pressure, all living beings were rendered helpless, trembling, falling to their knees in awe and terror, gazing toward the ancient sky as though witnessing the rise of a new emperor. This aura eclipsed everything they had ever felt. Even those who had once encountered the Celestial were dumbfounded. Because this power utterly dwarfed the Celestial. It was something greater, something older. The power of a true sovereign. The sovereign of this plane. All things, all beings, were under the dominion of the sovereign. Leslie, it's really Sister Leslie. Feeling the chaotic surge, Madeline clenched her fists, her stunning face filled with disbelief. Her sister Leslie was becoming the new sovereign. Beyond the shock, fear crept into her heart, as if something vitally important was slipping through her fingers. She had heard it before: those who became sovereigns would lose their memories, lose their emotions. Though Leslie always appeared cold and indifferent, Madeline knew there were people in her heart she could never abandon. Owen, little Leslie. To Madeline, they were the two mountains that should have made it impossible for Leslie to become sovereign. But now, Leslie was truly becoming the Celestial. Was she giving up Owen and their daughter? Madeline didn't want to believe it, but the chaotic aura proved otherwise. It was already happening. At that moment, Venus took a deep breath. Unlike the others, she was not surprised. Softly, she said, maybe Leslie was born to become sovereign. Her destiny was decided long ago. From the moment she first met Leslie, Venus had been stunned by her unparalleled presence. The more she thought about it, the more she believed Leslie was born with a fate unlike any other. But if she truly became sovereign, she would forget everything. Forget Owen. What would happen to Owen then? Her gaze instinctively turned toward him. And so did everyone else's. They all knew of Owen and Leslie's deep bond, envied by all. From their grand wedding that shook the world, to the many earth-shattering events they had weathered together. They were made for each other. Now, however, Leslie was no longer his wife, no longer their sovereign empress. She was only one thing, the sovereign, their greatest enemy. What Owen chose to do now mattered more than anything. After all, his power and influence had already made him the uncrowned king of this new era. Whether to fight Leslie or do something else, Owen's decision would determine everything. Under the weight of all their gazes, Owen fell utterly silent. A dense fog seemed to gather around him, making it impossible to see his true thoughts. Owen, if Leslie really becomes the sovereign, what do we do? It was Venus who finally broke the heavy silence. Chapter 539. Owen arrives. Owen, say something already. Venus, growing anxious, urged as Owen remained silent. But Owen gave no reply. Instead, he looked down at the little Leslie in his arms and began walking toward the ancient starry sky. Sensing something, little Leslie jumped down from his embrace and tightly grasped his hand. Her small face was filled with determination, as if no matter what decision Owen made, she would stand by her father without hesitation. As Owen advanced, the many powerhouses from Divine Mountain quickly followed. Their hearts were heavy. At this moment, they had already learned Leslie's true identity. She was none other than the original Mountain Lord, the one who had first founded Divine Mountain. Long ago, to preserve the last ember of Divine Mountain's will, she had fought the Celestial to the death and perished. Though she had fallen, her spirit and noble image had been forever etched into their souls. But now, the reincarnated First Mountain Lord was about to become the new sovereign, their greatest enemy. Their hearts were in turmoil. They didn't know how to face this new Leslie. But that hesitation didn't last long. After all, they now followed a new Mountain Lord, Owen. His decision was Divine Mountain's decision. I'm going too. Without a moment's hesitation, Madeline followed after Owen. No matter what Leslie became, no matter what Owen chose to do, she would follow him. Not like Venus, who was still hesitating over whether or not to take action against Leslie. Owen, don't be reckless. Once she becomes sovereign, she'll wield this plane's most terrifying power. She'll be invincible. At the same time, she'll lose all memory, all emotion. She won't remember you or any of us. If you approach her now, you're just walking into death. Seeing Owen and the others heading straight toward that fated starry sky, Venus grew frantic. If Leslie became sovereign, she would reshape the entire world according to her will. All of them would be in grave danger. If Leslie failed, the Celestial would seize the opportunity to usurp the sovereign seat, and they'd still be on the edge of life and death. Charging into that deadly place now, it was pure suicide. But no matter how she called out, Owen and the others didn't stop. Step by step, they advanced with unwavering resolve. Only little Leslie turned back briefly, puffed up with anger as she shouted at Venus. Mommy will be fine. She will remember me and Daddy. Mommy said we'd always be together. I remember it. I always remember. As she spoke, tears rolled down her cheeks, staining her face. Owen gently wiped the tears from her face, holding her hand tighter, and said softly, little Leslie is the best. Daddy will take you to find Mommy now. We'll be together again, as a family. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unshakable firmness, as though even eternity couldn't wear it away. Hearing that, little Leslie nodded hard. Okay, I'll listen to Daddy. I believe Mommy will always remember us. Though she stopped crying, her small body trembled with sorrow. Nearby, Ysera and the other women looked at little Leslie, their hearts aching. They couldn't help but feel that Venus had gone too far just now. Thinking the ancient starry sky was dangerous was her right, but saying such things in front of little Leslie. How cruel a blow must it have been. Even Venus herself, watching the child's tears, realized she might have gone too far. Yet becoming a sovereign meant losing memory and emotion, something everyone knew by now. Her saying it or not wouldn't change that cruel truth. She simply hoped Owen would face reality and find a way to respond. However cruel that reality may be, and truthfully, the reason she voiced it so urgently now was because, deep down, she cared about Owen. Otherwise, she would have never risked speaking out like this at such a critical time. Meanwhile, at the edge of the ancient starry sky, the battle between Tsukihime and the Grand Sage had grown more intense. The surrounding void had shattered into twisted shards, like 1,000 broken mirrors swirling around them. Owen, just as the Grand Sage prepared to unleash his final trump card, he suddenly sensed Owen and the others approaching and frowned deeply. Though Leslie was in the process of inheriting the sovereign's throne, it was not yet complete. There were still variables. If the Celestial could defeat the ancient woman and act in the window of Leslie's weakness, he could still claim the throne for himself. At such a critical moment, no outside interference could be allowed. The ancient woman was already barely holding on. Just stalling the Celestial was a near impossible task. Her defeat was inevitable. But Owen was unpredictable, and the revival of the Divine Mountain followers, even more so. Their arrival now could ruin everything. They must not interfere. The Grand Sage snorted coldly. A chilling voice followed, echoing through the void. The space twisted, folding upon itself and forming a distorted micro-world, trapping every being within. With me here, you shall not advance a single step. His voice surged outward, commanding Chimera and the Spellbeasts to act. Earlier, Chimera and the others had overwhelmed the rebel alliance led by the War Goddess. But now, those people no longer mattered. Owen and the Divine Mountain forces, they were the real threat gnawing at his heart. Owen had already reached the primordial god level. Despite his youth, his reputation was thunderous. Even as the Celestial's direct subordinates, the Spellbeasts who were among the most powerful under his banner were wary of him. They had never truly faced him in battle. His true strength remained unknown. He must be delayed. But just as his voice spread out, Tsukihime gave a cold, mocking smile. Grand Sage, for someone of your age and status, you sure can't see the situation clearly. You're digging your own grave. You may have had the upper hand just now, but now you've dragged Owen into this fight. You've signed your own death sentence. The Grand Sage frowned. Oh, Tsukihime, don't you think you're overestimating your plane's pride? He said proudly, Owen may be a talent, but talent alone is just the entry fee to stand before me. Tsukihime laughed coldly. Well said, maybe you should let Owen explain it to you himself. She had studied Owen thoroughly. His power was terrifying. More importantly, he had won Leslie's heart. That fact alone proved how extraordinary he was. And after spending so much time together, their powers were nearly equal. She knew how powerful Leslie was too well. If Owen was her equal, then the Grand Sage had no hope. The Grand Sage's unease deepened. He knew Suki Haim. Despite her playful nature, she never bluffed at crucial moments. Still he had lived through countless ages. He'd seen too many so-called geniuses fall beneath his feet. Surely Owen would be no different, at that moment. Following the Grand Sage's command, Chimera charged toward Owen. Owen died. Chimera's grotesque form surged with terrifying energy. A body filled with murderous aura, he flew like an unstoppable war machine intent on crushing Owen to dust. Chapter 540 The Man Who Fought the Grand Sage. ZZZZT. The void before Chimera trembled violently, streaks of deathly black rays corroding space and letting out sharp, mournful screeches. This was Chimera's most devastating attack, renowned among beings of its tier as the uncrowned king. Its power was nightmarish. As those black beams shot toward Owen, the flow of time and space itself seemed to warp. Everyone present moved as though in slow motion, watching helplessly as the deadly beams surged toward their target. Chimera's face twisted into fanatical ecstasy. Die. All of you, die. It had long harbored killing intent toward this man who showed no reverence to the Celestial. And now, it imagined Owen torn to shreds by its attack. But just as Chimera's crazed shout rang out, a chilling glint flashed in Owen's eyes. In a heartbeat, he released little Leslie's hand, balled his own into a fist, and punched directly at the incoming black rays. That single punch was raw and domineering like iron tearing through the sky. Cracks spread across the void, as though the moment his fist struck, the galaxy itself would collapse. Chimera's eyes widened in disbelief. Owen had been within its temporal field just moments ago, slowed down by warp time. And yet now, not only had he broken free, but the aura from that punch was terrifying. This man's strength could not be underestimated. Before he could finish the thought, boom, Chimera's pupil shrank violently as Owen's fist crashed into its attack. The black rays shattered in an instant. The tyrannical force behind that punch surged forward like a tidal wave, completely overwhelming Chimera. It struggled to escape, but no matter how it resisted, it couldn't shake off the crushing weight of that will. Sensing death, Chimera's fur bristled. It forced its vast mana to converge into a strange rune, one that wriggled like a living thing. From it, a blood-red beam erupted. That scarlet ray, infused with its very life force, clashed against Owen's fist and barely pushed him back a few steps. Yet Chimera's fur instantly dulled like withered grass in autumn. Owen, regaining his stance, didn't intend to waste time. He had more pressing matters. He glared coldly at Chimera and barked, "Get lost." The voice tore through the void like thunder. Chimera, undeterred, opened its massive jaws and devoured the surrounding elements and order, converting them into raw life essence. Its faded fur regained its luster. The one who should leave is you, Owen. This is no place for you. Walk away now, and you might still enjoy a final celebration. Stay and you'll never leave alive. With a thunderous roar, Chimera lunged again. This time, it sacrificed even more of its life essence, intensifying the ancient rune across its chest. From it shot a blinding red beam more vicious than before. But Owen, already pushed to fury, struck again. Heaven Emperor Fist. One punch, order collapsed. The heavens turned upside down. The end of the world. A sovereign pressure descended on all beings present, so heavy it felt like invisible chains locked around them. None could move. Seeing Owen meet its attack head-on, Chimera's grin widened, laced now with cruelty. So long as it wasn't obliterated in one blow, it could consume everything to regenerate. Even gods stronger than it had been exhausted to death this way. What was Owen in comparison? Countless eyes watched as Owen clashed once more with the deadly red beam. The world trembled. Stars shattered. They became the eye of the storm, waves of destruction rippling out endlessly. Within the cracked void, twisted illusions flickered, visions of an endless, apocalyptic duel. A battle that would shake the heavens and black out the sun and moon. No wonder he's the strongest and strangest of the celestial spellbeasts, even Owen can't finish him off. War Goddess's expression grew grim. She had long fought Chimera and knew how terrifying it was, but she also knew how terrifying Owen was. And yet, despite Owen's unrelenting attacks, Chimera endured. But just as War Goddess's concern deepened, the expressions of the other gods suddenly changed. Behind Owen, an awe-inspiring celestial figure manifested, a colossal form resembling a divine emperor surveying the cosmos. This phantom clenched its fists and like meteors, they struck at Chimera. The blow was so fast, so devastating, that most could only register a blow, then saw Chimera sent flying, coughing blood and staining its chest red. One hit, and Chimera was gravely wounded. All signs of parity had vanished. As it flew backward, the Emperor's domineering will seeped into its body, halting its regeneration and invading deeper. Just as Chimera stabilized itself, that Imperial will exploded inside it. Chimera tried to suppress the eruption, but it was too late. Its body turned golden. Then, into light, Chimera was dead. The moment struck everyone like thunder. The onlookers went pale. Chimera wasn't just any spellbeast, it was the strongest beneath the Grand Sage himself. And now, just minutes into a fight with Owen, it was gone. Owen, you dare, you'll pay for this. Together, avenge Chimera. Chimera's spellbeast companions' eyes bloodshot roared in fury, abandoning their own opponents and charging at Owen en masse. They had grown up, trained, and fought alongside Chimera. Its death unacceptable. Owen's eyes turned ice cold. I didn't plan to waste time with you, but since you insist on dying, so be it. He hadn't meant to unleash this much killing intent, but they kept pushing. As his chilling voice spread, the surrounding spellbeasts felt as though they were in a sea of corpses. A suffocating scent of blood filled the air. But for these bloodthirsty spellbeasts, Owen's words only fueled their rage. Your opponents are us. Suddenly War Goddess and others leapt in, striking at the charging spellbeasts from behind, forcing them to retreat. They knew how deep the bond between Owen and Leslie ran. This was not the time for delays. Owen, go, leave this to us. They called out via spiritual transmission as they attacked. Owen instantly understood these spellbeasts weren't just seeking vengeance. They were trying to stall him. He calmed himself, then led Sarah and the others, breaking through and flying toward the ancient starry sky. The longer Leslie fused with the throne, the greater the risk. He couldn't waste another second. Chapter 541 The Will of the Masses. As they watched Owen turn and walk away, the expressions of everyone present grew complicated. Owen's overwhelming strength had left a deep impression on them. In their eyes, his power now far surpassed their own. He alone had the strength to challenge the Celestial and was perhaps the only one who could stop Leslie. According to their previous plan, they were to join forces with Owen to strike at the Celestial, to destroy the source of all chaos, that throne, the symbol of dominion, imbued with sovereign divine power. However, the sudden appearance of Chimera and the Grand Sage had completely disrupted their plan. They couldn't even overcome these new obstacles. How could they possibly stand against the Celestial? All they could do now was help Owen by clearing the path ahead. Silently, from behind, they would support Owen with everything they had. They all believed Owen would be able to bring order to the current situation. Owen, you can do this. It's a shame we can't stand with you against the Celestial this time. The God of Light, War Goddess, and other ancient beings looked regretfully at Owen's departing figure. Judging from his reaction, it seemed that he still shared their ideals, resisting the Celestial, resisting any entity from becoming the sole ruler of all things. He, too, did not want Leslie to become the ultimate sovereign. As long as Owen shared their goal, they were willing to support him with all their strength. If we continue to be held back by these spellbeasts and if any new upheaval emerges from the Celestial, it might endanger Owen or Leslie, we must hurry over and see for ourselves. Everyone, tens of thousands of years of slumber, tens of thousands of years of rebellion and failure have all been leading to this moment. This time, it's truly our chance to fight to the death. Lord of Stars scanned the crowd, his expression growing grim. War Goddess echoed, whether it's Owen or Leslie, both are once in an era geniuses. If we fail again, we may never have another chance. This is our greatest opportunity. All members of the rebellion no more hiding. Join the fight. The God of Light nodded solemnly. This time, success is our only option. There is no room for failure. With that, he charged straight toward the savage spellbeasts like Chimera. The God of Light turned into a stream of blinding light, surging forward. Behind him, all the divine beings followed like a raging flood, crashing forward with terrifying momentum. At that moment, every god of the Rebellion Alliance seemed to ignite with emotion. Their radiance was so intense that it lit up the pitch-black void, making it shine with brilliance. Under the stunned gazes of the beasts, the God of Light's body transformed into a blazing sun-like brilliance. The other deities, like stars, revolved around him, radiating dazzling and divine light. Together, they formed an ancient stellar array, replacing the very heavens and earth. The sky was sealed. At the same time, mages and spellbeasts in all regions felt the seismic shift and paused their actions, looking up at the sky. No matter where they were, they could clearly see the bright starlight twinkling above. Rays of light pierced through the void, causing the elemental energy in their bodies to boil and their blood to surge. Soon after, ancient chanting echoed in their minds. It was as if they had transcended time, standing face to face with their long-lost ancestors. Then they saw countless human forebears, cutting through brambles, rising up against the aloof sovereign. Even when they were slaughtered, even when they were suppressed, they never gave up. On the contrary, they grew more determined. Resist the Celestial, destroy the sovereign, they would build a utopia free and without oppression. Seeing this vision, Owen was momentarily shaken. After all, the glorious and tragic history of humanity unfolded before his eyes like a scroll. Their ancestors had marched forward without hesitation. Now, it was their turn. Down with the Celestial. Destroy the sovereign. No one knew who, through tears, first shouted those rousing words. The crowd, which had been frozen in shock and silence, suddenly erupted with emotion. Countless cheers resounded at once, whether inspired by personal experience, ancestral memories flowing through their bloodlines, or simply the hope of a better world for their children. At this moment, they were all moved, all willing to contribute their strength to resist the Celestial. Their collective cry surged upward like an unstoppable tide, piercing the heavens. Even order and magic itself were shattered in the onslaught. The will of the masses. At that moment, as a colossal sphere of light gathered around the God of Light, drawing in countless glowing fragments formed by humanity's will, the spellbeasts like Chimera widened their eyes in horror and instinctively retreated. Even the ever-arrogant, all-seeing Grand Sage narrowed his eyes and clenched his bony fists. The will of the masses. Even for an ancient being like him, who had lived for untold millennia, this was only the second time he had felt this awe-inspiring force capable of overturning all. Across from him, Tsukihime also turned pale as she looked upon that vast power. Even she could feel the suffocating danger from within. While mortals might seem like ants to them individually, it was a different matter when those ants united. Even an elephant would be forced to retreat. Ants were weak alone, yes, but if countless ants moved in unison, the force they unleashed would be utterly terrifying. Even the beings watching from within Divine Mountain were stunned. One of them couldn't help showing a trace of nostalgia on their face. In their bloodline memories, the last time such a force was summoned it had been by their former mountain lord. Behind Owen, Isara and the others stared in disbelief. They had only ever heard of the will of the masses, never witnessed it. Now that they had seen it for themselves, they realized how truly magnificent it was. Even the God of Light's radiant sacrifice seemed dim in comparison to the will of the masses. Only Owen remained calm. He had foreseen this moment. The will of the masses. This must have been the God of Light's final trump card, the very foundation of their courage to defy the Celestial. The more the Celestial oppressed them, the more evil he wrought, the stronger the will of the masses would become. And now, that will had gathered boundless, endless, brimming with a devastating aura. Leslie, why haven't you become the sovereign yet? The will of the masses is too terrifying. If this drags on, you'll be in danger. At this moment, even Tsukihime grew concerned for Leslie. This overwhelming power, drawn from the hearts of the masses, could change the world without breaking a sweat. At the same time, as the Celestial felt this gathering force, his once confident expression twisted into one of dread. These insects dared to challenge the heavens, though he could feel the immense threat radiating from the will of the masses. He was the Celestial. Even if these ants had gained the power to threaten him, he remained the unshakable Celestial. No, I must eliminate Leslie and ascend to sovereign at once. These ants are becoming far too dangerous. A chilling glint surged in the Celestial's eyes as he locked his gaze on old Day nearby. Once that fool was eliminated, no one would stand in his way. Once he finished Leslie, he would reign supreme over this world. Even the will of the masses would be meaningless to him. He would crush all rebels, and this world would be one ruled by his law. Under the Celestial's murderous stare, old Day, already not his match, coughed up a mouthful of blood, her face turning even paler. The Celestial's true power far exceeded her expectations. Just matching him had been her limit. Now that he was enraged, she didn't stand a chance. Chapter 542. The Celestial's Wrath. Though she knew deep down she was no match for him and that continuing to resist might mean death, she had no intention of backing down. Because behind her was Leslie, there was no retreat. Courting death, the Celestial didn't want to waste any more time on her. With a single palm strike, he unleashed a blast of compressed elemental energy like molten metal, piercing directly through her chest. A fountain of blood erupted from the gaping wound. Her already pale complexion turned ghostly white, her body on the verge of collapse. She had been close to her limit. Now, with the Celestial enraged and attacking, she could no longer hold on. She was gravely wounded in an instant. But the Celestial wasn't about to waste such a perfect opportunity. He raised his hand once more, prepared to deliver another strike to obliterate both her body and soul. Just then, he suddenly sensed a new presence. The woman from the old age felt it even more acutely. Her faltering body was suddenly stabilized by a firm grip. She looked up and saw a familiar, handsome face. Owen, her pale face filled with disbelief. Of course she knew Owen. He was the one Leslie cared about the most, the one she loved. But why was Owen here now? I won't let anyone hurt Leslie. Owen smiled at her, serious and confident. He already knew Leslie's background and identity, and naturally, he also knew who this woman was. Faced with Owen's sudden promise, the woman from the old age felt conflicted, unsure what to say. By her understanding, Leslie was destined to become the next sovereign. And once she did, all mortal emotions and attachments would be severed. Because of this, she had never supported Leslie and Owen being together. She had even considered eliminating Owen, but she also knew anyone Leslie cared for deeply was someone she truly loved. If she harmed him, Leslie would undoubtedly sever ties with her. So, she had no choice but to let things be. And now, at the brink of death, the one who saved her was the very person she had once wanted did the most. Just as she struggled with how to face Owen, the Celestial who had been about to strike again turned cold. Boy, get out of my way. This isn't something you're qualified to meddle in. The Celestial didn't want to waste any more time. He had to deal with Leslie quickly. He had already wasted too much time with the woman from the old age. If this dragged on, Leslie might succeed. But just as he prepared to strike again, Owen, who had remained silent until now, suddenly raised his head, looking at him coldly. Take one step forward, and I will kill you. The Celestial froze at the icy words, then burst into laughter. What a presumptuous brat. It's been so many years, and I've never met someone so arrogant in front of me. Owen's words didn't anger the Celestial, instead, they amused him. He pointed at the woman and said, do you even know who this is? She's a remnant of the old age, the strongest of her era. She once was the Celestial one who held a portion of dominion. Now she's just a fated legend. Even if she still holds the title of legend, she's nothing but a corpse before us. And you think you're a match for me? You think she's worth saving? Isn't humanity supposed to be rebelling against the Celestial? Yet one stands before you and you protect her instead of killing her. It's laughable, absolutely laughable. And besides, Leslie is about to become the new sovereign. She's one of you rebels, right? When she ascends, will you continue to rebel or submit? No, perhaps you won't even have a choice. She'll forget you all, kill you all, usher in an era of her own making. And you're stopping me now. Isn't that both foolish and pathetic? While the Celestial laughed in arrogant disdain, Owen's expression remained calm and composed. He stared coldly at him and replied, I know everything about Leslie. As her husband, I've accepted all of it. Do you really think you're the only one who understands what's going on? His steady voice sent a ripple through the woman from the old age. Anyone else, upon hearing such a truth, would surely have shown some reaction. But Owen remained serene. So calm it was unsettling. Owen, have you already made your decision? The woman finally asked. There was a certainty in his expression as if he was ready for anything. She wanted to know, what would Owen ultimately choose? Owen didn't answer directly. He merely shook his head and turned to the figures of Divine Mountain who had followed behind. You'll stay here. No one is allowed to cross into this ancient starry realm. This is my first command. Anyone who approaches will be killed without mercy. As Owen's voice, firm and immovable as a mountain, felt the starry sky tremble, as if the command had been etched into its very fabric. The people of Divine Mountain stopped at once. To them, the Mountain Lord's command was absolute. Though they didn't know what was happening, they all released their most powerful auras, standing like an unbreakable barrier at the realm's entrance. Whoever dared trespass would die. At that same moment, Madeline was shrouded in thick black mist, fully transformed into the embodiment of death's calamity. The surrounding void withered beneath her aura, turning dry and decayed. Nearby, Serafina took her true form, an enormous serpent body that stretched across the battlefield like a mountain. Rachel erupted with powerful mana, the spectral form of the primordial succubus appearing behind her, warping all perception. Ysera, the celestial god palace master, and the others who had come with Owen all unleashed their auras. And standing in the back, young Leslie clenched her tiny fists, chaos energy swirling around her. Mama, I'll do everything I can to protect you. We will meet again, and we'll never be apart. So what has Owen decided? At that moment, Venus, trailing behind the group, looked at those blocking the path to the ancient starry realm, her eyes flickering with curiosity and heartache. Owen's actions made it clear, he had chosen Leslie. Did he not know that the one who loved him was her? Why, even now, did he still choose Leslie instead of her? Was she truly inferior in every way? Countless thoughts stormed through Venus's heart. Just then, God of Light's voice rang softly in her ear. Venus, steady your heart, we need your help. Hearing the familiar tone, Venus quickly composed herself, pulling free from sorrow. Now was no time for love or regret. In this battle against the Celestial, everyone had to give their all. Only by fighting side by side could they have a sliver of hope. With this thought, Venus forcefully suppressed all other feelings, then raised her hands like fluttering butterflies, forming an ancient God of Light seal before her. From within the seal, a powerful suction emerged, drawing in all the light within her, and even the starlight from the sky. It then shot forth like a meteor toward the God of Light. The seal contained her entire essence. If damaged, she would suffer severe backlash. It was a dangerous, even reckless method of channeling power, but at this point, there was no other choice. Soon, as the radiant seal merged with the God of Light, Venus's complexion paled drastically, her essence seemingly drained in an instant. Venus, don't push yourself so hard. The God of Light immediately spoke out in concern. I can handle it. I'm a divine being of humanity too, Father. I can do it. I'm no weaker than anyone else. Venus replied stubbornly. Seeing her determination, the God of Light knew exactly what she was feeling. But matters of the heart couldn't be forced. He could only sigh deeply, heavily. There was heartache in that sigh and regret. Chapter 543, The Primordial Wheel. As Venus's father, the God of Light understood his daughter all too well. The way she was now pushing herself to such extremes was clearly because of heartbreak. In his heart, Venus had always been a proud and dignified woman. From childhood to adulthood, she had been pursued by countless suitors, yet never once had he seen her moved by any of them. In her own words, there isn't a man in this world worthy of my affection. Though that sounded arrogant, before Owen appeared, he had somewhat agreed with her. After all, among her peers, none could compare. She had dominated her era as a woman, but after meeting Owen, she had clearly changed. At first, he believed it was simply because Owen's exceptional talent had awakened her desire to compete. Maybe she had developed some feelings, but their time together had been brief, hardly enough to form deep love. But now, judging by her actions, he had been completely wrong. Venus loved Owen, deeply and sincerely. He had always thought they were a good match. In fact, he had even left behind a message in case he died, suggesting she marry Owen. But the falling leaf longs for the stream flows on, indifferent. They simply weren't destined to be together. Owen had still chosen Leslie. That was his decision, and whether right or wrong, it wasn't for anyone to judge. Still, seeing his daughter in such pain, the God of Light couldn't help but ache a little inside. Truth be told, even if Leslie was now on the path to becoming the sovereign, making her the rebellion's greatest enemy, she was also Owen's wife. Owen choosing to go to her, trying to save her, there was nothing wrong with that. In fact, it was brave. It was true loyalty. After all, if someone else had been in his position, 9 out of 10 wouldn't have made the same choice. If Owen failed to stop Leslie and allowed her to ascend, he would be walking straight into the jaws of death. And if he did stop her, the Celestial, who had long coveted the power of sovereignty, would act, and Owen's danger would multiply tenfold. In short, Owen had done nothing wrong, nor had Venus. With a man as exceptional as Owen, what woman in the universe wouldn't be moved? It was fate that had played them cruelly. In the end, they were destined to be strangers. Father, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Seeing that her father's attention was on her, Venus quickly sensed what he was thinking and forced a strong front. This was a critical moment, there was no time for distractions. Hearing her words, the God of Light could only steady himself and shift focus. Channeling every power he could muster, he gathered blinding light and hurled it toward the Grand Sage and the Spellbeasts. As he made his move, Chimera, who had long been ready, roared. His body expanded like a planet, swelling into a massive celestial form that blotted out the sky, surging toward the god of light like a falling star. Behind Chimera, other Spellbeasts also roared, unleashing their most devastating attacks. Chaotic mana filled every corner of the universe. As Spellbeasts, their internal mana stores and their ability to resonate with elemental forces made them vastly stronger than mages of the same rank. Now, united, their power caused the very starry skies to tremble. Under their surging elemental onslaught, the sky cracked with countless fractures. Kill, the god of light didn't flinch. With a mighty roar, his voice rippled through the chaotic void like waves across water. The incoming elemental tides were partially dispersed. At the same time, War Goddess raised her voice in a battle cry, drawing on the strength of others to forge brilliant arrays like billions of rings of light striking toward the Spellbeasts. Lord of Stars joined in, calling down a vast river of starlight, whose brilliance dazzled all who looked upon it. Boom, a deafening roar followed, chaotic blasts resounded across the void. Reality cracked like fragile paper, reeled with holes beneath the terrifying energy surges. Everyone present, whether God of Light, members of the Rebel Alliance, or Chimera and the Spellbeasts, were beings at the pinnacle of power. Now that they had fully clashed, the resulting shockwaves were apocalyptic. Even those billions of miles away could feel the echoes. Mages across every region were shaken, sensing something unimaginable. As they turned their gaze toward the source of the disruption, they were stunned by the collapsing void overhead. They weren't even on the battlefield yet, the residual force made their scalps go numb. Had they been there, they'd have been obliterated instantly. They couldn't imagine just how brutal this battle was. What kind of power could cause such terror? Meanwhile, the Celestial's gaze was locked on Owen, cold and venomous. A glimmer of killing intent flashed through his eyes like a serpent strike. He had already explained everything to Owen, but from Owen's expression, he was clearly still set on his foolish path. Very well, there was no need for mercy. Even though attacking Owen would delay him further, there was no helping it. In fact, he even considered that if Owen was gravely wounded or better yet, killed, the emotional blow might shake Leslie. That, in turn, could help his own ascension. With that thought, his killing intent toward Owen reached unprecedented heights. The elemental forces of earth, fire, wind, and water surged around him, wild and primal. It was as though the origin of all magic in the realm stemmed from this elemental core, endlessly stacking and combining. These four basic elements might seem simple, but they were the very foundation of all magic. And within this unique elemental resonance, any magical attack that struck him would be absorbed, converted into pure elemental energy. Rather than harming him, it might even empower him. Owen, I've seen your talent. I was planning to let you live, I'm not so petty. But since you insist on courting death, don't blame me. Dying at my hands is the highest honor you'll ever receive. Don't worry, soon I'll send Leslie to the underworld too. The two of you can be dead lovers together. As he spoke, the four elements coalesced into a spinning wheel capable of annihilating all creation, hurtling toward Owen. This was a manifestation of dominion. Though the Celestial had only stolen a fraction of its power, it was more than enough to overwhelm all other gods. It gave him both offense and defense, an unshakable foothold, the primordial wheel. Owen, be careful. The Celestial has fused with a portion of dominion. That primordial wheel, when spinning forward, it can convert matter into elements. If it reverses, it releases chaos from the four elemental blend and destroys everything. The woman of the old age cried out urgently, seeing the Celestial shamelessly attack someone younger. This primal force was like the foundation of the cosmos, nearly impossible to resist once mastered. She had only been able to fight him previously by drawing on ancient power from the old age. Now that the Celestial was enraged, even she couldn't withstand him. Owen was like a dancer on the edge of a blade, one misstep from total ruin. What a cocky brat. Given time, he might even surpass me someday. What a shame he's about to fall. Grand Sage smirked as he watched the Celestial's move. He knew too well just how powerful the Celestial was. If Owen the Rebels' leader were eliminated, the rest would lose their morale. Wiping them out would be much easier after that. Isn't it a bit early to say all that? Getting slapped in the face later might hurt. Sukiheim glared coldly at Grand Sage. Though she didn't particularly like the man who was fighting for Leslie's heart, she couldn't deny that Leslie's judgment was as sharp as ever. Owen was, indeed, exceptional. Turning the impossible into possible was his specialty. Chapter 544. The final battle begins. The primordial wheel surged forward, and the void before Owen twisted into restless chaos, accelerating the wheel's spin as it approached him. Owen was not ignorant of sovereign power. He understood just how terrifying it was, but he also knew its weakness. The primordial wheel could convert all forms of energy into elemental force, rendering most attacks useless. It was a nearly invincible ability. But this conversion was intricately tied to the wielder's power level. If the incoming force was too vast, the primordial wheel would be overwhelmed and collapse, backfiring on its master. That was its greatest flaw. Of course, unleashing power beyond the Celestial's limits was nearly impossible for anyone else. Unfortunately for the Celestial, his opponent was Owen. As the primordial wheel neared, Owen narrowed his eyes. Ancient runes erupted from his body like a volcano of elemental power, spreading outward from him. Supreme Order, activate. The runes covering Owen blazed with blinding light. His body expanded rapidly, swelling with energy. Simultaneously, the void behind him writhed, and from above descended a mysterious aura, something from the future that enveloped him completely. As the primordial wheel made contact with the figure emerging from the rift, its glow dimmed. The shadowy form carried a power beyond that of the wheel. With its arrival, even the sky warped under the pressure. The foundational energy of the primordial wheel began to falter. Seeing this figure appear, the Celestial's face contorted in shock. From this shadowy presence, he sensed an overwhelming aura of death. It was real. This being had the power to kill him. But how was that possible? In this world, aside from the true sovereign, no one should be capable of threatening him. And yet the Celestial had always trusted his instincts. This sense of danger was no illusion. Who was this being? How could just a shadow exude such terror? And why would such an existence stand behind Owen? Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him, and the Celestial's eyes went wide. No, that shadow, it can't be you. The figure's face remained obscured, but as the master of this realm, the Celestial could perceive the essence of all beings. It was Owen, from the future Owen. The moment he recognized the shadow's identity, the Celestial's sense of dread deepened. While the concept of future was ephemeral, someone at his level could sometimes perceive glimpses of what lay ahead and even traverse time. He had simply never imagined that Owen's future self would be this powerful, this dominant. Even Grand Sage, who had just scorned Owen, now stared in stunned disbelief. How? Owen can summon a force this strong, stronger than even the Celestial. Sukiheim couldn't help but smirk at Grand Sage's horrified reaction. She didn't know exactly how Owen had done it, but she could feel that this shadow's aura was monstrous. Even she, nearly equal to the Celestial in strength, felt her heart tremble. To face such a being directly might mean death, but the stronger Owen became, the more delighted she felt because it meant the Celestial might actually lose. If she'd once viewed Owen with suspicion and hostility, she now saw him in a different light. With power rivaling Leslie's, these two Owen and Leslie might truly be a match made in heaven. She no longer resented Owen for taking Leslie away. If you were truly sovereign, perhaps the outcome today would be uncertain, but you're not. Owen shook his head. From the moment he arrived, he had been considering how to confront the Celestial. Conventional methods wouldn't work. But Supreme Order, that was his best option. His current mastery of it allowed him to summon a future version of himself, one even more powerful and capable of lasting longer in this timeline. And as expected, it worked. From the instant the future Owen appeared, the Celestial was pushed onto the back foot, his movements sluggish, his eyes anxious. I am the true sovereign of this world. Everything beneath me is garbage. So what if your future self appears? You're still dead. Even though he feared the shadow, knowing Owen had summoned it gave him some reassurance. If he could kill Owen, the shadow would vanish on its own. Die. The Celestial surged with devastating energy, trying to bypass the shadow and target Owen directly. As long as Owen died, this entire situation would unravel. But Owen didn't flinch at his barking. Coldly, he uttered a single word. Kill. Instantly, two grinding wheels of swirling chaos, one in each of the Celestial's hands, spun wildly. Their spin and direction shifted unpredictably, distorting space and time, leaving behind black scars that lingered. Boom. In the next moment, the Celestial collided with Owen's future self. Or more precisely, they engaged in a bloody, violent duel. Each clash was like an explosion of divine force, making everyone's scalp go numb, as if their very skulls might crack. Yet after only a few exchanges, something shocked everyone. The Celestial was losing. This supposed supreme being was being overwhelmed. Owen's future form attacked with precise, crushing blows, infused with divine power. Though the primordial wheel could convert or neutralize energy, it couldn't absorb it all at once, especially not when the attacks also contained pure soul-crushing force. Caught off guard, the Celestial was struck hard. His body was covered in dents and bruises, his breath faltering. But just then, a cruel smile crept onto his face. I admit I underestimated you, but did you think you're the only one with tricks? Despite being suppressed by Supreme Order, the Celestial's blood-red eyes locked on Owen again. Then, from the void above his head, an unfathomable power descended and wrapped around him. Already at his peak, he now surged even higher, his muscles swelled, and the order and elemental energies within him became denser and more refined. Suddenly, he threw a punch. Reality shattered. Cracks spread from his fist like a spiderweb across the sky. But no matter how much he strengthened himself, Owen remained calm. With the golden future avatar standing guard, the Celestial's escalation was laughable. And just as Owen struck the Celestial, the battle on the other front reached its climax. Under the leadership of the God of Light, a torrent of starlight and divine radiance rained down on Chimera and the Spellbeasts. Already worn down by Lord of Stars and the others, the Spellbeasts were now unable to withstand the final onslaught, a devastating shockwave fueled by the God of Light's burning essence. They could only watch in horror as it carved through them like blades, tearing flesh and shattering bone. At the forefront, Chimera took the brunt of the attack. She was drenched in blood, her skin torn, her face no longer proud but fearful. Owen now had an army of powerful allies by his side. United in purpose, even these Spellbeasts once so dominant were being utterly outmatched. Chapter 545 One Sword, Slaying God. In the ancient starry skies, as Spellbeasts like Chimera suffered heavy blows and were subsequently eradicated by divine beings such as the Lord of Stars, the entire expanse became tainted with endless blood, exuding an overwhelming stench of gore. The originally pitch-black cosmos now carried an eerie, blood-tinged hue. The leaders of various factions, who had already been keeping a close eye on this battle, all looked significantly more solemn. Though they had long known the combined explosive power of the Lord of Stars and his allies was terrifying, they hadn't expected them to invoke the will of all beings. With its empowerment, the Spellbeasts were wiped out as easily as if they were made of paper. The power of all beings. Was this the ultimate trump card of the Lord of Stars and the others? Indeed, a fearsome force worthy of its legendary reputation, one that could shake the very heavens and earth. Damn it, judging by how well they wield the will of all beings, this definitely wasn't spontaneous, it was a long-planned move. Though the bodies of Chimera and the other Spellbeasts were instantly shattered, they didn't die right away. Their souls still floated in place, radiating waves of horror and dread. With the resources provided by the Celestial, their levels had skyrocketed, their power unmatched, rendering them nearly invincible. And yet now, they had lost utterly and completely. However, they had not yet lost hope. As long as they could survive even in soul form once the Celestial cleared the battlefield, they could still have their bodies remade. Unfortunately, the Lord of Stars offered them no such chance. Just as their souls attempted to flee, beams of piercing starlight erupted from the gods. The divine radiance tore across time and space in an instant, crashing upon the remnants of the Spellbeasts. Their souls stood no chance against this overwhelming force. In the blink of an eye, they were obliterated like dissipating smoke. Shrill screams and wails rang out but to no avail. They were annihilated, body and soul. The abrupt demise of Chimera and the others sent a wave of dread through the Grand Sage. This time, both the Celestial and himself may have miscalculated. The will of all beings wielded by the Lord of Stars and his allies, it was not a power they could withstand. Only the Celestial could contend with it head-on. Yet, Owen's sudden appearance had entangled the Celestial, preventing him from escaping. Where on earth did this Owen even come from? The Grand Sage now had a clearer sense of the strength of the Lord of Stars and the others. Without the will of all beings, they were merely a disorganized mob, he could have suppressed them easily. But the will of all beings, this force could rival the primordial order itself. With Chimera and the others falling, the balance of the battlefield had been broken in an instant. Still, his panic lasted only a moment before he quickly calmed down. Though Chimera and the others had been slaughtered, they were ultimately just loyal hounds nurtured by the Celestial and himself. Their deaths, while unfortunate, were not irreplaceable. The true deciding factor in this battle lay in the clash between the Celestial and Owen. If the Celestial emerged victorious, then even with the power of the will of all beings, once he replaced Leslie as the dominator of the realms, he could easily crush the Lord of Stars and the others. Meanwhile, after invoking the will of all beings on such a massive scale, the gods including the God of Light now appeared weakened and exhausted. Though the power of the will of all beings was vast and boundless like a great ocean, it was ultimately not their own. These top-tier gods had used their bodies as vessels to temporarily wield this force. This placed a tremendous burden on their forms. Though they had wiped out Chimera and the others with a single strike, their bodies now showed cracks like fine porcelain. A mere breeze might be enough to shatter them. They needed time to recover. Without it, their bodies would collapse, and the will of all beings would scatter. They would be rendered powerless. Choosing to stay put and recover, the gods each allocated part of their focus to monitor the ongoing battle between Owen and the Celestial. Facing an existence who had ruled over countless eons, they all felt a heavy pressure deep in their hearts. Especially now that the Celestial had activated the primordial order, he seemed more like a creator god than anything else. If not for the protection of the will of all beings, they might have felt their very forms crumble just from his divine presence. And yet, standing opposite the Celestial was Owen, whose state was even more extraordinary. His golden figure towered between heaven and earth, as though he were the axis of all reality, standing firm at the end of every thread of time and space. Even just gazing at his back made their hearts tremble. As all eyes gathered once more on the duel between Owen and the Celestial, the latter was practically exploding with rage, his entire being ablaze with fury. I am the ruler of this realm, the future dominator of all planes. Owen, you are nothing. No matter what trump cards you possess today, you die. The Celestial had never imagined that in the short time Owen delayed him, the others would unleash their final trump card and use the will of all beings to annihilate the loyal beast he had painstakingly cultivated. Their deaths would once again throw his grand plan into chaos. This loss of foresight, this inability to control the future drove him to madness. As his voice rang out, thunder cracked, lightning flashed, and fierce winds howled through the skies. His divine might crashed down upon the void like an unstoppable landslide, smashing into Owen, tearing time and space apart. Strange and dazzling voids unfolded before Owen, but his expression remained cold as he stared at the frenzied Celestial. Then, both his hands clenched tightly. In his left hand was the flame sword, ablaze with searing fire and burning with a dominant will, growing more volatile as it faced the Celestial. In his right was the Godslayer sword, its golden blade radiating brilliant light. The ancient markings of slain God shimmered brightly, stirring the mana within Owen's body like a surging river, thundering with raw power. With both swords in hand, Owen's aura soared, and the golden figure behind him seemed to merge with his body, mimicking his every movement. Slash! In an instant, the two contrasting divine swords crossed before Owen in an X formation and unleashed a mighty strike. Crisscrossing sword light spread for 100,000 meters, slicing across the starry sky. Feeling the sting of the sword aura against his skin, the Celestial's expression turned grim. From this strike, he could sense true danger. But so what? He was the Celestial. Boom! With a wave of his hand, earth, fire, wind, and water converged into a massive four-colored wheel, crashing into the oncoming sword aura. The elements dissolved everything into ancient chaotic energy, wiping out time and space before him, leaving only swirling primal chaos. In that moment, under countless stunned gazes, the entire realm trembled. The intersecting sword strikes clashed against the spinning wheel, relentlessly consuming one another. Time and space before them were being stretched and compressed like dough, strange visions of shattered galaxies appearing in rapid succession. The collision repeated thousands of times in mere seconds, each one powerful enough to grievously wound the primordial god. Through it all, the Celestial's face gradually turned pale. To his shock, the disintegration power of the primordial wheel could not completely neutralize Owen's sword aura. The terrifying force broke through the wheel and slammed into him. A strange pain surged through his body, an almost forgotten sensation. For a moment, the Celestial found his mind drifting. How long had it been since he was last injured? The endless passage of time left him dazed. And then, golden blood began to flow from the wound torn by the twin blades. Part of it was absorbed by the Godslayer sword, while the rest swiftly neutralized the sword aura, allowing the Celestial to recover immediately. Congratulations, host. You've wounded the Celestial. Godslayer sword has been fully activated. Ultimate technique unlocked. One sword, slaying God. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Owen's heart trembled slightly. One sword, slaying God, what a domineering name. Yet when he checked the sword's ultimate skill, there was no description, only the name itself. As if the very essence of the skill was the name, one sword, slaying God. It represented an unstoppable force, an overwhelming might that crushed everything in its path. Owen's heart surged with excitement. The Celestial was a god, so did this mean he could really slay him with one sword? The thought alone sent a rush of adrenaline through his veins. Chapter 546 Friend, or Foe. Owen had long been working to unseal the Godslayer sword after all. This divine blade truly contained the power to slay gods. But he hadn't expected that its ultimate technique would be so terrifying that it would require the Celestial's blood to unlock. Now that he had fully awakened the sword, it was time to bring everything to an end. Clenching the Godslayer sword tightly, Owen watched as the flame sword seemed to sense his intent and transformed into pure firelight, wrapping itself around the blade of the Godslayer sword. In the next instant, a blinding sword light surged skyward, illuminating the broken starry sky. In that moment, the world was drained of all color. All that remained was the radiant white light emitted by the Godslayer sword. Under the impact of that white light, the Celestial felt as if countless silver needles were piercing through his body. His so-called immortal divine form, forged at unimaginable cost, was actually dissolving. For the first time, true fear appeared in the Celestial's heart. This was the divine body he had crafted by stealing Dominion's essence, a body that should have only been able to be destroyed by an entity on the level of a dominator. Why? Why was Owen's single move able to shake the very foundation of his indestructible form? In a panic, the Celestial cast his terrified gaze toward Owen and took a deep breath. He gathered all the elemental energy and order he had accumulated over countless ages, forming a vast ocean of power before him, hoping to block the oncoming white light. But as the white light surged forth, the void instantly evaporated. The wall of elements and order crumbled like melting snow. More and more radiant light pierced the Celestial's body. Countless wounds burst open across his divine form, golden blood gushing uncontrollably from each cut. The ancient runes that once flowed along his immortal body began to dim, and the divine pressure radiating from him quickly faded. Before the Celestial could even react, Owen raised the Godslayer sword and brought it crashing down. Slash! The void split open. A sword strike spanning 10,000 meters fell from the heavens. The Celestial could no longer move like a fish on a chopping block, helpless and exposed. The top of his head had already begun to collapse, as if this unstoppable power would rip him to pieces at any moment. This scene, witnessed by countless mages, filled them all with unspeakable shock. This was the Celestial, a being who had reigned over them for countless years. In the ages past, only the God of Light, Lord of Stars, and other top-tier primordial gods had dared to challenge him. Yet each time, the result was utter defeat. Many of them didn't even get close before being annihilated. The Celestial's combat power had always been viewed as unshakable, the ultimate, unreachable peak. But now Owen's terrifying roar alone was enough to cause the Celestial's body to fall apart. Blood spilled from his wounds, sending shivers through all who watched. Especially now, with this terrifying sword strike, it looked like Owen might actually succeed in erasing the Celestial. The Celestial might fall. That single thought made all their hearts tremble with disbelief. Yes, countless mages had dreamed of the Celestial's death, and longed for the day when the God of Light and his allies would succeed. But now that it was truly happening, they were stunned. He, the Supreme Celestial, was truly about to die. And Owen's explosive power, why was it so terrifying? They had known Owen's talent was extraordinary, but this was beyond comprehension. As they stared at the descending slaying god sword strike, endless divine visions unfolded. They saw Owen's past, how he slew gods, god kings, and primordial beings as easily as chopping vegetables. It was as if gods were just the entry point of his legend before Owen, divinity itself was meaningless. These illusions dragged even the Celestial's divine consciousness into their grasp. He had noticed Owen before this genius who transcended time had caught his eye. Yet deep down, he had never truly taken him seriously. In his long existence, he had seen too many such geniuses like fish crossing a river, none had ever shaken his throne. Boom! Just as the Celestial had that thought, the sword struck him. His so-called immortal divine body exploded, bursting into fragments of radiant light. A fear born from the depths of the soul surged through him, plunging his mind into endless terror. Death. He never thought it would come so close. And worse, it came right as he stood on the verge of becoming dominator. He didn't want to die. He wanted to resist, but with his divine body already destroyed, he had little strength left to oppose Owen. All he could do was roar in fury, attempting to drag Owen down with him. But just as his soul gathered its final reserves and began fusing with primordial order in a desperate attempt at self-destruction, the sword cleaved once again, slicing his soul into countless fragments. Flames erupted, incinerating every piece until nothing remained. The Celestial. Watching this unfold, the Grand Sage's face turned deathly pale as he let out an involuntary cry. He had been the Celestial's most loyal ally, the one who believed in him the most. And now, the Celestial had died slain by Owen, a youth far too young to make sense. Ha ha ha, the Celestial, oh, Celestial, you were right after all. Without becoming Dominator, you are nothing but a passing shadow of time. Caught between overwhelming rage and disbelief, the Grand Sage laughed madly. He had never understood why the Celestial had pursued the Dominator's throne so desperately at any cost. Now he understood, even with eternal life, without eternal power, it was all just an illusion. As the Grand Sage laughed wildly, the ancient starry sky began to tremble. Then, the oppressive divine pressure that had weighed upon everyone mysteriously vanished as if it had never existed at all. The Celestial has fallen. At that moment, countless mages were struck with horror and disbelief. The thing they had dreamed of for so long had finally come true. Owen had slain the Celestial. A heavy silence fell over many mages and the major powers. Everyone knew of Owen, but what he had shown today was beyond comprehension. The Grand Sage stared at the now clear skies, feeling a strange emptiness in his heart. It was as though his highest ideals had shattered. He could no longer see the road ahead, only darkness. Opposite him, Tsukihime nervously swallowed. She had once considered killing Owen to help Leslie ascend. Now, Owen had slain the Celestial before her eyes. This was just insane. At the same time, the now recovered God of Light, Lord of Stars, War Goddess, and the other gods all looked at Owen with grave expressions. They had known Owen was powerful, but they never imagined he was powerful enough to kill the Celestial. After a moment of stunned silence, joy began to bloom across their faces. The Celestial is dead. Though it hadn't been by their own hands, the goal they had pursued for countless ages had finally been realized. The Celestial has fallen. Next it's Leslie's turn. Only by destroying the Dominator's throne can this realm become a land of equality and freedom again. Soon, their eyes turned toward the depths of the ancient starry sky. The Celestial had been their target but not the ultimate one. Their final goal was to destroy the Dominator's throne. Right now, Leslie was in the process of inheriting that throne. To them, this was the perfect opportunity. With the will of all beings on their side, even the Dominator's throne could be shattered. After all, empowered by that will, they had transcended the realm of gods. However, just as they surged toward the ancient starry depths, they saw Owen, standing tall with the Godslayer's sword, blocking their path like an immovable wall. Seeing Owen standing in their way, God of Light furrowed his brows. Owen, this is our best chance. We know Leslie is your wife, but we ask you to put the greater good above personal ties. Don't let us fall once again into an age of domination and fear. Chapter 547. Go back, guard Azure Kingdom for me. At the forefront, the God of Light radiated a blinding brilliance. The golden light, like countless fine needles, pierced through endless time and space, making scalps tingle and eyes ache, nearly impossible to look at directly. All the human deities combined their strength and poured most of the will of all beings into him, pushing his combat power to a transcendent level like he was being lifted by all living beings to stand at the peak of the world. His voice, carrying a warning, echoed in Owen's ears. Owen said nothing, only looked at him with calm indifference. Owen, I know how deeply you care for Leslie, but once she becomes the Dominator, she will no longer be Leslie, she will become an emotionless sovereign. She will no longer be the woman you love. The Lord of Stars, once a close friend of Owen's, sighed and tried to persuade him as well. Though many of them shared personal bonds with Owen, all the gods had gathered here and the God of Light had even burned his own lifespan just for this one lifelong pursuit. The Dominator must be destroyed. That was an unchangeable truth no matter who stood in the way. The War Goddess looked at Owen, who remained unmoved, and spoke in a stern and resolute voice. Owen, Leslie is about to become the Dominator. Once that happens, defeating her will become immensely difficult. Everything we've sacrificed will be in vain. Please understand this is a tidal wave of fate, not something any individual can resist. Her voice carried the weight of countless battles, bloodshed, and fallen comrades all lost in their struggle to defeat the Celestial and destroy the Dominator's throne. It was a burden Owen couldn't begin to comprehend. Now that the opportunity was finally here, anyone who dared become Dominator must be eliminated. There was no other path. Owen, we've always been friends. There's no need to turn against each other. If you just step aside, we'll still be allies. Once the Dominator is gone, the world will belong to the next generation you. Another primordial god, speaking earnestly, tried to appeal to reason. Owen's talent and strength were unmatched. Even the Celestial, who had oppressed them for countless ages, had fallen to his hand. He should have been the hero. But if he stood in their way now, then even a hero must become an enemy. They had waited far too long for this moment. As all the pressure of these gods mounted upon Owen, Venus clenched her fists tightly. She wanted to speak up for him, but she understood all too well the price her father and the others had paid, the countless hardships they'd endured. Even if she did speak, it would change nothing. She already had a feeling what choice Owen would make. And because she knew, her worry only deepened. Owen's power was terrifying, but her father and the others, empowered by the will of all beings, were no longer who they once were either. If they truly clashed, Venus didn't know what the outcome would be. She didn't even dare to imagine it. As more and more eyes fell upon him, Owen suddenly revealed a faint smile, but that smile sent a chill through many hearts. A bad feeling swept over them. People of Divine Mountain, hear my command. Owen's voice spread out like a stone dropped into still water, sending ripples across the cosmos. The warriors of Divine Mountain immediately straightened, answering in unison. Mountain Lord, we're here. Though they didn't know what decision Owen would ultimately make, ever since they had elected him as Mountain Lord, they had vowed to follow his command without question. Even if it meant death, they would obey without hesitation. In an instant, every warrior from Divine Mountain ignited the elemental power within them to its peak. Their magical artifacts gleamed with radiant light, bursting into a rainbow of colors. In this moment, this once feared ancient faction who had once suppressed countless powers in the distant past finally reclaimed their former glory in this new era. Seeing them ready for battle, the expressions of the God of Light and the others turned heavy. The Divine Mountain warriors were no joke. Backed by ancient divine artifacts, their power was formidable. Even the gods found them difficult to face in a life or death battle. More importantly, they were supposed to be allies, not enemies. If they ended up truly fighting each other, it would be a tragic loss no matter who fell. But for the sake of their ideals, the God of Light and the other primordial gods activated the order within them to the limit, radiating terrifying divine fluctuations. From afar, the ancient starry sky looked like two colossal beasts, locked in a standoff. And just as the situation reached a breaking point, Owen's voice rang out again. Everyone, go back. There are people waiting for me at home. At those words, the warriors of Divine Mountain froze. What did the Mountain Lord mean? Was he giving up? But that couldn't be based on everything they knew. The Mountain Lord was not someone who gave up so easily. Mountain Lord, what do you mean by this? The former chief of Divine Mountain asked in confusion. You've already given so much today. After finally escaping that abyss of darkness, you deserve to enjoy your new lives. Leave now. Hearing these words, the chief and the others understood. Owen wasn't retreating, he just didn't want them to sacrifice themselves. Mountain Lord, we are your people. If you stay, how can we leave? Exactly. Even if this battle is dangerous, every one of us from Divine Mountain has been prepared to die since birth. There's no need for you to bear it all alone. The chief and others all spoke in turn, their eyes burned with unwavering resolve, their fighting spirit blazing like a roaring fire. Owen's gaze swept across their faces, then he said softly. I brought you out of the demon abyss not to fight for me but so that you could live freely. This is a personal matter. You all should go. Help me guard the Azure Kingdom, that's the home Leslie and I built together. It's your home now, too. At these words, many of the Divine Mountain warriors' eyes grew red with emotion. But they could tell Owen was serious, he didn't want them involved. So they all solemnly nodded. Mountain Lord, rest assured, we will protect Azure Kingdom with our lives. Seeing Owen like this, the Lord of Stars said quietly. Owen, if you step aside today, you'll still be hailed as a hero of this campaign. You and your people can leave safely. We can still be friends. But before he could finish, Owen shook his head. There's no need to say more. Wherever Leslie is, that's where I'll be. If you raise your hand against her, it's the same as raising it against me. With that, Owen firmly gripped the Godslayer's sword, now merged with the flame sword, and stared directly at the God of Light and the other gods. Like an immovable monument, he blocked their path. Seeing Owen so resolute, the Lord of Stars sighed in regret. Owen, your stubbornness will be your death. With the boost from the will of all beings, their power had reached a terrifying peak. Owen had only just fought the Celestial and had not yet recovered. He had no chance of defeating them all. The other gods, gazing at the figure standing in their way, also shook their heads in regret. Owen's talent and power, if he died here, it would be a heartbreaking tragedy. They had seen countless geniuses in their lives, but none compared to Owen. His rate of growth and combat prowess far exceeded even the most extraordinary prodigies they had ever encountered. He felt like someone sent by the heavens to save them from the Celestial's tyranny. After all, it was Owen who had slain the Celestial. He had done what even a union of gods could not. His power and achievements alone were enough to be remembered for eternity. And yet, for Leslie, Owen now stood on the opposite side of them all. Chapter 548, that lonely figure standing against the gods. Owen, he actually intended to stand alone and challenge all the gods by himself. Such audacity could only be described as unprecedented, and likely never to be repeated. But this act of defiance was nothing short of suicidal. I never imagined we'd one day become enemies bound by life and death, sighed the war goddess and Lord of Stars. They were just about to strike, when suddenly, someone from their own side moved. Venus leapt forward, firmly placing herself at Owen's side, directly opposing the gods. Father, elders, I'm sorry. Venus bit down hard, and in that moment, severed her bloodline link with the God of Light. I already heard Owen once back in the demon abyss. This time no matter what I'll stand by him, even if it means dying with him. Seeing the determination in her eyes, filled with a willingness to die, the war goddess and the other primordial gods all turned their gaze toward the God of Light. Doctor, today's battle is no game. It concerns the fate of the entire plane. If battle breaks out, with Venus's strength, she's as good as dead. Venus was still a genius in their eyes. Though a little ordinary when compared to Owen, she was still the God of Light's daughter. No one wanted to harm the girl they had all watched grow up. But the God of Light simply shook his head slightly. He knew his daughter too well. Once she made a decision, no one could change it, not even him, her father. That stubbornness in her bones was something even he couldn't overcome. Venus, you've grown up. Since it's your decision, I won't oppose it. But ask yourself, is he really worth it? Most of the time, Venus was obedient and considerate, but he knew that once a girl met the man who truly moved her heart, she'd throw everything else away. He once believed no one could ever make the proud Venus bow her head. But now, he realized how wrong he'd been. Owen had not only captured her heart but also helped her truly grow. She now knew exactly what she wanted, even at the cost of her own life. Owen stared at Venus in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. This wasn't the Venus he once knew. Yet now, before the eyes of all, she stood against her own father just to stand beside him. Even though Owen had harbored some resentment toward Venus before, at this moment, all he could see was the raw, unhidden affection in her eyes. She really did like him. Owen let out a soft sigh. Venus, you don't have to do this. Go back. This isn't something you should get involved in. He didn't want anyone else dragged into this storm. Venus's level was too low once the battle started, even the shockwaves alone could kill her. But Venus only shook her head, calm and firm. Owen, I know this may seem reckless, but this is the only thing I can do for you. The only way I can help. My father and the others, what they're trying to do is create a fair world for all beings, free from the oppression of the Celestial. No life form wishes to be shackled like that. All sentient beings should have the right to choose their own path. Just like you made your choice to stand against my father, all for Leslie. That was your choice. It's not about right or wrong. And now, I've made my choice to stand beside you. It's not about right or wrong. It's simply my choice, just like yours. Her words were solemn and sincere, filled with genuine emotion. Everyone who heard them was moved. She wasn't just declaring her feelings, she was making a firm stand. Many looked upon the two with deep regret. If it weren't for Owen's overwhelming love for Leslie, the two of them might have become a couple admired by all. But life didn't work on what-ifs. Between Owen and Venus there was only tragedy and regret. At that moment, Madeline rushed to Owen's side, gazing at him with determination. Brother, your decision is mine. I'll protect you too. Her face bore a bright, unwavering smile. No matter what hardships awaited, she would stand by Owen's side forever. Owen was deeply touched. He knew how much Madeline cared about both him and Leslie. Among everyone here, her feelings were the purest and most sincere. Because of that, Owen didn't want her dragged into this either. But before he could speak, Madeline puffed up her cheeks and pouted. Brother, aren't we a family? Don't make me leave. No matter how this ends, we'll face it together. Then, Rachel joined him too. She stared at Owen's strong, resolute face, one she could never look at enough, and her cheeks flushed as she leaned in close to whisper sweetly. Owen, you already know what happened at the bottom of the demon abyss, don't you? Owen's expression turned a little awkward. Of course he knew. Down in the depths of the demon abyss, to awaken him, Rachel had given her the first time of the succubus progenitor bloodline. It was because of her sacrifice that Owen's soul had ascended to a near undying state. Without her help back then, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Owen, said Rachel, since they're all standing with you, we're friends too, aren't we? We may not be strong, but we still choose to stand by your side. The Celestial Palace Master, Ysera, and others all stepped forward to stand beside Owen, their eyes firm as they faced the God of Light and the other divine beings. Owen, we did spend our wedding night together, didn't we? So your fight is my fight too. Even the Archdemon stepped up beside him with a solemn face. You've risen quickly, but I'm not far behind. I will be of help. More and more women and old companions who had journeyed with Owen gathered behind him. They all wished for the end of the tyrants, but even more so, they wanted Owen to survive. Whether he lived or died, they had chosen to stand by him to face whatever came, just like they had faced death together so many times before. Back then, Owen had always stood alone. Now, though they weren't powerful enough, they were willing to give everything they had. Serafina walked up too, holding little Leslie's hand. She smiled at Owen. Master, little mistress and I will protect you together. Daddy, this time we'll protect Mommy, said little Leslie with her big, sparkling eyes full of determination. Looking at the two of them, Owen couldn't help but smile. With so many people standing beside him, the heavy weight in his heart seemed to ease. He let out a long breath. Everyone, since you've chosen to stand with me, then follow me. Owen swept his gaze across them all, then turned toward the god of light and the other deities. Ysera and the rest nodded with smiles. So long as they were with Owen, the outcome didn't matter, it was worth it. The primordial gods, seeing this, no longer hesitated. They unleashed the will of all beings at full power, transforming it into an ancient, annihilating light that surged toward Owen and his companions. The war goddess and lord of stars, though their expressions were conflicted, still poured their power into the attack. In an instant, that ancient light lit up all existence. Across the entire starry sky, there was but one color. Even the elements of space-time and order began to crumble beneath its radiance. Nothing could stop the light of destruction. Sensing this power not weaker than the celestials, Owen's expression turned serious. As the final trump card of the god of light and the others, the will of all beings was terrifying. If he was careless, he could lose everything right here. Leslie, wait for me. Owen narrowed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were filled with icy, murderous resolve. Chapter 549, The Birth of a New Sovereign. In the ancient starlit void. The formation created by the god of light, war goddess, lord of stars, and the other primordial gods was like a replacement for the entire cosmos itself. Radiating with blinding brilliance and infused with the overwhelming might of the will of all beings, it surged toward Owen like an unstoppable tidal wave, warping the very fabric of space. It was as though the heavens themselves meant to erase Owen from existence. As former friends of Owen, they knew him all too well. Though united in wielding absolute advantage, they understood Owen could not be measured by conventional means. If they underestimated him, even their use of this forbidden power might backfire. Thus, led by the god of light, the primordial gods remained vigilant, draining their very order and magic reserves to conjure piercing beams of light, following closely behind the oppressive pressure, all aimed at Owen. Faced with this downpour of divine destruction, Owen felt a fleeting illusion as if 1,000 arrows were piercing his body. Yet in the very next moment, flames erupted around him, surging from his flame sword, while the Godslayer's sword shimmered with a sharp, indomitable aura that danced on its blade. Under the tense gazes of the primordial gods, these two opposing yet equally domineering forces clashed like radiant fireworks, exploding violently in the void. Since the fall of the celestial, Owen and these united primordial gods empowered by the will of all beings now stood atop all mages. The shockwave of their clash reverberated across the entire plane, shaking reality like a broken dam flooding uncontrollably through space-time. No mage could remain unaffected by this annihilation-level force. To them, it felt as though galaxies were collapsing, order crumbling. All power they had once revered paled in comparison to this catastrophic confrontation. The impact didn't last long. Like a brilliant firework, it burst and vanished. In the wake of the clash, mages felt their bodies begin to melt from residual shockwaves. And then they saw it. A lone figure blasted from the heart of the explosion. Whoosh, wreathed in terrible aura, like a meteor in reverse, the body tore through layers of space and crashed violently to the deepest point of the starry void, creating a crater filled with fractures. The entire sky shook. Owen, when the crowd saw who had been thrown from the explosion, disbelief swept across their faces. Owen had lost. To most mages, Owen had always been invincible. Even against the celestial, he emerged victorious. But now he had been defeated by the combined forces of the god of light and the primordial gods. Owen, Venus and the others rushed to his side in shock, their faces filled with worry as they poured their own magic into him, trying to heal his injuries. Meanwhile, the god of light and the others who had just struck were also looking at their hands in disbelief. Yes, the will of all beings was immensely powerful, something they once thought could rival or even destroy the celestial. But Owen's power surpassed even the celestial. Even with prior exhaustion, he should have at least been able to hold his ground. Why had he fallen in just one strike? They wanted to win, but it felt like a dream to have done so this easily. Just then, the shattered cosmos seemed to be struck from above, as if pierced by some transcendent force. Two incomprehensibly powerful auras descended. Just the arrival of these presences made every living being tremble, their hair standing on end. As if their very lives now depended on the whim of some cosmic will. It was like staring into death itself. These presences made even the primordial gods feel as if they were facing the celestial. No, far worse, 100 times worse. These were the auras of sovereigns. And not just any sovereigns, invaders from other planes. Not good, muttered the god of light, panic flickering across his face. The clash just now must have attracted sovereigns from other realms. Though they were at peak condition again and empowered by the will of all beings, standing against even one sovereign was daunting. Let alone two, just the thought erased all notions of resistance from their hearts. Elsewhere in the realm, all mages felt it too, that suffocating pressure. Sovereigns, existences even beyond the celestial. If each plane was like a hunter in the cosmic jungle, then sovereigns were the predators of hunters. Cruel, greedy, and insatiable. Ordinarily, planes were separated by countless layers of time and space. But the ferocity of the recent battle had distorted space-time, sending waves rippling across the endless void. And it had drawn their gaze. Now, they were coming to devour this realm whole. This is bad. Everyone's heart sank. These sovereigns would not show mercy. To them, consuming this plane and all its lifeforms would be nothing unusual. We absolutely cannot allow them to descend through space-time. The god of light and the others, after their moment of panic, now shared a firm resolve in their eyes. The sovereigns hadn't arrived yet, there was still a chance. Even sovereigns needed time to traverse the immense distances between realms. If they could stop them before full descent, they might survive. But just as they prepared to make a last-ditch stand, they saw Owen steady himself. He wiped the blood from his lips, then raised his sword and slashed toward the rift from which the sovereign auras were surging forth. Slaying God. With that strike, galaxies shattered, time and space twisted. Everyone saw the world in front of them dissolve into chaos, swallowed by crimson gold light and then into nothingness. The gateway of the two sovereigns was severed. The primordial gods stared, stunned, at the void. Even the residual sword aura leaking from that slash made their scalps tingle. If it had touched them, they would have been instantly obliterated. That sword had cut through time and space itself. Nothing could withstand it, and they realized, Owen could have used that sword on them. He must have sensed the sovereign threat beforehand. And instead of killing the primordial gods, he had endured their strike with his body. To save that sword for the true threat, he had chosen To sever the sovereign's descent, and with that realization, guilt flooded the god of light, war goddess, and the others. Had Owen not acted when he did, this realm would have already become a playground for those alien monsters. Worse still, that sword's power, it cut through time. It obliterated sovereign will, it defied the very structure of the multiverse. Sovereigns were supposed to be the highest beings. Rulers above rules, above planes, but Owen had shaken even them. Wait here, Owen said with a soft smile to those worried for him. The spatial shockwaves are too great, I need to sever the time stream's future branches, I'll be back soon. He looked at each familiar face with warmth, then turned. And shot into the stars. Owen, brother, daddy. Venus, Madeline, little Leslie all called after him, voices trembling. Owen had made it sound easy. But those presences were sovereigns. No one here could face them, and what's more, Owen intended to sever the future of the time stream itself to give this wounded realm hope again. Even primordial gods, with their ability to traverse time, could only influence fragments of the future and only by enduring devastating backlash. To sever the time stream outright. Even imagining it was despair-inducing. Yet Owen had gone without hesitation. As he vanished into the stars, silence fell across the battlefield. The primordial gods, deep in their hearts, felt guilt beyond words. They had opposed Owen, yet he had borne the burden of the realm. Faced the sovereigns for them, for those he cherished. Let's go, let's help him. The god of light, war goddess, lord of stars all looked at each other. They had made their decision. They would follow Owen to help him resist the sovereigns. But just as they moved, they froze. From deep within the stars. A power exploded, a suffocating, absolute force. Terror and pressure gripped every soul. A sovereign. A sovereign had been born in this realm. All mages felt it, that crushing pressure, exactly the same as when the two foreign sovereigns had begun to descend. But this time it came from within, from their own plane. A new sovereign had awakened. Everyone turned to the center of the stars. And there, a lone figure appeared radiating cold, aloof, and terrifying power. It was Leslie, chapter 550 Together Forever. Just by looking at Leslie from afar, it felt as if she had become the very center of the plane, everything else around her faded into insignificance. Leslie had succeeded. Countless gods were stunned. Even the god of light and the other beings who had tried to stop her couldn't help but swallow hard. The sovereign they had spent their entire lives trying to destroy had been reborn. They had failed. Mommy. At that moment, little Leslie's voice broke the silence. Like a fluttering butterfly, she threw herself toward Leslie without hesitation. Not good. Madeline and the others snapped to attention, heart sinking in dread. After becoming a sovereign, one lost memories, lost all emotions. Little Leslie running into Leslie's arms could mean certain death. But little Leslie moved too fast. Under the crushing pressure from Leslie's aura, they couldn't even react in time. All they could do was release all their energy in an attempt to divert Leslie's attention. Yet Leslie remained unmoved, her cold eyes fixed on the little girl. Mommy, I finally get to see you again. Little Leslie clung tightly to Leslie's leg, her bright eyes brimming with tears as she looked up at her mother. Leslie lowered her gaze. In that moment, it was as if endless years flickered within her eyes. Then her frosty expression softened into a gentle smile. Little Leslie, sweet girl, from now on, let's always be together. Okay. The crowd around them stared in shock. Becoming a sovereign meant losing all memory, all feeling. So what was going on? Had she not truly become a sovereign? No, that couldn't be. The overwhelming aura surging from her body clearly surpassed any non-sovereign being. Where's Owen? Why isn't your father here? Leslie glanced around and suddenly asked. Little Leslie quickly replied, Daddy went to fight the bad guys. Just now. She briefly recounted what had happened. When she mentioned the god of light and others attacking Owen, Leslie's gaze instantly turned cold. The primordial gods who had struck Owen suddenly felt like they had plunged into an icy abyss. The bone-chilling cold nearly robbed them of all movement. Thud, thud. In the next instant, under Leslie's gaze, the will of all beings shielding the gods crumbled like paper. A wind that tore through space slammed into their chests, sending all those who had attacked Owen flying and coughing blood. The god of light looked on in sheer terror. That was the will of all beings. It was already useless against Owen, but now, even before Leslie, it was utterly powerless. This combination, this husband and wife, was far too terrifying. And yet the fact that Leslie hadn't lost her emotions, hadn't forgotten Owen or little Leslie. That made him genuinely relieved. She remembered. She still cared. This meant she wouldn't become a cruel sovereign. After teaching the primordial gods a harsh lesson, Leslie turned to little Leslie and smiled. Be good and wait here for Mommy. I'll go bring Daddy back. From now on, the three of us will always be together, okay? Little Leslie nodded quickly. You have to promise. Pinky swear. Pinky swear, Leslie said with a smile. Then her body turned into a streak of light, shooting into the sky. Mommy, bring Daddy back. Little Leslie called out, her voice full of hope as she watched Leslie vanish. In the pitch-black starry void, two ripples shimmered like waves on still water. Two massive figures appeared, each seated upon a throne. The figure on the left wore deep black armor, his body wreathed in frost. Wherever he passed, all things froze. The figure on the right was a golden skeleton, surrounded by countless strange visions. Multitudes of beings knelt before him in prayer, offering worship. Though their auras were completely different, both were sovereigns. Colossal as stars, enthroned in radiant brilliance, with all other lifeforms groveling at their feet, fates hanging on their whim. But as they surged into the void, they suddenly noticed a lone figure ahead. A man with a sword. Compared to them, this figure was tiny like dust. But from this small frame, they sensed a familiar force. Interesting. He's not a sovereign, yet he severed our locked coordinates. What a rare specimen. How long has it been since we found a new plane? One surprise after another. We've come to the right place. Just as their voices echoed through space, Owen charged straight at them, sword in hand. Slaying God. From the very first strike, he unleashed his most powerful move. If he wanted to stop these two ravenous sovereigns from preying on his world, there was only one way. Overwhelming strength. No words. No negotiations. The sovereigns were initially dismissive, but when Owen's sword light lit up the cosmos, a flicker of alarm rippled through them. That sword strike could into them, and they couldn't avoid it. It was the first time they had ever faced such a threat. Their expressions turned serious. To meet such a formidable creature the moment they arrived, this plane must be something special. The stronger the prey, the more delicious the feast. Though slightly wary, their excitement only grew. Boom. In the next moment, countless strands of order burst from their thrones like a tidal wave. Runes of order gathered like drops of water, forming a flood of unstoppable power. Owen's golden red sword light collided with the flood head-on. The two forces intertwined, devouring and clashing with each other. Neither side gave ground. The constant explosions of sword and magic caused ripples that spread across reality. The heavens dimmed. The galaxies faded. After a brief exchange, both sovereigns stared at Owen in shock. They were sovereigns. Even crossing the river of time weakened as they were should have left him no chance of resistance. And yet, he held his ground. If it had been only one of them facing him, they might have actually lost. What a monster. How long has it been since we saw such a talented life form? Not a sovereign, and yet capable of fighting us. A specimen worth studying. Let's take him down together. Can't let this get out of hand. They exchanged a glance and unleashed a stronger wave of order, instantly sending Owen flying. With your level and power, resisting us is already a miracle. And yet you dare harbor killing intent. You lack respect. The golden skeletal sovereign's voice was cold and merciless. Owen instantly felt an even heavier pressure bearing down on him. And then they both prepared to strike. But just then, they sensed something. Their eyes turned to the space before Owen. At first, it was empty. Then cold wind howled. A stunning figure emerged from the chill. Leslie. Owen had sensed the frost and dared to hope. When he saw her with his own eyes he froze completely. The stars vanished. The sovereigns vanished. All that remained was the woman he had yearned for day and night. Leslie looked back at him. Their eyes met full of love, depth, and silent understanding. The sovereigns twitched. Were these two seriously flirting on a battlefield like this? Did they forget this was a life and death fight? Watching the pair ignore them entirely made the sovereigns tremble with rage. Their auras grew so violent that even space itself began to shake and fold. One for each of us, Owen said with a smile to Leslie. From the way she looked at him, he knew Leslie hadn't lost her memories. Hadn't lost her emotions. She might be stronger now, but she was still his Leslie. Leslie nodded. Okay. Without another word, the two of them one left, one right charged at the two sovereigns. Boom. Endless terrifying phenomena erupted in the stars. Even from far away, God of Light and the others could see it clearly. The bottled shockwaves made their hearts pound wildly. Everyone prayed. Prayed that, like before, Owen and Leslie would overcome the impossible and work a new miracle. They had done it before. They would do it again. The epic clash lasted who knew how long. Then Madeline, Princess Mary, Rachel, and the others saw it. The once black starry sky suddenly erupted like a molten furnace, bursting with blinding crimson light. That light consumed everything, even their senses. Everyone's heart clenched. Even the aftershock had shaken the realm, cracked mountains, collapsed rivers. What would the center of the battle look like? But their anxiety didn't last long. Because out of that brilliant storm hand in hand Owen and Leslie walked forward. They stood like gods above the world, unharmed. A wave of cheers exploded across the heavens. Voices of joy echoed endlessly through the stars. As Owen and Leslie smiled at one another, they walked over to little Leslie. Daddy, Mommy, let's never be apart again. Little Leslie threw her arms around them both. Okay, they said together. From now on, we'll never be apart. Chapter 551 Reincarnation, A New Beginning. Owen and his family of three returned once more to the miniature world, their faces radiant with joy and contentment. Happiness, deep and genuine, had found its way back into their lives. Each day, Leslie diligently handled the countless affairs of this plane. As its sovereign, the very existence of this world depended on her will. There were decisions only she could make, matters only she could resolve. She remained regal, as noble and imposing as an empress, no longer merely the empress of the Azure Kingdom, but of the entire plane. Though the responsibilities were immense and the tasks seemingly endless, Leslie had long since adapted to this life. She handled everything with perfect order and efficiency. Under her rule, this world had undergone a transformation so dramatic it could only be described as earth-shaking. Humans, dragons, spellbeasts, elves, and countless other races now lived together in harmony, learning from each other, complementing each other's strengths. The entire realm pulsed with life and promise, a blossoming haven brimming with peace and prosperity. Those who had once been entangled in Owen's past, Raina, Rachel, and others now lived quietly within the miniature world, assisting Leslie in managing its countless affairs. All of it, of course, was done with Leslie's tacit approval. As for Owen, he had wholeheartedly embraced the role of a stay-at-home father and full-time chef. He devoted his days to cooking for the many races, inventing creative new recipes to please everyone's tastes. And, at the urging of little Leslie, he had begun preparing to welcome another child with Leslie. Aside from Serafina, little Leslie had no other companions her age. Sometimes, the solitude was a bit too much for her. And so, Owen had already thought of a name for their second child, Alina. He had a strong hunch, no, a premonition that their second child would be a girl, just like their first. Yet, the peace and tranquility of their lives did not last long. One morning, as the inhabitants of the realm rose with the sun, they looked up and were stunned to see a colossal shadow darkening the skies, stretching endlessly across the heavens. Under the cover of that mysterious darkness, the once brilliant sunlight turned dim and murky. Though it was early morning, the skies resembled the oppressive gloom of dusk. What is that shadow? It stretches as far as the eye can see. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Stay calm, don't panic. With Emperor Owen and Her Majesty Leslie watching over us, there's no problem they can't handle. This sky will clear up soon enough. The panicked masses quieted immediately upon hearing those words. Even after Leslie had ascended to the position of sovereign, the people still addressed her by the title they had always known, Her Majesty, the Empress. And Owen, too, had been crowned emperor in their hearts. The unmatched strength of the couple had earned them the unwavering respect of all races, of all beings. At that very moment, the two in question, Owen and Leslie, had already ascended into the skies above. The closer they got to the source of the shadow, the slower their pace became. A suffocating pressure radiated from the darkness above, like an ever-tightening spring coiling around them. It pressed into their bones, sinking deeper and deeper. It was the first time since attaining the level of sovereign that they had felt such a terrifying force pressing down on them. I sense an unfathomable vastness within that shadow, Leslie murmured, turning to Owen. Compared to it, we are nothing but dust. Her eyes shimmered with a mix of wonder, confusion, and a strange spark of fervor. Owen didn't respond. Instead, he continued to study the boundless shadow with narrowed eyes. From the very beginning, he had felt a strange sense of familiarity from it. The closer he came, the more intense that feeling grew. Suddenly, the tree of world within the miniature world began to tremble. That tremble was filled with reverence and contradiction. A reverence so profound it seemed unnatural, something that could make the tree of world tremble in fear. Though the tree had taken root in the miniature world and Owen possessed power on par with a sovereign, the tree had never once reacted with such emotion. But now, as Owen and Leslie pushed forward with increasingly grave expressions, something finally shifted. In the next instant, it was as though they had broken through an invisible veil. The curtain of darkness before them dissolved, revealing an enormous green canopy stretched out before their eyes. As they stared at the emerald expanse, their faces registered identical expressions of awe and disbelief. For the surface of that canopy was covered in ridges like mountain ranges, veins of a single, impossibly large leaf pulsing with boundless vitality. That all-consuming darkness had been nothing more than a single leaf. Owen and Leslie exchanged a look, then immediately channeled their order power into their eyes, peering deeper into the verdant depths. Following the flow of the leaf, they saw thick, star river-like branches reaching into the void, converging toward an unimaginable trunk. If they were like specks of dust before the leaf, then before the branches and the tree itself they were less than nothing. Tree of World, Owen whispered. It's the oldest tree of world. As he spoke, he felt the tree of world within his own body trembling with intensity. Legends told of an ancient tree of world that supported countless star systems. It was said that one fallen leaf could contain 3,000 worlds. He had always thought it was just myth, but now it was standing right before him. Why had such a primordial tree of world appeared now? Owen was flooded with questions, but Leslie's gaze had already turned wary. Although she didn't sense any hostility from the incomprehensible being before them, she could clearly feel a nearly imperceptible vast, primordial locking onto them both. How sharp your senses are. No wonder you've become sovereigns of a realm. An ancient, ageless wave surged through their minds, not a voice, but a raw, original will. It transcended language. All life would understand its meaning. I wonder will you one day rise to such heights. Before either could speak, their bodies were seized by a force beyond their control, pulled straight toward the tree of world. From a distance, they looked like two streaks of light arcing across the cosmos, hurled by the will of the universe into a strange new world nestled atop a single, green leaf. As they fell into that world with earth-shaking force, Owen felt his soul being torn from his body. His memories blurred. Time lost all meaning. Then he opened his eyes. He was in an unfamiliar world, surrounded on all sides by towering mountains like prison walls. The slopes were covered in lush greenery, plants he couldn't name. Everything in this realm was alien. My elements, my order, they're all gone. The emptiness within his body was jarring. Like an ordinary man once more, Owen stood stunned. Panicked, he scanned the area. Leslie was nowhere in sight. Worse yet, a flood of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. As he absorbed them, his vision swam. A deep sense of dread clawed its way into his chest. Though he didn't know how, the truth was undeniable. That cosmic will had reincarnated both him and Leslie into this new world. Chapter 552 System Upgrade. What the cosmic will hadn't realized was that Owen was a transmigrator. Because of that oversight, Owen retained all of his memories after reincarnation, memories that hadn't been overridden by the local soul of this mountain farmer, who happened to also be named Owen. He might have gotten off easy, but he couldn't say the same for Leslie. She hadn't been so lucky. This was technically her second reincarnation, and Owen was almost certain her memories had been wiped clean. Worse still, he had no idea where she had been reborn. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. According to the original owner's memories, this plane was anything but peaceful. Empires and factions warred constantly, ceaseless conflict, invasions, power struggles. This world was teeming with danger. And this wasn't a low magic realm either. Mages existed here, and powerful ones could shake the heavens with a wave of their hand. If he were at his peak, he'd have nothing to fear. But now, that plane level consciousness had been too powerful. His order, his elemental power, everything had been wiped clean. He was, for all intents and purposes, a regular man now. And Leslie, he didn't even know what identity she'd taken on. In an era as chaotic as this one, it was unlikely she'd been reborn into a safer, comfortable position. And with her memories gone, it was even more worrisome. Driven by urgency and guided by the original owner's memories, Owen quickly began searching the nearby regions. They had entered this realm together. Leslie couldn't have reincarnated too far away. His search was relentless, and soon his persistence paid off. In the depths of an uninhabited mountain forest, he found a woman lying on the ground, unconscious, clad in noble garments now tattered and dirt-stained. The moment he got close, Owen's heart began pounding. Even though half of her face was marred by burned scars, the other half carried that same icy beauty, that same noble pride, just like Leslie. Exactly like the day he had first met her. Glacier Empire. Spellbeast Mountains. In a hidden valley nestled deep within the Spellbeast Mountain range, a small house stood built from wood and stone. Though simple, it was clean, well organized, and radiated the warmth of home. In front of the house, a peach tree bloomed, its delicate pink flowers fluttering in the mountain wind. Beneath the tree stood Owen, now sporting a thick beard and the calm demeanor of a man matured by time. His eyes were distant as he stared at the tree he had once planted, his thoughts adrift. 8 years, he murmured to himself. 8 years living side by side, and still, her memories hadn't returned. Even Elena, that little rascal, she left me too. Just a letter, that's all. A sigh escaped him, quiet, bitter, and laced with longing. 8 years ago, after rescuing the disfigured woman who looked so much like Leslie, he had tended to her with unwavering care. Something in his soul told him, this woman was Leslie. She had simply forgotten. And as time passed, under his devoted care, the scars on her face slowly healed. When her full face was revealed, it was undeniably Leslie. That same unparalleled beauty, that same icy pride, he could never forget that face. But her memories were gone. She didn't know her name, didn't recognize the name, Azure Kingdom. Even when Owen mentioned himself and little Leslie, she showed no reaction. But Owen had expected as much. He never tried to force her to remember. Instead, he began recounting their past as if it were a love story, beautiful, gentle, and sweet. Perhaps it was the sincerity of the tale. Perhaps it was his tender care. But the woman, now calling herself Yevna, began to warm to him. Her heart, once a blank slate, slowly filled with Owen's image. And so it went. A man and a woman, living in isolation, growing close through the days and nights. Eventually, passion blossomed. On a moonlit night months later, the two became husband and wife. As their lives intertwined and their harmony grew, Yevna became pregnant. During those 10 months of waiting, Yevna tended to small animals around the house and wove linen into clothes. Owen hunted, cooked, chopped wood, and made their humble home as beautiful and livable as possible. To ease Yevna's emotions during her pregnancy, Owen transplanted a peach tree into their yard. He knew Leslie had always loved trees. And just as he expected, Yevna loved the tree dearly. She fertilized it and cared for it every day. In that simple, peaceful life, Yevna gave birth to a daughter, Elena. But not long after Elena's birth, Yevna left. When Owen returned from a hunt one day, all he found was a letter. Its content was heartbreakingly short. Husband, wait for me. I'll be back. The graceful handwriting, with its familiar strength and elegance, made his heart sink. He had once believed that even if he had lost all his power, even if they were reborn into a new world, as long as Leslie remembered, as long as they could live a peaceful life as a family, he would be content. But Yevna left, just like that, no trace, no explanation. Owen searched everywhere, mountains, cities, ruins, but it was as if she had vanished from the world. So he stayed. He raised Elena, waited for Leslie to return. 8 long years. This very morning, just as the sun rose, Owen woke up to find another letter waiting for him. This time it was from Elena. She was only 8 years old. Reading the note, he felt as though the sky had collapsed. His heart had never suffered such a blow. With trembling hands, he read, Daddy, by the time you see this letter, I'll already be gone. I know I'm still young, but every day I see you staring at the peach tree, missing Mom. I want to help. I want to find her. For you, for myself. I want to ask her, face to face, why she left us. If I can't find her, I'll bring home lots of amazing aunties instead. Just like you told me, back when you were young, you had lots of strong girlfriends, right? And don't worry about me. I'm your daughter. Nothing in this world can stop me. I've got the treasure pouch you gave me, whatever I need, it's in there. You once stood at the peak of the world. Even now, you're a legend in my heart. I'm your daughter, so I won't bring shame to your name. And when I'm out there I'll go by a different name, for safety, but if you hear about a genius girl named Dove, don't doubt it. That's me. Tears welled up in Owen's eyes as he finished reading. Sorrow, worry, and a deep, heartfelt pride. She was only 8, yet she already cared so deeply about him. She really was his precious little girl. But still she was too young. The outside world was dangerous beyond words. If he had known, he never would have told her those stories about him and Leslie. He had truly been strong once, standing at the pinnacle of the world. But after reincarnation he was just an ordinary man now. Wait, the system, though it had been undergoing an upgrade since his reincarnation, the countdown was nearly over. It was almost done, and when it finished everything could change. Chapter 553 System Activation. Sitting on the bench outside the wooden cabin, Owen gazed at the undulating mountains in the distance. His mind was full of restless thoughts. How would he find Elena? Ever since Yevna left him with only a note, he and Elena had depended solely on each other for the past 8 years. And now, Elena was gone too, slipping away silently in the same way her mother had. How could he not be anxious? Just then, a crisp sound rang out in Owen's mind. Pop, ding, congratulations, host. With both daughter and wife having run off, the system activation condition has been met. Daughter ventures into a foreign world, father worries in silent agony. Daughter becomes strong, father gains power through her might. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the daughter guidance system. System is now bound to host Owen and daughter Elena. For detailed instructions, please refer to the system manual. Current feature unlocked. View Elena's status panel. Owen frowned, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Ever since arriving in this world, he had hoped the system like those in fantasy novels would eventually awaken and give him a way forward. But now, his daughter and wife had both left him, and only now did the system choose to activate. He found it hard to accept. What the hell? 8 years, and now you show up and you congratulate me, Owen grumbled through clenched teeth. After taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, he began browsing the system manual. As he skimmed through it, Owen gradually realized the system came with a wide range of useful features. Through the interface, he could monitor Elena's safety in real time, her hunger levels, physical condition, and even emotional well-being. Not only that, but the system also had a remote item delivery function, allowing him to send her supplies instantly, no matter where she was. Most importantly, the system included a daily sign-in feature that granted him magical tools, each one capable of enhancing Elena's magic power, physical constitution, or mental resilience. Better yet, whenever Elena advanced in magical power, Owen himself would receive a boost as well, albeit a minor one. Even more astonishing, every spell and skill Elena acquired Owen could replicate. And not just replicate, but wield with even greater potency. Looks like raising a daughter might actually make me stronger, Owen muttered to himself. A glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. If I can train Elena well, maybe just maybe we'll be able to survive in this world. And maybe we'll even find Yevna. Host, what does survive in this world mean? The system's sudden inquiry yanked him out of his thoughts. Shut up, Owen snapped, annoyed. After confirming through the panel that Elena was safe, he let out a breath of relief. But the realization hit him a second later. Wait a second, doesn't this make me a glorified daughter-raising simulator? I've literally transmigrated into a parenting game. He suddenly had an image of himself stuck in a raising sim, where he was nothing but a tool for his daughter's growth. Ding, host may interpret it that way, but be reminded, life is not a game. Death is permanent, proceed with caution. The system's timely reminder pulled Owen back to reality. He nodded in acknowledgement and reread the manual a few more times just to be sure he didn't miss anything critical. Then a question occurred to him. Hey, system, since my tier is higher than my daughter's, can I transfer magic to her? She levels up, I level up too. Then I just repeat the process and we both grow infinitely stronger. A long silence. Ding, nesting loop detected, functionality blocked. Bug detected, performing emergency patch, system patch complete. Thanks for the feedback, host. You've earned 1 bonus lottery spin. Owen sighed and rubbed his forehead. Damn it, why did I open my big mouth? Still, a lottery draw wasn't bad. A small silver lining in the midst of chaos. Now that the system had fully activated, hope rekindled in his chest. He just needed to keep nurturing Elena's strength, and through that, regain his own footing in this chaotic world. And maybe just maybe find Yevna. He'd even thought of the perfect slogan for the day they finally stepped out of hiding. 8 years of seclusion in the mountains. Now, our return shall shake the world. Just as Owen stood, ready to march out and begin his search for Elena, the system chimed again. Ding, external dangers detected. To prevent total annihilation of the host family, system has issued a restriction. Host may not leave the valley for 2 years. 2 years. Can't we negotiate that? Owen protested. No exceptions. There must be someone to carry on the legacy. What if the whole family dies out? Left with no choice, Owen had to accept the condition. At least the system allowed remote monitoring and could send supplies. That gave him some peace of mind. Elena was clever, quick-witted. As long as she didn't run into truly vicious people, she should be okay. And besides, not everyone in this world had magic. Most were ordinary folks. The kingdom's laws were relatively strict, offering some protection to civilians and children. Thinking it through, Owen returned to the cabin and activated the system's first daily sign-in. Ding, sign-in successful. You have received 1 bottle of Purifying Tear. Purifying Tear, a rare magic potion capable of cleansing all dark elemental corruption. No usage restrictions. Owen read the description carefully, nodding with satisfaction. This could be a lifesaver. Better keep it safe. Just then, a red warning flashed across his panel. Ding, alert, Elena is in a state of hunger. Immediate nourishment required, bread requested. Owen hurried into the kitchen, grabbed 2 freshly baked loaves, and sent them to Elena through the system's remote delivery function. At that very moment, Elena was riding a small horse across a vast grassland. Her heart was heavy with both purpose and unease. She had set out to find her mother, but the further she traveled, the more uncertain the road became. She was lost. The ache in her stomach gnawed at her, adding to her discomfort. Reaching into the cloth pouch tied at her waist, a pouch her father had made, Elena clutched it tightly. It looked ordinary, but to her, it was nothing short of a magical treasure. Every time she wanted something, the next day it would appear inside. I'm so hungry, she whispered. If I were home, Daddy would have already made fresh bread. She pouted slightly, voice tinged with homesickness. Should I go back home and eat first, then come out again? But she shook her head. No, I'm out here to find Mommy. I want to give Daddy a surprise. I can't give up halfway. If I go back now, Daddy might be disappointed. With that, she opened the pouch. Please just let there be some bread. No sooner had she spoken than 2 warm loaves appeared in the bag. Her eyes widened in delight. Wow, it really works. Daddy wasn't lying. She eagerly took a loaf and bit into it, munching away with joy. In that moment, her faith in her father, the man she had always believed to be a legendary powerhouse, solidified completely. Only someone as incredible as him could create a pouch that granted wishes. Just as Elena finished the first loaf, a luxurious carriage convoy appeared on the distant horizon, slowly making its way toward her. Chapter 554. A familiar face. Your Majesty, we are 10 miles from the secluded residence of the High Priest of the God of Light Temple. If all goes well, he may be able to heal the Grand Elder's injuries. Beside the carriage, a knight clad in shining silver armor spoke respectfully. There was no reply from within the carriage. Outside, 2 high-ranked mages guided the vehicle, while a dozen mid-ranked knights surrounded the convoy in a tight protective formation. Such a formation was top tier across the entire continent. In this world of sword and sorcery, power levels ranged from 1 to 9, and both mages and knights were classified into novice rank, mid-rank, high rank, and then Grand Archmage Hero Knight at the pinnacle. Each Grand Archmage Hero was a pillar of their kingdom. Their magic could command the elements, reshape the land, and decide the outcomes of wars. These mighty figures often lived in seclusion, only appearing when their nation faced grave danger. High-ranked mages and knights were the backbone of a kingdom, revered across the land. Even mid-rank warriors were considered formidable. Many minor clans were led by individuals of this caliber. Inside the carriage, Yevna wore a regal violet robe. She gently held a single withered peach blossom petal in her hand, lost in thought. Her eyes would soften with warmth, then narrow in distress, her expression a blend of emotions too complex to name. Owen, without me by your side, have these past years been kind to you? Has Elena grown up strong and healthy? Have you told her our story? She whispered softly, memories of her time with Owen in the mountain valley surfacing in her mind, moments of peace, laughter, and warmth. Owen, my love, do you know that these 8 years apart, I missed you and our daughter every single day? As Yevna sank into her memories, a fit of weak coughing pulled her back to the present. Cough, cough, your Majesty, thinking of him again. The speaker was the Grand Elder of the Glacier Empire, a high-ranked mage who had once earned great glory in the magic wars. Now, gravely injured and on the brink of death, he had become the Empire's last pillar of stability. Their current journey to the God of Light Sanctuary was a desperate attempt to save him, in hopes that the High Priest's divine magic could heal his fatal wounds. Yevna turned to face him, a trace of concern in her eyes. Grand Elder, are you feeling any better? As she spoke, she gently cast another healing spell over him. Yet despite her efforts, his labored breathing continued unabated. A flicker of disappointment passed through Yevna's gaze. The Glacier Empire was currently teetering on the edge. That it hadn't collapsed into civil war yet was thanks solely to this venerable old man. If anything were to happen to him, Yevna dared not imagine the consequences. The Grand Elder waved a weak hand and glanced at the peach blossom petal in her palm. Your Majesty, is that from the valley where he lives? Yevna nodded slightly. Since you already know, why ask? Your Majesty, during your years of amnesia, you lived with that man Owen. By the laws of the kingdom, he should have been executed, the Elder said solemnly, a glint of steel in his eyes. But I saw the happiness you shared with him. It was a kind of joy I had never seen in you before. I understand why you chose what you did. He paused, his tone softening. But Owen, he is just an ordinary man. He has no magic, no noble lineage. He's not worthy of standing at your side. To be your consort, a man must possess either unmatched magical might to command respect across the continent or noble blood to stabilize the empire. He looked deeply into her eyes. Your Majesty, the empire is in turmoil. Internal factions are restless, and foreign nations circle like vultures. If your relationship with Owen were to be exposed, it would spark massive unrest and he would almost certainly be killed. Even you might not be able to protect him. I beg you to think of the empire and of the countless citizens who depend on you. He finished his words, only to break into another violent coughing fit. Yevna opened her mouth to reply, but stopped herself. 8 years ago, she had been a princess of the Glacier Empire, framed by her brothers, disfigured and left to die. Had it not been for Owen, who found and cared for her, she would have been devoured by wolves before ever regaining her memories. It was Owen who nursed her back to health. It was in his quiet mountain valley that she found peace, rebuilt her life, and gave birth to their daughter, Elena. Later, when her memories returned, she was secretly escorted back to the royal palace. With the Grand Elder's support, she reclaimed her throne and became empress. But becoming empress had not made her life easier. The court was a nest of serpents. The nobility fought over power and territory, and her elder brother never ceased plotting to reclaim the throne. To protect Owen and Elena, she had never dared to acknowledge them. She could only pour her longing into that single peach blossom petal, her last remaining connection to their past. If I cannot be with the one I love, then what's the point of ruling the world? Yevna thought silently. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers are not worth as much as a single smile from Owen. If he hadn't once said he wanted to see the splendor of the empire, I would never have returned to fight for the crown. One day I will declare his name to the world and make him the happiest man alive. Whoa, the driver suddenly pulled the reins, and the carriage came to a gradual halt. Your Majesty, a knight reported, approaching the window. There's a young girl on a pony blocking the road. What are your orders? Yevna frowned slightly. This trip had been conducted in utmost secrecy. The Grand Elder's life, and by extension the fate of the kingdom, hung in the balance. A single delay could spiral into chaos. Could this be a trap? Another knight muttered, reaching for his sword. His eyes turned sharp and cold. Shall I handle it? No need. Don't stir up trouble. Just tell her to move along, Yevna ordered calmly from behind the curtain. The knight nodded and approached the girl. As he opened his mouth to speak, the girl looked up, cheeks stuffed with bread, and mumbled, Uncle, where am I? But the knight froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. This can't be. The girl's face, her features, she looked exactly like Yevna when she was young. He ignored her question and ran back to the carriage in a panic. Your Majesty, that girl, she looks exactly like you did when you were a child. He had grown up with Yevna. He could never mistake her childhood appearance. Yevna's heart skipped a beat. Is that so? Bring her here. I want to see her with my own eyes. Moments later, Elena was brought to the Empress. The little girl, with her twin ponytails and wide, curious eyes, stood before her. Yevna stared, and a powerful wave of emotion welled up inside her. The Grand Elder sat upright, closely observing both the Empress and the girl. How can there be two people in the world who look so alike? He murmured, eyes fixed on Elena's round cheeks and bright expression. Chapter 555. My dad is a big shot. Inside the carriage, Yevna took the piece of bread Elena handed her, eyes filled with curiosity. Child, what's your name? And who gave it to you? My name is Elena. My dad gave it to me. Isn't it pretty? Elena beamed with pride. Yevna's heart skipped a beat. Elena, that was the very name she and Owen had once imagined giving to their daughter. Nearby, a knight almost lost his composure when he heard Elena casually refer to the Empress as pretty sister. But seeing that Yevna didn't seem to mind, he held his tongue. What's your father's name? Why would he leave you alone in such a desolate place? Where's your home? We can take you back, Yevna continued. Elena's eyes darted around. She remembered Owen's warning, never reveal family details easily while outside. So she replied, I don't know where home is. I got lost. I rode my pony for days to get here. But my dad is really strong. He used to be a great hero on the continent. Now he lives in seclusion. People call him the mysterious swordmaster. The knights riding alongside the carriage couldn't help but chuckle. In their eyes, the words of an 8-year-old girl were nothing more than childish imagination. Even the High Elder, a high-ranked mage, found Elena's story rather absurd. Yevna, however, frowned slightly. She had started to wonder if Elena could be her daughter, but the mention of a powerful father didn't fit with Owen's circumstances. Owen is just an ordinary man, she thought. Perhaps I'm overthinking. This child can't be ours. Since your dad is a powerhouse, I suppose he knows a lot of magic. Why hasn't he taught you any? Yevna asked, still probing. Elena straightened up proudly. Dad knows Firestorm, Icebound World, Spatial Shift, and tons of other powerful spells. But they're all dangerous. Dad doesn't want me to get hurt, so he won't teach me yet. Yevna exchanged a glance with the High Elder, both inwardly shocked. The spells Elena mentioned were all high-rank magic, even the High Elder only had surface knowledge of some of them. And judging by Elena's expression, she didn't seem to be lying. Could her father really be someone extraordinary? Yevna's small flame of hope flickered again only to die out moments later. No, if Owen truly had such abilities, he wouldn't have hidden them all this time. But still, there was something about Elena that tugged at Yevna's heart. A strange sense of intimacy that she couldn't explain. Perhaps it was because the girl looked so much like her younger self. And your mother, isn't she worried about you being out here all alone? Yevna asked softly. Elena's eyes dimmed at the mention of her mother. I've never met my mom. Dad says she left right after I was born. He's been the one raising me ever since. Yevna's chest tightened with pain. She thought of how she'd left Owen and their child behind for the sake of the kingdom, leaving them to fend for themselves. Her heart ached with guilt. A knight, unable to hold back, reached out and gently ruffled Elena's hair. Yevna, feeling a maternal tenderness swell in her heart, pulled the girl into a gentle embrace. To abandon her child like that, what a heartless woman, Yevna muttered angrily. She doesn't deserve to be called a mother. If I ever meet her, I won't let her off easily. Elena nodded firmly. Sister, you're absolutely right. She made Dad wait for her all these years. He never married anyone else. If I ever find her, I won't forgive her. Yevna's affection for Elena deepened even further, and she began to feel genuine respect for the girl's father. An ordinary man raising a daughter on his own, and still managing to raise such a cheerful, confident child, that's no small feat. Do you remember which direction your home is in? Yevna asked gently. Tell sister, and I'll take you back. It's too dangerous for a child to be out here alone. No need, sister, Elena replied. Dad sent me out to train, and I have his treasures with me. I'll be fine. As she spoke, she pulled out a few magic talismans from her treasure pouch. Yevna and the High Elder took one glance at them and could immediately tell they were just ordinary pieces of paper, not real magical tools. Still, Elena refused to give up her family's location, and there was little they could do about it. Then stay with me for now, Yevna said. Once I finish my business here, I'll have the knights teach you magic. Then we'll help you find your home. Elena stared at Yevna's beautiful face, and a sudden idea popped into her head. If I can't find Mom, maybe I can bring this pretty sister home and let her marry Dad. Okay, thank you, sister. When I learn magic, I'll protect you. Yevna smiled and nodded, accepting the bread Elena handed her and taking a bite. As soon as it entered her mouth, a familiar taste spread across her tongue. It was the same flavor of bread that Owen used to bake for her. This bread, Yevna was just about to reflect further when a voice came from outside the carriage. Your Majesty, we've arrived. The valley ahead is the secluded home of the High Priest of the God of Light Temple. The carriage rolled to a stop at the mouth of a remote valley. Empress Yevna stepped down, holding Elena's hand as they strode forward. Knight Ursula followed closely, hand on her sword hilt, eyes sharp and alert, ready to deal with any threat. Behind them, several mid-rank knights carried the gravely injured Grand Archmage Eldritch on a stretcher. In the center of the valley stood a modest wooden cottage. Rare herbs grew in abundance around it, their fragrance drifting on the breeze like an otherworldly garden. But as the group surveyed the valley more closely, a chill crept up their spines. The surrounding cliffs were etched with grotesque images of demons and monsters, radiating a faint aura of dread that made one's scalp tingle. Under the guard of Ursula and another high-ranked knight, the Empress approached the cottage and gave a respectful bow to its closed wooden door. This junior, accompanied by Mentor Eldritch, has come to pay her respects to High Priest Lianchi. Kriak. The wooden door opened on its own without a sound. Hey, the little girl from back then has become the Empress who shakes the world, while this old man is still holed up in this valley, a drifting voice said with a chuckle. Come in. Without hesitation, the Empress stepped inside, still holding Elena's hand, showing no fear of possible danger. Inside the cabin sat a man in a lavish robe, a vermilion mark between his brows, seated in a wheelchair and deeply focused on writing. His legs were limp, clearly paralyzed. This was none other than the legendary High Priest Lianchi. With flowing black hair and an elegant face, the man looked youthful, almost unreal. The Empress gave a slight nod and offered him the courtesy due to a senior. Your grace remains undiminished, Elder. Others might not know, but as Eldritch's student, the Empress was well aware. Lianchi was one of the last remaining experts in light magic across the continent. Though he appeared young, he had lived for more than 300 years. Lianchi let out a soft laugh, his gaze warm as it fell on the Empress. You flatter me, Empress. This old body already has one foot in the grave. I doubt I've many years left. He paused, his eyes settling on her face. But that scar on your cheek. Chapter 556 Curse of the Netherlord. The Empress shook her head gently. Thank you for your concern, Elder. The medicine my mentor brought back from you has already healed me. Lianchi nodded slightly, but his gaze soon drifted to the little girl standing beside her. A glint of surprise flashed through his eyes. This child seems to share a peculiar fate with you. The Empress replied coolly, we came across her on the road, so I brought her along. Just then, Elena cautiously stepped up to Lianchi, reaching out her tiny hand to lightly tap his powerless legs, then quickly withdrew it, afraid she had hurt him. Both Ursula and the Empress stiffened. Lianchi was known for his gentle demeanor, but there was one thing he absolutely could not tolerate any mention of or contact with, his crippled legs. The Empress was about to pull Elena away when she saw the girl looking up with innocent, concerned eyes. Does it hurt? Elena asked softly. Hurt? Lianchi was momentarily taken aback, then let out a bitter laugh. I lost all feeling long ago. I was born this way. He looked into her pure, earnest eyes and, surprisingly, didn't get angry. In fact, he felt a rare warmth in his heart. After all, how could anyone be annoyed at such a kind and well-mannered little girl? Elena frowned. Big brother, why don't you go see a healer? Lianchi chuckled and reached out to gently dazzle her hair. Big brother, hey, it's been a long time since anyone called me that. Little one, do you know I'm already 356 years old? As for healers, he gave a self-deprecating smile. When it comes to healing magic, especially the light-based kind who on this continent can surpass me. If even I can't fix these legs, who else possibly could? Elena blinked. Whoa, you're over 300 years old. That's just like my daddy. He's even younger, he's already 580. The room fell silent for a second. Then Lianchi, the Empress, and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, little girl, do you know what being 500 years old means? That would make him a being beyond Grand Archmage as a living legend. There's no such monster in this world. You're still a child, and already learning to tell tall tales. Elena pouted, looking serious. But it's true, my daddy really is over 500. He used to be the strongest person in the world. And, she puffed out her chest proudly. He's a healer too, super amazing, he can cure anything. Last year, little Q down the mountain had limp legs and my dad healed him. If you want, I can take you to see him next time. Elena had always been kind-hearted. Seeing Leonchi's crippled legs reminded her of the dog her father had healed, and she couldn't help but want to help. Leonchi's face twitched. Little Q. Yeah, that stray puppy that lives by the village gate. We all call him Little Q. Daddy used some wooden planks and herbs and fixed him right up. And there's Dora and Dillis next door, he healed them too, Elena added proudly. A vein bulged on Leonchi's forehead. He had no idea who or what Dora and Dillis were, but he was quite sure they weren't humans. Was the great high priest really being compared to injured pets? Your father is a veterinarian, he asked dryly. Seeing Leonchi's complicated expression, the Empress quickly shifted the topic. High priest, please forgive her. Children speak without thinking. We're actually here for something important. Leonchi waved it off with a wry smile. What's there to be upset about? She meant well. It's been a long time since anyone's shown this old man such care, it's not a bad feeling. He gestured with one hand. Bring that old codger in. Leaving him outside makes me seem like a poor host. Ursula immediately gave the order, and several knights carried Grand Archmage Eldritch into the house on a stretcher. Seeing his once glorious old friend now barely clinging to life, Leonchi burst out laughing. Well, the same guy who used to blast my herb garden with magic and steal my roast chicken legs at the banquet table wears all your bravado now. Looks like you're going to die before me. When the time comes, I'll drink wine over your grave. His tone was full of old camaraderie, clearly showing a long-standing friendship between the two. Though barely conscious, Eldritch stirred at the teasing. He opened his eyes a crack and snorted, turning his head to the side. HMPH, I didn't come here to listen to your nonsense, I came to be treated. So, are you going to heal me or not? Just spit it out. Leonchi rolled his eyes, still as stubborn as ever, even on death's doorstep. Watching the two ancient mages bicker like boys, the Empress and Ursula couldn't help but exchange smiles. Men truly remain boys at heart, even in old age. Despite the banter, Leonchi wasted no time. With a flick of his wrist, a silver-white stream of energy flew through the air and wrapped itself around Eldritch's wrist. Leonchi closed his eyes, entering a state of deep sensing. The room fell silent, not even a breath out of place. As Leonchi's brows drew tighter and tighter, everyone else's hearts began to sink. After a long moment, he withdrew the energy. Eldritch, still weak, asked hoarsely, is there any hope? He's not ill, Leonchi said slowly, but it's complicated. The Empress frowned. For a Grand Archmage to collapse like this, it was clearly no ordinary affliction. The continent was in turmoil, Grand Archmages were irreplaceable. Eldritch couldn't be allowed to die. Elder, if you say it's difficult, then that means there's still a chance. Whatever it takes, I'll get it. Please, save my mentor. Leonchi sighed and shook his head. He's not sick, he's cursed. Cursed, Ursula gasped. Everyone's faces went pale except for Elena, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked between the Empress and Eldritch. This beautiful sister really cares about the old grandpa. If I help save him, and give the credit to daddy, maybe the pretty sister will marry him. Then I'll finally have a mother. I won't be the girl without a mom anymore. A bright idea bloomed in Elena's head. She secretly reached into her treasure pouch and pulled out the universal antidote her father had given her. She was just about to step forward when the Empress pulled her back firmly. Elena, don't cause trouble. Interrupted, Elena pouted and obediently stood to the side. Elder, my mentor is the strongest among Grand Archmages. What kind of curse could possibly affect him? Who would even be capable of casting it? Leonchi looked grim. He let out a long breath. A single curse wouldn't harm him. But what if it wasn't just one? What if it were hundreds layered, interwoven, and slowly corroding him over time? Gasps echoed through the room. Ursula and another high-ranking knight cried out in shock. That's impossible. Who could get close enough to him to cast so many curses? I don't know, Leonchi admitted, but I'm certain of this. The person responsible must be someone close to him. The Empress fell silent, her eyes fixed on Eldritch, thoughts racing through her mind as she considered potential suspects. A few moments later, she spoke again, her voice serious. Elder, how do we break this curse? Leonchi pulled out a silver needle and pricked Eldritch's fingertip, squeezing out a single drop of pitch-black blood. The moment the needle touched the blood, it turned completely black and dissolved in a cloud of corrosive, malevolent energy. Leonchi's eyes turned sharp, as I feared this is the curse of the Netherlord. A collective gasp swept the room. Even Eldritch's eyes widened with despair. Curse of the Netherlord, the legendary forbidden curse forged from hundreds of dark hexes rumored to be unbreakable. Then doesn't that mean the Grand Archmage is? Chapter 557, The Curse of the Dark Altar. The Curse of the Netherlord, a forbidden spell feared and known across the entire continent. It was the ultimate curse from which even the mightiest of beings would flee in terror. Once cast, it was nearly incurable, an insidious affliction capable of breaking even the strongest wills. Even a Grand Archmage, a paragon of magical mastery, would find all mana sealed away, their boundless magical reserves rendered utterly useless. When the curse erupted, the victim would bleed from every orifice, their flesh would rot, and their soul would disintegrate in an end so horrifying it defied imagination. And such a curse could only be cast by one person, the High Priest of the Dark Altar. It was through this very spell that the Dark Altar instilled dread across the lands, a name spoken only in whispers. Leonchi stood in heavy silence for a long time. Finally, he sighed deeply, a heavy weariness etched across his face. Sigh, the curse of the Netherlord is ever shifting in its form. Even the slightest misstep in deciphering it would render all efforts futile. A hair's deviation leads to a chasm of failure. I am not confident. Unless we can find the caster and extract the exact formula, there's no way to neutralize this curse. Hearing this, Ursula stumbled backward, her face drained of all color. How could this be? Even you, High Priest, are helpless before it. My mentor never provoked the Dark Altar, why would he be targeted by such a curse? But that was a question no one could answer. Empress Yevna let out a mournful sigh as well. If even Leonchi could not undo the curse, then there might be no one in this world capable of saving Eldritch. As for capturing the caster, the Dark High Priest was himself a Grand Archmage, a wielder of fearsome dark magic and voodoo arts. His skills were unpredictable, bordering on demonic. Unless 4 or 5 Grand Archmage-level powerhouses joined forces, who could possibly subdue such a terrifying figure? And even then, if they could truly capture the Dark High Priest, Eldritch didn't have the time to wait. Master Leonchi, please, think of another way. My mentor is crucial to the Empire's stability. If he perishes, the entire Empire will be thrown into chaos. Yevna understood better than anyone how vital Grand Archmage Eldritch was. He wasn't just her strongest protector, he had been the mentor of 2 generations of royalty, fiercely loyal to the throne. If they lost this pillar, how could she possibly stand against her elder brother, the Thunder Knight Commander? And if she were to lose her crown, how could her husband Owen still serve as her consort? Sure, her husband was handsome beyond compare, but he couldn't exactly become the Thunder Knight Commander's page, could he? Leonchi remained silent for a long time, then slowly shook his head. Oh, you think I don't want to save the old rascal? He's one of my dearest friends. There are few left in this world who can still share a drink with me in peace. But the chances of success are just too low. If I try to purify the curse with holy magic, I might only hasten its eruption. I dare say my research in holy magic is unmatched on this continent. I've battled the Dark Altar for decades, he curses, I lived. Over and over. But in the end I must admit defeat. If the curse had manifested 10 days earlier, perhaps I could have managed. But now it has already penetrated the soul. There's little hope left. His words cast a shadow over the entire room. The dying eldritch struggled to sit up, forcing a bitter smile at the Empress. Your Majesty, don't waste your efforts. This old man likely won't see the end of the day. Instead of toiling in vain, give me a bottle of good wine. Let me share a few last drinks with this old bastard. Let me go out with a bit of style. Seeing Eldritch in such a state, the Empress and Ursula felt as though their hearts were being torn apart. Is there truly no way left? Must I just stand here, powerless, and watch my mentor pass away? The air inside the wooden cabin was thick with despair, heavy as lead. Lianchi uncorked a bottle of medicinal wine and poured Eldritch a cup with his own hands. The two old men drank in silence. Just when all hope seemed lost, a small voice spoke up. Big Sister Elena might be able to help Grandpa. Startled, everyone turned to the source of the voice, eyes wide in disbelief. It was the little girl, Elena, holding a bottle of pitch-black liquid. Elena, you can help, the Empress asked. Elena nodded earnestly. My daddy made a universal antidote. I think it can definitely cure a little curse like this. She held up the potion high above her head, puffing out her undeveloped chest with pride. Her face glowed with confidence. Finally, she'd waited so long for a chance to speak. And this 300-year-old grandpa actually dared to call himself a master of alchemy. Couldn't even handle a small curse. Shameless. Her daddy, on the other hand, modest and humble. Clearly the greatest in every field, yet never once let her show off. Seeing the black potion in Elena's hand, the Empress and others began to feel a flicker of hope again. All eyes turned to Lianchi. Understanding their gaze, Lianchi took the bottle from Elena and examined it. Then almost choked on his wine. He looked at Elena, torn between laughter and tears. This isn't an antidote at all. It doesn't even qualify as a basic potion. It's just stove ash mixed with salty mud and a bit of beetroot juice. Little girl, your father isn't just a vet, is he? He's also a bricklayer, I'd wager. These mud pellets are remarkably well-rounded. He shook the bottle, watching the black clump swirl inside with exasperation. Elena snatched the bottle back indignantly, clutching it to her chest like a precious treasure. That's not true. Whenever I got sick as a kid, Daddy would always use this to make me better. He told me it could cure any curse in the world. Lianchi sighed, shaking his head. That was your father humoring you. Stove ash does have some medicinal properties, sure, but at best, it might cure a mild stomachache. It can't undo a curse. Alright, little one, don't cause more trouble. Old Eldritch doesn't have much time left. Let me enjoy a few more drinks with him. Elena opened her mouth to argue, but the Empress gently pulled her aside again. Hope extinguished once more. Empress Yevna and Ursula exchanged glances, their expressions clearly stating what they thought of the man who called himself Elena's father. To fool even his own daughter, what sort of man was that? Elena pouted and gave a silent snort. HMPH, I'll sneak the potion to Grandpa later. Then they'll see just how incredible my daddy really is. Or if Grandpa dies, I'll just dig up the body and feed him the potion then. Fortunately, Eldritch couldn't hear her thoughts. Otherwise, he'd likely have died on the spot in rage. After several more drinks, Eldritch's condition worsened. His voice was weak, but he let out a bitter laugh. Hey, I spent my whole life defending the Empire's borders, and now I'm cursed without even knowing who did it. What a joke. Your Majesty, if you ever have the chance, please find out who was behind this. The Empress nodded solemnly, her gaze sharp as ice. Of course, once I discover the truth, I will exterminate their entire bloodline. I will make sure they suffer beyond death. Hearing this, Eldritch smiled faintly in relief. Just as he opened his mouth to speak again, a voice rang out from beyond the wooden cabin. Loud, arrogant, ha 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 ha, exterminate my bloodline, I'm afraid you won't get the chance. This secluded valley will be your grave. Before anyone could react, a violent magical shockwave ripped through the cabin, tearing the roof away and exposing everyone to the outside world. Chapter 558. A formidable foe arrives. The moment that familiar voice rang out, Ursula's expression changed drastically. She immediately drew her sword and turned toward the top of the valley in full alert. There, standing tall upon the cliff edge, was a burly man with a pronounced handlebar mustache. His entire frame radiated an aura of dominance and aggression. Thunder Knight Commander, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be stationed at the northern border? Indeed, the one who had arrived was none other than Empress Yevna's elder brother, the Thunder Knight Commander, Yelud. He was also currently their most dangerous adversary. Although the Thunder Knight Commander's personal strength didn't match that of the Empress, and even his strongest subordinate couldn't rival Eldritch, he had something else: widespread support from the noble families of the Empire. His influence was vast and deeply rooted. Even Empress Yevna did not dare to act recklessly against him. If civil war were to break out, the Empire would suffer devastating losses. And in such a weakened state, how could they possibly defend against an invasion from neighboring nations? A mere bodyguard dares question this prince. I go where I please. Now step aside. Thunder Knight Commander Yelud scoffed, brushing off Ursula's concern, and turned his mocking gaze to his sister. My dearest little sister, surprised to see your royal brother here, are you? You made it so difficult to find you, and who would have thought that the long-vanished cripple Lianchi was hiding out in this remote backwater? Empress Yevna's face turned to stone, her voice icy and unyielding. How did you know we were here? Yelud's eyes gleamed with amusement, like a cat toying with its prey. The smug certainty in his expression made the justice-bound Ursula grit her teeth in fury. You really thought you could hide? That cursed old man desperately searching for a cure was bound to draw attention. Did you think your pathetic little tricks could conceal your trail from me? Hey, you didn't realize, did you? Every step you've taken was under my watchful eye. Today you'll find no escape. Yelud let out a loud, arrogant laugh that echoed through the valley. Despite the dire situation, the Empress remained calm and composed. Even with Eldritch out of commission, they still had Lianchi. That should be enough to ensure their safety for now. Ursula trembled with fury, and on the stretcher, Eldritch was so enraged he nearly lost control. He coughed violently, spraying blood. Peepaw, you ungrateful traitor. Lianchi placed a steadying hand on Eldritch's shoulder and offered a reassuring smile. Old friend, don't worry. That Ogre King may be strong, but even with another 200 years, he wouldn't be my match. As long as you're my guests, I will protect you. If word got out that I let harm come to you while under my roof, where would that leave my reputation? With practiced calm, Lianchi adjusted his robes and turned his gaze toward the Ogre King, an opponent on equal footing with him in terms of raw magical tier, but in Lianchi's eyes, utterly unworthy. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the Ogre King didn't rise to the provocation. Instead, he burst out laughing and simply stepped aside. Haha, you're right, I'm no match for you, but I'm not the one fighting you this time. I'm just here to finish off that cursed old man. As for you, someone else will deal with you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a swarm of venomous insects came buzzing from a distance, darkening the skies. The insects swirled together into a black storm cloud, which carried down a figure cloaked head to toe in a black robe, his aura cold and menacing. Long time no see, my dear senior brother, Leonchi. The moment Leonchi laid eyes on him, his expression turned grim. Even Eldridge, lying on the stretcher, showed a flicker of despair. The Dark High Priest, so, you really have aligned yourself with them. Mind your words, the Dark High Priest replied with a wicked smirk. The Dark Altar works alone, we would never sully ourselves by aligning with others. I don't wish to fight you either, brother, but what they've offered me is simply too tempting. A sinister grin tugged at his lips as black mist coiled around his form like living tendrils. Wherever the mist passed, grass and trees withered and died. Within dozens of meters, all life vanished. Even Yelud and the Ogre King kept a healthy distance from him. This master of curses was feared by all. He was known by a chilling title 3 steps to death, for those who faced him rarely made it past their third step. Upon seeing the enemy lineup, dread settled over Yevna and her allies like a dark cloud. Even Leonchi's usual composure began to waver. No more talking, the Dark High Priest roared. Once I've dealt with this cripple, I'll go raise his alchemy valley to the ground. Anyone who dares oppose the Dark Altar, none shall live. With that, his power surged. He transformed into a storm of black mist and lunged down from the cliff, aiming directly for Leonchi, who remained seated in his wheelchair. A massive phantom serpent formed from dark magic snapped its fangs toward him. But Leonchi's eyes flashed with resolve. He would not back down. He slammed his palms onto the arms of his wheelchair, and from his back sprouted a pair of brilliant white angel wings. He and his chair soared into the air. Holy magic surged in his hands. Without hesitation, he met the Dark High Priest head on. Black and white magic collided. Heaven and earth seemed to tremble. The two combatants fought with no restraint, their blows shaking the cliffs and sending boulders crashing down both sides of the valley. A terrifying pressure spread across the gorge. Understanding the danger to the others, the two mages wordlessly carried their battle into the skies, leaving the ground for the rest to fight. Witnessing the battle, little Alina's jaw dropped, her white eyes sparkling with awe. Whoa, they're fighting so fiercely it's like the world's ending. If they're this powerful, how terrifying must Daddy be when he's angry? No wonder he never gets mad. These people are so violent, Elena might really die here. Pretty sister and grandpa look like they're struggling and Daddy's not here to protect me. Daddy always said a smart person avoids danger, maybe I should sneak away. But pretty sister is so beautiful, I really want her to be my new mom. And Ursula is so nice too, she even took me horse riding and promised to teach me swordsmanship. What should I do? I don't want them to get hurt. While Elena wrestled with her thoughts, Empress Yevna, filled with guilt, gently brought her to Eldridge's side. Elena, I'm sorry. It's my fault you're in this mess. If I hadn't brought you along, you wouldn't be in danger. But don't worry, I'll get you out of here. Stay with Grandpa Eldridge and don't wander, okay? With that, the Empress gave a wave of her hand. Ursula and over 20 mid-rank mages erupted with magic and charged the enemy ranks. Yevna herself rose into the air, her hero knight aura blazing. In a heartbeat, she was clad in armor forged from eternal frost. Transformed into a war goddess of ice, she gripped her sword of crystalline ice and dove toward the Ogre King and her brother, the Thunder Knight Commander. A chill swept the battlefield, temperatures plummeted by 10 degrees in an instant. Pretty sister, be careful, Elena shouted, but her voice was swallowed by the roar of battle. The Empress, bolstered by her royal bloodline and natural talent, barely managed to hold her own against two mighty foes. But Ursula and the others, outnumbered 2 to 1, quickly found themselves overwhelmed. The tide of battle shifted sharply against them. Elena's heart pounded. If pretty sister lost, she wouldn't get her as a stepmother. Just as she panicked, a familiar grumble from nearby caught her attention. Damn it, look what happens when the tiger falls from the mountain. If I wasn't cursed, I'd wipe the floor with these fools. So this is how my legendary life ends, in a backwater valley. Eldridge watched the battle unfold with pain and fury in his eyes, yet all he could do was rant. His body had no strength left. Grandpa, if Elena helps you lift the curse, can you protect pretty sister? Of course, Eldridge replied weakly. My destruction magic is unmatched. They're nothing but flies before me. Elena's eyes lit up. She immediately rummaged through her pouch. HMPH, they didn't believe in Daddy's potion, but now they'll see. Once I lift the curse, they'll all know how amazing Daddy really is. Then pretty sister will become pretty stepmother. At that very moment, far away in his quiet little home, Owen was calmly tending to a patch of cabbages when a system notification suddenly pinged. Ding! Alert! Daughter Elena is in danger. A bottle of universal antidote is urgently required. Chapter 559. The Covenant's most feared curse lifted. Woke up early this morning, looked at myself in the mirror. Realized my hair kinda looked a little kuso. Owen hummed a little tune he'd made up, swinging his hoe with casual rhythm as he tilled the earth. Life without his daughter around felt almost too peaceful. Still, the cabbages had to be planted. He needed to prepare plenty of fresh vegetables for when Elena returned. She'd need healthy food after running around outside. At that moment, Owen looked just like a countryside father who worried about his little girl not eating well or dressing warmly enough while away from home. But just as he was enjoying his simple life, a crisp notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Detected that daughter Elena is in danger. A bottle of universal antidote is urgently required. Owen was so startled he dropped his hoe. What? Elena's in danger. Where did she run off to? Why does she need an antidote? Was she poisoned? But I don't even have an antidote. Panic blurred his thoughts. The very idea of his daughter being in danger for the first time sent Owen into a tailspin. Ding! Didn't you receive a bottle of universal antidote when you first started? Post. Stop dawdling, or your daughter's gone. You'll have to start all over with a new character. The system's blunt reminder snapped Owen back to his senses. Quick, send it over. I can get another bottle later, but if I lose Elena, how am I supposed to restart? She's the only daughter I have until her mother comes back. Without hesitation, he sent the universal antidote through the system's transfer function and kept his eyes locked on Elena's status screen, heart pounding with worry. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Elena finally found what she was looking for after rummaging through her magic pouch for a good while. Ah, found it. She pulled out a black bottle of sludge-like liquid, her father's so-called universal antidote. Huh, why is this bottle so much bigger than the ones Daddy gave me before? I don't remember packing something this big. She tilted her head in confusion, then narrowed her eyes as a mischievous grin spread across her face. Daddy always gave me just a tiny sip when I got sick. But Grandpa Eldridge is over 300 years old, he probably needs a whole bottle. Grandpa, if you drink this swamp water, this antidote, your curse will be gone for sure. Then you can save pretty sister. She gave the bottle a confident shake, crouching down beside Eldridge's stretcher, eyes shining. Eldridge, however, looked horrified. Master Leonchi himself had said this stuff was nothing more than soot and mud mixed with some random juice. How could it possibly help? Who knew what kind of weird junk might be mixed in that sludge? I'm not drinking that. I'd rather die than swallow muddy water. If this stuff actually works, I'll perform fireball while standing on my head. Elena made a face, clearly disgusted. Ah, old people are gross. She glanced at Ursula and the Empress, both still locked in intense combat. The situation was dire. Seeing that Eldritch was too weak to resist, her mischievous grin returned. Without giving him a chance to protest, she popped open the bottle and began pouring it into the old Archmage's mouth. When Eldritch saw that innocent smile aimed at him, his eyes filled with panic. No, stay back. Gods help me. I've lived undefeated for centuries and now this. Am I really going to die from swamp juice, forced down my throat by a little girl? No. Too weak to resist, Eldritch could only watch helplessly as the swamp sludge poured into his mouth. Since he was lying down, the liquid gushed in so fast he nearly choked to death. His face turned beet red, his body trembling uncontrollably. To Elena, though, this was a great sign. It's working. Daddy's antidote really works. Look, pretty sister Gramp is totally energized now. Her shout reached the Empress's ears. She glanced back instinctively, just for a second. That second was all it took. Ogre King and Thunder Knight Commander seized the opportunity, unleashing a combined shockwave that sent her flying, tumbling backward until she landed next to Eldritch's stretcher. The Empress wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and turned her eyes to Eldritch only to find the old mage sprawled out, eyes bulging, desperately clawing at his throat. Even someone as composed as Yevna couldn't help but twitch at the sight. So this was the legendary medicine so powerful, it ends your life. Wasn't this more like poison? To think the continent's most respected Grand Archmage, on the verge of death, might be finished off by a bottle of muddy water, what a disgrace. Still, she couldn't bring herself to scold Elena. She was about to activate her magic to help Eldritch vomit when. Suddenly, the mud in his throat melted. It transformed into a wave of pure, holy energy that surged through his body, cleansing him from the inside out. The energy flowed deep into his soul. There, buried in the depths, the infamous curse of the Netherlord had taken root. But the moment it encountered this miraculous antidote, it vanished. Like darkness before sunlight, it was obliterated. The corruption that had rotted his soul began to heal at an astonishing pace. The antidote's energy was domineering and absolute as though no curse in the world could withstand it. Eldritch's eyes widened, stunned. He hadn't even begun to process what was happening when two figures closed in Thunder Knight Commander and Ogre King. Hey, Empress, if you've got any tricks left, now's the time to use them, Yilud taunted. Otherwise, you won't get another chance. The Empress said nothing, her expression cold and composed. She stood tall, regal, her body a shield between the attackers and Elena and Eldritch. To think the famed Grand Archmage and the Glacier Empire's most beautiful Empress will both die here today. Funny, I'm actually kind of excited. Don't worry, once you're dead, your body won't go to waste. Ogre King loves fresh prey. Yilud sneered with open disgust, not a hint of sibling affection in his eyes. Ogre King licked his lips, eyes gleaming with hunger. I've sampled countless beauties across the land but never an Empress. What a treat. SSSSLLLP. Your Highness, stop stalling. Let's finish her before things get complicated. The two lunged toward her. Damn it. The Empress gripped her ice crystal sword tighter, preparing to go down fighting. But then an enraged voice rang out behind her. You think I'm just going to sit here and do nothing? The Empress's eyes lit up in shock and hope. Yilud and Ogre King froze mid-strike, expressions shifting to disbelief. They turned and saw Eldritch, fully upright. He stood tall and strong, magical energy surging around him. His staff was raised, pointed directly at them, his presence fierce and unyielding. His peak aura exploded outward, radiant and terrifying. The two attackers stood there, stunned. Eldritch had returned to his peak. How? He was on death's door just moments ago. How could he suddenly? He's bluffing, Yilud growled. Go test him, Ogre King. But the brute didn't move a muscle. He frowned deeply, clearly sensing the overwhelming power radiating from Eldritch. Ahem, your Highness, you're the main character here. I wouldn't dare steal your thunder. I insist you go first. Before either could argue further, a beam of annihilating light roared toward them. They barely managed to raise defenses in time, but the blast still sent them flying backward, skidding over the rocks. Staggering to their feet, they exchanged a glance and roared in unison. Retreat. The situation has changed. Chapter 560 Elena, your father is a magic god. Eldritch was a being whose very name could deter hostile nations, one of the true top-tier powerhouses of the continent. No one could understand how he had managed to recover so suddenly, but one thing was certain, Yilud and the Ogre King knew they were no longer a match for him. And with the Empress standing nearby, eyes sharp and aura blazing, they dared not linger. This was the might of a Grand Archmage. With Yilud's command to retreat, dozens of high-level warriors swiftly vanished from the valley. On the other side, the battle between Leonti and the Dark High Priest had reached its conclusion. Both men were bloodied at the lips, but neither was gravely wounded. HMPH, you damn cripple, we're not done. I'll be back, the Dark High Priest snarled, his body shrouded in dark magic as he transformed into a swarm of crows and fled into the distance. Leonti and Eldritch made no move to pursue him. As the battlefield settled, Ursula and the others stumbled forward, their bodies battered and worn. They dropped to one knee. Why, your majesty, we failed to protect you. We deserve punishment. The Empress raised a gentle hand. You may rise. None of you are at fault. When we return to the kingdom, I shall reward you all. Her gaze then shifted toward Eldritch, concern flickering in her eyes. But mentor, your condition. Leonti, equally puzzled, took Eldritch's wrist and examined him. Suddenly, the great priest of light gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. By the gods above, the curse of the Netherlord, it's gone. Completely gone. The curse of the Netherlord is gone, Ursula and the Empress echoed, stunned. Even the high-ranked mage behind them stared in shock. Just moments ago, Eldritch had been teetering on death's edge, now he stood tall and vigorous. Could it be he was truly healed? I may be old, Leonti muttered, but I can still identify a curse. It's completely gone, not a trace remains. Even the chronic illnesses and lingering potion toxins that have plagued his body for decades, they've all been cleansed. His body is now as pristine as a young man's. This is a miracle. Old fool, he grabbed Eldritch by the shoulders and gave him a good shake. Tell me the truth, how did this happen? I couldn't lift that curse. How did you do it? If he could master the method to dispel the curse of the Netherlord, the dark altar shadow over the continent would vanish forever. Even more than that, it might be the key to a major breakthrough in magical medicine. Under their intense scrutiny, Eldritch paused, recalling the events. He glanced uncertainly toward Elena. Well, just before it happened, little Elena here forced me to drink an entire bottle of muddy water. Then I felt something changing inside me, the rest you all saw for yourselves. But while the curse was lifted, my mana hasn't fully recovered. Otherwise, I'd have crushed that bastard Yilud myself. At his words, every gaze turned toward Elena. The little girl suddenly found herself the center of attention. Leonti forced a smile. Elena, little miracle healer, was it really you who cured this old man's curse? With so many eyes on her, Elena puffed up her tiny chest and patted her treasure pouch proudly. Of course, I said from the beginning I could heal Grandpa. I also said my daddy's potion is called the universal antidote. Doesn't matter if it's a disease or a curse, as long as it's bad, it works. But none of you believe me. When things got dangerous, I gave Grandpa the biggest bottle I had. Even I haven't had that much before. The crowd fell silent in awe. Even the fabled curse of the Netherlord could be dispelled. Could it be that Alina's father truly possessed healing abilities that surpassed every known master on the continent? To craft such a potion he had to be a hidden legend, a secluded superpower. As the curse's effects vanished, everyone's curiosity about Alina's mysterious father grew exponentially. Leonchi looked conflicted. He had examined the potion earlier and it was just soot and mud. So why had it worked? Ahem, little Elena, would you allow me to take another look at your father's antidote? He asked, trying not to sound desperate. Maybe he had missed something. Maybe the potion held a hidden enchantment. There had to be something deeper because no ordinary veterinarian could brew a potion that could break the Dark High Priest's signature curse. Who would believe that? But Elena turned away with a proud huff. No, you were the one who said Daddy's potion was mud water. Leonchi gave a sheepish smile, scratching his head. Ahem, I admit I spoke too hastily before. I believe you now. It really can heal. Please allow this old man to apologize. The sight of the venerable priest of light lowering himself to ask forgiveness from a child shocked everyone. The Empress chuckled softly and ruffled Elena's hair. Elena, if you'd be willing, please show the master your father's amazing work. We all want to witness the marvel of the continent's greatest alchemist. By now, the Empress understood Elena's personality well. Say something bad about her dad. She'll be spitting fire in seconds. Say something nice about him. She'll love you for life. Sure enough, with the Empress on her side, Elena relented. With a dramatic sigh, she patted Leonchi's shoulder like a little elder. Well, since we've gone through life and death together, I'll give you one bottle. She pulled out another bottle of thick, black, potion from her pouch and handed it over. Leonchi received it like a sacred relic, turning it over in his hands and inspecting it thoroughly. He completely forgot his masterly dignity, yet the more he studied it, the more confused he became. It really is soot, but how? Eldritch couldn't help but tease. Soot, do you really think soot could break the curse of the Netherlord and purify decades of toxin buildup? Maybe, just maybe, you're not as skilled as Alina's father and simply can't see the magic in it. When I drank it, the potion melted instantly and felt stronger than any elixir I've ever made. For someone like Eldritch, who had consumed countless potions throughout his life, the buildup of residual toxins was inevitable. And yet now, every bit of it was gone. That was what truly shook Leonchi. He nodded, deep in thought. It must be some advanced method of concealing the potion's properties. I just can't see through it. This definitely surpasses master-tier concoctions. There's always someone better. I must study this formula. I'll spend the rest of my life trying to understand it. What Leonchi didn't know, of course, was that the bottle Elena gave him was just soot and water. The one that worked. It came directly from Owen's system inventory, a true universal antidote, courtesy of a magical system interface. With the danger past, the Empress knelt beside Elena, her gaze warm. Elena, I owe you my life. You saved me. That's a debt I'll never forget. Whatever reward you want, just say the word. If you want, I'll even make you a little princess of the Glacier Empire. Oh, and you really don't remember where your home is. I'd love to visit your father and thank him in person. The Empress's intentions were clear. She genuinely adored this clever little girl, and more importantly, she wanted to meet the legendary father that Elena spoke of so highly. After witnessing what that potion had done, everyone present had the same thought. Her father must be a hidden legend. If she could build a relationship with Elena, she could forge a bond with a god-tier healer. That alone would be worth any cost. Elena tilted her head up, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The Empress was caught off guard. Big sister, Elena said sweetly, I've been walking for so long, I really don't remember where my home is. But since you said I saved your life, and since the potion was made by Daddy, that means Daddy saved you. And Daddy always says, a life-saving debt must be repaid with marriage. So why don't you marry Daddy? That way we can always be together. And you won't have to go searching for him. Problem solved, right? Chapter 561 Talent Evaluation. Little Elena's words sent a ripple of shock through the entire hall. Ursula, standing to the side, widened her eyes. Elena, what exactly has your father been teaching you? Do you even know who Her Majesty is? She is. Before she could finish her sentence, Elena smiled and nodded, casting a scrutinizing gaze at the Empress. I know, I've heard you and the others call her, Your Majesty, so many times. Father told me that only emperors or empresses can be addressed like that. So this pretty lady must be the Empress. Ursula was stunned. If you know she's the Empress, how dare you suggest she marry your father? Aren't you afraid of being punished? Oh, what's there to be afraid of? Elena waved dismissively, her tone casual. Father once unified the entire continent and ruled as emperor for decades before traveling through space to arrive here. I've lived with an emperor my whole life. It's not that big of a deal. She spoke with the ease of someone discussing the weather, leaving the surrounding crowd thoroughly shocked. What? Your father unified a continent and traveled through space? Heavens above, I don't even know exactly what traveling through space means, but I heard that only a magic god could do something like that. So, does that mean Elena's father is really over 500 years old? Silence fell upon the room. Normally, they would have scoffed at such an outrageous claim. Traveling through space sounded like pure fantasy. But then again, hadn't they also doubted Elena's miraculous potions earlier? Maybe, just maybe, her father truly was a magic god. All of a sudden, reverence for the mysterious Mr. Owen filled the room. I never imagined that little girl's father could be so powerful. What a shame we'll never get to meet him. Indeed, if I had the chance to meet that magic god, I'd certainly beg him to teach me a thing or two. Eldritch and Leonchi sighed in unison. Seeing how everyone now worshipped her father, Elena was overjoyed. She grinned wide, revealing two tiny fang-like teeth. Her big eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled adorably. Of course my father is over 500. He told me that one must always be honest and never lie. So, pretty lady, how about you think it over? Do you want to marry my father? The Empress's icy expression suddenly softened into one of amused helplessness. She reached out and knocked gently on Elena's forehead, giving her a playful glare. You cheeky little thing, you're just a kid. What do you even know about marriage? And besides, the Empress's voice grew gentler. I already have someone I love. Even if Elena's father is a magic god, it would still be impossible. A fleeting trace of warmth and longing flickered in her eyes. Darling, once I quell the unrest within the Empire, I'll come back to find you and make you the happiest man in the world. Hearing the Empress's reply, Elena's expression dimmed. So the pretty lady already had someone she liked. What a pity. But that's okay. Once she learns more about father's amazing traits, she'll definitely fall head over heels for him. With that thought, a mischievous grin crept onto Elena's face. Yevna shivered for no apparent reason, feeling a chill run down her back. This little girl's definitely scheming something again. Since you don't have a place to return to, why don't you come back to the Empire with me? Come to the capital with your big sister, and I'll make you a princess. Also, I noticed you haven't awakened any magic yet. Once we're back, Usuri and I will teach you personally. You'll become a mage in no time. How about it? After listening to the Empress's suggestion, Elena tilted her head and thought for a few seconds. Then her eyes lit up. Father once said that the imperial palace was filled with beautiful women. If she couldn't win over the Empress, she could always settle for a few pretty princesses to bring home as stepmothers. Deal. Father is already the strongest in the continent. As his daughter, I can't embarrass him, so I have to learn magic. And just like that, Elena set off with Yevna's party for the imperial capital. Thanks to the life-saving favor she had given earlier, along with her cheerful and adorable personality, Elena quickly became a beloved presence among the group. The reclusive high priest of light, Leonchi, was also persuaded to emerge from hiding at Eldritch's invitation. Leonchi knew deep down that if Elena's father could dispel the curse of the Netherlord, then his healing abilities must far surpass his own. Which meant perhaps there was still hope for his crippled leg. Upon returning to the capital, both the Empress and the Thunder Knight Commander remained publicly silent about the recent assassination attempt. Yevna wished to maintain political stability, while the Thunder Knight Commander had no desire to provoke the Grand Archmage, Eldritch. The two parties understood each other's positions without needing to speak, pretending the incident had never occurred. But at this moment, Yevna found herself troubled by another matter. Your Majesty, this must not be done. She's just an unknown little stray girl. How can she possibly be made a princess of the Glacier Empire? That's right. The laws established at the founding of the Empire are clear. Unless the child is of noble descent or a descendant of someone who has rendered great service to the Empire, they may not be granted royal status, much less the title of princess. This girl is neither of noble birth nor a war hero's child. Your Majesty, surely you wouldn't break the sacred laws handed down by our forebears. Doing so might cause unrest within the Empire. During the morning court, as soon as Yevna proposed adopting Elena as her daughter and bestowing her the title of princess, the finance minister, the justice minister, and several veteran officials voiced their objections. After voicing their dissent, several of them subtly glanced toward the Thunder Knight Commander, who sat quietly with his eyes closed, as if awaiting his cue. The corners of Yelud's mouth curled up slightly. He gave a subtle nod. Though he couldn't directly challenge the Empress for now, he could still make her life difficult. As long as he kept obstructing her decisions, her authority would slowly erode. Seeing this, Yevna's expression darkened. These elders, who had previously remained neutral, were now siding with the Thunder Knight Commander. Yevna's face was cold as ice. She raised her hand, motioning for silence. Gentlemen, it's true Elena is not of noble birth, but who says she cannot become a princess? If I recall correctly, there's a clause in the Imperial Code. If someone possesses exceptional talent, they too can be brought into the royal family, correct? At her words, the ministers exchanged uncertain looks. The Glacier Empire not only had the Thunder Knight Commander, but also a Fire Grand Duke, both powerful figures representing opposing elements, ice and fire. That Fire Grand Duke had been an orphan back in the day. But because of his extraordinary talent, the late Emperor adopted him as a foster son and personally raised him. Eventually, he became a Grand Archmage. A minister loyal to the Emperor stepped forward and bowed. Indeed, Your Majesty, that clause does exist. May I ask what you intend? Yevna nodded. Today happens to be the once every 3 years talent evaluation ceremony. I intend to have Elena participate. If she possesses the talent of a Grand Archmage, surely none of you would have any objections then. The ministers nodded, though clearly not convinced. On the continent, talent rankings aligned with power levels. Novice rank was the lowest, Grand Archmage the highest. One's innate talent determined the ceiling of their potential. Ursula, for example, had high-rank talent. Without a miracle, she would never surpass the level of a high-rank knight in her lifetime. Even high-rank talent was already 1 in a million. And Grand Archmage level talent, that was practically legendary. In the past few decades, only 2 people in the Glacier Empire had tested at that level, the Fire Grand Duke and the Empress herself. The Thunder Knight Commander and his faction shook their heads, smirking mockingly. Meanwhile, ministers loyal to the Empress wore worried expressions, hesitating to intervene. Elena's admission into the royal family had clearly become a battlefield for political power, a tug of war between the Empress and the Thunder Knight Commander. If Elena's talent proved insufficient, she would be disqualified from royal inclusion, and the Empress's authority would suffer greatly. But Yevna appeared entirely confident. Elena had said her father was a magic god and the daughter of such a being. How could her talent possibly be lacking? If none of you object, Yevna said with calm resolve, then follow me to the hall of testing. With that, the Empress rose and walked out of the hall. The court officials trailed closely behind. Chapter 562 Legendary Lottery Elemental Affinity Bloodline. A moment later, the group arrived at a grand, circular hall. Inside, dozens of noble children aged between 5 and 10 were already waiting quietly. At the front of the hall, a scholar clad in white robes was explaining the rules of the test. Behind him stood a massive magic array, at the center of which floated a diamond-shaped crystal used for talent assessment. Upon seeing the Empress and her ministers enter, both the scholar and the noble children bowed in unison. Your Majesty, carry on with the testing, the Empress said coolly. I'm only here to see if there's anyone worth nurturing. Elena, get in line. With a wave of her hand, the Empress gestured, her face as cold as ever. The crowd was used to her icy demeanor after all, she treated everyone the same. Elena obediently moved to the end of the line, her eyes wide with curiosity. Having grown up in the mountains, everything here was new and fascinating to her. Dear young lords and ladies, the scholar announced, when your name is called, step forward and drop a single drop of blood into the center of the magic array. The array will automatically assess your talent level. Your innate talent determines the heights you can reach in the future, so please take this seriously. A novice rank talent will emit white light, mid-rank blue, high-rank gold, and Grand Archmage level 7 colored light. Having explained the rules, the scholar inserted several monocrystals around the edges of the array. The array activated with a gentle hum, and intricate runes began to spin slowly. All the children craned their necks to watch with excitement. Even Elena brought over a small stool, standing on tiptoe as she watched with delight. Once the array was ready, the scholar cleared his throat. Begin testing in order. The noble children stepped forward one by one, disciplined and composed under the watchful eyes of the Empress and her ministers. Even the most mischievous of them dared not act up in her presence. Son of the Northern Earl Blue Light, mid-rank talent. Next. Daughter of the Western Marquis Golden Light, high-rank talent. Next. As the tests proceeded, some children beamed with joy while others left with heads hung low. During this event in the imperial capital, Ursula had taught Elena many royal customs and rules. Elena understood this test would shape their destinies. Those with excellent talent would receive full support from their families, the mediocre would likely be cast aside. Out of the 50-plus children, more than half were tested within the hour, but not a single one reached Grand Archmage level. Watching them, Elena clenched her tiny fists nervously. At that moment, a cold yet unexpectedly gentle hand landed atop her head. You'll be fine, the Empress said, her voice unusually soft. I believe in you. Let those old fools see just how wrong they are. Elena nodded vigorously. Father is so powerful Elena won't fall short. I'll definitely awaken Grand Archmage talent and make Big Sis proud. Their heartfelt exchange drew mocking chuckles from the Thunder Knight Commander and his faction. A little country bumpkin dreaming of becoming a phoenix. Grand Archmage level talent doesn't just fall from the sky. Let's see how the Empress saves face when that girl turns out to be trash. In the shadows, Commander Yelud watched, a glint of malice in his eyes. Meanwhile, far away in the valley, Owen, having confirmed his daughter's safety, had indulged in a full day's rest. When he finally woke, he pulled an old, yellowed magic tome from under the bed and began studying it intently. Host is advised to practice magic diligently, or the system shall reprimand you. The system, unable to bear Owen's lazy pace, finally spoke up. Shut it, I'm getting into the right state of mind for the lottery. I remember I got a free draw when I activated you, right? What kind of stuff can I pull? He asked, washing his hands. Ding, the system lottery includes every concept from the world of swords and sorcery, everything imaginable. No creator god blood or anything like that, Owen asked skeptically. Was the system's prestige really this low now? Response, there are countless transmigration worlds. If every system handed out creator god bloodlines, there wouldn't be a creator god left. How much divine blood do you think there is to go around? Just then, a golden wheel appeared in Owen's mind, its surface packed with countless rewards. Elemental Codex, Starfall Staff, Fountain of Life, Dragon Crystal, Legendary Potions. Even mythical mounts and elf maids were on there. It was truly a treasure trove. However, rewards like elf maids occupied only the tiniest slivers on the wheel. All these amazing items only available through the lottery, Owen's eyes glittered. Daily rewards are also drawn from this pool, but lotteries have a higher chance of obtaining rarities. Host's state of mind has just been calibrated. Luck should be optimal. Begin the lottery. Of course, the pointer began spinning rapidly. Elf made ancient dragon crystal. Stop already. Don't you dare land on something useless for my first spin. Owen silently prayed as the wheel slowed. It landed on, better luck next time. By the gods, not even a junk item. But just as Owen was about to erupt in rage, the system chimed in. Ding, Elena is about to awaken a special bloodline. Host may now choose a bloodline to assign, aiding her future growth. Owen immediately shut up and opened her status panel. Under the bloodline field, one word appeared, normal. So we really are just an average father and daughter, no special lineage, and now the lottery gave me nothing. What am I supposed to give my daughter? Just then, the previously stopped pointer nudged forward slightly and clicked into the next segment. Ding, congratulations, Host has obtained the legendary elemental affinity bloodline. Would you like to grant this to Elena? Wait, what just happened? Did the wheel move on its own? Elemental affinity bloodline, legendary. Owen blinked, stunned. But when he read the full description, his jaw dropped. By the gods, this bloodline is insane. If Elena has it, it's basically mine too. Why waste it? Oh, and toss in today's sign-in reward too. Ding, sign-in complete. You've received 1 roast turkey. Item delivered. Last one, Elena. Back in the testing hall, the scholar called her name as if out of routine. His apathetic tone suggested this batch of children had thoroughly disappointed him. Hearing her name, Elena bounced joyfully to the stage. Hello, teacher. It's finally my turn. Seeing the girl in her plain linen dress, with a rough cloth satchel on her shoulder and porcelain doll-like features, the scholar felt oddly uplifted. Such a polite child even if she's humbly dressed. Here, just a drop of blood in the center of the array. Elena pulled out a small knife from her bag and, without hesitation, pricked her fingertip. A single drop of blood fell. All eyes turned to her, the Empress, Ursula, and even Eldridge, who was hiding in the shadows. The daughter of the magic god, what kind of talent would she reveal? Elena placed the blood into the center of the array. To everyone's surprise, the crystal only flickered faintly. Then nothing. Teacher, what level am I? Elena asked, full of anticipation. The scholar blinked in confusion. Well, it appears you have no talent. What? But father said I'm a once-in-a-century genius. Disappointment crushed her small frame. Gasps spread through the room. The Empress and the others could hardly believe it. How could the daughter of the man who broke the curse of the Netherlord have no talent? No wonder Elena could have used magic. The Thunder Knight commander and his lackeys burst into jeers. With talent that poor, she's not getting into the royal court. She doesn't even qualify for novice rank. At best, she'll be a magic errand girl. Your Majesty, what exactly do you see in this child? It's not rebellion, we just can't accept her incompetence. Hearing this, Yemna's eyes burned with barely restrained fury. She wanted nothing more than to silence them, but as an empress, she could not execute officials in broad daylight. Watching Elena being ridiculed, her heart twisted with unexpected pain. Why did she care so deeply for a child who shared no blood with her? Just as Yemna was about to lash out, Elena raised her chin defiantly. No, father said I'm a genius, it must not have been enough blood. She prepared to cut herself again, but then a warm current surged through her body. It felt as though her blood had been transformed by some unknown force. Power coursed through her veins, and a strange craving for blood briefly surfaced. Elena shook off the odd sensation and dropped another bead of blood onto the array. In that instant, the crystal erupted in radiant seven-colored light. The entire hall was bathed in dazzling hues. By the gods, nothing happened before now this. Did the array malfunction, or did that girl just awaken something extraordinary? All eyes turned to the scholar. He stared, dumbfounded, then frantically pulled out an ancient tome. No, the array is fine. She must have awakened a special bloodline. In my 100 years of testing, I've never seen a phenomenon like this. Everyone held their breath. Even the Empress and Eldridge stood frozen. After several tense minutes, the scholar suddenly gasped and held up the tome with trembling hands. I found it. God of light, it's real. This girl has elemental affinity bloodline. Chapter 563. I think I know who Lena's father is. Because she awakened a unique bloodline talent, one that has only appeared once in recorded history, the elemental affinity bloodline. Upon hearing these words, the nobles and ministers gathered in the royal court could no longer maintain their composure. Exclamations erupted from all corners of the grand hall. What? The elemental affinity bloodline? You mean the legendary bloodline that allows its bearer to absorb a portion of their enemy's mana during battle? The one whose elemental force can pierce through magical shields, absorb free-floating elements, and use them to restore their mana during combat. That's practically an innate dominator of the elements. Wasn't that the very same bloodline possessed by the mage god of the elements 10,000 years ago? All eyes turned to Elena in shock. The elemental affinity bloodline, this mythical talent, was well known to anyone who had ever studied magic. It was one of the strongest bloodlines across the continent, arguably the most suitable for learning and mastering magic. No one dared to say otherwise. Unlike ordinary mages who had to slowly draw in elemental energy through meditation in their internal mana cores, those with the elemental affinity bloodline faced no such bottlenecks. They could effortlessly absorb the essence of magic from the world and from others simply by engaging in combat. In essence, this bloodline allowed one to command any element with ease and to learn virtually any spell. It was a gift made for battle. As long as there was a fight to be had, the wielder of this bloodline would never run out of mana. An elderly scholar stood in the corner, dazed, clutching an ancient tome. He read aloud slowly, reverently. According to the records, the last time this bloodline appeared was in the body of the mage god of the elements, over 10,000 years ago. The mage god of the elements was a figure of both righteousness and chaos. With this divine bloodline, he rose to unimaginable heights in just a few short decades. Even grand archmages could only look up to him in awe. At that time, the 6 great kingdoms that flourished with magical power joined forces, uniting all of their grand archmages and high-ranked mages in an attempt to bring him down. But their armies were crushed, as if swept away by a tidal wave. After wiping out the 6 kingdoms, he ruled for several decades. Then, growing weary of power and politics, he vanished, slipping through the dimensions, leaving behind nothing but legends. And now to witness this divine body reappear after 10,000 years, I could die without regret. The old scholar's voice trembled with emotion, and the others in the hall were equally stirred. Their gazes fell on Elena with awe, as if watching a brilliant new star rise above the horizon. Elena stood with her hands on her hips, chin raised proudly, and gave a mocking wrinkle of her nose toward Thunder Knight Commander Yelud and the ministers who had spoken against her before. HMPH, didn't you all say I had no talent? What do you have to say now? My father was so amazing. How could I possibly be untalented? At her words, Commander Yelud's expression turned for him, his eyes locked on Elena with a cold, murderous glint. Such an extraordinary talent was bad news for him, very bad. If he couldn't claim her for his own, she would inevitably become a major threat. She had to be eliminated. Hey, congratulations, Your Majesty, on gaining such a prodigy, Yelud said with a hollow smile. But I would advise that Your Majesty protect her well. After all, only those geniuses who live long enough to grow are truly geniuses. Those who fall halfway are nothing. He bowed respectfully, but the threat in his words was clear as day. Yevna's gaze chilled as she replied flatly, that won't be necessary, Thunder Knight Commander. Defending the northern border is your responsibility. You HMPH, Yelud snorted coldly and turned to leave. Watching the Empress and the commander clash head-on, the nobles grew even more uneasy. None dared speak, they lowered their heads, pretending to adjust their sleeves. Yevna, however, allowed herself a faint smile as she watched Yelud storm off. Elena's bloodline filled her with greater joy than anyone could imagine. As for Yelud's threats, as the daughter of a legendary powerhouse, there was no way Elena didn't have protective measures left behind by her father. And besides, how could an empress like her ever allow harm to come to the girl? Now that Elena possesses such a bloodline, I assume no one here still objects to me adopting her as my goddaughter and conferring upon her the title of princess. Who would dare oppose now? Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations to the little princess. Excellent. Then let it be known throughout the Empire, from this day forth, Elena shall be granted the title of Princess of Eternity. Also, as for her bloodline, should anyone dare to leak so much as a word of this information. Yevna's eyes turned icy, her killing intent radiating like a blade. The chill that filled the hall made everyone present tremble involuntarily. None of them doubted her. Anyone who leaked this secret to an enemy kingdom would be torn to pieces without hesitation. After the formal declaration, Yevna took Elena's hand and left the detection chamber, accompanied by waves of formal bows and farewells. In the capital Magus Tower. The Magus Tower, home of the Empire's Grand Magus and Yevna's own mentor, Eldritch, stood tall above the city skyline. It was protected by countless magical arrays and loyal guards, making it one of the most secure places in the Empire. At that moment, inside the tower, Eldritch, Empress Yevna, General Ursula, and several high-ranked mages of the royal household were gathered. As for Elena, she had already wandered off to explore, full of curiosity. Yevna didn't worry about her safety, not here, not in the heart of the Magus Tower. Everyone, Yevna began from the head seat, her tone solemn. What are your thoughts on Elena's bloodline? Leonti gave a small bow before speaking. Such a peerless gift must be nurtured with the full might of the Empire. However, the elemental affinity bloodline does not follow the conventional path of cultivation. Meditation has no effect. She can only grow stronger by absorbing elemental force through combat. At present, she has no mana foundation. I propose building a special trial arena, where a variety of low-tier spellbeasts can be contained. Once Eldritch teaches her the fundamentals of magic, she can hunt them to train safely while tempering her will. The others paused in thought before nodding in agreement. Lord Leonti makes a valid point. Though born for battle, a bloodline like hers is still fragile in its early stages. Sending her into real combat would be reckless. Hunting spellbeasts will build her strength and fortitude at a manageable pace. Yevna turned to an old man in a black robe. Morris, the construction of the trial arena will be entrusted to the Shadow Council. At once, Your Majesty. Morris bowed deeply. His loyalty and efficiency were beyond question. Your Majesty, Eldritch added solemnly, while strength is essential, character is even more so. Elena is only 8 years old. Her personality is still forming. I recommend that mentors from Sanctum of Light Academy provide her with moral instruction. Additionally, she should be exposed to magic arrays, potion making, tactical planning. She doesn't need to master them all, but she must at least be familiar. Having experienced betrayal from a former disciple, Eldritch now valued character far more than mere talent. Yevna nodded, noting it down. She had no desire to raise a monster who knew only how to kill. Just then, she noticed Ursula shifting as if she had something to say. Ursula, is something on your mind? The general stepped forward, bowed, and hesitated before saying, Your Majesty, I've been thinking for some time now and I believe I may have figured out who Elena's father is. Chapter 564. Her father is actually the mage god of the elements. The moment Ursula, the female knight, finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room shifted. Everyone sat up straighter, expressions turning serious as they turned to face her. Who is it? Speak. Ursula's tone was brave. Your Majesty, Grand Priest, do you recall what Elena said yesterday? She claimed that her father was invincible, that he once swept through the 6 great kingdoms alone, and after ruling for decades, vanished by shifting through space. Yevna, Leonti, and Eldritch exchanged glances and slowly nodded. She did say that. Why? Ursula's eyes gleamed with a heavy intensity. Today during the talent assessment, Elena displayed the elemental affinity bloodline, a gift that hasn't appeared in 10,000 years. There are ancient texts on the continent that record this very bloodline belonging to the legendary mage god of the elements, who also once crushed the 6 great kingdoms, ruled for a long period, and eventually disappeared through what was described as spatial traversal. Doesn't that sound eerily similar to what Elena said about her father? Moreover, the elemental affinity bloodline is almost unheard of, only ever recorded once. And now, it has appeared again in Elena. I suspect that her father might very well be that legendary mage god of the elements. Silence fell like a thunderclap. What? Mage god of the elements? Elena's father. That couldn't be real, could it? Empress Yevna's eyes were filled with disbelief, but the more she thought about it, the more Ursula's theory seemed plausible. The same bloodline. The same backstory. You mean to say, you suspect Elena's father is the legendary mage god of the elements himself? Yevna asked. This is merely my speculation, Ursula replied cautiously. I have no conclusive proof. Yet despite her reservations, the idea had taken root. Everyone in the room found themselves contemplating it. All the clues pointed to a shocking possibility. Wait, wasn't the mage god of the elements a figure from 10,000 years ago? Leonti interjected. Elena said her father is just over 500 years old. The timelines don't match. It was a valid concern. Even if the mage god was a legendary being far beyond Grand Archmage level, surely even he couldn't live 10,000 years. The longest living Grand Archmage on record barely reached 700, and that was only through forbidden dark magic, at the cost of thousands of lives. Eldritch's gaze turned thoughtful. No, someone of that caliber might not have traversed merely space. He could have crossed time itself. Time, gasped several in the room. You're saying he crossed the river of time, that he came here from the ancient magical era and that's why he's only 500 years old in the present. Eldritch shook his head. We cannot be certain, but one thing is clear: whoever can casually concoct a potion capable of lifting the curse of the Netherlord, using methods even you, Grand Priest of Light, cannot comprehend is no ordinary being. And Alina's bloodline confirms it further. Even if her father is not the mage god himself, he must be a legendary mage above Grand Archmage tier. Perhaps everything we say and do is already under his watchful gaze. The room grew cold. Everyone shivered unconsciously and glanced toward the empty air, as if some unseen presence were indeed observing them from beyond the veil. Yevna remained composed. There's no need to panic. The better we treat Elena, the greater the reward in the future. Besides, I'm her adoptive mother. I will protect her with everything I have. From today onward, we shall spare no effort in raising Elena. We must not let him down. The ministers and mages all bowed in solemn agreement. After deliberation, they decided to dedicate their finest resources to Elena's development. Eldritch, Leonchi, and the Empire's top experts in magic, tactics, medicine, and magical arrays all offered their guidance. Once the meeting concluded, Yevna strolled through the halls of the Magus Tower with Eldritch, speaking softly while searching for Elena. Grand Priest, how's your health now? Have you regained any of your former strength? Thunder Knight Commander's behavior is growing increasingly outrageous, Yevna added, her tone frostier by the second. I'm nearly at my breaking point. She was still seething from Yelud's assassination attempt days ago and his thinly veiled threats earlier today. Eldritch smiled bitterly. Though the curse of the Netherlord has been lifted, the internal damage to my organs is too severe. I fear I'll never return to my peak. But your majesty, I advise against acting now. Better to wait and see who else dares to jump out. When we strike thoroughly. Yevna's expression darkened with frustration. Eldritch, once the pillar of the Empire, had clearly weakened. Can't Lord Leonchi's healing arts do anything? She asked hopefully. The treasures in the kingdom vault are at your disposal. I even have a millennium-old magical spirit herb. Before she could finish, Leonchi, seated nearby in his enchanted wheelchair, cut her off. It's no use. Eldritch is old. Internal damage like this cannot be reversed by potions. His return to full strength is all but impossible. Both Yevna and Ursula's faces fell. The Empire's guardian could not escape the decay of time. But then, Leonchi added, not all hope is lost. If we could obtain the flesh or essence of a legendary creature, we might extend his lifespan. Especially if we could acquire the remains of a phoenix. Its vitality can restore life, and its flames might even rejuvenate aging organs. But phoenixes, black dragons, unicorns, these creatures haven't been seen in over 1,000 years. They far surpass Grand Archmage level. Even locating them is next to impossible, let alone acquiring their blood or meat. Eldritch and Yevna sighed heavily. They were, after all, only human. Even Grand Archmages paled in comparison to such creatures. How could they possibly compete? As the air grew heavy with sorrow, a soft giggle echoed from behind a nearby statue. They turned and found Elena, crouched behind the marble structure, doing something suspicious. Elena, what are you doing here? Why aren't you off playing with the others? Yevna stepped forward, only to see the girl holding a half-eaten roast bird, her cheeks puffed out adorably as she gnawed away. The rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the hall. Even Yevna, who rarely indulged in earthly pleasures, felt her mouth water. Elena looked up, her chubby cheeks smeared with grease, and beamed with childlike delight. I was playing hide and seek. I found such a good hiding spot they still haven't found me. Yevna chuckled, and Eldritch beside her smiled fondly. Having this little ball of sunshine around really did lighten the mood. Watching Elena devour the roast bird, Eldritch teased, oh, hide and seek comes with roasted bird now. Elena, that smells delicious. And strangely enough, the scent alone makes me feel better, like even my old injuries have eased a little. Elena, where did you get this roast bird? Chapter 565 Elena, let Grandpa gnaw another bone. My father just roasted this for me, Elena said, cheeks puffed as she munched happily. Elena was feeling hungry, so I figured I'd take a quick break and grab a bite. She looked up at Eldritch with bright, glistening eyes and held out the half-eaten roast bird. Grandpa Eldritch, do you want a bite? It's super yummy, and it won't even get stuck in your teeth. Elena wasn't one to keep secrets. She shook her treasured magical pouch, then reached her greasy little hand in, pulled off a chunk of roasted tail meat which she didn't particularly like and held it out to Eldritch. Eldritch stared at the tender, plump piece of bird tail. His throat bobbed instinctively as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Though he was a legendary Grand Archmage, he was still human, and humans had their quirks. For Eldritch, bird tail meat was an undeniable weakness. He'd had a fondness for it ever since he was young. Just the sight of it sent his taste buds into a frenzy. Glancing left and right, Eldritch caught sight of Leonchi's amused expression. He gritted his teeth and forcibly turned his head away. HMPH, what are you looking at? I'm a Grand Archmage of the Empire. How could I be tempted by a mere piece of bird tail? I don't really like bird tail meat, Eldritch muttered, voice dry as he swallowed again. You should keep it. Elena blinked. She wasn't fooled in the slightest. Without hesitation, she leapt up and shoved the juicy bird tail directly into Eldritch's hand. Come on, Grandpa Eldritch, don't pretend. Leonchi big brother told me yesterday that you love bird tail meat. He even said you once fought him over a piece. I saved this just for you. Even though eating roasted bird in front of the Empress, a crowd of scholars, and his own disciples wasn't exactly dignified. Even though his reputation as the Empire's High Magus was at stake. The savory aroma wafting from under his nose was overwhelming. Resistance was utterly futile. Eldritch coughed awkwardly, then gave Elena a loving pat on the head. Ahem, well, since you insist, I guess I have no choice. Even if I don't like bird tail meat, I'll just have to endure it for you. Ah, with a dramatic flourish, Eldritch opened wide, and the bird tail vanished in a single bite. Under the amused gazes of everyone present, the old mage's cheeks flushed slightly. He chewed, slowly at first, but then. The moment the meat's flavor burst forth in his mouth, Eldritch froze. His pupils dilated. Then, unable to stop himself, he cried out, by the god of light. This bird tail, it's unlike anything I've ever tasted. Realizing what he'd just said, Eldritch quickly shut his eyes and focused inward, sensing the changes in his body. Leonchi rolled his eyes. What, did it still have bird poop on it? If so, then you're in luck. After all, eating bird droppings openly is frowned upon, but a man with a bird tail fetish like you, well, you might just get away with it. At that, Empress Yevna and Ursula both gagged. With identical expressions of disgust, they took a step back, casting Eldritch a rather judgmental glance. But Eldritch didn't respond. He couldn't, because something incredible was happening. As the seemingly ordinary piece of bird meat entered his stomach, it released a wave of pure life energy, and energy so dense, so potent, it began healing his long damaged internal organs. What was more, he could feel his lifespan extending. It was slow, yes, but tangible. The effect was stronger than even the legendary fruit of the 1,000-year-old life tree. His eyes flew open. At that moment, he understood. This roast bird was anything but ordinary. Eldridge took a step forward, his expression suddenly eager, almost pitiful. He looked at Elena, then at the roast bird still in her hands, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Hee Elena, that meat was just too good. Do you think Grandpa could have another piece? If not, maybe just a bone to gnaw on. Leonchi couldn't help but laugh. Come on, old man. You're the Imperial Magus, mentor to the Empress herself. Is this really necessary? Where's your dignity, mentor? You're a legendary Grand Archmage. Have some pride. If you want more roast bird, why don't we go home and roast a whole flock? Ursula groaned and covered her face. This is my mentor. He was second only to the Empress in power, and yet here he was, begging to suck on a bone. What a disgrace. Eldridge blinked at her, stunned. Wait, what did you say? Roast what? Roast no, never mind. Just chew your bone, old man. Ursula turned beet red and gave up halfway through the sentence. Eldridge clicked his tongue. He made no attempt to hide his obsession. You people just don't get it. Nothing you roast will taste like this. It's not the bird tail I'm after, it's the miraculous healing properties of this roast meat. His voice lowered. It's not just healing my internal injuries, it's extending my lifespan. He whispered the last two words so softly that only those nearby heard. And even then, he glanced around warily. Something that could extend life was a treasure beyond imagination. If word got out, chaos would erupt across the continent. Everyone would want it. Wars would be fought over it. Leonchi snorted, but he was still grinning. PFF, one bite of bird tail and you're talking about healing and immortality. You sure you haven't just gone crazy from craving bird tail for so long? Eldridge ignored him. Instead, he turned to Elena with newfound seriousness. Elena, sweetheart. Elena glanced down at the roast bird, which was still half intact and weighed at least 4 or 5 pounds. Then she looked at Eldridge's pitiful expression. A sympathetic frown crept across her chubby cheeks. Her father had said that the palace food would be amazing, with over 108 dishes served at every meal. But she'd wandered around all morning and couldn't even find the kitchen. And now poor Grandpa Eldridge couldn't even afford a piece of roast bird. How tragic. Okay, Elena can't eat it all anyway. Here, Grandpa, have this wing. She tore off a crispy golden wing and offered it to Eldridge. Eldridge's hands trembled as he accepted it. He tore off a small piece and waved it under Leonchi's nose. Try it. Leonchi raised a brow. I'm not like you. I've eaten roast bird before, you know. I don't get obsessed over food. But the moment the meat entered his mouth, his eyes widened in astonishment. This meat by the god of light. You're right, it can heal injuries, even those of a legendary powerhouse, and it can extend lifespan. This is no ordinary ingredient, it's far beyond any known herb or potion. He turned to Elena, expression solemn. Elena, this really was made by your father. Chapter 566. What? This roasted bird is a legendary phoenix. Elena nodded innocently, completely unaware of why this ordinary roasted bird had caused such a drastic change in everyone's expressions. Yeah, it was made by my father. He just cooked it and sent it to me. It was still warm when I got it. Your father, Yevna crouched down with a gentle expression, pulling out a silk handkerchief to wipe the grease from the corners of Lena's mouth. Your mother here would really like to meet him sometime. I'd love to pay my respects to the strongest man on the continent. There's no need to rush your food. With your mother here, no one will dare steal your meal. Though it was just a small gesture, Elena's heart was touched. She'd never had a mother growing up, and the warmth in Yevna's voice made her eyes sparkle. So this is what it feels like to be cared for. Is this what people call motherly love? Elena has a mother now. It was just a pity her adoptive mother wasn't her father's partner. No, he didn't come in person, Elena said, completely unaware of the ripple her words would cause. He gave it to me through this spatial pouch. She proudly patted her magical pouch. It's one of his treasures. He said he got it during an old adventure. Whenever he has tasty food, he sends it to me this way. She spoke with openness and cheer, without the slightest worry that someone might take it from her. After all, these people were the nicest folks she knew aside from her father. Hearing that, the group exchanged glances, each heart pounding in stunned silence. Spatial transmission. Elena's father could transmit fresh food through a spatial pouch across who knew how many miles. Without question, he had surpassed even the realm of Grand Archmage. Each of them took a deep breath to suppress the storm rising in their chests. Old Leon, do you have any idea what kind of bird meat this is? Eldridge asked urgently. Whatever it is, it's incredibly beneficial to me. If I can find a few of these birds, I'd love to raise some. Leonchi pondered for a moment, then turned his gaze toward Eldridge with an amused smirk. I don't know what kind of bird it is, but I do know what kind of toad you are. You think you can just raise something like that? Eldridge scowled. You damn rascal. You looking to get smacked. What's so wrong about raising a few birds? Leonchi shrugged, but his face quickly turned serious. He looked around the room and spoke in a low, solemn tone. This isn't ordinary bird meat. You and I both are unworthy to raise such a creature. This meat, its properties are identical to those described in ancient texts about the legendary beast Phoenix. I suspect the roast bird in Elena's hands is none other than a phoenix. And it was freshly slain. Boom, the words exploded like thunder in everyone's minds. Stunned silence. A phoenix, but that's a mythical creature far beyond legendary tier. How could that be possible? Why not? Leonchi's eyes narrowed. Tell me, other than a phoenix, what kind of bird could heal your ancient wounds in a single bite? What kind of spell beast carries such pure and overwhelming life energy? Leonchi himself was shaken. This was a phoenix, a divine beast, often revered as the guardian spirit of entire nations, and today it had been roasted. Has the world gone mad? None of them wanted to believe that the bird in Elena's hand was truly a phoenix. But they couldn't refute it. The effects, the energy, it all matched too perfectly. To roast a phoenix and serve it as food, Elena's father truly is on another level. To be born the daughter of such a peerless being, Elena is truly blessed. Leonchi and Eldridge exchanged glances, both men swallowing hard. They didn't say it out loud, but deep down they were thinking the same thing. I wonder if Elena's father is still accepting adopted sons. If not, maybe we can apply as disciples or family pets. Faced with Elena's generosity, none of them could speak. Their perception of her father's power had been shattered and rebuilt again. But Elena didn't know what a phoenix was. As far as she was concerned, it was just bird meat. And these were her people, the only ones besides her father who treated her so well. Why would she be stingy? My father taught me that good food should always be shared with your own. Pretty mother, this drumstick is for you. Sister Ursula, you get the liver and the breast. Elena will take the other drumstick. That's enough for me. The rest, Grandpa Eldridge and Brother Leonchi, you can split between yourselves. With a warm smile, she began tearing the roast bird apart piece by piece, handing it out to everyone. The moment the meat reached their hands, each of them trembled slightly. Phoenix meat. Something even Grand Archmages couldn't dream of tasting, and yet here they were, being handed a portion like honored guests at a banquet. Indeed, hugging this little girl's thigh was more valuable than any adventure or inheritance. Elena, Eldritch said, just before taking his first bite, are you sure your father won't mind that we're eating his gift to you? That was a serious question. This wasn't just food, it was a treasure of untold power. If Elena's father disapproved, could their entire empire withstand even a single spell from such a being? But Elena just waved a greasy little hand casually. Father won't be mad, it's just a bird, don't worry, we have lots of them at home. Around 30-something, I think. And my father still catches more from time to time. Sometimes we even eat dragon meat. Silence. Even Yevna's refined face froze, her eyes wide, lips parted in astonishment. 30 phoenixes being raised at home, and her father occasionally goes out to catch more. Have phoenixes really become this common, and why haven't we seen a single one in the wild? And the dragon meat Elena mentioned, was that from ancient dragons? Hiss. Don't even think about it. The word, Lord, no longer seemed enough to address Elena's father. With her casual reassurance, everyone set aside their worries. Slowly and carefully, they chewed their portion of phoenix meat, savoring every bite as if it were the elixir of life itself. Not even a speck of bone was wasted. Every scrap was crushed and swallowed. After all, it was phoenix. Even a single feather could be considered a national treasure. By the time the roast bird was fully devoured, the changes were already underway. Eldritch's internal injuries had fully healed, and he gained another 10 years of life. The man who looked 70 or 80 now appeared barely over 50. Leonti had broken through to the late legendary tier, his aura stabilizing and intensifying. Yevna advanced from mid to late legendary tier, gaining a solid tier. Ursula had shattered the limits of her own talent, stepping into the ranks of legendary mages for the very first time. Her foundation was still unstable, but she was finally on a level beyond high-rank mages. The difference was like night and day. I thought I'd be spending the rest of my years dragging this crippled old body around, Eldritch muttered, eyes moist with emotion. But today, not only are my organs healed, my mana has never been more refined. At this rate I am but one step away from transcending the legendary tier. Tears streamed down his face. Chapter 567, The Terrifying Elemental Affinity Bloodline. Is this what talent looks like? Coming back to his senses, Eldritch looked at Alina's adorable face, his expression overflowing with gratitude. Ha ha ha, I, Leonti, have also reached the late stage of the legendary realm. If I ever run into a dark altar sorcerer again, I'll make sure he never returns. Leonti was equally overwhelmed with excitement, tears streaming down his face. He exchanged a glance with Eldritch, two old men silently swearing in unison in their hearts. From now on, Elena is not just my granddaughter, no, she's my great aunt. Whoever dares to lay a finger on her, I'll wipe out their entire family. The more they looked at Elena, the more they adored her. Elena, you've really helped your mother out this time. Thanks to that roasted bird of yours, our overall strength has taken a major leap forward. With this, our odds of winning against the Thunder Knight Commander have increased again. The plan can also be brought forward. Yevna picked up Elena, gently pressing their foreheads together in an affectionate nuzzle. Elena rubbed against her mother's embrace with satisfaction, but inwardly, she was mourning for them all. Just eating roasted bird makes your body healthier and your mind sharper. What kind of nutritional deficiencies have mom, the grandpas, and even sister Ursula been suffering from? How pitiful. Only father treated me right. He raised me with care, chubby, healthy, and strong. While everyone was still basking in the joy of their breakthroughs, Ursula, ever sharp and vigilant, seemed to notice something unusual. Wait a second, your majesty, mentor, high priest, I suddenly have a feeling that this roasted bird might not be ordinary. It could be a divine gift from the mage god of the elements. Think about it, one moment we're worried about mentor's internal injuries, even discussing phoenix meat, and the very next moment, Elena shows up with roasted phoenix. Could something this coincidental really happen on the continent? Just as we speculated earlier, perhaps every move we make is already being watched by the mage god. The group fell silent, their expressions growing solemn. So it was the mage god of the elements who had been watching over them this whole time. Exchanging glances, they raised their hands reverently and bowed deeply toward the void above. Thank you, mage god of the elements, for bestowing upon us this great gift. We will spare no effort in nurturing young Elena. As they raised their heads again, they found Elena staring at them with a puzzled expression. The Empress smiled gently. What's wrong, Elena? Elena pouted in protest. Mother, you all got stronger after eating the bird, but all I got was a full belly. I don't feel any different. The Empress furrowed her brows, falling into thought for a few moments before speaking slowly. It might be related to your innate bloodline. The elemental affinity bloodline doesn't follow the rules of conventional cultivation. Traditional mana training methods won't work for you, need actual combat to advance. As she said this, the Empress felt that it was time to put Elena's bloodline to the test. After all, this elemental affinity bloodline existed only in legends. Even they knew very little about it. Oh right, Elena, do you think you could kill some small animals? Killing small animals? Of course I can. Father always said that poor children grow up fast. He taught me how to kill rabbits and birds when I was little. Elena tilted her head and responded cheerfully, her expression even carrying a hint of eagerness. The Empress and the others were momentarily stunned. Well then, wait right here, Elena. Grandpa Eldritch will be back in a flash. Eldritch moved like a gust of wind, vanishing from the magic tower in the blink of an eye. Just a dozen seconds later, he descended from the sky with a rabbit spellbeast in hand. Bah bah, Eldritch held the rabbit spellbeast up to Elena. Elena, want to give it a try? According to our calculations, if you start killing small creatures and absorbing their elemental energy, you should be able to begin cultivating. Yes, if killing it lets me start cultivating, then I'll be able to grow strong like father. Without hesitation, Elena took the rabbit spellbeast and, with practiced ease, pulled a sharp knife about 6 inches long from her dimensional pouch. With a swift motion, the knife pierced the rabbit's neck, silver blade in, crimson blade out, done in one stroke without the slightest hesitation. Her movements were clean, precise, and utterly unflinching. The hand holding the knife didn't even tremble. This was not something one would expect from an 8-year-old girl. Eldritch and the Empress exchanged a look of stunned silence. But the real shock came just moments later. As the rabbit's blood sprayed onto Elena's hand, she suddenly grew visibly excited. Holding the rabbit in one hand, she instinctively thrust the other into the gushing wound. Her palm acted like an elemental vortex, instantly draining all the blood from the spellbeast's body. The scene was eerie and unnerving, yet there was not a trace of dark energy emanating from Elena. And then, unbelievably, this little girl with no prior cultivation actually broke through on the spot, advancing directly to a first-tier mage apprentice. This time, Eldritch and the others couldn't stay calm any longer. She stuck it in, pulled it out, wiped her hand, and that was a breakthrough. Is magic cultivation really supposed to be this easy? Elena hasn't even gone through the mana core awakening ritual, has she? Yet she can already absorb mana directly. God of Light, a legendary divine physique indeed. Back when we trained up to tier 1 mage apprentice, didn't it take us half a month at least? Even though they were prepared for Elena's absurd talent, witnessing her actual advancement still left their minds reeling. Compared to her, they felt like utter failures. Elena clenched her fists in delight. Wow, my magic power got so much stronger, this feels amazing. Mother, does this mean I officially have magic now? The Empress nodded. You now possess mana. As for incantations and spellcasting, your mother and your grandpas will make time to teach you. We'll need to carefully consider which ones are most suitable for you. Elena was overjoyed, jumping into the air with excitement. That's great. Once I've learned everything, I can travel the continent just like father. At that moment, Elena had seemingly forgotten her quest to find her birth mother. Compared to seeking out someone she had no emotional connection with, this Empress who had adopted her felt far more genuine. She's so beautiful. Father would definitely like her. I must poach her. With a swift flick of her wrist, Elena processed the rabbit spellbeast in mere minutes, leaving only pristine, boneless meat behind. Her movements were deft and practiced. Holding up a pair of bloody rabbit kidneys, Elena beamed. Eldritch and Leonti instinctively leaned back in tactical retreat, afraid that if they ever offended this little great aunt, she might one day take their kidneys. At the very moment Elena advanced in rank, Owen, who was living in seclusion deep in the mountains, received an unexpected system notification. Ding! Congratulations to host. Your daughter has officially stepped onto the path of magic, advancing to Tier 1 Mage Apprentice. Host has received feedback. Your current strength has been elevated to Tier 2 Mage Apprentice. Congratulations, host. You've evolved from a magical newbie to a slightly tougher magical newbie. Reward: Eye of Truth. Chapter 568: The Duke's Mansion Conspiracy. Yo, Alina's already started her cultivation journey. Then as her father, doesn't that mean I'm one step closer to dominating the continent? Raising a daughter really pays off. Owen sat under the oak tree in his small courtyard, munching happily from the plate of food in his hands. Without his clingy little bundle of joy around, life somehow felt a lot more peaceful. Though he had no idea where his daughter was adventuring these days, just seeing her doing well brought a sense of comfort to him as a father. As for the system's occasional mockery, calling him a weakling, Owen didn't pay it any mind at all. With his thick skin, what kind of ridicule could possibly faze him? After stuffing himself full, Owen washed his plate and set it aside. With his physical needs taken care of, he washed his hands and finally sank his consciousness into the system, pressing the lottery button. With his notoriously bad luck, washing his hands before a draw had become a sort of final ritual, just a little psychological comfort. The pointer on the glowing golden wheel of fortune began spinning faster and faster, starting slow but quickly picking up speed. Owen's heart lifted with anticipation as he chanted under his breath. Elven Maid, Demon Butler, even just a legendary hero's sword would do. But alas, it seemed the system had no intention of answering his prayers this time. The pointer gradually slowed down and came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've won a top-tier drawing skill. Drawing skill. Owen squinted at the reward screen, frowning. In a world dominated by magic, what use is a drawing skill supposed to be? Back in the day, I might have used it to teach Elena how to draw, but now, Owen the Great is a Tier 2 mage. I'm on the road to conquering the continent, and you give me drawing skill. Am I supposed to poke people with a paintbrush in battle? He was clearly unimpressed, but still better something than nothing. Maybe he couldn't use it, but his daughter might. After all, nurturing her into an elegant and artistic young lady had always been one of his dreams. He had been teaching her to read and recite poetry since she was little. Truth be told, that was about the extent of what he could teach anyway. Whatever, I'll just send this drawing skill to Elena through the system. As for me, Owen the Great, it's time to test my terrifying strength. After transferring the drawing skill to his daughter, Owen began scanning his little courtyard for a target to practice on. Now that he was a mid-level warrior, he felt 10 times stronger and stood up straighter with pride. After some searching, he finally locked eyes with a wild boar tied up in the corner of the courtyard, one he had caught from the nearby forest. Prepared to die, Owen rolled up his sleeves and marched toward the beast. The boar, still brimming with untamed ferocity, bared its tusks with hatred for the man who had captured it. With a savage snort, it charged. Thus began the great battle between man and pig. Owen had even thought of a name for the fight. Tier 2 warrior versus gluttonous boar. 10 minutes later, Owen was launched clean out of the courtyard by a single tusk strike, landing face first in the dirt. Art, looks like the gluttonous boar isn't to be underestimated. Maybe I really am more suited to painting and poetry. I'll leave the bloodshed to Elena. He dragged himself up from the ground, brushing off the dust, and quickly abandoned the idea of further sparring. After a refreshing bath, he flopped onto bed and quickly drifted off to sleep. While Owen was enjoying a relaxing evening after his promotion, elsewhere, in the Duke's mansion, Thunder Knight Commander Yelud was losing his mind in a fit of rage. Damn it all. How is it that woman can just randomly pick up a girl by the roadside, and she turns out to have such terrifying talent? Elemental Affinity Bloodline, a legendary bloodline that only appears once in 10,000 years. Who in the entire continent could rival her once she grows up? And now this girl, with her elemental affinity bloodline, has been adopted by that woman and even been crowned a princess. Those sly old foxes in the Empire will definitely see her value inside with Yevna. He recalled how he had been publicly rebuked by the Empress earlier in the royal palace, utterly humiliated. The fury inside him exploded. Yelud smashed every object he could reach, cups, vases, all shattered into pieces. The servants nearby didn't even dare to breathe loudly, cowering in corners in terror. Meanwhile, the high priest of the Dark Altar, Mordred, and the Ogre King sat nearby drinking wine, completely unfazed by Yelud's outburst. Don't look at me, Mordred sneered. I'm just a guest advisor you hired. We're partners, not subordinates. If it weren't for that pile of rare magical materials and the promise of the light high priest's severed head, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess at all. Yelud's expression darkened even more at Mordred's flippant reply. You took my resources and now you're acting indifferent. Just as his fury was about to erupt again, a sultry laugh rang out beside him. Hee number need to fret, Commander. A legendary bloodline means nothing if the girl doesn't live long enough to mature. I have a plan, one that will shatter the Empress's newly earned prestige, and also ensure that elemental affinity bloodline never gets the chance to grow. All eyes turned toward the voice, and from behind the screen stepped a curvaceous woman dressed in a revealing outfit, her every movement oozing seduction. She swayed her hips as she approached, then collapsed into Yelud's arms like melted butter. This woman was none other than Luna, the former disciple of Grand Archmage Eldritch who had betrayed her master and joined Yelud's cause. Yelud's eyes flickered with a trace of disgust as she leaned against him, but he chuckled heartily on the surface and slid his hands over her body without restraint. Ha ha ha, Luna, what brilliant plan have you got this time? Speak freely. If it's good, I'll reward you handsomely. Luna giggled inwardly and replied in a soft, sultry voice. Commander, I don't need lavish rewards. I've always solved your problems, haven't I? And you don't even have a consort yet, how about? Yelud's brows creased. You promised me once, Luna whispered, that you'd make me your consort. You're the great commander, surely you wouldn't go back on your word. I've missed you so much. She clung to him like honey, every inch of her drenched in allure. Even the Ogre King licked his lips as he watched. Yelud's expression darkened again, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he gripped her harder. What's the plan? Don't waste my time, or else. Luna blushed at the rough treatment. You're so mean, Commander. You can do whatever you want with me later. That little girl with the elemental affinity bloodline has never seen the real world, she's an easy target. If we just arrange a few skilled assassins to lie in wait, she'll be killed in no time. Once she's dead, that woman loses her greatest bargaining chip. In this political tug of war between you and the Empress, the nobles won't dare to pick sides recklessly. Isn't that the simplest way to turn the tables? What do you think, Commander? As for the consort position. As she spoke, she sensually rubbed her body against his again. But in the next second, smack, Yelun backhanded her across the face, sending Luna flying several meters across the room. Blood sprayed from her nose, and several of her teeth clattered to the floor. Chapter 569. My father is the best painter. After the morning court session concluded, Empress Yevna, concerned about Alina's growth and education, immediately sent messengers to summon the most renowned and erudite scholar in the Empire, Grand Scholar Roland to Eternal Hall, where Alina resided. As Alina's adoptive mother, Yevna was full of anticipation. Not only did she hope to use this opportunity to forge a better relationship with the mysterious father behind Alina, but from the bottom of her heart, she also genuinely liked this clever, mischievous little girl who reminded her so much of her own younger self. In just a few days of interaction, Yevna had already come to regard Alina as her own daughter. This affection came naturally and ran deep. After consulting with Eldritch and other senior officials of the Empire, Yevna had also drawn up a detailed education plan for Alina's future. She knew well that raising a daughter meant more than just helping her cultivate magical power, it also required nurturing her cultural refinement. And Grand Scholar Roland was the ideal candidate for this task. Born into a prestigious academic family, not only had he achieved the high rank mid-level in magic, but he was also widely known across the Empire for his vast knowledge and artistic accomplishments. In the entire Glacier Empire, no one could match his scholarly wisdom and artistic skill. Without a doubt, he was the perfect choice to teach Alina. At the entrance of Eternal Hall, Grand Scholar Roland stood tall in his grey robes, his face solemn and composed. The scene of Alina demonstrating her magical talent yesterday was still vivid in his mind. The Eternal Princess, a child blessed with top-tier magical talent, her future was boundless. If he could become her first formal teacher, his standing in the Empire's academic circles would rise to unprecedented heights. Thinking of this, Grand Scholar Roland adjusted his collar, took a deep breath, and stepped confidently into the palace. Your Highness, I come at the command of Her Majesty the Empress, to assist you in your cultural education. Standing outside Alina's bedroom, Grand Scholar Roland's voice was steady and commanding. Please rise quickly, Your Highness. Morning is when the mind is at its sharpest. Do not waste these precious hours, or Her Majesty will surely be concerned. Inside, Alina rubbed her sleepy eyes and mumbled, I was exhausted yesterday. I thought I could finally sleep, and now that father isn't here to nag me, but now mother sent another old man to wake me up. She puffed her cheeks, grumbling, once I introduce mother to father, I'll have him give her a proper lesson. Though she complained aloud, Alina never forgot her father's teachings, respect your teachers. So, she quickly rolled out of bed. Your Highness, allow us to dress you, came the gentle chorus of maids entering the room in neat rows, respectfully standing by the bed. Alina, however, wasn't used to being waited on. Politely declining their help, she popped out from under the covers, got herself dressed in a flash, and slung her beloved pouch of trinkets onto her back. In the study. Good morning, Grandpa Scholar, Alina greeted cheerfully, her smile bright and charming. What a pure and bright child. Grand Scholar Roland looked at the polite and spirited girl before him, and his impression of her improved instantly. Compared to the arrogant and unruly noble children he often dealt with, Alina was like a breath of fresh air. Haha, Your Highness, I am Roland, the court's chief scholar. In the entire Glacier Empire, there's none more learned than I. Roland gave a small nod as he introduced himself with pride. From today onward, I will be your teacher. I vow to teach you everything I know, and help you become the next great empress. Alina blinked, curiosity written all over her face. With a small sigh, she asked, so, teacher, what are we learning today? The moment the topic of teaching came up, Roland's expression turned serious. His eyes shone with confidence. Today, we shall begin with painting. Painting, Alina tilted her head. Indeed, you may not know, Your Highness, but my magical power has reached a level of high rank mage, and I am considered a formidable figure in the Empire. In terms of cultural arts, painting is my greatest strength. Do not think of painting as something soft or powerless. At my level, the magic infused in a painting can manifest in the physical world. If it were a duel, I may not defeat a grand archmage, but when it comes to painting, there is no one on this continent who could rival me. I hope Your Highness will study earnestly, and one day inherit my legacy. Hearing this, Alina puffed her cheeks and made a funny face with her fingers on her cheek, thinking to herself, this old man is full of himself. Unfortunately for her, Grand Scholar Roland had sharp eyes and caught her mischievous expression. He frowned slightly and asked with a hint of displeasure. Your Highness, do you have doubts about what I said? Startled, Alina hadn't expected her little joke to be noticed. She quickly waved her hands in denial. No, Alina would never disrespect you, sir. It's just I think your claim of being the best painter might be wrong. Roland raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Oh. Alina stood with her hands on her hips, voice firm. My father once said that his mastery of the arts is unmatched. So if you say you're number one, well, I've never seen anyone so shameless. Grand Scholar Roland didn't get angry. To him, what could an 8-year-old possibly understand? Even with a rare gift for magic, that didn't mean she had any real cultural education or artistic training. She had probably read a few picture books at most. He, on the other hand, had come from generations of scholars and spent decades immersed in the world of art and academia. Few could match his accomplishments. That thought brought a sense of superiority swelling within him. Oh, your father knows how to paint, he asked, trying not to sound too condescending. Of course, Alina said proudly. My father is amazing painting, poetry, sculpture, he's a master of them all. And he's the best in every one of them. She raised her chin and puffed her chest in pride. Roland paused for a moment, then chuckled lightly. In his eyes, this was just a little girl's blind admiration for her father. He certainly sounds well-versed, Roland said, tone indulgent. Naturally, Alina nodded quickly. Father always says, when traveling the continent, every extra skill you learn is another layer of protection. I've learned a lot from him already. I've inherited all his secrets. She nodded seriously, as if she were revealing the great truth. Roland couldn't help but laugh aloud. Such a child. Clearly, if he didn't show her what true skill looked like, this little girl would never be convinced. As for her father, how good could he really be at painting? Ha ha ha, Your Highness, knowing a lot doesn't mean you're skilled. Since you say your father is the best, and you've inherited his abilities, why don't we just for fun have a painting contest? A contest? Yes, you and I, a friendly match. If you win, I'll stop calling myself number one. But if I win, Roland smiled faintly, confidence exuding from every pore, then you must admit I am truly the greatest in this land when it comes to painting. Alina's eyes lit up, and without hesitation she shouted, deal. But if you lose, you're not allowed to say you're number one ever again. My father is. Roland waved his hand nonchalantly, lips curling into a confident grin. Lose? Impossible. If I lose in painting to the princess, I'll ride a broomstick upside down through the palace square in front of everyone. Chapter 578 Casual drawing contains the power of order of nature. As Grand Scholar Roland confidently unrolled his enchanted canvas, Elena stuck out her tongue in secret. The famously erudite chief court scholar, with his silver beard flowing and a look of total composure, seemed absolutely sure of his impending victory. Your Highness, Roland said, his voice thick with scholarly pride, if I lose, I shall ride a broomstick upside down across the royal square. However, rest assured, I highly doubt that wager will ever need to be fulfilled. Elena blinked and recalled something her father Owen often said, always leave yourself a little wiggle room. Out of kindness, she reminded him, teacher, riding a broomstick upside down is bad for your back. How about we change the bet? Though she spoke with concern, she had no doubt in her heart there was no way anyone could surpass the techniques her father had taught her. Even if this man was a scholar famous throughout the empire, he'd still lose. Roland, however, misunderstood Elena's suggestion as a child's attempt to back out of the challenge. With a slight chuckle, he dipped his brush into the magical ink, and his strokes flowed across the canvas like a dragon dancing in the clouds. Watch closely, Your Highness, he said, brimming with confidence. Moments later. This is my Illusions of the Four Seasons, a piece I spent 3 years completing. Every stroke contains the essence of natural elements, he explained, sliding the canvas before Elena with visible pride. Have you ever seen such a seamless fusion of magic and artistry? Elena stood on her tiptoes, tilting her head as she studied the painting. After a long pause, she pointed at the second panel, where blotchy colors formed a somewhat ambiguous image. Master, this roast turkey's wing looks super fluffy. Ahem, Roland's hand jerked, causing his brush to scratch a crooked line across the edge of the canvas. His goatee curled into an awkward question mark from frustration. Your Highness, that is the hymn of autumn, a tribute to the blessings of the harvest god. Oh, Elena nodded with faint understanding. Then, remembering her father's mantra, honesty is the most precious virtue, she added truthfully. But I still think father's roasted turkey looks more realistic. His even steams. Roland's mouth twitched, but he forced himself to remain composed. Your father's paintings must have a certain unique charm, however. With a flick of his sleeve, he revealed 4 completed paintings, each with glowing magical patterns along the edges, proving their enchanted nature. If your Highness can produce a work that surpasses these in magical tier, I shall not only ride a broomstick upside down, but fly 3 laps around the royal palace while doing so. Just as Elena was about to reply, a warm current seemed to flow through her mind. Her father's gentle voice echoed faintly in her ears. Sweetheart, just draw what you've learned. Let it all come out. Her hand holding the brush felt lighter, as though her mind had been filled with an outpouring of artistic knowledge. She began to sketch without hesitation. A morning forest scene came to life. Sunlight pierced through crimson maple leaves, dew sparkled on blades of grass, and a creek mirrored the blue sky and drifting clouds. On a branch, a bird was spreading its wings, about to take flight. She worked with remarkable speed, and with every stroke, a soft glow radiated from the canvas. Just as Roland prepared to offer critique, he paused, his expression frozen. The creek in the painting was flowing. The bird chirped melodiously, its call crisp and lifelike. But what truly stunned him was the surge of boundless natural energy that erupted from the canvas. It hit him like a sledgehammer, knocking the air from his lungs. Blood surged up his throat, spilling onto the cuff of his robe. This is order. The power of order. Roland staggered backward, his pupils constricting violently. As a high-ranked mage, he had once come into contact with fragments of order during a family ritual. But to see someone infuse a painting with the power of order. And to think the one responsible was an 8-year-old girl. Elena set down her brush and tilted her head, looking at the pale-faced Roland with concern. Teacher, you look terrible. Are you sick? Trembling, Roland inched closer to the canvas. The moment his gaze locked onto it, a spectral figure emerged within his sea of consciousness, a white-robed elder, paintbrush in hand. Wherever the brush moved, the elemental threads of order flowed like a river of stars. With just a single glimpse, Roland felt the bottleneck he had been stuck at for 30 years as a high-ranked mage suddenly loosen. His magical power surged like a volcanic eruption. Your Highness, Roland's voice was hoarse with awe. May I have a closer look at your painting? Elena blinked in confusion but handed him the canvas. This is order. Roland staggered again, then dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his wrinkled cheeks. I was blind and arrogant, flaunting my meager skills before a true master. Startled, Elena rushed forward to help him up. Teacher, please don't kneel. Father says letting people kneel casually will stunt their growth. But Roland refused to rise. The order contained in your Highness's work is purer than even the codex of nature passed down in my family for generations. Do you know, your Highness, that spectral figure who appeared in your painting, he's none other than the legendary god of nature, wielder of the order of nature itself. I've spent my whole life chasing that glimpse of divinity, and now I've seen it. A saint, Elena blinked, then reached into her trusty pouch and pulled out a worn, doodle-filled sketchbook. The cover bore clumsy handwriting that read, Doodle Collection. You mean this old man? Father said this was his notebook when he was young. It's full of secrets for drawing ugly monsters. What? Roland trembled as he took the book. On the first page was a round, chubby rabbit with a note. Owen's first drawing, a gift from my precious daughter. The second page showed a chaotic painting of stars, the colors messy and overlapping, yet a flowing galaxy seemed to spill out of the canvas. The final page contained a self-portrait of a laughing man with a scribbled caption. Can't draw magic or A's, just draw a smiley face. These paintings look random and crude, but Elena's nature scene had clearly held the purest order of nature. If her work held such power, just how strong was her father's skill if he could hide true order within your sketches? Elena scratched her head. Teacher, can you understand them? Father said this style is called realism. Roland blinked, then his eyes widened. Realism, of course, so that's what it means. A sudden epiphany struck him. Grabbing his brush again, he furiously sketched. This time, he used no magical flourishes, no fancy techniques, just honesty. He painted what he'd seen that morning, a homeless child stealing bread in front of a bakery, terror in his eyes as the vendor chased after him. The moment the piece was finished, a soft golden glow enveloped the canvas. The light shimmering in the child's eyes brought a wave of sorrow and compassion to the entire room. Roland gasped. His magical tear was rising fast. Within seconds, his soul felt cleansed, and the bottleneck that had bound him for decades shattered like glass. A surge of power erupted from within. Grand Archmage tear. He had broken through. He had finally ascended from high rank mage to Grand Archmage. So this is the true essence of art, not in fancy technique, but in honest expression, Roland sobbed, recalling Elena's earlier words. Those seemingly random strokes were actually the purest reflection of nature itself. He looked upward into empty space and bowed deeply. Thank you for this enlightenment. He turned to Elena, his voice reverent. Your Highness, allow me to make a humble guess. Your father's paintings have transcended technique. They touch the very origin of order itself. Chapter 571, Master and Disciple reversed. Grand Scholar Roland stood frozen, gazing at Elena's painting. The vivid imagery, lifelike detail, and sheer presence of it left him utterly speechless. At last, he understood. The peak of artistic mastery he had spent a lifetime chasing compared to the work of Elena's father was like a flickering candle daring to compete with the brilliance of a full moon. All he could feel now was reverence and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Elena noticed Roland spacing out, so she struck a serious pose, reached up, and gave his tall leg a firm pat. And that's about right. Looks like you finally figured it out. She said it with all the dignity of a seasoned mentor giving affirmation to a slow-learning student. But instead of being offended by the gesture or tone, Roland's eyes twinkled. An idea sparked in his mind. He understood very well that, with his current status and power, reaching the level of Alina's father was nothing short of a fantasy. Becoming his disciple, practically impossible. And yet this little girl had, with a single casual painting, shattered the bottleneck he'd been stuck at for decades. That was no ordinary favor, it was a gift of rebirth. He had made up his mind. With a decisive thud, Roland dropped to one knee and bowed respectfully. Mentor, he said solemnly. Elena froze. No, you can't do that, she stammered, waving her hands. You're way older than me, and I'm only 8. This isn't right. But Roland looked up at her, his gaze unwavering. In the world of art, age does not matter, only mastery. You demonstrated a level of skill far beyond mine. That qualifies you to be my mentor. Please, allow me to stay by your side. Even if it's only as a humble servant, I want to follow your path and your father's in the pursuit of true artistic mastery. Elena tried again and again to talk him out of it, but Roland's determination was as firm as stone. He had resolved to become her disciple, even if just in name. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Elena, with her kind heart, couldn't bring herself to reject him any longer. All right, she sighed at last, hands on her hips. If you really like this painting and think it helps you that much, then as your mentor, I hereby give it to you. Roland trembled as he received the painting, holding it as if it were a sacred relic. He cradled it gently against his chest like it was the most precious treasure in the world. Thank you, mentor, he said gratefully. Then I shall take my leave and study in peace. With that, Roland cheerfully exited the chamber, painting in hand. The moment he stepped outside, he could no longer contain his joy. He threw his head back and laughed heartily. This single artwork, brimming with the power of order, would be enough for him to study for years to come. Who would have thought that he, who had come to teach the princess today, would leave instead as her disciple? The twists of fate truly defied comprehension. Ha ha ha, the world is full of surprises. In the council chamber, Empress Yevna greeted Grand Scholar Roland with her usual warm smile. Master Roland, she asked gently, how did Alina's first lesson go? Roland gave a polite nod, but his expression was somewhat awkward. Your Majesty, he began hesitantly, I'm afraid I can no longer serve as Alina's instructor. His words instantly stirred confusion among the council members. Yevna frowned with concern. Why, did Elena misbehave? Was she disrespectful to you? She stood up, ready to march to the Eternal Hall and reprimand the child if necessary. Seeing this, Roland hurriedly stepped forward. Your Majesty, please wait. The princess is respectful and clever, an ideal student. The issue does not lie with her character. He paused, took a deep breath, then continued, voice solemn. It's me, my understanding of art is far inferior to hers. His statement shocked everyone. Eldridge, the chief royal mage, couldn't help but speak up. Master Roland, surely you jest. Elena is only 8 years old. Even with extraordinary talent, how could she surpass you in artistic mastery? Roland's expression remained serious as he nodded. It's true, not only that she has become my mentor, and with her guidance, I have already broken through and ascended to the tier of Grand Archmage. Those words dropped like a thunderclap. Gasps filled the chamber. All eyes turned to Roland, and in that moment, they could clearly sense the awe-inspiring aura of a Grand Archmage radiating from his body. It was real. You really broke through, someone whispered. You're saying Elena helped you achieve it? Asked Lianchi, his voice filled with disbelief. Seeing the looks of shock around him, Roland chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he slowly unrolled Alina's painting. A wave of vibrant, life-giving power burst forth from it. Everyone felt as if they had stepped into a lush, thriving forest. They instinctively took a step back, faces filled with awe. It was genuine, the power of order. She's only 8, Yevna muttered, stunned. If she already has this level of mastery, then her father must. Your Majesty, Eldridge interjected, eyes wide with reverence, if I may offer my humble analysis, Alina's father must be a being who has surpassed even the Grand Archmage tier. There's a strong possibility that he is of legendary rank or perhaps even epic tier. On the continent, the generally accepted tiers of power were novice rank, mid-rank, high rank, and the dual apex ranks of Grand Knight and Grand Archmage. Above them stood the mythical ranks known only in tales, legendary, epic, mythical, and the almost incomprehensible origin tier. Legendary rank powerhouses were already rarer than once in 1,000 years. As for epic tier beings, they were practically divine. Previously, the court had guessed that Alina's father might, at best, be a legendary rank warrior or mage. But now, it was clear his strength lay far beyond even that. A hush fell over the chamber as every official present began to feel an instinctive reverence toward this unseen figure, the father of the eternal princess. Ha ha ha, excellent, Lianchi burst into laughter. Now that Master Roland has reached the Grand Archmage tier, our empire's strength has grown yet again. The odds of defeating the Thunder Knight commander have just improved. Indeed, Eldridge agreed, a rare glint of ambition in his eyes. If I could also break into the legendary tier, I would no longer have to fear the sole pontificate supporting Yelud. Despite his title as the kingdom's chief Grand Archmage, Eldridge was not arrogant. He knew he was not invincible. The sole pontificate, Yelud's mother's faction, was said to be guarded by a legendary powerhouse who had long surpassed the bounds of mortality. That was the very reason Eldridge had never dared to make a move against Yelud, even though he loathed the man. If not for Yelud's mother being a high-ranking elder of the sole pontificate, neither the Ogre King nor the Dark High Priest would ever have allied themselves with him. Currently, the sole pontificate was restrained by other powerful factions and could not act recklessly. Both sides maintained a fragile balance. No one dared to start a war, for if one erupted, the consequences could be catastrophic for the entire empire. And yet just as the court buzzed with excitement over Alina's otherworldly talent, a high-ranking knight rushed in, his face grim. Your Majesty, urgent report, Yelud is making a move. Chapter 572, Empire in turmoil. What, has he mobilized his legion and set out for the imperial capital? Upon hearing the report from Grand Commander Andre of the Holy Templar Order, Yevna's expression darkened in an instant. A chill swept across her face like a sheet of frost. Yelud, how dare you? At that moment, the royal court felt like the stillness before a storm, oppressive and suffocating. Just recently, Master Eldridge had received the flesh of a phoenix brought back by Elena. Not only had his injuries fully healed, but his strength had taken a significant leap forward. Now, he stood on the verge of the legendary rank, just a single step away from becoming a living legend, a feat that would make him the focal point of attention across the entire continent. His breakthrough could determine whether they would gain the upper hand in the looming confrontation with the sole pontificate. In such a critical and uncertain moment, even the smallest fluctuation could lead to disastrous consequences. Thus, any action taken by the Thunder Knight commander tugged heavily on the nerves of every court official present. Andre knelt on one knee, his voice solemn. Your Majesty, for the moment, Duke Victor's elite Emerald Shield Legion still holds the southern front. Thunder Knight commander Yelud dares not make any hasty moves. However, he paused briefly, then continued, today, urgent intelligence arrived from our spies scattered throughout the empire. The commander has dispatched numerous small units composed of high-rank mages and elite knights. Their current mission, to investigate the disaster conditions across the nation. I cannot fathom his true intentions behind this sudden operation. The situation is dire, and I came to report it to your majesty immediately, hoping for your decision. The moment those words landed, the previously silent council hall erupted into a frenzy. Courtiers murmured among themselves, concern and unease written across every face. Why would Yelud, a knight commander, concern himself with investigating natural disasters? Master Eldritch furrowed his brow. Disaster investigation, that's not like him at all. With his personality, he wouldn't spare a thought for the people suffering. There's definitely a scheme behind this. Master Roland stroked his beard thoughtfully, his eyes gleaming. If you ask me, there must be an ulterior motive here. He might be planning to use these disasters as leverage to manipulate public opinion or pursue some dark political agenda. Your Majesty, we cannot afford to take this lightly. That's right, there's no way Yelud is acting out of kindness. Your Majesty must be on high alert. The crowd nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere in the chamber grew heavier by the second. Queen Yevna sat in silence, listening to the debates. Her slender, pale fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest of her throne, the sound echoing like a war drum. She was deep in thought, calculating the best course of action. Commander Andre, she finally said, her voice calm but decisive, issue a decree. I want full surveillance on both the Thunder Knight Commander and the Soul Pontificate. Every move, every whisper must be under our watchful eye. If there is even the slightest disturbance, I want to be informed at once. Not a single mistake is allowed. By your command, your Majesty. Andre knelt once more, his voice resolute. I will carry out your orders with unwavering loyalty. He rose, saluted with the utmost knightly decorum, and departed swiftly. His silhouette vanished in the glow of the teleportation magic array. Yevna watched his departure in silence, letting out a faint sigh. She turned to the council members. Gentlemen, the current situation is grave. We must prepare for all eventualities. Master Eldritch, your breakthrough holds the key to the Empire's future. I hope you can enter seclusion and advance to the legendary rank as soon as possible. Eldritch nodded solemnly. Rest assured, your Majesty, I will do everything in my power. However, breaking through to legendary rank will take some time. I urge your Majesty to remain cautious during this period. Yevna nodded in return, then led the group toward the Eternal Palace. She intended to accompany Elena in continuing the hunt for Spellbeast cubs. Inside the Eternal Palace, Elena held her wand tightly, eyes focused as she cast spells against a low-level wind element Spellbeast. Thanks to her elemental affinity bloodline, she had made astounding progress in just 2 days, transforming from a novice with no magical knowledge into a full-fledged TIER3 mage. Her unprecedented talent and rapid advancement left everyone in the palace astounded. Even Master Eldritch and the other court mages were stunned. If merely hunting low-level spell beasts could yield such fast results, what would happen if she faced real magical beasts or trained with powerful opponents? Elena, that's enough for today. It's getting late. Go get some rest. Your mother still has government matters to handle. Yevna walked over and gently stroked Elena's head, her gaze soft with maternal affection. Her own quarters had now been relocated to the Eternal Palace not only to care for Elena and savor the joys of motherhood, but more importantly, to protect this extraordinary child. Okay, mother, but you mustn't overwork yourself either. Elena looked up with a sweet, innocent smile and obediently tucked away her wand before following her maids to her room. Yevna watched the girl's retreating figure, emotion swirling in her chest. Such a child, with a tragic past and incredible strength. She couldn't help but wonder about her own biological daughter. Where was she now? Inside Elena's room. Father, even though Mom Yevna treats me really well, and the old grandpas are all so nice to me, I still miss home. But I can't go back just yet. I need to borrow Mom Yevna's power to help me find the woman who abandoned us. When I find her, I'll bring Mom Yevna home with me too. I'll give you the best surprise ever. Oh, and guess what? I'm already a tier 3 mage. You'd be so proud, right? After being away from home for so long, Elena's playful spirit had started to fade. This was, after all, her first time away from her father. The homesickness slowly crept in. She reminisced about all the moments she had shared with her father, the laughter, the warmth, the safety. Gradually, she drifted off to sleep. The magical lights dimmed, and the room was enveloped in darkness. Meanwhile, in another distant place, Owen paced excitedly back and forth across the room. The magic coursing through his body surged like a rising tide. His power was growing by the second. The sensation of strengthening filled him with uncontrollable excitement. He couldn't sleep at all. System, did you see that? My darling Elena is already a tier 3 mage. And I've just advanced to a level 4 mage myself. She really is my daughter. Look at that magical talent. Her growth speed is insane. Ha 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 ha, this is incredible. Owen burst into laughter, waving his magic staff through the air. Arcane light danced in response, illuminating the room with radiant brilliance. His strength had clearly taken a leap. Magic control felt easier and more intuitive than ever. His bloodline power had also strengthened significantly. Where he used to struggle just to cast a tier 2 spell once, now he could cast 3 in a row with ease and with even greater force. This was the joy of becoming stronger. Host, please remain calm. While your advancement is significant, do not let it cloud your judgment. The system's cold, mechanical voice rang out in Owen's mind. Chapter 573, Interrogating the Empress. Alright, I get it. I've been guarding this empty house alone for so many years. Can't I just enjoy a rare moment of happiness and relaxation? Owen waved his hand carelessly as he spoke, then sat down on the chair. His smile slowly faded, replaced by a trace of worry. Sigh, I wonder how my little Elena is doing now. Has she encountered any danger out there? She's traveling alone. How can a father ever truly be at ease? Letting out a long sigh, Owen walked over to the window and stared out at the dense forest beyond. They say daughters grow up and drift away, but his little princess had barely started understanding the world, and she was already wandering far from home. Raising a daughter truly wrecks a father's heart. Ever since Elena left, his days had been filled with loneliness. The damn system wouldn't even let him leave, restricting him to roam only the nearby mountains surrounding the small house. When his daughter had been with him, life was filled with laughter and joy. Now, the empty cabin felt like a hollow shell, echoing only with silence. What a miserable, lonely life. Wait, I haven't done today's sign-in, have I? Perfect, I just leveled up my strength. I can feel my luck skyrocketing. This is the perfect time to draw a prize. Owen suddenly remembered the system sign-in function. A glint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. He rubbed his hands together eagerly, as if he could already see the glorious rewards waving at him from afar. In his isolated, joyless days, the daily sign-in ritual had become his greatest source of excitement. Kind reminder, host can accumulate sign-in rewards. Merging multiple claims increases the chance of acquiring rare items. The system's timely notification appeared. Owen paused for a second, then his eyes lit up. Oh, that's how it works. You're telling me I can sign in but not claim the rewards immediately. If I wait and stack them before redeeming, the rewards will be even better. Ding, correct, the system replied succinctly. Owen began to calculate quickly in his heart. All right then, I'll wait until tomorrow to collect. No rush right now, who knows, I might just draw something amazing. Having made up his mind, Owen lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and tried to fall asleep. The next morning, the first thing Owen did upon waking was to combine his accumulated sign and rewards from the past 2 days. Ding, congratulations, host has obtained the mythic grade ability, Insightful Heart. Detected similar abilities already possessed. System will now fuse and upgrade existing skills. Congratulations, host has obtained origin rank skill, Heart of Omniscience. Heart of Omniscience. Owen blinked in confusion and immediately asked the system what this new ability did. Heart of Omniscience, an origin rank skill that allows the user to see through all illusions and magical barriers in the current world. It reveals every flaw in magic and grants omniscient insight. As soon as he heard the system's explanation, Owen's joy exploded. Any enemy's magical barrier or illusionary array would be completely exposed before him. Wasn't this basically a god-tier perspective? This was the ultimate adventurer's ability. Encountering an enemy, activate Heart of Omniscience first, determine if they can be fought or not. If not, flee immediately. No more getting caught in deadly traps. And now that Elena was out there training on her own, giving her an ability like this would let her judge who could be messed with and who absolutely had to be avoided. With better judgment, she would naturally stay safer. And that meant her father could worry a little less. Without hesitation, Owen sent the Heart of Omniscience directly to Elena. At the same time in the Imperial capital, inside the Platinum Hall, Empress Yevna was presiding over the morning court session. The atmosphere in the hall was tense and strange. The nobles aligned with Thunder Knight Commander Yelu were unusually active, stepping forward one after another to present their petitions. Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report. High Inquisitor Sees, holding a black scepter symbolizing his authority, stepped out from the ranks and bowed toward the Empress seated high upon the throne. Yevna furrowed her brows tightly, an alarm bell ringing in her mind. Sees was usually very close with Yelu. For him to suddenly speak up today, this couldn't be good. Speak, what is it? Yevna's voice was crisp and icy, like the biting wind of winter. Sees lifted his head slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Clearing his throat, he began with a voice choked in sorrow. Your Majesty, I have received urgent reports from across the Empire. Cities like Radiant City, Silvermoon City, and Emerald City have all suffered unprecedented disasters. Ever since Your Majesty ascended the throne, these places have been struck by calamity. Massive floods have inundated farmlands and villages. Before the citizens could recover, droughts followed, then disease. Countless imperial subjects have died of hunger and illness. And now, these same regions are under rampant attack from spellbeasts. The people are suffering unimaginably. There is unrest across the land. The lords of these cities are begging the imperial court for disaster relief. If Your Majesty doesn't make a swift decision, I fear rebellion may erupt. Sees donned an expression of tragic righteousness, his voice full of emotion. Is the Empire's High Inquisitor, seeing the people in such pain pierces my very soul. Today, I risk death to speak out. I beg Your Majesty to take urgent action to save the Empire's people from fire and flood. His words were like a boulder cast into a still lake, instantly stirring waves across the hall. The nobles murmured in alarm and uncertainty. Some faces showed concern, while others exchanged settled glances. At the side, Thunder Knight Commander Yelud stood silently, the corners of his lips curled in a faint, unreadable smile. Empress Yevna listened in silence, her expression darkening with every word. Suddenly, she slammed her palm onto the armrest of her throne. Bang! The deafening crash made many eardrums ring painfully. What exactly are you implying? That my ascension to the throne brought disaster upon the Glacier Empire? What nonsense! Her voice was cold enough to freeze blood, her presence suffocating. Sees trembled violently, quickly falling to his knees. His forehead nearly touched the floor. Your Majesty, I would never dare say such a thing. In my heart, you are the glory of this empire, the first and most radiant empress. HMPH, Yevna let out a cold snort, but the reports from the city lords don't seem to match your loyal words. The people are saying it, the empress brings misfortune upon the empire. Her eyes, sharp as blades, locked onto Sees with deadly precision. The air around her grew frigid and heavy. Sees, sweating, dared to sneak a glance at Yelud, who remained silent beside him. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to continue. Your Majesty, such absurd rumors are indeed dangerous to the realm and gravely disrespectful to the throne. He paused. Seeing that Yevna hadn't exploded in rage, he pressed on. In order to calm the people and silence these rumors, we must first control the disasters ravaging the land. Your Majesty, I beg you please open the Empire's kingdom vault, and use its resources to rescue the citizens. If you refuse, I will die right here in this very hall. As soon as he finished, under the subtle signal of Yelud, more than 30 nobles including the ministers of internal affairs and justice stepped out in unison. All of them dropped to their knees and shouted in perfect harmony. Your Majesty, please approve. Their voices echoed powerfully, causing even the candles in the hall to flicker violently. This sudden shift left the rest of the court stunned. No one dared to breathe too loudly. Chapter 574 Helpless. A suffocating tension lingered in the air of the Grand Imperial Hall. None of the assembled ministers dared to make a sound. Those who were standing stiffened like statues, while the kneeling nobles kept their heads lowered, their eyes furtively glancing between Empress Yevna and High Inquisitor Sees. The heavy silence was so oppressive that even breathing felt inappropriate. Yevna had been aware that disaster had struck several regions of the empire, but she had not expected the situation to be so severe. A sense of dread crept into her heart. This didn't feel like a mere coincidence. She could almost sense an invisible hand manipulating events from the shadows. The High Inquisitor speaks the truth, Yevna asked, her voice calm but sharp as she turned toward the Imperial Prime Minister, Albert. Her gaze carried weight, a demand for honesty, but also for loyalty. Albert sighed faintly and took a step forward. Your Majesty, the report from High Inquisitor Sees is indeed accurate. I too have received intelligence from the various regional Magus towers in recent days. The situation is grave. He hesitated for a moment, a flicker of guilt crossing his features. However, I must confess I only received the complete reports last night and had not yet had the opportunity to inform Your Majesty. I humbly beg your forgiveness for the delay. Yevna gave a slight nod, motioning for him to step back. She took in a long, steadying breath, forcing herself to remain calm. Now is not the time for panic. Any loss of composure might play directly into her enemy's hands. When the first signs of disaster emerged, did I not personally approve a massive sum of relief funds? Her voice carried a chilling authority now as her eyes swept across the court, cold and unyielding. Where did all that money go? Why has the situation worsened rather than improved? A hush fell again over the court. Several ministers lowered their heads, trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Sees allowed himself a faint smile of triumph. Without a word, he exchanged a brief glance with Balfour, the Minister of Finance. Balfour immediately stepped forward, drawing a thick ledger from his enchanted pouch. He presented it to Yevna with a respectful bow. Your Majesty, this is the detailed record of the relief expenditures. Every single gold coin is accounted for. Please inspect it at your convenience. Yevna accepted the book but didn't bother opening it. She already knew if they dared present the ledger so boldly in court, it had certainly been meticulously forged. It would never reflect the actual truth. No need, she said flatly, her tone dismissive. Balfour, I have always trusted your administrative skills. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her voice turned colder. Given how serious the situation has become, we shall release another round of relief funds immediately. Stabilizing the empire and restoring the lives of our people must take priority. But Balfour's expression darkened. He lowered his head slightly, and his voice trembled as he spoke. Your Majesty, the treasury is completely depleted. The kingdom vault has been emptied. I fear we no longer have the means to provide further relief. A wave of shock swept through the chamber. Several ministers gasped audibly. The murmuring began almost at once. Yevna's face darkened as well. Her chest tightened. At last, the pieces clicked into place. This was Thunder Knight Commander Yelud's scheme. He had sent people to investigate the disaster zones, orchestrated Cease to raise the issue in court, and then used the excuse of an empty treasury to back her into a corner. As Empress, she could not even provide for her people during a crisis. How could she justify her rule? Worse still, the public outrage this would generate would strike directly at the legitimacy of her throne. If Yelud were to secretly fan the flames of dissent, the consequences would be catastrophic. Without the people's faith and support, her imperial guardian power, a mystical force tied directly to the will of the people, would weaken drastically. In that instant, Yevna saw the full scope of the threat. Your Majesty, said a voice dripping with concern, if we fail to respond swiftly, the worsening crisis may trigger full-scale riots. Yelud stepped forward, his expression the picture of worry, but his eyes gleamed with a dangerous ambition. In such a case, the empire may fall into chaos. The foundation of our rule could be shaken to the core, and your Majesty may find yourself branded as a tyrant by history. He paused, then added pointedly, the throne has always been reserved for those with true virtue. I implore your Majesty not to let down the expectations of the people or the legacy of our ancestors. It was a veiled call for abdication. Yelud had been vying with the Empress for years, and now he saw his moment. Yevna burned with silent fury, but now was not the time to let emotion take the lead. She inhaled deeply, forcing her anger beneath the surface. Commander Yelud, she said, her voice sharp and regal, are you teaching me how to govern an empire? I will handle this disaster myself. You think that just because the kingdom vault is empty, I am left helpless? She stood, her cloak billowing as she swept toward the exit. Give me 3 days, I will deliver a solution, and then you will witness just what this Empress is capable of. Court dismissed. With that, she strode from the hall, leaving the minister stunned and speechless. Behind her, Yelud watched her retreating figure with a smug smile. Yevna, let's see what you'll do now. Once you reach your limit, your throne will be mine. Back in her private chamber, Yevna sat alone by the window, staring at the fading sky. She was a woman who had claimed the imperial throne, a position long dominated by men. The resistance she had faced over the years had been relentless. To maintain her grip on power, she had spent most of the empire's stored wealth. Even her private vault was nearly exhausted. There was simply no way to raise the massive amount needed for relief efforts, not in time. But she knew, this crisis was unlike any other. Failure to resolve it would not only end her reign, it might doom the entire empire. Atop the Magus Tower, she met with her most loyal advisors. Your Majesty, Yelud's scheme is as ruthless as it is cunning, Eldritch said, his brow tightly furrowed. We must devise a counter-strategy at once. But with no funds left, how are we to provide relief, said Grandmaster Roland. This may be the most difficult problem we faced. Roland gave Eldritch a polite nod, then turned to Yevna, speaking frankly. Your Majesty, forgive my bluntness. From the moment you ascended the throne, many nobles doubted your legitimacy as a female ruler. These recent years, disaster has followed disaster. Public resentment is mounting, and some now question whether you are truly fit to rule. He looked her directly in the eye. Your guardian power has not grown stronger in the past 2 years. I believe you've noticed that as well. If this crisis is mishandled, the empire you've worked so hard to build may crumble. The consequences are too dire to imagine. Yevna sighed deeply and turned once more to Albert. Are the disaster zones really so severe? Albert nodded gravely. I dared not say more in the presence of others, but I recently traveled to the affected regions myself. What I saw was like a vision of hell. The people's suffering, it still haunts me. Your Majesty promised a solution within 3 days. Do you have a plan? Yevna was silent for a long moment. Then she spoke honestly. To relieve this crisis with real results would require a sea of resources far beyond what we currently possess. And don't forget, rebuilding after the disaster will demand even more. At present, with the power and assets I command. She paused, then said with sorrow, I truly have no way out. The chamber fell into heavy silence. Not even the wind dared disturb the stillness. Was there truly no way forward?